Welcome to a world of beast taming, where humans and beasts coexist. In this land, owning a powerful and rare pet means you have absolutely everything. These legendary creatures can summon storms or completely destroy the world in the blink of an eye. Standing at the very top of this world is a young man named Luang. His sole beast is a mythical creature known as the moon goddess fluttering butterfly. This legendary beast exists only in myths, capable of manipulating time and space, reversing cause and effect, and possessing the gift of true, absolute immortality. The more people look at Luang, the more captivated they are by the brilliant, glowing moonlight shining deep within his eyes. Every bit of the moon goddess's love and favor for him is perfectly reflected in those glowing eyes. In this entire world, Luang is the only one crowned as the King of Moonlight, loved and worshipped by countless people everywhere. He was an invincible King of Moonlight, with absolutely no rival who could match his power. Yet while sleeping, he accidentally rolled off his bed, hit his head on the floor, and died in the most ridiculous way possible. Right at that moment, a 21st century teenager from Earth with the exact same name transmigrated into this body, absorbing a flood of scattered memories from the original host. This new version of Luang was absolutely shocked by his situation. Landing the spot of the world's strongest right after transmigrating should have been a massive stroke of good luck, but that is only true if the legendary reputation of this King of Moonlight was actually real. However, the moment he decided to double-check the original owner's status screen, he quickly realized his beast was absolutely not the legendary moon goddess fluttering butterfly he had heard of. It was actually just a basic flash butterfly, a low-grade moonlight-type pet. Talk about a massive cosmic scam. All of his dreams about holding a legendary status in this new world were instantly shattered. Supposedly awakening his beast at 14, crowned the King of Moonlight at 15, and standing as the top elite student of the Moonlight Academy. Then founding the Moon Cult at 16, with millions of loyal followers worshipping him as their leader. And right before starting school at 17, receiving a death challenge from the Shadow Moon Emperor, with the final showdown set in 3 years. It was all a giant lie. Well, the original guy did not mean to trick anyone. He genuinely believed he was overpowered and that his basic butterfly was a divine beast. He thought it only revealed its true form as the legendary goddess butterfly inside special illusions. Even when facing a direct challenge from the Shadow Moon Emperor and 8-star beast Tamer, the original host showed absolutely zero fear, carrying himself with pure, unyielding confidence. If our 21st century protagonist did not have his cheat system to inspect the real status screen, he probably would have fallen for the crazy delusions of the previous owner as well. Putting all of that aside, he decided to summon his companion butterfly anyway, needing to see exactly what his beast looked like in reality. The little butterfly appeared, leaving him completely dazed for a moment because it was incredibly cute. The bad news? Aside from being cute, this creature had zero combat power. He was left utterly hopeless, wondering what to do next. Never mind fighting the Shadow Moon Emperor in 3 years, right now, even facing an elite student from the academy would destroy him. He stood absolutely no chance at all. Without a powerful cheat like other lucky transmigrated main characters, expecting him to defeat the mighty Shadow Moon Emperor within 3 years was nothing but a foolish, absolutely impossible dream. But as he thought about it, a memory sparked. It seemed the original host actually did have a cheat of his own. Hidden deep within his host's mind was something incredibly mysterious, with an unknown origin. All he knew was that his predecessor despised it. After searching his memories, he finally recalled its name, the Book of Moonlight. The exact second he remembered, the mysterious Book of Moonlight materialized right before his eyes. It was a gorgeous picture book filled with sketches of different beasts, and he quickly figured out how the system operated. Every time he touched a new beast in real life, its image would unlock inside this special picture book. Once the Book of Moonlight collected a certain number of beast pictures, it would reward him with a chance to spin a lucky draw. This lucky draw would give him a chance to obtain a random companion beast of unknown grade. Flipping to the Supreme Beast section, he understood why his predecessor hated this book so much. The slot for the moon goddess fluttering butterfly was completely empty. This meant the Book of Moonlight flat out denied the very existence of his legendary pet. It completely shattered the previous owner's absolute belief that he was the master of a mythical goddess butterfly. But to our new protagonist, this book was a goldmine of a system cheat. He was currently at the elite Moonlight Academy, surrounded by Moonlight-type beasts. Touching them would be incredibly easy. If he saved up enough for 10 consecutive draws, he might actually summon the real goddess butterfly. That battle 3 years from now is still far off. It is still anyone's game. The most urgent matter right now is growing stronger to truly deserve that Moon King title he carries. With that in mind, Liang threw on his jacket and rushed out the door. Down in the elite dormitory courtyard of Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, student Bayuer was feeding a cute little moonlight rabbit. This highly annoyed her best friend, Jing. Bayuer, why are you always feeding these low-level creatures all day? What if they actually cling to you? Relax, Sujing. It is fine. Of course, I would not make a contract with a low-level moonlight rabbit. I'm just playing with it. What is the big deal anyway? Sujing groaned. You are an elite student here. If you reek of trash beasts, you will never attract any powerful pets anymore. To prove his point, Sujing brought up the legendary Moon King. He never interacts with ordinary beasts, let alone high-level ones. Even if a supreme-class beast walked right past him, he would not even glance at it. She guessed the reason for this was because of his bound beast. That lunar goddess butterfly absolutely detests the scent of low-level beasts. As they chatted, the moonlight rabbit suddenly perked up its ears, heard something, and dashed away. Looking in that direction, they both spotted Su Liang casually walking past them. Those powerful eyes carrying a silver crescent moon, just one single glance made people involuntarily want to bow down and completely submit to him. Su Jing and Bai Yuer stared at him in utter fascination. Su Liang noticed them too well, specifically Bai Yuer because of her cat ears. Wait, cat ears and beast eyes on a human? Could she be some sort of human-beast hybrid? Su Liang wondered, but immediately shook off the thought. The real Moon King never associated with low beasts, nor was he a friendly person. To avoid raising any suspicion, he had better play along with the original host's cold style. Thinking this, Su Liang coldly turned away, heading alone toward the Moon Pavilion, which housed countless low-level beasts. If he could just touch every single one of them, he might unlock his very first gacha draw. Inside the Moon Pavilion, Su Liang could find endless low-level beasts to unlock more entries in his Book of the Moon. What was even better was that this Book of the Moon could reveal their exact stats and battle skills. The original host used to despise this incredible power. What a complete waste. The deeper he ventured into the Moon Pavilion, the sparser the beasts became. More precisely, these weak, low-level beasts did not seem to dare approach one closed door nearby. Su Liang guessed this must be a mid-level beast territory, keeping those weaker creatures too terrified to even take a step close. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The room was massive, and right in the center sat a mat with a beast lying on it. Checking the information board by the entrance, Su Liang learned it was a white flower deer, a mid-level moonlight attribute beast. It possessed unparalleled beauty among mid-tier creatures, and even in the wider beast world, you would rarely ever run into one of these. It had a gentle nature, loved eating grass, and especially enjoyed bathing in pure moonlight. Because of this, their mating standards were incredibly picky, making their current population extremely rare in the wild. Only the Moon Goddess Palace maintained a true breeding facility for them. Reading the text, Su Liang felt they were heavily exaggerating. After all, it was just a mid-tier beast. Right behind him, several other academy students also filed into the room. Upon seeing the white flowered deer, they could not hide their amazement. Wow, isn't the Moon Pavilion free to enter? How do they even afford to raise a mid-tier beast like this? I have never seen other beasts get this kind of VIP treatment. Is it because of its looks? Look how gorgeous that deer is. Honestly, some rich sponsor probably fell completely in love with its looks and funded everything. Su Liang overheard their whispers, but he did not expect the white flower deer to hear them too. While that loudmouth student was still talking dirty about the deer to his friend, a sudden blast of freezing cold water hit him directly on his head. And the culprit behind this was the white flower deer. Seeing its angry and aggressive expression, the two terrified students bolted instantly. No way! Can that beast actually understand what we are saying? Who knows? I heard some highly intelligent mid-tier beasts can read minds. Either way, we had better get out of here. Su Liang was in no hurry to leave. After all, he had not offended the beast. The deer finally stopped being lazy, stepping off its mat to walk around the room. When their eyes met, the deer froze in place for a few seconds. Drawn by the sheer moonlight in his eyes, it slowly walked over and leaned close to him. As soon as they made contact, the Book of the Moon immediately activated, unlocking the profile of a brand new beast. But here is the kicker. This newly unlocked beast is actually named the Cloud-Treading Han Moon. It belongs to the Moonlight attribute, but its grade is supreme definitely, not some ordinary mid-tier white flower deer. Su Liang cannot hide his shock. Standing right in front of him is a supreme-grade beast with power enough to destroy an entire city. After all, a supreme-tier beast is a legendary, absolute ruler that commands tens of thousands of ordinary monsters. If it goes wild, everything within hundreds of meters could be flattened with a single stomp. But why on earth is such a terrifying monster hiding inside this academy? If that is the case, the entire campus could be blown to pieces at any moment. Su Liang tries to calm his racing heart. Wait, if this supreme-tier beast is living peacefully here, maybe it actually has a gentle temperament. The academy probably knows it won't hurt people on purpose. After all, those two students earlier totally deserved getting splashed with water for running their mouths like that. But we also cannot rule out the classic move of playing dumb to hide its terrifying power. Just like those overpowered main characters in web novels who hide their godlike strength and pretend to be total weaklings. He is nothing like Su Liang, who's the real tragic one here. Absolutely zero power, relying entirely on his looks to bluff. Lost in thought, Su Liang suddenly notices that the deer is staring straight at him. A cold shiver runs down his spine. Wait a minute, is this giant beast actually planning to attack him? Could it be that standing here for so long made the deer suspect its secret identity is blown? If it decides to strike right now, Su Liang stands absolutely zero chance. Quickly playing dumb, Su Liang fake admires, "Oh wow, this mid-tier white flower deer is so gorgeous. I got totally distracted looking at it." He is laughing it off, but no matter why this beast is here, Su Liang absolutely does not want to get crushed today. So, pretending to casually admire the surrounding scenery, he slowly edges toward the exit and immediately takes off running. But while he was losing his mind, the white flower deer was actually just spacing out, completely captivated by the strange, glowing patterns inside Su Liang's eyes. Once Su Liang disappears, the lazy white flower deer simply strolls back to curl up on its comfy cushion. But get this, the legendary beast suddenly reaches under its cushion and pulls out a literal smartphone. It starts browsing the internet, searching for information about humans with eyes that look like the moon. Reading the search results, even this ancient, powerful beast cannot hide its utter shock regarding Su Liang's true identity. Escaping the moon pavilion, he rushes back to his dormitory. Su Liang is still shaking, thinking about how close he just came to dying. Who would do something so insanely reckless? This is literally like keeping a Tyrannosaurus Rex inside a petting zoo. Actually, that deer is way stronger. One stomp from its hoof could probably turn a pack of T-Rexes into pure mush. If that monster had unleashed its ultimate attack on him, Su Liang would have been vaporized instantly. It is a supreme-tier god while his own beast is bottom-tier trash. Honestly, if he did not have the Book of the Moon, Su Liang would be the biggest loser in the entire school. On the bright side, back at the pavilion, the Book of the Moon did not just identify the beast. It also fully mapped out its hidden skills and traits. This means Su Liang can instantly dissect the secrets of any beast just by making physical contact. This will be a massive cheat during combat, letting him read his opponent's moves before they even make them. Su Liang gets incredibly excited. Under the cover of darkness, he decides to hunt down a weak beast on campus to test the Book of the Moon. That is when he spots the Moonlight Rabbit from earlier. Now, according to the fundamental laws of magic beasts in this fantasy world, any Moonlight-type creature bathed in the night's glow should absorb the rays, going completely wild as their combat stats spike through the roof. Yet, this little Moonlight Rabbit is sitting there, showing absolutely zero reaction to the glowing moon above. A sudden thought terrifies Su Liang. Don't tell me this rabbit is another hidden boss, hiding god-tier power beneath a cute, useless disguise. Just look at its calm, almost majestic posture. For all he knows, this tiny fluffball might actually be stronger than the supreme-tier deer from earlier. Su Liang swallows hard, his nerves on edge, but he desperately needs to test the Book of the Moon to see who this rabbit really is. Taking a deep breath, he creeps closer, slowly reaching out to touch the rabbit. But the moment his fingers brush against the fur, Su Liang feels completely let down. This rabbit isn't hiding some secret, overpowered strength. It really is just completely useless. Not only is it bottom tier, but it was born with a massive genetic defect, leaving it totally unable to absorb moonlight and gain power on regular nights. Only on the night of a full moon can this little creature actually access its combat abilities. In other words, it is actually weaker than even the most basic, bottom-tier beast. Alright, you and I both know how these stories go, but Su Liang was quite disappointed. Lucky encounters with top-tier spirit beasts simply weren't happening to him. Except, someone actually saw him cuddling that Moonlight Rabbit. It was Bai Yuer, the beast-eared girl with those sharp eyes he crossed paths with earlier. Before heading to bed, she had planned to give the little rabbit one final snack. Instead, she witnessed the legendary Moon King, a man famous for ignoring weak beasts, casually cradling that tiny Moonlight Rabbit without any hesitation. Bai Yuer rushed back to her room in absolute shock. Seeing Sujing relaxing with a face mask, she asked if it was even remotely possible. Just hypothetically speaking, of course, but does the Moon King actually have a soft spot for cute little animals? Sujing completely froze for a moment before replying, "What? Did those boring classes finally fry your brain or something? Should I call in sick for you tomorrow?" Laughing it off, Bai Yuer quickly changed the subject and retreated to her own room. Yet, deep down, she knew what she saw was definitely not an optical illusion. The incredibly powerful and overbearing Moon King actually had such a gentle, warm side to him. Just thinking about it got Bai Yuer super excited, especially since she was likely the only person who knew this secret side of Su Liang. As for Su Liang, he realized Bai Yu had caught him red-handed, but he honestly couldn't care less. Honestly, he figured girls might even find it charming. After an exhausting day, all Su Liang wanted was to crash onto his bed and sleep, but the moment he stepped inside his room, he nearly jumped out of his skin. A complete stranger was sitting right there. Actually, this figure didn't look entirely human. It felt much more like a humanoid beast. Worse yet, the overwhelming pressure radiating from this creature was even stronger than the cloud-stepping deer from before. The figure stepped closer, leaving Su Liang completely frozen on the spot, too terrified to even move a muscle. Somehow, though, his frozen posture made him look incredibly imposing, completely overpowering the stranger's aura. The stranger stopped exactly 2 meters away, suddenly dropping to one knee to bow, saying, "Greetings, Moon King, greetings, Lord Moon God." Well, this definitely wasn't what Su Liang expected, but at least this person wasn't here to attack him. Looking closer, some scattered memories from the body's original owner flickered, and he realized he actually recognized this visitor. This was one of the beasts from the Double Moon Sect's 4 Moon Guardians. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall their exact name. As he stood there thinking, a dead, chilling silence filled the room. With Su Liang staying completely silent, the visitor didn't dare to move or even take a deep breath. She thought to herself, as expected of the legendary Moon King, the strongest beastmaster alive, a living legend. Even his silence feels divine and majestic. After a tense minute, Su Liang still couldn't remember who she was, so he just gave up. He cleared his throat and asked, "Who are you?" Only then did the visitor finally let out a sigh of relief. She then delivered the latest report from the Double Moon Sect, stating that investigators in the central region had found something. The remnants of the Dark Moon Sect have recently become highly active again across the central continent. Specifically, they're working closely with beastmasters from the Moon God Palace. Hearing this, Su Liang's mind went completely blank again. What is the Dark Moon Sect anyway? Why didn't he remember them? Looking up, the girl saw Su Liang turning his back. "Sectmaster," she called out in confusion. "All right, say no more. Do not say another word." Su Liang snapped, shutting her up instantly. In reality, he was secretly searching the web to find out what this Dark Moon Sect actually was. It turned out to be an organization that once ruled the northern region. They worshipped the god of death, believing the legendary Dark Moon possessed a strange miracle that could turn the entire moon black. 3 years ago, they clashed directly with the Double Moon Sect and were completely wiped out on the night of a full moon. Now fully caught up, Su Liang realized it wasn't his bad memory. This sect was just way too weak to care about. Even his body's original owner ignored them, which is why he had no memory of them. Of course, their leader wasn't worth mentioning. But now that the Moon God Palace is also involved, the entire situation has completely changed, the girl added. Hearing the name Moon God Palace, Su Liang's expression shifted completely. Unlike those minor organizations, this one was a real threat. The Moon God Palace has ruled the central continent for thousands of years, relying on legendary spirit beasts to unify the world. Although their dominance has slowly faded, their supreme authority was heavily threatened by the Double Moon Sect in just 3 short years. The 4 Moon Guardians have already drafted a battle plan. Even if the Moon God Palace declares war, they can still guarantee a safe retreat. However, this means you will lose a close guardian by your side. Therefore, I am here to seek your guidance, Lord Sectmaster. The girl wanted to speak, but Su Liang cut her off cryptically, telling her it was fine to leave as long as he still stood with the moonlight. Then he sat back in his chair, his back facing the full moon. The faint lunar glow made his unique eyes shine even brighter, adding an incredibly mysterious vibe to his dramatic tone. Right now, Su Liang looked more reliable and trustworthy than he ever had before. "Yes, Lord Cult Leader," the girl cried out in excitement, never expecting to hear such inspiring words from the Moonlight King in her entire life. She believed that as long as the Moonlight King held the moon goddess Shimmer Butterfly, absolutely no one in this world would ever dare to touch him. He would need no protectors, standing alone as the most dazzling moonlight of all. With that, she quickly hurried away. The moment he was absolutely sure she was gone, Su Liang dropped his act, unable to hold it up any longer. He cringed hard at his own dramatic lines. Honestly, he was only doing it to mimic the body's original owner as closely as possible. The problem was that the original owner loved speaking in bizarre, vague, half-finished riddles all the time. Yet every single time he spouted this gibberish, his loyal followers mistook it for profound wisdom and divine revelations, even though it was actually just complete and utter nonsense. Since Su Liang had transmigrated into this body, he had to adapt and play the part perfectly to survive. And then there was the Moon God Palace, which was giving him a major headache. He had only been here for 1 day, yet things were already this messy. Of course, to the formidable, original Moonlight King, the current Moon God Palace would be nothing to worry about. But that only worked if he actually possessed the legendary moon goddess Shimmer Butterfly. Instead, he was just ordinary Su Liang, stuck with a single, completely useless Shimmer Butterfly, desperately acting tough to maintain the illusion of being the legendary Moonlight King. After foolishly spouting those dramatic words, Su Liang regretted it to death. With his guards dismissed, if he ran into any real danger now, he was going to end up dead for sure. As he was agonizing over his fate, a sudden realization struck Su Liang. Right? He still had the Book of Moonlight. After interacting with so many lunar beasts at the Moon Pavilion today, he surely had enough points accumulated for a gacha draw. Su Liang quickly opened the book, and sure enough, he could redeem his points for a card draw. This lottery system offered a chance to summon any Moonlight element beast, ranging from common to top-tier quality. The summoned beast would automatically bind to him, but if he was unsatisfied, he could dismiss it to gain some extra experience points instead. That was a pretty fair deal. Before making the draw, Su Liang prayed fervently, hoping for some decent luck. His current situation was incredibly tense, but if he could just summon a supreme-tier beast, he would instantly turn the tables and have absolutely nothing left to fear. Once Su Liang initiated the draw, the Book of Moonlight burst into a blinding golden glow. After a series of flashy, dramatic special effects, it announced that he had successfully summoned a transparent moon shadow. This was a high-tier Moonlight beast armed with 2 combat skills, Moonscale and Stealth. While it was no supreme-tier legend, a high-tier summon was still highly impressive. If Su Liang were just an ordinary student, the moment he pulled a rare, high-tier beast like the transparent moon shadow, he would have been absolutely thrilled. But to the Supreme Moonlight King and leader of the Double Moon sect, a mere transparent moon shadow was practically worthless. The current crisis at hand was far too severe for a simple high-tier beast to solve. So, after careful consideration, Su Liang decided to release it and dissolve the contract. Fortunately, the system was quite generous, giving him enough experience points from the release to boost his power, bringing him incredibly close to becoming a 2-star beast tamer. But even with that boost, Su Liang could barely crack a smile. Looking back, the original owner of this body had plenty of golden opportunities to easily contract supreme-tier beasts within the Double Moon sect, but because he arrogantly believed he already possessed the legendary moon goddess Shimmer Butterfly, he completely ignored all other options. And now, Su Liang was the one suffering the consequences of that stupidity, leaving him sighing in endless frustration. It was only when he crawled into bed for the night that Su Liang realized a major problem. Sure, a high-tier beast like the transparent moon shadow could not completely solve his war against the rival Black Moon sect, but no matter how he looked at it, it was still far stronger than his weak Shimmer Butterfly, which possessed absolutely zero combat ability. It could have at least protected him in a sudden emergency, yet he had released it without a single second thought. Was the original owner's arrogant personality actually starting to rub off on him? No, there was still a difference. At least he did not actually believe the moon goddess Shimmer Butterfly was real. Su Liang sighed, collapsing onto his bed while still feeling incredibly bitter about releasing that rare transparent moon shadow. He swore to himself that the very next time he summoned a high-tier beast, he would bind it instantly. Tomorrow, he planned to return to the Moon Pavilion to collect the remaining low-tier beasts, keeping a close eye on that majestic cloud-treading moon deer. Su Liang planned to bribe it with delicious food and trick it into joining him. But the next morning, when the cloud-treading moon deer woke up, it found its stable completely destroyed. "Oh, hey there, buddy. You finally awake?" Cloud Treader suddenly startled, only to realize his caretaker was just gently brushing his fur. She cooed, "Baby, once you get to Moon God Palace, they'll have much better treats than here. Soon, the messengers from Moon God Palace will arrive. You can't be picky anymore, so make sure to listen to your new caretaker, okay?" Cloud Treader shivered with sudden dread. What did she mean? Was he really being sold off to the Moon God Palace? His worst fears were about to be confirmed. Right outside at that moment, 2 elite Beastmasters sent from the Moon God Palace had already arrived at the Moon Pavilion's entrance to take Cloud Treader away. Their sudden arrival immediately drew a massive crowd of curious students from the Beast Taming Academy. One of them sneered. "Humph, they said the Moon King came here to train, so I expected something grand. Turns out it's just a bunch of weak kids. What a joke." The other Moon God Palace messenger quickly warned, "Little sister, don't cause trouble. We are only here for the white flower deer this time. Avoid any unnecessary drama, especially anything regarding the Moon King and the Twin Moon sect." The senior messenger sternly reminded her. "Fine, I get it. I don't want trouble either. We just grab the white flower deer and go, right?" Before long, a young woman wearing glasses stepped out of the Moon Pavilion. She introduced herself as Qing Xia, the headmaster of this very establishment. Qing Xia calmly sized up the 2 women, not at all surprised by their arrogant and completely condescending attitude toward everyone around them. Too bad for them. The Moon God Palace had long lost its golden era of absolute dominance. No amount of pride could change that reality. Qing Xia offered a polite smile and said, "Dear messengers, now that you're here, let's not delay. Please come inside with me to see the white flower deer." But one of the messengers replied coldly, "No need. Didn't we already see it on the network? We'll pay 10 times your price, so just hand it over directly and stop wasting our time." Hearing this, Sha couldn't hide her utter shock. The white flower deer was currently on the brink of extinction due to its notoriously picky mating habits. Because of this, despite being a mid-tier beast, its price tag rivaled that of high-tier ones. Not to mention, this specific white flower deer was the most stunning beauty in the entire academy. The fact that the Moon God Palace traveled all this way and offered such a massive price proved they were desperate to have it. Thinking this, Sha decided to seize the opportunity and push the price even higher. She spoke up, "You messengers might not know this, but this white flower deer is a direct descendant of the beast owned by our academy's very first founder. Because of that, we've always raised it with the absolute best resources fit for a supreme class beast. So, 10 times the price really isn't enough to cover all the precious resources we've invested over the years." Hearing this, the younger messenger burst into a mocking laugh. "A descendant of an emperor-class beast? Are you seriously kidding me? At the end of the day, isn't it just a mid-tier beast, supreme-class treatment? In a rundown place like this, I bet you guys have never even seen a real supreme beast. Shut up." The older sister sharply cut her off, then immediately raised the offer to 20 times the original price to buy the deer. "Big sister, what are you saying? 20 times is way too much. It completely exceeds our budget." Ignoring her sister's protests, she was absolutely determined to pay 20 times the price just to take the white flower deer immediately. This was because her rare, high-tier beast, Lunar Voice, possessed a unique ability to foresee extreme danger and guide her away from disaster. Ever since they arrived here, her beast had been in a state of utter panic. It was a clear warning of impending doom. Desperate to escape as fast as possible, she was more than willing to pay any price to get out. But it was already too late. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a crushing pressure descended upon her, heavy enough to grind anyone to dust. Someone was coming, and the only person capable of exerting such terrifying, paralyzing power was none other than the Moon King himself. Turning around, the two messengers saw Liang, and their entire bodies began to tremble uncontrollably with fear. They had no idea why a figure like him would even visit a low-tier beast sanctuary like the Moon Pavilion. The younger sister was in an even worse state, her mind completely shattered under the Moon King's oppressive aura. She couldn't even hear her sister calling out, "Little sister, can you hear me? Bow your head immediately. Don't look at him. Snap out of it right now." Despite her frantic signaling, the red-haired messenger's senses were entirely blocked, leaving her unable to see or hear a single thing. Only when the girl stumbled blindly backward did the older sister quickly catch her, and both immediately dropped to their knees. By then, Liang had walked up, looking down upon them with his chilling, utterly superior gaze. His cold, dominant presence made everything in the world seem like mere dust to him, giving off the overwhelming feeling that a literal god was standing right there. The terrified sisters didn't even dare to raise their heads as the suffocating tension in the air grew thicker by the second. In reality, Liang was only staring at them because he was genuinely curious about what the Moon God Palace messengers were doing there. But given his high and mighty status as the Moon King, it wouldn't look right if he just bluntly asked. Meanwhile, his silent, intense stare only plunged the two messengers deeper into sheer panic. They actually believed he was in a terrible mood and was about to execute them on the spot. Luckily, Sha stepped in just in time to save them. "My Lord Moon King," she squealed, rushing forward excitedly. "I run the Moon Pavilion. Getting to see your face in person today is truly a life-changing honor." He then proudly bragged about joining the Moon Sect 3 months ago. She eagerly introduced the two messengers from the Moon Goddess Palace, who came to buy a mid-grade spirit beast, the very same white flower deer Liang saw yesterday. That deer's appearance was so breathtakingly flawless that even the elite Moon Goddess Palace was willing to pay a premium. He just kept rambling on, bragging endlessly. Hearing that the Moon Pavilion was about to sell the cloud-treading moon deer, Liang was visibly displeased. Besides, that royal treatment it received was only due to its bloodline and looks. The real secret that it was actually an ultra-rare, supreme-grade spirit beast was something only Liang knew. Now that is something no amount of money could ever buy. That is why Liang was dead set against the Moon Pavilion selling it off. Turning his back to them, he casually dropped a cryptic, chilling warning out of nowhere. "Go back. This is no place for you. The moon is about to fall." Coming from anyone else, it would sound like complete nonsense. But these words came straight from the mouth of the invincible Moon King himself. Everyone present instantly went pale with shock, especially the two elite messengers from the Moon Goddess Palace. They realized that for the Moon Goddess Palace, his cryptic warning could mean an impending, unprecedented catastrophe. Will the moon really fall? Because the night is eternal. The younger sister blurted out. She completely lost control of her own voice, her rational mind completely shattered by sheer panic. She had unconsciously recited the holy creed of the Moon Goddess Palace, trying to counter the Moon King's chilling prophecy. Heavens! She actually dared to talk back to the Moon King? The crowd erupted into panicked murmurs. Only then did the terrified woman realize just how suicidal her disrespect actually was. Looking up, she met Su Liang's gaze, which was colder than the deepest winter ice. She fainted dead away from sheer terror, leaving only her older sister to handle the crisis with a clearer head. Buying that white flower, deer was no longer her priority. This terrifying situation had gone way past anything they could handle. She had to get back to the Moon Goddess Palace and report Su Liang's warning to Consort Shiju immediately. A catastrophic storm was definitely coming. With that in mind, she hoisted her sister up and fled immediately. Qing He felt extremely smug watching them flee. She had always hated how arrogant those Moon Goddess Palace snobs acted around everyone. Oh, please, what is all that nonsense about the night being eternal? Their fake moon was already long gone, because the one true moon now rested forever within the eyes of the Moon King, Su Liang. Having successfully chased the Moon Palace messengers away, Su Liang headed inside the Moon Pavilion. Only when he was absolutely sure no one was watching did he finally let out a massive sigh. That was way too close. Constantly forcing himself to act like a legendary, all-powerful Moon King was absolutely exhausting him to death. He honestly had no idea if his acting was even convincing. Still, after a terrifying speech like that, those Moon Palace snobs would probably think twice before trying to touch his white deer. Meanwhile, inside the private room of the cloud-treading Moon Deer, the pavilion's staff had already begun packing up its belongings. But the deer fought back fiercely, biting at their clothes and crying out in protest. The workers were totally baffled, since it was usually so gentle and obedient. "Ah, is my little baby just too sad to leave mommy?" Its caretaker suddenly reached that conclusion, throwing her arms around the deer to comfort it. "Don't you worry, sweetie," she cooed. "Even when you move to the Moon Goddess Palace, mommy will visit you all the time." The deer cringed internally. Who cared about that? It just hated the Moon Palace. But when the caretaker lifted its sleeping cushion, she was shocked to find a massive secret stash hidden right underneath it. We are talking half-eaten bags of melon seeds, cute dolls, and even a vanity mirror. There were even cheesy romance novels and a smartphone. The caretaker stood there in absolute shock. Do mystical beasts actually enjoy stuff like this? Out of everything, that smartphone was definitely the most valuable. Thinking some guest must have dropped it, she reached down to pick it up. Seeing this, the cloud-treading Moon Deer went into a total panic. It was absolutely terrified that its shameful web browser search history would be exposed to the world. To guard its secret, the deer completely abandoned its sweet image, lunging forward to headbutt its favorite caretaker. The phone went flying from her hand, sailing through the air and landing right in Su Liang's hand as he walked in. Oh, the horror. This nightmare scenario was a million times worse than letting its caretaker browse through that search history. Su Liang stared down at the screen. He looked closer to see an incredibly trashy romance novel about a king and a beast. He was completely lost for words. Meanwhile, dying of absolute embarrassment, the deer scrambled to hide behind its bed. It was praying for the ground to open up and swallow it whole right then and there. After a long, awkward silence, Su Liang tossed the phone aside, trying his absolute best to salvage his cool, aloof demeanor. Then he declared that today's deal with the Moon Temple was officially cancelled and told everyone to stop packing, as the Dual Moon sect would soon arrive to negotiate buying out the Moon Pavilion. With that, Su Liang walked away without wasting a single second, leaving the stunned staff frozen in his wake. Honestly, he had only come here today to discuss acquiring the Moon Pavilion anyway. Running into the people from the Moon Temple was just a total accident. After all, if he had this place to use as a cover, he could easily and legitimately interact with far more low-level beasts. However, Su Liang never expected that as soon as he arrived, he would witness a supreme beast's ultimate moment of humiliation. He was genuinely afraid she would go crazy from embarrassment and literally impale him, which is why he made such a quick retreat. He left the room in absolute silence, and after a few seconds of digesting this bombshell, the staff exploded in pure excitement. Did the Moon King seriously just cancel the entire deal? Did he run into the Moon Temple's envoy outside? What on earth just happened? I really need to know. I heard he terminated it unilaterally. That is so badass, classic Moon King. But wait, does this mean he is officially declaring war on the Moon Temple now? We will definitely be protected by the Dual Moon sect, right? Honestly, I am way more curious about that phone. What could possibly make the majestic Moon King pull a face like that? What was even on it? Hearing their gossip, Danyun Huanyu felt her pride flare up again. Before anyone could lay another hand on the phone, she lunged forward, grabbed it with her teeth, and bolted out. The staff could not even hope to catch her, leaving them staring in confusion. Was this little beast going through a rebellious phase? Danyun Huanyu dashed out of the Moon Pavilion at full speed, chasing right after Su Liang. First, he had exposed her secret identity, and now, he had caught her with an incredibly embarrassing search history. She felt that if she let him just walk away from the Moon Pavilion like this, she would have to move to another planet to escape the shame. Hold it, Moon King, you saw everything. Running incredibly fast, the deer quickly blocked Su Liang, speaking in a frantic human voice. Her voice actually sounded beautiful, and it was undeniably a girl's voice. Su Liang instantly understood why she was reading those trashy romance novels. She warned him that if he dared reveal her secret, she would never forgive him. Dan Yun Huanyu threatened him again. Su Liang remained completely silent for a few seconds, keeping his face totally expressionless. Just when the deer thought she had successfully scared him, the legendary Moon King, usually as cold as ice, suddenly let out a mocking smirk. My condolences. Sometimes, dying of embarrassment is just a way to say goodbye to your past self. Am I right, woman? You have officially and successfully caught my attention now. Su Liang kept repeating the cheesy lines from that trashy novel, making Dan Yun Huanyu die of embarrassment. Shut up, just shut up. Do not think I am afraid of you just because you are the Moon King, she screamed. If I ever hear that you told anyone about my true identity or those embarrassing lines, I will storm right out of the Moon Pavilion, run straight to your house, and literally end my life right at your doorstep, splattering my blood all over you. To be fair, her ridiculous threats had zero actual bite, but they did remind Su Liang of one key thing, namely, that if you call out a beast's name within a certain radius, they can immediately feel it deep inside their soul. This was a legendary, unique sixth sense that only supreme-tier beasts ever possessed. So, Su Liang decided to use this opportunity to strike a little bargain with her. So, if I call your name, you will definitely show up. Right, of course. The deer snapped back. Only after speaking did she realize something was off. Just a second ago, she was the one threatening him. So how did she end up on the defensive? Then it is a deal. In the future, if I call and you do not show up, I will share your little secret with everyone. Su Liang added smoothly, then casually walked away. Dan Yun Huanyue stood frozen, but as he was about to disappear from sight, she panicked and screamed for him to be careful during full moons. To keep up his cool guy persona, Su Liang did not even turn around, letting out a simple grunt before heading straight back to his dorm. Even after he completely vanished, Dan Yun Huanyue stood there in confusion, obsessively replaying his words in her head. Maybe she really had read way too many trashy novels, but she honestly felt his threats sounded exactly like a dominant CEO confessing his love, making her inner fangirl scream with absolute blissful joy. As for Su Liang, once he made sure he was completely safe, he immediately hid in a quiet spot to catch his breath from the extreme tension. Actually, he had only wanted to tease Dan Yun Huanyue a little bit, since the deer's embarrassed reaction was just so incredibly entertaining. Who would have thought his cool act would go so far, and his bluff would actually work perfectly? Looks like that deer actually cared about saving face. But as for its final warning to watch out for the upcoming full moon, Su Liang was left completely in the dark. Even so, a creeping sense of dread washed over him. Could something terrible really be waiting for him during the full moon in 3 days? If those fears were real, Su Liang was stepping straight into a massive, deadly trap. Thanks to the double moon sects shifting their troops, he was currently left completely wide open without a single guard in sight. To survive, he needed to beef up his beast squad immediately. Pulling out the legendary Book of the Moon, Su Liang prayed to pull a high-tier summon that could actually fight. Meanwhile, over at the Moon God Palace, the mysterious 10-pillar consorts were gathering for an emergency meeting. As the elite beast tamers ruling the palace, their true faces remained a secret, though rumors claimed every single one of them was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Those twin messenger sisters had just rushed back, delivering Su Liang's terrifying cryptic warning that the moon itself was about to fall from the sky. Oh, while we do not grasp the meaning of those words yet, the Moon King did remind me of a critical matter. The seasons are shifting, which means the full moon cycle is off. Make sure you adjust the measurement clocks accordingly. The fourth consort spoke up calmly. She was clearly trying to take the edge off the room, but her casual words fell completely flat as the heavy sighs of dread continued. To them, a legendary figure like the Moon King Su Liang would never waste his time with weak, low-tier trash beasts. So, why on earth was he hanging around a low-grade place like the Moon Pavilion? It made absolutely zero sense. This led to wild theories. There had to be something incredible inside that tavern to catch his eye, and the most likely suspect was an Emperor-tier beast. That single theory choked the air right out of the room. After an agonizing silence, a few voices finally managed to break through the dread. An Emperor-tier beast? But wait, if the Moon King actually has the power to tame a godlike creature of that level, then that can only mean one thing. The ancient deity, slumbering inside his body, is finally waking up. And if that god truly awakens, our entire Moon God Palace will be wiped out without a fight. While the consorts debated, the fourth consort was secretly holding an online council on behalf of the palace with the anxious cultists of the Black Moon sect. Terrified of the looming disaster, those dark cultists were desperately pleading with the Moon God Palace to send reinforcements and protect their sanctuary. If the Moon King has indeed tamed an Emperor-tier beast, do you honestly think you stand a single chance of survival? The fourth consort questioned the silent Black Moon followers. The moment the cultists heard that Su Liang might actually command an Emperor-tier nightmare, the other end of the line went completely silent, paralyzed with absolute bone-chilling terror. The fourth consort called out to them repeatedly, but received only dead silence. Just as she was about to hang up, a chilling male voice finally answered. He assured the fourth consort that the Moon King is not the only one blessed by the sacred moonlight. The double moon sect certainly did not waste time. Within a flash, the entire moon pavilion was officially handed over to the Moon King. Capitalizing on his new authority, Su Liang immediately sent his followers to hunt down moonlight-type beasts everywhere, ordering them to be brought straight to the academy. He was just trying to grind some personal quests, but his sudden movements threw the entire northern territory of the kingdom into a state of sheer panic. Every major faction went on high alert, consumed by paranoia. Nobody could eat or sleep in peace anymore. Insane rumors spread like wildfire, claiming that the Moon King actually devoured live creatures raw to feast on their dark spiritual energy. They whispered that his bizarre movements were clear warning signs that the inner god was finally awakening. The wild theories were endless, turning the entire northern province into a boiling pot of chaos and tension. Meanwhile, the guy at the very center of this storm was completely oblivious, chilling out in total peace. Day after day, Su Liang unlocked countless new beasts, farming free rolls like a madman. He remembered how incredibly lucky his first pull was, snagging an elite beast right out of the gate. But this time, 5 consecutive multi-draws only netted him one high-tier beast, the Lake Moon. Talk about bad luck. Even with the backing of the double moon sect, pulling off this grind in just 2 or 3 days was incredibly brutal. Just securing those 5 rolls was an absolute miracle. Since he couldn't actually bind low or mid-tier beasts, he was forced to recycle them all, converting them into pure experience points. As for his only high-tier pull, the Lake Moon, it looked to be nothing more than a basic utility support beast. He highly doubted it would be of any real help in battle. To make matters worse, the original owner of his body had absolutely zero memories of a beast called Lake Moon. This made Su Liang wonder if this was just some incredibly obscure, useless toy beast. He immediately hopped online to do a quick search, but the internet came back completely blank. This was completely bizarre. How could a beast exist that was not even registered in the global encyclopedia? But in the midst of his confusion, Su Liang suddenly remembered something. Since Hu Zhongyu was already unlocked, Su Liang realized he could just look it up directly in the Book of the Moon. Why even search online? He wasted no time and checked immediately. Sure enough, Su Liang immediately found the beast's hidden profile. Turns out, Hu Zhongyue was an ancient mutated creature that roamed the Earth 13,000 years ago. The Book of the Moon had automatically detected and registered it. It eventually went extinct because it could not reproduce, leaving its ancient ancestral lineage a total mystery to this day. Its combat skill was called sinking, while its unique innate talent allowed it to absorb every single vibration and shockwave nearby. If its absorption limit is pushed too far, it literally explodes and dies. Luckily, the Book of the Moon added a crucial note. Once contracted, this beast automatically revives shortly after passing away. This incredible resurrection ability was actually one of the main reasons why once weak humanity could now survive and coexist alongside monsters. Su Liang was completely blown away. 13,000 years ago was way older than the entire history of the Moon God Palace. No wonder there was absolutely zero information about Hu Zhongyue online. It turned out this beast simply did not belong to this era at all. But wait a second, not belonging to this era? He originally avoided contracting high-level beasts because he was terrified of drawing attention and being recognized. After all, showing off a well-known high-level beast would easily expose his true identity as the world's strongest beast tamer. But what if it was a high-level beast that absolutely nobody knew about? Hu Zhongyu was the absolute perfect candidate, since absolutely no one else in this world could possibly know its true identity besides Su Liang. Plus, its unique defensive abilities were perfect for handling sudden dangers, and its physical form was incredibly stealthy. Even though it lacked direct offensive power, it suited Su Liang's current situation perfectly. With all those green flags, Su Liang confidently made his final decision to contract the legendary Hu Zhongyue. Up until now, Su Liang's mental beast space had only housed his soundly sleeping glimmer butterfly. But the moment he finalized the contract with Hu Zhongyue, a massive torrent of water suddenly flooded the space. Before long, it transformed into a vast lake reflecting a glittering crescent moon, causing the sleeping glimmer butterfly to shiver. At that moment, Su Liang could clearly feel this high-level beast's presence. However, its ancient and mysterious aura felt completely different from any other high-level beast he had ever encountered. He had finally secured his second beast companion, and Su Liang genuinely hoped it would lend him a hand, especially since the full moon night warned of by the Cloud Treader was fast approaching. In fact, tomorrow night was the designated time. The members of the Black Moon sect were already making their move. Based on their tense negotiations with the Moon God Palace, they assumed Su Liang had acquired a powerful emperor-level beast and would strike during tonight's full moon. One of the strongest elites in the Black Moon sect, who had successfully embedded himself as a spy within the Beast Academy, was ordered to guard this specific area closest to the Moon King. He was incredibly tense. He knew that if Su Liang sensed even a single shred of hostility, he would stand absolutely zero chance of survival. Meanwhile, Su Liang was still relaxing back in his dorm room. Strangely enough, his glimmer butterfly was acting incredibly restless, flying back and forth in a state of pure panic. It had never behaved like this during any previous full moons. On the other hand, Hu Zhongyue was fast asleep, showing no signs of trouble. This led Su Liang to suspect that an incredibly powerful beast had somehow entered the academy grounds, utterly petrifying weak, low-level creatures like his usually calm glimmer butterfly. Su Liang comforted his glimmer butterfly, telling it to calm down before offering to take it outside for a quick look. Relieved, the little creature landed gently on his shoulder. Although full moon nights meant a strict curfew at the academy, Su Liang easily bypassed those rules thanks to his highly unique status. He knew that if something strange was going down, he was likely the main target. If a real threat was coming, an open area would give him a much better fighting chance than being trapped inside. Besides, Su Liang had no intention of letting innocent students get caught in the crossfire. But as he stepped out, he realized the entire boys' dorm was in chaos. It was not just his glimmer butterfly. Countless other low-level beasts had completely lost their minds. Students were desperately running around, scrambling to capture their panicked pets, which only made Su Liang feel even more uneasy. Was the Cloud Treader's ominous warning actually coming true? Was some mysterious beast really about to ambush Su Liang tonight? Honestly, Su Liang felt a mix of nerves and pure excitement. What kind of beast would someone bold enough to target him even possess? Right on cue, a massive explosion shook the air, seemingly coming from the neighboring building. Su Liang quickly rushed over to the window to see what was going on. He saw that the building's roof had been completely blasted away, but surprisingly, this attack did not seem aimed at him at all. In reality, the poor soul who just got blasted was none other than that undercover Black Moon sect spy, and the wild commotion was caused by a very bizarre creature attacking him. It was bizarre because it looked exactly like a low-level moonlight rabbit, except its size and raw, overwhelming aura were absolutely massive, nothing like a weak, ordinary rabbit. In truth, this was none other than the moonlight rabbit, born with a defect that only allowed it to unleash its power during the absolute fullest moon. Yet, except for Su Liang and his Book of the Moon, absolutely nobody else knew this secret. That spy was no exception, completely unable to comprehend the bizarre creature before him. Meanwhile, the moonlight rabbit lashed out relentlessly, using its long, whip-like ears to attack. Wherever those ears struck, even the most solid stone structures were instantly smashed to dust. Inside the dorms, the low-level beasts grew increasingly terrified and restless, driven mad by the chaos outside and the deafening roars of the moonlight rabbit. Over at the Moon Pavilion, the exact same panic was unfolding. Low-level beasts outside ran around in utter chaos, but strangely, they were all fleeing toward the chamber of the cloud-treading moon chaser. The white deer was fast asleep, so being violently woken up by the racket made him incredibly irritated. What in the world was causing this midnight noise? So annoying, just go back to sleep. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the cloud-treading moon chaser naturally put the moonlight rabbit to absolute shame. Hearing his command, the terrified little beasts instantly fell in line. Every single one of them quietly scurried back to their nests to sleep. Since he was awake now and could not fall back asleep, the cloud-treading moon chaser began overthinking Su Liang's words from earlier, suddenly feeling flustered. Su Liang was a moon king who could rival the great Kangyu emperor himself, so why would he ever need help from a beast? The deer pondered deeply, finally convincing himself that Su Liang was simply still too young. Maybe the boy had not reached his peak power yet, meaning he still needed to borrow the deer's strength to survive these dangerous encounters. That silly deer actually deluded himself like this just to feel useful to his master. Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, the moonlight rabbit was still thrashing around in a wild, blind frenzy. Even the spy, a renowned elite of the Black Moon sect, was absolutely stunned that the beast's power far exceeded his wildest expectations. But watching the rabbit systematically demolish the academy's campus, he figured it could not possibly belong to the Twin Moon sect. It was clearly just a mindless monster driven mad by the moonlight. His only real worry was that this massive commotion would alert the powerful Moon King, because if that happened, neither he nor the rabbit would ever escape this place alive. Hey, do you not realize that this is the Moon King's territory? If we wake him, we are both dead meat, the spy bellowed, desperately hoping to negotiate a quick truce with the beast. But the moonlight rabbit was completely blinded by rage, meaning those desperate warnings went entirely ignored. It didn't even let him finish his sentence before launching its next devastating strike. Facing the lethal, furious onslaught, the spy hastily commanded his beast, the spirit moon swimmer, to shield him with its massive body. Consequently, the two massive fish were beaten black and blue, but they did successfully neutralize the Moonlight Rabbit's heavy strike. Well done, he patted his loyal beast, and its horrific injuries slowly began to mend. After that brief clash, he felt he finally understood his opponent. Sure, its power was immense, but its movements were agonizingly sluggish. This thing lacked the intelligence of a high-tier beast, meaning it could not possibly be a supreme-level companion. Otherwise, his spirit moon swimmer would have been utterly obliterated. This was getting interesting. Since we did not wake the Moon King, why should I fear a mindless beast like you? Smirking, the Black Moon Sect spy leaped down from his beast's back, lifting the safety restrictions to let them absorb the full power of the moonlight. Instantly bathed in the intense lunar energy, the twin fish fused together right before his eyes, transforming into a massive, bloodthirsty shark. At the exact same moment, the spy felt an excruciating pain shoot straight through his chest. "Spirit Moon Swimmer, stop absorbing now," he screamed, realizing he was already pushed to his absolute physical limit. Aside from the legendary Kangyu Emperor and the Moon God Temple, no master beast tamer alive could let their beasts absorb endless lunar energy. Otherwise, the backlash would literally cause the tamer's body to swell and explode. As for the Moon King, Liang, the spy could only assume the boy had surpassed common human limits entirely. Unleashing his beast's raw power, he ordered the Spirit Moon Swimmer to charge and destroy the giant Moonlight Rabbit. When the two monstrous beasts collided, a massive shockwave rattled the entire academy, triggering an immediate emergency evacuation of the campus. At first, the panicked academy staff feared a full-scale enemy invasion, but they quickly dismissed that ridiculous thought as impossible. After all, with the Moon King himself stationed here, who would be crazy enough to start a war? Surely, some wild beast had just absorbed too much moonlight and lost control. Yes, that had to be the reason. Still, moon-crazed beasts were incredibly dangerous. A similar incident in the past had even left several teachers severely injured. Right as they were discussing this, a sudden blur rushed past them like a gust of wind. At first, they figured it was just some panicked student running around, but looking closer, they froze in shock. It was Liang. "The moon is about to rise," Liang muttered, dropping yet another completely cryptic, random warning. Honestly, he had no idea what he even meant, but hey, it sounded incredibly cool. With that, Liang turned and walked away. Sure, he now had Hu Zhongyue on his side, but a strange sense of insecurity kept lingering deep down, especially with a full moon hanging tonight. If he used one of the original host's cheesy lines to describe it, it would be, "Moonlight is watching me." Meanwhile, the traitor's beast, Ling Yu, launched a brutal, underhanded strike. It was so vicious, he thought he would just be picking up the Moonlight Rabbit's corpse next. But as the massive shockwave cleared, his jaw dropped. That rabbit was still standing there, completely unfazed and tall. Talk about a devastating blow to his ego. After all, Ling Yu was the very beast that earned him his high rank in the Dark Moon cult. Yet now, it could not even handle a single, mindless wild beast. It made absolutely no sense. Nearby, Su Jing and Bai Yuer were hiding behind a building, watching this entire insane clash unfold. Sure, they knew it was dangerous, but they had to see what was happening. Plus, their dorm ceiling had just been blasted away, but as they watched, Bai Yuer could not shake the feeling that the beast looked familiar. Su Jing guessed it was some high-ranked plush rabbit, but its massive size was definitely not normal. Before they could even say another word, the battle took a massive, one-sided turn. The Moonlight Rabbit wrapped its long ears around Ling Yu, slamming the poor beast onto the hard ground. Against this terrifying rabbit, that shark looked more like a harmless little koi fish. Its healing speed could no longer keep up with the brutal, rapid damage it was taking. The Dark Moon cult traitor was officially backed into a tight corner. Desperate, he ordered his beast to unleash its ultimate finishing move, swallowing the moon. It was a terrifying skill. Once hit, the target would be torn apart by a crushing, invisible force unleashed by Ling Yu until they stopped breathing. But before this overwhelming attack could even fully activate, the Moonlight Rabbit let out a massive roar, straight up swallowing that crushing, invisible energy hole. Seeing this insane display, the traitor froze completely. He could not believe his supposedly wild beast possessed such terrifying combat skills and intelligence. Meanwhile, Bai Yuer watched with her mouth wide open, completely awestruck by the rabbit's overwhelming power. Suddenly, Su Jing grabbed her from behind, quickly summoning her own beast, the Moon Silver Fox, to the field. The massive fox immediately wrapped its huge tails around them, creating a solid protective shield. A second later, the Moonlight Rabbit unleashed all that swallowed power right back at them with full force. This counterattack had the destructive power of a bomb, and Ling Yu is instantly turned into charred, grilled fish. This battle was over, and the traitor had utterly failed. The massive shockwave completely leveled an entire section of the beast-taming academy. Su Jing and Bai Yuer barely survived, mostly because Bai Yuer managed to summon her own beast just in time. Otherwise, the fox's shield alone would not have been enough to save them. But now, Bai Yuer's white tiger had caught the Moonlight Rabbit's attention. Now, there was absolutely nowhere left for them to hide. Staring up at the giant, menacing rabbit, the two girls hugged each other tightly, convinced they were absolutely done for. But the Moonlight Rabbit just stepped closer and stood perfectly still. No attacks. In fact, Su Jing noticed its eyes didn't hold a single drop of malice as it stared at Bai Yuer. After an agonizing silence, the giant rabbit finally looked away. It reached down and snatched the traitor right out of the rubble. Surprisingly, the guy was still breathing after that massive blast. Talk about hard to kill. Did you really think you would get away? The Moon King is coming, and he will rip you to shreds. Clearly desperate, the traitor screamed out those empty threats. But instead of scaring anyone, he only ended up making the Moonlight Rabbit furious. It slammed him back onto the dirt and slowly raised one massive foot. It was clearly going to crush the defenseless traitor. Seeing this, Bai Yuer instinctively wanted to rush forward and stop it. Su Jing quickly pulled her back, warning her that her beast, Xiao Bai, stood absolutely no chance against that giant. It is a high-level beast, and if it dies in battle, its loyalty will drop significantly when resurrected. But we cannot just stand here and watch him get crushed. We can't just ignore someone dying, Bai Yuer argued. Su Jing knew her stubborn friend way too well to convince her otherwise. All she could do was let her have her way. But just as she prepared to summon her beast, a hand reached out to block her path. The Moon King, Su Liang, had arrived. Standing beneath the full moon, his overwhelming presence instantly dominated the entire area. Step back. This is not your fight. The moonlight is about to gather, he commanded. A spinning halo of brilliant light suddenly manifests above the Moonlight Rabbit's head. As Su Liang steps forward, dazzling rays of light erupt around him, while multiple glowing halos spin above his head. Behind him, Su Jing and Yuer look on in sheer disbelief, utterly stunned by his raw power. It is so blinding. Is this level of strength even human? Right then, the Moonlight Rabbit slowly turns its head, locking its gaze onto the small figure of Su Liang approaching. With his robes fluttering, Su Liang quietly contemplates. Based on its size and shape, and given that no supreme-grade beast has ever been born yet, Su Liang presses his lips together, hesitating for a split second, before opening his eyes with fierce determination. He silently confirms his theory. Yes, there is only one logical explanation left. 10 minutes ago, Su Liang was observing Su Jing and Yuer from behind a rock with growing dread. His thoughts were racing, yet he stepped forward with a strange, unexplainable surge of confidence. He stared blankly, filled with dread, realizing this thing was completely impossible to fight. The sight before him only fueled his despair. Even the high-tier beasts of 4-star instructors had been instantly slaughtered. Summoning the Book of the Moon, Su Liang still felt a deep sense of dread. His own moon in the lake and Glimmer Butterfly could not even scratch this beast. To use the Book of the Moon to scan its grade, he had to make physical contact, but right now, that was impossible. The book's glow reflected on his face, yet he still could not stop hesitating. What should he do? Was he really going to give up like this? Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes snapped wide open as a bizarre detail cut his train of thought. Wait a minute. Up ahead, the Moonlight Rabbit just stood there, silently staring at Su Jing and Yuer. It made him pause and ask a critical question. Why in the world was that monster not attacking them? As Su Liang analyzed the bizarre situation, he realized madness and rationality were somehow coexisting within the beast. This kind of bizarre contradiction was completely impossible for high-grade beasts. Standing close to the Moonlight Rabbit now, he confidently arrived at his final conclusion. There was only one explanation. Down below, He Jing stared at Su Liang's back, his eyes widening in pure shock. The Moon King was standing right in front of him. Grinning wildly, He Jing could not contain his excitement. Was he actually about to witness the legendary beast of the Moon King with his own eyes? News of the Moon King's true beast would send shockwaves across the entire world, and he would be the sole witness. But his excited thoughts were instantly cut short when Xiao Bai suddenly hoisted him up into the air. As the beast secured He Jing onto its back, Yuer cheered. Great job, Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, Su Jing urgently yelled, We need to take this chance and retreat right now. As they began to flee, He Jing panicked and screamed, Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't take me away. He Jing screamed hysterically as Xiao Bai sped forward. Stop! Do not save me! In the middle of the chaos, only Su Liang and the Moonlight Rabbit remained. Looking up at the creature, he calmly offered his theory. A beast driven mad by the full moon cannot stay sane. You are not mad at all. Seeing that it was listening, he calmly continued, You are simply acting on pure, raw instinct. A smile played on Su Liang's lips. Only low-grade beasts rely solely on instinct. The truth was finally staring him in the face, with no more guessing needed. Without a second of hesitation, he reached his hand out, locking eyes with the Moonlight Rabbit. "You've been looking for me all this time, haven't you?" Behind him, Yue and Su Jing held their breath, watching his every single move with intense anxiety. Su Jing called out in complete confusion. "The Moon King. What is he doing?" Suddenly, Yuer's eyes widened as she called out in a panic. "Su Jing, look at that." The Moonlight Rabbit let out a ferocious, deafening roar, slamming its massive ears down with devastating force. Even with the deadly strike coming right at him, Su Liang stood perfectly still, his hand remaining extended forward. Su Jing's jaw dropped. She could not believe the Moon King was not even summoning a beast to defend himself. Yuer covered her face in absolute terror. He is going to be completely crushed to pieces. Those massive ears stopped just centimeters away from Su Liang. Instead of dodging, he closed his eyes, focusing entirely on sensing the energy. A tense second passed, and a drop of sweat fell from Su Liang's face, splashing softly into the lake. At that exact moment, the ear that was about to crush him suddenly curved upward, freezing mid-air. Right beneath Su Liang's feet, a mystical vortex of water began to swirl. The ancient moon in the lake emerged from the currents, gently shielding his entire body from behind. As the entity slowly opened its eyes, Su Liang remained tense. The incredible scene left the three onlookers completely frozen in absolute shock. He Jing stood completely frozen, totally speechless as the truth finally clicked. Seeing the moon in the lake shield Su Liang and block the attack made him absolutely certain of the youth's identity. Ancient, mysterious, and completely unidentified. This was exactly what the internal intelligence of the Black Moon cult warned about. He stared wide-eyed, muttering every single word in absolute shock. An emperor. An emperor has risen. At that very moment, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, staring ahead with deep unease. The sight before him made him cry out in absolute joy. His gamble paid off. He cheered silently in his heart. Hu Zhongyue had successfully blocked the attack, but his joy was short-lived, replaced by dread as he realized something terrifying. But that attack was so devastatingly powerful, even Hu Zhongyu wouldn't be able to survive a second hit. Moments later, Su Liang smirked with pride, staring at the evaluation screen displaying a Moonlight Rabbit with a low-tier crescent moon physique. He thought to himself in pure relief, there was no need to fight anymore. Now that the truth was out and that fearsome beast was revealed to be a Moonlight Rabbit, Su Liang was absolutely thrilled. It really was her. Guided by a sense of familiarity, she hadn't attacked them, and his prediction was spot on. He gently reached out to pet its soft fur, whispering, "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit kept its eyes fixed on him. Showing zero fear, Su Liang explained that a crescent moon physique could only absorb the moon's boundless energy during a full moon. That is why you crave the moonlight so desperately, forcing your body to evolve just to defeat high-tier beasts. Hearing his words, the beast froze for a moment, its massive ears slowly drooping down in submission. Right at that moment, a pair of slender legs suddenly landed on the ground. Three cloaked female reinforcements stepped forward. Taking in the chaotic scene around them, one of them asked in confusion, "What on earth happened? Are we too late?" He Jing, who was sprawled out on the ground, snarled bitterly, "You're not late. You're just completely useless here anyway." They asked in confusion, "What did you say?" He sneered, emphasizing every single word, "The Moon King has been provoked, we are all dead." Hearing his words, the three reinforcements froze in utter shock, crying out in unison, "The Moon King." As for Su Liang, seeing the newcomers made him nervous, so he quickly planned his escape now that reinforcements had arrived. Turning back to the Moonlight Rabbit, he muttered quietly under his breath, "So, did you really come here for me?" The moment he finished speaking, the rabbit slammed its paws onto the ground, bowing its head deeply in front of Su Liang. The sight left the three reinforcements speechless and stammering. Highly satisfied with the Moonlight Rabbit's submission, Su Liang smirked with a grin. He delivered his verdict. "Your unwavering devotion to the moonlight I have witnessed, your indomitable will. I shall grant you the moonlight you desire most." Then, lowering his voice, he whispered into its ear, "Let's meet where we first met." Right as he finished, the Moonlight Rabbit slowly stood back up and immediately spun around to face the opposite direction. It dashed away into the dark night, leaving the reinforcements whispering in confusion, "Why is it running away? Shouldn't we chase it?" "Chase what? The Moon King hasn't even made a move. Who are you to try?" Suddenly, He Jing lunged forward, unwilling to let it go as he yelled, "What? Are we just letting it slip away like this?" Rage consumed him. Damn it, he was almost killed, and he didn't even get a clear look at that Emperor beast. Turning to Su Liang, he shouted, "Lord Moon King, that monster dared to attack you. How can you just forgive it?" Staring at him with a freezing expression, Su Liang's voice dropped. "Did that even count as an attack? Heijing froze, utterly speechless upon realizing the truth. Those eyes, that crescent moon mark, it had transformed into a majestic, one-of-a-kind full moon. Inside Heijing's mind space, a sudden voice echoed in his ear. Heijing, what did you see? The question lingered, but there was only silence. The voice called out once more, Heijing, answer me if you hear this. But he remained completely still, frozen in place. Suddenly, the image of that moonlight rabbit flashed vividly inside his mind. Then came the memory of Ling Yu being obliterated instantly, charred black before vanishing, followed by the sight of Hu Zhongyu embracing Su Liang from behind. And finally, his cold, expressionless face burned into his memory. His eye, once shaped like a crescent moon, had transformed into a complete full moon. Piecing all these clues together, Heijing finally opened his mouth, whispering in dread, "An emperor." His entire body trembled violently, his face turning pale and completely drained of color. The very next second, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in pure panic as he cried out, "An emperor, yes. It's an emperor. I saw it with my own eyes." He kept screaming, completely out of control. The Moon King is too terrifying. Exhausted, he slumped down, panting heavily, as that mysterious voice echoed in his ears once again. "We'll stop here for today. Pushing further will only break your mind." A dark figure materialized before Heijing, continuing to speak. "Heijing, just last night, the sunken star crescent moon appeared in the northern territory." Sweat poured down his face as he waited in terror for the next words. A split second later, he was teleported away to another location with his next mission. "The vice leader of the Black Moon sect's third branch has reached the northern territory. This time, you will continue your role as our undercover spy." Heijing panics and reaches out, but the mysterious figure completely ignores him, casually handing down orders. "Watch the Moon King closely, and report any suspicious activity immediately." Suddenly, Heijing snaps awake in a hospital bed, his hands still reaching out into thin air. Looking around the academy's infirmary, Heijing begins to calm down, wondering if that terrifying encounter was just a nightmare. But his eyes quickly glaze over as a chilling realization hits him. Wait, that was definitely not a nightmare. Clutching his throbbing head, Heijing feels a lingering pain. He knows that was a high-level leader's beast, a dream messenger sent from above to give him his next orders. The legendary Chengxing Yanyu has appeared in the northern territory, and a vice sect leader is already on his way. Recalling Su Liang's mysterious back, Heijing grows anxious, wondering who could possibly stand against the terrifying power of the Moon King. Suddenly, shock fills his eyes as a crazy thought crosses his mind. No way. Could it actually be those guys? With that, Heijing whips his head around, staring out the window in absolute shock. Meanwhile, over at the dorms, our boy Su Liang is just waking up. Sensing something wiggling on his bed, he snaps his eyes open. The adorable face of the moonlight rabbit pops up, making him jump back in sheer terror. He scrambles backward while the little beast tilts its head in confusion. Su Liang freezes for a second, finally letting out a massive sigh of relief as reality hits. Oh right, he just remembered. Watching the moonlight rabbit cheer with its tiny hands raised, Su Liang realizes they officially signed a soul contract yesterday. Flashback to last night. On his way to meet the moonlight rabbit, Su Liang was feeling pretty anxious. He did tell it to meet where they first crossed paths. Did that little guy even understand him? But as he looks ahead, his jaw drops and his eyes wide in utter disbelief. There it was, the moonlight rabbit, happily chasing a butterfly. A wave of pure relief washes over him. It actually waited for him. He clears his throat as a sneaky thought enters his mind. After all, he's been putting on this massive act, pretending to be some legendary, world-class boss. If the rabbit realized the fearsome Moon King was actually a weakling and threw a tantrum, he'd be finished. To play it safe, doing this in secret was the only option. Putting back on his majestic front, he extends his hand forward and commands, "Now, Moonlight Rabbit, bind your soul to mine and sign this contract." The Moonlight Rabbit doesn't even flinch as the magical energy surrounds it, standing perfectly still as Su Liang tames it with ease. Once the taming is complete, he stares at the status screen and feels a sudden, painful stab of disappointment. Honestly, this status panel doesn't look like a legendary Moon King's at all. It displays Su Liang's 3 contracted beasts in plain sight. First, there's the Glimmer Butterfly, a low-tier beast, followed by the high-tier beast, Hu Zhongyue, and the newest addition, a low-tier Moonlight Rabbit with a crescent moon physique. Still, he forces a smile, trying to comfort himself. Sure, it looks like a low-tier bunny right now, but under a full moon, this thing can absolutely obliterate high-tier beasts. Stroking his chin, Su Liang begins to wonder about its true potential. Just how high can this little guy actually climb? But as he ponders its evolution, his face suddenly falls, and his train of thought is instantly shattered. Because right there on the floor, the Moonlight Rabbit is aggressively chewing on his shoe like a madman. To make it worse, it looks up with a ridiculously cute face, its sparkling eyes pleading for mercy. Su Liang just face palms and walks away in utter defeat. But then, he gets an idea. It might be best to head over to the Moon Pavilion and have Master Huan Yu check out this weird rabbit. Once he throws on some decent clothes, Su Liang opens the door and steps outside, only to immediately freeze in his tracks. Groups of excited girls are sprinting down the hallway in the exact same direction. Confused, he looks around to see what the hype is all about. Something feels completely different from yesterday. Before he can even process it, he overhears one of the girls squealing with excitement. A wild supreme tier moonlight beast has actually descended upon the northern territory, and it is apparently super close to our academy. Her friend chimed in, asking if she was seriously planning on trying to tame it. The first girl quickly shrugs, saying they might as well try, you never know, right? Eavesdropping on their gossip, Su Liang's jaw drops as he repeats the words, supreme tier. He whipped out his phone to search the news, desperately wondering which beast it could be. There is no way a legendary supreme beast would just randomly wander around like that. He quickly types the words Northern Territory Supreme Beast into the search bar. Su Liang hits search. The breaking news flashing across his phone's screen leaves him completely dumbfounded. A massive photo pops up showing the Supreme Beast, Chengxing Yanyu, which reportedly arrived in the Northern Territory early this morning. The entire surrounding area for hundreds of miles has already been locked down by Moonlight forces. Over 100,000 people have already gathered there. This creature, Chengxing Yanyu, is currently the only supreme wild weapon-type beast in the Moonlight attribute. Having never found a worthy beast tamer, it has slept for ages. Not even Emperor Kang Yu or the 10 Pillars of the Luna Palace could wake it. But just yesterday, the newly awakened sinking star crescent moon arrived in the Northern Territory. While Su Liang is completely absorbed in reading, 2 female assassins are already shadowing him from behind. He finishes absorbing the very last sentence. With this, every faction is plotting around that legendary existence, just as the female assassins prepare to leap through the window. Reading through the massive data dump, Su Liang freezes for a second, startled by the names Moon King and Su Liang. Staring intently at his phone in the hallway, he slowly slips it into his pocket. He realizes that almost every major power actually believes the sinking star crescent moon descended solely for him. Behind him, the 2 masked girls tracking his every move suddenly widen their eyes in absolute shock. After a brief moment of silence, Su Liang finally takes a step forward. Watching his silhouette head in the exact opposite direction of everyone else, the 2 spies are completely baffled. The legendary Moon King does not even care about the sinking star crescent moon. Right then, Su Liang smirks to himself. Sure, he really wants to tame the sinking star crescent moon, but doing it under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands. His face tenses up as his worries mount. Visualizing himself getting absolutely wrecked in front of a massive crowd, Su Liang winces at the thought. If he does not have the strength to control it, wouldn't he just end up dead on the spot? With that, he decides on a much safer path. It is best not to take risks, especially when there is a much prettier and cuter beast close by. Before long, Su Liang arrives at the Moon Pavilion. Inside, Huan Yue is lying on the bed, lost in deep thought. His hand gently pushes the room door open. Instantly, Huan Yue whips its head around to look at the entrance. Su Liang walks in with a warm smile and waves. Long time no see, he says, while his inner monologue keeps running. Why chase after things so far away? Startled by his sudden appearance, it quickly asks, Lord, why are you here? As Su Liang steps closer, Huan Yue asks in utter disbelief, the sinking star crescent moon has already descended. Aren't you going to check it out? He chuckles at the question, instantly teasing. So even an internet addict like you knows about it. Huan Yue huffs and turns away, replying grumpily that it sensed the arrival long before it ever hit the internet. Then, it slowly sneaks a glance at Su Liang. With a serious look, Huan Yue asks, if you do not go, someone else might tame it. Won't you regret that? Hearing this, Su Liang simply wags his finger. He smugly replies, they still do not get it, before dropping a cryptic remark that leaves Huan Yue even more confused. Only those with true vision can see that no real monster is actually cute. Suddenly remembering something, Su Liang reaches into his coat pocket. Oh right, he says, pulling out a sparkling treat with a crescent moon design. This is my thank you gift to you. Staring at the strange treat, Huan Yue asks curiously, what thank you gift? He turns away and lets out a fake cough, feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, it was thanks to its hint that he tamed the moonlight rabbit, but he decides to keep that to himself. Though raised as a simple mid-tier beast, Huan Yue is completely stunned by the sparkling treat, staring at it in disbelief as it asks, this cannot be specialty food made exclusively for supreme-tier beasts, right? Isn't this ridiculously expensive? Su Liang smiles warmly and says, it is nothing special. If you like it, I will bring you more tomorrow. He confidently thinks to himself that his beast space still holds thousands of them, all offered by the Twin Moon sect anyway. Huan Yue takes the treat, its eyes filled with hesitation before suddenly slipping it into a food box. Beside it, a surprised Su Liang asks, "What is wrong? Too precious to eat?" Snapping the container shut, Huan Yue replies defensively, "Of course not. Snacks are meant to be eaten while watching movies and reading novels." Its quirky attitude takes him completely by surprise. With his business done, Su Liang stands up and smiles. "I am heading out. If I stay too long, someone might discover your true identity." As Huan Yue pulls out its phone with a chuckle, a sudden idea pops into Su Liang's head. Wait, there is a much better way to stay in touch. A second later, Su Liang pulls out his phone and suggests, "Let us add each other." Huan Yue is slightly taken aback but quickly agrees, "Wait, sure." Moments later, a notification chime rings out from Su Liang's phone. The screen shows that the user Moon Deity Glimmering Butterfly has successfully added cloud-treading Huan Yue. But surprisingly, its profile picture is a stunning white-haired goddess with eyes that sparkle like purple diamonds. Staring at the face, Su Liang instantly recognizes cloud-treading Huan Yue, the legendary founder of the beast-taming academy from hundreds of years ago. He silently deduces one possibility. Could this legendary emperor-tier beast actually be her ancient ancestor? He casts a highly suspicious look toward Huan Yue as a bizarre question pops into his mind. Could cloud-treading Huan Yue actually transform into that gorgeous form after shapeshifting? Seeing Su Liang staring blankly at her, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Right then, Su Liang suddenly snapped out of his daze. Flustered, he turned and left, waving goodbye while stammering, "Nothing. I am going home first. See you tomorrow." Internally, he was blushing, wondering what crazy thoughts were running through his head. Seeing him wave, Huan Yu waved back, and after he departed, her face flushed a bright, embarrassed red as she secretly thought to herself. The legendary Chengxing Yan Yu had clearly appeared, yet he ignored it entirely just to come find her. Suddenly, Huan Yue clapped her hands, shocked by her own realization. "I get it. This is definitely the hard-to-get tactic." She then pictured Su Liang as a devious villain and began cursing him in her mind. "He is clearly trying to trick me into joining the Songyu sect." The next second, she stood up in a huff, pointing forward triumphantly, "You cunning Moon King, I have completely seen through your little scheme." Suddenly, she froze mid-motion, her pointing finger locked in place without moving. After overthinking the whole thing, Huan Yue collapsed onto her bed, shyly whispering to herself, "Wait, did he just say he would return tomorrow?" 3 days passed, yet the Moon King still ignored the Chengxing Yan Yu, and the Songyu sect remained completely silent. Because of this, the Northern Territory plunged into absolute chaos, with countless people lining up, hoping to form a contract with the Chengxing Yanyu. The noisy, endless crowd only irritated a nearby woman, who barked out, "Stop pushing and crowding already. You were only brought here to broaden your horizons. Do you seriously think you can actually tame the legendary Chengxing Yanyu?" That sharp-tongued woman was none other than Deputy Director Kang Ruyu of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Holding up a sheet of paper, she loudly warned that only registered participants would receive protection, while the rest would be entirely on their own. As they lined up to register, Ruyu stared at them with absolute disgust, complaining internally about why someone of her high status had to stay here just to protect these low-level students. Suddenly, her gaze stopped dead on a certain individual. Shock washed over her face as she saw He Jing, the secret mole, walking up with a bandaged arm. Bewildered, Ruyue asked, "Instructor He Jing, why aren't you resting your wounds? What are you doing here?" He just smiled faintly and calmly offered, "Let me take over. I had a healer revive my beast, so I am completely fine now." Hearing this, Ryu hesitated, pondered for a moment, and said, "Is that so?" She then stood up, happily handing her seat over to He Jing. "If you say so, I will leave this task to you." She smiled smugly, secretly mocking him in her heart as just another foolish daydreamer. The moment he sat down, a concerned female student rushed over to check on him, asking, "Instructor, He Jing, are you all right? Are you in pain?" He Jing forced a weak smile and stammered, "No, I am completely fine." As he waited for the registrations, he thought to himself with absolute gravity that esteemed lord has arrived. Staring at the powerful figure in front of him, He Jing secretly theorized that, although they had never met, this lord would surely find a way to signal him. Could this be that lord? As a mysterious cloaked girl stepped forward, He Jing quickly composed himself and spoke up. "Next, name, student ID, and star rank, write them down here." The girl gently grabbed the pen, and a strange symbol suddenly appeared on her hand. The mark was an open-mouthed serpent coiled around a perfect triangle. This was indeed the signature, unmistakable emblem of the Black Moon sect. He Jing locked his eyes directly onto that chilling symbol. The esteemed lord was none other than Shi Ziyuo, a beast tamer of the Black Moon sect. She cold-bloodedly glared back at him with snake-like eyes. Terrified by her intense, suffocating, killing intent. He Jing nervously cleared his throat and stammered for the next person. As soon as she turned and left, sweat poured down his face in buckets as he fearfully confirmed her true identity. Meanwhile, staring at the shimmering barrier of Yanyu in the distance, a bystander couldn't help but marvel in absolute awe, asking if this was truly the beast once feared as the destroyer of stars. At that moment, Shuiqi from the Nine Hells Central Region, representing Tang Huangquan's formidable faction, gasped in amazement at the breathtaking, terrifying aura. She stared intently at the glowing barrier before her, adding with deep admiration, "Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its legendary reputation." Suddenly, a blonde-haired man approached from behind, catching her completely off guard. "Are you fully aware of the facts?" This man was Elder Jin Yu of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy's Northern Region branch. He somberly explained the gravity of the situation, warning that any non-Moonlight beast entering the barrier would trigger a massive repulsion. Beast tamers who foolishly rush in are basically committing suicide. Just then, representatives from the Northern Region's Ling Yu sect walked over, sneering. "A mere non-Moonlight trash actually thinks they can tame the Chengxing Yanyu?" Yuan Yue of the Northern Region chimed in with a mocking laugh. What an absolute daydreamer. Hearing their condescending insults, Shuiqi shot them a look of pure disgust. She spun around with a smug smirk, dripping with sarcasm as she prepared to fire right back. "Fine, I understand. I will order all my sect disciples to retreat. But as for me, I am staying right here." With that, she looks back over her shoulder with utter disdain, sneering at whatever fools would dare throw away their lives like this. Her venomous words delivered, Shui Shi slowly walks away. Ling Yue grinds her teeth in absolute fury, boiling with rage at those parting insults. That woman is truly insufferable, too cowardly to risk her own skin, yet eager to watch everyone else fail. Standing nearby, Wei Yue chimes in, muttering that they only tolerate her arrogance because nobody wants to offend the massive influence of the Huangquan faction. Sensing the growing hostility from his two disciples, Jin Yue quickly pats their shoulders, gently shaking his head to urge restraint. "Let it go. Time is running out and we must choose who enters," the elder instructs, his tone turning dead serious. "First, to avoid triggering any immediate rejection, all summoned beasts must belong to Moonlight-type beast tamers. Second, the presence of any supreme-tier beast will instantly trigger a violent, defensive backlash from the sinking star crescent." Hearing these critical conditions, both Wei Yue and Ling Yue exchange deeply concerned, worried glances. "What?" they gasp in unison. Noting their obvious bewilderment, Jin Yue confirms, "Exactly. Only beasts below the supreme tier are permitted to cross the threshold." Rong Yue rubs his chin, instantly putting the pieces together. Could this be the real reason the Moon King didn't show up? Jin Yue nods in agreement, saying that makes sense, but before he can finish, a pair of slender legs approaches from behind. "We have arrived." All three of them turn their apprehensive gazes toward the owner of that confident voice. It is Ru Yue, leading the elite students of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy onto the scene. Deep down, a heavy anxiety grips her. She fears these young students will face devastating casualties inside. Her gaze then lands on Shui Shi, who stands with arms crossed. Shui Shi glares back, her expression dripping with cold hostility. Brushing off the unfriendly look, Ru Yue turns her focus back to address her students. "All right, students, we are about to enter the territory of the Sinking Star Crescent. Pay close attention as I explain the rules. Rule 1. While the Sinking Star Crescent sleeps, it is absolutely indestructible. Rule 2. Upon waking, it unleashes a devastating, chaotic slash that instantly disintegrates all matter in its surrounding environment." Meanwhile, back in his room, Su Liang is reading up on these exact details directly from his smartphone screen. Tense and focused, he reads the next line, noting that while the beast possesses consciousness and life, communication is completely impossible. Right then, a new message from Huan Yue flashes on his screen. Back then, even the Kang Yu Emperor and the Moon God Palace returned empty-handed. Absolutely no one could reach it. Cradling his little moonlight rabbit, he can't help but question the harsh report. Are all supreme-tier beasts really this incredibly arrogant, doing nothing but sleeping or attacking people? Inside the Cloud and Dream Pack chat room at 10:30 a.m., Su Liang shoots over a quick question. Is there absolutely no window of time when it remains lucid? Huan Yue quickly replies, "Indeed, though it may not be by choice. It came to the Northern Region seeking an evolution opportunity." Then, she asks, "Are you truly not going?" After reading the text, he taps the power button, locking his phone before tossing the device to the side. Staring blankly up at his ceiling, he wonders why he should even care about them trying to capture the Sinking Star Crescent. Imagining how joyfully everyone would mock his failure, he mutters to himself in utter frustration. The legendary Moon King, tragically slain by a supreme beast. That humiliating headline would go down in history, trending everywhere. Number 1. The Moon King literally seeks out his own death. Number 2. The Moon God Flash Butterfly is a scam. Number 3. The Twin Moon sect becomes a joke. As he lies there spacing out, a sudden realization flashes through his mind, causing him to freeze. Huh? Liang bolts upright instantly, a crucial thought striking him and demanding his full attention. Wait a second. In the very next second, he grabs his phone, frantically unlocking it while anxiously waiting for his theory to load. Back at the UAN mountains, an excited crowd is already lining up to enter the crescent's massive barrier. Standing in the long queue, Shiji looks around, whispering in disbelief that the legendary Moon King actually didn't show up. Clutching her chest, a wave of anxiety hits her, knowing that if he were here, he would surely tame the sinking star crescent. Looking at the massive shimmering barrier ahead, Shiji makes a silent vow to immediately slaughter every beast tamer present the moment she secures the sinking star crescent. Her serpentine eyes remain locked onto the front, fully determined to ensure that absolutely no leaks or survivors remain behind. Suddenly, a loud notification alert chimes from Shiji's phone. She quickly pulls it out, her mind filled with confusion. Why is there a notification at a crucial time like this? But the moment she looks at the screen, her face drains of all color. What? The map on her screen leaves her utterly dumbfounded. The Moon King actually turned on his live location tracking. Worse still, the tracking shows him moving directly toward their position in the Yuyin Mountains, spiking her anxiety. Staring intensely at the screen, her mind races with panic. Why does he have to show up exactly at this moment? Suddenly, Ruoyu marched over, pointing at Shezi's phone and snapping loudly, making her jump. What kind of time is this to be messing on your phone? Furious, Ruoyu kept scolding her. Still spacing out? Do you actually want to die in a place like this? Shezi just quietly watched her, but knowing when to fold, she lowered her head and offered a deeply apologetic excuse. Seeing this, Ruoyu turned to leave, tossing back a final sarcastic remark. If you can't focus, you might as well go home. Watching her walk away, Shezi could only seethe in anger. An orange-haired brat actually dares to lecture me? In her mind, Shezi already imagined Ruoyu being swarmed and crushed by massive, terrifying serpents. Her face completely darkened as a twisted, insane thought took root. Once I capture the sinking star crescent moon, I will personally torture you until you beg for death. Meanwhile, Ruoyu had stepped up to face the long queue of waiting people. Holding a strange stone in her hand, she raised it high to address the crowd before her. For this operation, everyone gets a secret teleportation stone. Then, she slowly began to explain exactly how this little artifact worked. Crush it, and you'll instantly warp back to safety. Suddenly, her expression grew dead serious as her voice dropped to a warning tone. The second you see the sinking star crescent moon opening its eyes, crush that stone immediately, or you will definitely die in there. Holding the secret stones, everyone couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread about the place they were entering. Regaining her composure, Shezi began plotting in her head. The Moon King will be arriving here very soon. Nearby, Shuishi stood alone with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall and silently observing the entire scene. Smirking arrogantly at the crowd, she thought to herself with pure, utter disdain. Do these fools honestly believe 1 or 2-star beast taming novices can actually tame the legendary sinking star crescent moon? Even an elite 8-star beast master like Emperor Kang Yue couldn't pull that off. She kept watching the line of people waiting to enter the crescent moon's barrier, sighing in disappointment. Looking around, there are barely even any 3-star masters here. It doesn't look like things got any better just because the Moon King joined. How incredibly boring. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic crowd, the sight of Shizi's back caught Shuichi's eye, causing her to startle in surprise. Huh? Wait a minute. The sheer bloodlust and mysterious power radiating from Shezi made the air feel suffocatingly heavy. All of a sudden, she whipped her head around, her intense gaze looking ready to swallow the entire space whole. Her eyes practically flashed, shooting out bursts of invisible, electrifying energy. Shuichi froze up completely, unable to squeeze out a single word as if that gaze was choking her. Yet Shezi kept staring intensely back. She kept scanning the area, searching for someone's presence, but eventually gave up, turning back to focus on what she came to do. That brief encounter left Shuichi utterly shaken and confused. Stripped of her arrogant attitude, she wondered in sheer panic, what on earth was that? The dark, menacing aura oozing from Shezi only made her feel more uneasy. Just what star level is that woman? To think such a terrifying monster was hiding inside Moonlight Academy. Right then, a foot gently stepped into the barrier. The queue had visibly shrunk as people quickly made their way inside to explore. With only 2 people left before her turn, Shezi quietly murmured to herself, "The Moon King will reach Mount Yuan very soon. Before that happens, I must uncover the sinking star crescent moon's secret mechanism." As the glowing barrier loomed before her, she muttered under her breath, "Silent Libra, block the entrance. Once the Moon King steps inside, seal his imperial power." After a brief wait, Shezi finally took her steps right up to the glowing barrier. In the next split second, her body phased through. Even the last person in line had now stepped into that shimmering gateway, everyone remaining watched with bated breath. Suddenly, Shuichi flashed a fake smile and walked over to Ruo Yu, asking, "Vice Principal Ruo Yu, why are there only low-tier beastmasters here? And the Moon King hasn't even shown up." She kept pestering with questions while Ruo Yu remained completely silent. Could it be that he already knows the sinking star crescent moon is impossible to tame? Shuichi smirked, delivering a loaded question. Knowing that, why did you still bother sending your people in? Surely your goal isn't just to let these students admire the beauty of a supreme-grade beast, right? Ruo Yu's patience finally wore thin after that barrage of questions. Snapping back, she said, "You don't even have the matching attribute, yet you rushed all the way here just to watch us fail? Or do you actually think you can tame a supreme beast outside your own element?" That sharp retort instantly rubbed Shuichi the wrong way, her expression visibly darkening with irritation. Both women glared fiercely at each other, refusing to back down. After observing for a moment, Shuichi began to wonder, what is going on? She doesn't seem to know about that dark-haired woman. Pondering for a second, she spoke up, "Your academy." But her words were suddenly cut short, as everyone's eyes simultaneously turned toward the exact same direction. Everyone gasps in absolute shock. In the distance, familiar robes flutter like butterfly wings in the wind. The legendary figure stepping forward, catching everyone completely off guard, is none other than the Moon King himself, Liang. The moment they lay eyes on him, one burning question fills everyone's minds: why on earth is he here? Ru Yue is the first to speak, asking if the great Moon King has come to tame the sinking star crescent. Right after, Yuan Yue and Ling Yue speak up together, voicing the exact same worry. What if the Moon King's Emperor Beast accidentally triggers the sinking star crescent? Annoyed by their pessimism, Ru Yue turns to them with a smug look, calling them blind fools. If the Moon King himself is here, it means he is fully confident. Even without summoning his Emperor Beast, he will make the sinking star crescent surrender. She declares this with absolute excitement. While Su Liang stands tall and heroic in the wind, he's actually sighing to himself with a bit of exhaustion. In reality, his goal is simple. All he needs is to touch the sinking star crescent. Doing that will unlock its entry in the Book of the Moon. Staring at the massive barrier ahead, he is filled with determination. Once unlocked, he can finally understand how it works and what caused the sinking star crescent to awaken. Perhaps he can even tame it. After a brief pause, Su Liang gives a stern warning, telling his followers to stay back and obey his commands. Ru Yue and Shui Shi quickly bow their heads, giving a sharp, respectful yes. A second later, Su Liang steps forward, entering the barrier. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as he senses something strange. Right on cue, the Book of the Moon manifests. To his utter shock, its pages rapidly flip open, revealing a brand new entry. Glowing text appears on the page, displaying the Silent Libra, a pure Supreme-type beast. This is one of the rarest pure attribute Supreme beasts alive. It has zero offensive capabilities but possesses a massive array of restrictive skills. Because of this, it must rely on stronger beasts to survive. Under its strict rule of absolute fairness, only Supreme beasts can launch attacks. Even worse, any beast tamer entering its domain is completely blocked from summoning an Emperor-tier beast. Under its rule of silence, it can completely hide its presence from much stronger opponents. Even legendary Emperor-tier beasts cannot track it down. Su Liang freezes in place, suddenly remembering that he is currently only a one-star tamer, making a supreme-level beast incredibly dangerous. Just like that, Su Liang stands frozen with his foot hovering over the barrier boundary, leaving everyone behind him holding their breath in suspense. After a long moment, he slowly lowers his foot, seemingly abandoning any plans of stepping inside. Watching his bizarre behavior, everyone starts to panic, wondering what could possibly be going on. Why did the legendary Moon King stop? A second later, Su Liang casually pulls out his phone to look something up. Once again, his unpredictable moves keep everyone on edge. Unable to hold back any longer, Ru Yu steps forward and asks if he is all right. While everyone else is panicking, Su Liang suddenly smirks, letting out a highly mysterious remark. He wonders aloud how a mere insect from the Black Moon sect managed to slip in so easily, making everyone gasp in terror at that name. With that, he finally strides straight into the barrier, throwing some last-minute instructions over his shoulder. The Twin Moon sect is to seal off this entire area immediately, letting absolutely nobody inside. Wearing a confident smile, Su Liang promises to handle the rest on his own. Behind him, the entire crowd stands completely frozen. The atmosphere turns suffocatingly tense as fear of the notorious Black Moon sect grips every single heart. Only now does Shuichi realize that the terrifying woman was actually a beast tamer from the Black Moon sect, while Ling Yue nervously voices her own theories. Weren't they already banished to the north by the Twin Moon sect? Could they really have returned for the sinking star crescent? Anxious, Yue points out that the Moon King already brushed them off as mere insects. Still, she worries about the safety of the Academy students. Yue quickly steps in to calm them, reminding them that they all have teleportation stones. While everyone in the background continues to speculate wildly, Liang has his own private thoughts, wondering if the Black Moon sect deployed the Silent Libra because they truly believe he possesses an Emperor Beast. A sudden flash of anxiety crosses his mind. Once inside, he might have to face far more than just a single Supreme-level beast. This is bound to be the most dangerous battle of his entire life. With that grim realization, he closes his eyes tightly, lost in thought for a brief moment. Taking another step forward, he realizes that if he had just transmigrated to this world, he would never have had the courage to enter. His face hardens with absolute determination, his initial hesitation completely vanishing. He is now bursting with confidence, ready to prove that he is no longer that helpless guy. Without waiting another second, Liang strides forward as his magnificent robes flutter like butterfly wings in the wind. Slowly, his silhouette completely disappears into the energy of the barrier. Everyone starts whispering in complete awe of Lord Yue Wang's incredibly powerful aura, while Haijing silently stands back, closely observing the situation. Deep anxiety fills his heart as an uneasy feeling surges inside. Yue Wang has actually stepped into the serpent seat. Suddenly, Haijing steps forward and says something that startles everyone. The Black Moon remnants are inside, we must go in and help. He then raises his hand with absolute resolve, speaking clearly. After all, Yue Wang is still our student. His words make Ru Ou hesitate, as it makes sense. Elder Jin Yue nods in agreement. So what should we do? Should we all go in and help out? Seeing their overwhelming agreement, Haijing quickly shakes his head in protest. No, your massive power will only disturb the sinking star crescent glaive. With his arm in a cast, he walks forward, speaking with absolute determination. My newly revived beast is still weak, so I can head inside alone. It's really no problem at all. Seeing his battered state, Wan Yu and Ling Yu both ask in disbelief. Looking like that, can we actually trust him? Watching Haijing head toward the barrier, Ru Yu secretly wonders, why is this guy acting so strangely today? He is not even part of our Twin Moon sect, so why worry about Yue Wang's safety? Right now, Haijing hesitates, walking slowly under everyone's questioning gazes. But as his hand touches the glittering barrier, a sudden bolt of lightning zaps his hand. A split second later, a meteor-like blast strikes right where Haijing is standing, but he manages to dodge it just in time. That sudden shock makes the crowd behind him scream in panic. What just happened? Rolling onto the ground, Haijing coughs heavily through the thick smoke and yells, "What on earth?" Suddenly, a voice rings out, making him jump. Hey fool, isn't your imagination running a bit too wild? Emerging from the dense smoke, a scantily clad woman appears, throwing a mocking insult directly at him. Even if your beast was at its peak, thinking you could disturb the sinking star crescent glaive is just a pipe dream. Right then, Haijing's eyes lock onto a butterfly tattoo marked clearly on the woman's thigh. His face freezes as he realizes she is Kiwai of the Twin Moon sect's 12 moon descendants, 7th seat, Lady Ophiuchus. He is in serious trouble now. Kiwi blocks the barrier, demanding an annoyance. And besides, did you forget? Have you not heard our sect leader's command? Under everyone's stunned gazes, she boldly announces that this area is now under Twin Moon sect's absolute control. Every word she speaks next carries a sharp, underlying threat. Absolutely no one is permitted to enter. Haijing glances at Ki Yue, who stands hands on hips before the massive barrier, and feels a wave of relief. She does not seem to have noticed the silent Libra, nor does she intend to go inside, meaning things can still turn around. At the same time, inside the sinking star crescent glaive's barrier, Shiji walks silently through the ruins. Feeling slightly anxious, she scans the area and thinks to herself that 17 minutes have already passed. She still hasn't found the sinking star crescent glaive. The desolate, lonely ruins before her lead Shezi to believe that the others who came in here together have completely vanished. Suddenly, her lips curl upward. Smiling wickedly, a dark thought crosses her mind, knowing that low-level beasts trapped inside a supreme-tier domain stand absolutely zero chance of escaping to the outside. Watching the female students trembling in terror at their surroundings only amuses Shizi even more. Every single one of those frightened kids has probably shattered their teleportation stones to flee in an instant. After pondering for a while, she decides to continue moving forward. Feeling relieved, she thinks it is for the best, since no one will disrupt her. But right at that moment, a violent aura erupts behind Shezi, threatening to swallow the entire space. Sensing that heavy energy instantly, she immediately turns around, her face completely lighting up with sheer excitement. As the heavy, dark energy spreads throughout the entire space, Shezi instantly recognizes the breath of an incredibly powerful beast. Without waiting even a single second, she bolts like the wind toward the source. Pushing past the heavy, suffocating air around her, she eagerly rushes forward, desperate to witness whatever is waiting for her. Arriving at the destination, Shiji's eyes go wide with pure shock. She feels ecstatic that her instincts were correct. Sure enough, seeing the sinking star crescent glaive's blade gleaming majestically in the wind finally puts her mind at ease. At long last, I have finally found you, sinking star crescent glaive. Its body floats proudly in mid-air, while its base is anchored deep into the ground. Its magnificent aura leaves Shezi in awe, truly living up to its name as a supreme weapon of ultimate brilliance. A smile spreads across her lips, her eyes completely glued to that precious and legendary weapon. She thinks with deep satisfaction that her long journey to maintain her attributes' absolute purity was not in vain. Even leaving the silent Libra uncontracted was the right call. With those thoughts, Shezi slowly approaches the crescent glaive, commanding, "Come with me. I know exactly what you desire." Shizi reminded the weapon that it had rejected Emperor Kang Yue and the Moon God Palace's holy maiden just for being royals. Knowing this weapon was far too proud and arrogant, she knew it absolutely refused to ever be undervalued by anyone. Shizi placed her hand on her chest, claiming that while she was no emperor, she was still a proud six-star beast tamer. Reaching out to touch the crescent moon blade, she boldly promised that she would absolutely never mistreat its power. With excitement surging inside her, she screamed out, demanding the deep star crescent moon blade to finally become a part of her. Just as her hand was about to touch the blade, a sudden, blinding flash of violent light erupted directly from it. An invisible force blocked her hand completely. Staring in absolute disbelief at the rejection, she shrieked in shock. What? An overwhelming aura erupted from the weapon, keeping her back. Shocked, she stammered, "How on earth is this even possible?" Staring at the weapon in sheer panic, fear gripped her heart. Was she actually being rejected? Clutching her head in fury, Shiji gritted her teeth and screamed, could the prophecy of the holy mountain be wrong? She kept screaming like a maniac as the blade's energy grew even more terrifying, shouting that this was absolutely impossible. He promised her that she was the perfect match for this blade. So where did everything go so horribly wrong? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, calling her a wench from the Moonlight Beast Academy. It was Han Kei leading a group of rival tamer competitors, shouting at her in pure rage. He accused her of brutalizing over 20 disciples from the Liang sect, swearing that they would take revenge today. Just moments earlier, he had discovered his fallen brothers scattered across the ground, calling out to them in absolute shock. Rushing over to cradle one of them, he frantically demanded to know what had happened to them. Barely clinging to life, his brother gasped out that they were ambushed. He struggled to warn him that the attacker was a female beast tamer with dark hair and snake-like eyes. Back to reality. Shizi's expression darkened as the angry mob confronted her. Han Ki rallied the crowd, shouting to defeat her first before claiming the deep star crescent moon. Suddenly, she covered her face and let out a chilling, sinister laugh. The Liang sect disciples immediately grew wary. Sensing danger, Han Ki backed away from her wicked grin, nervously asking what she was laughing at. Shizi burst into mad laughter, mocking them. She sneered that she was already annoyed enough without these foolish pests begging to die. Glaring at them with her terrifying snake eyes, she contemptuously asked if trash like them seriously thought they could touch her blade. Her face twisted into a grotesque, sadistic grin as she whispered under her breath, summoning her beasts to rise. Instantly, 3 massive surges of dark energy exploded from right behind her. Deadly crescent slashes ripped through the air, threatening to tear reality apart. In the blink of an eye, her 3 massive summoned beasts materialized, the Crescent Blade, the Giant Whale King, and the White Thunder Spirit crackling with brilliant lightning. Staring at the terrifying monsters, Han Ki lost all his confidence and shrieked in absolute horror. Summoning 3 high-level beasts at the exact same time seemed impossible for any student. These monsters looked fierce enough to devour the sky. He trembled even more, realizing their terrifying bloodlust could only come from surviving countless brutal, life-or-death battles. Standing proudly beneath her monstrous summoned beasts, Shiji looked like an unstoppable queen. Smirking at her terrified opponents, she taunted them to summon their own high-tier beasts instead of just standing there frozen in fear. Ordering her beasts to unleash their full power, she snarled, commanding everyone in front of her to drop dead. Soon after, a fresh streak of warm blood dripped slowly down Xiezi's cold, expressionless face. Above, her giant whale king crushed an enemy beast in its massive jaws, sending splatters of blood raining down onto her cheek. Turning back to the blade, she eagerly asked the deep star crescent moon if it had witnessed her power. Behind her lay a scene of utter devastation, with her opponents utterly crushed by her 3 monstrous beasts. Overflowing with arrogance, she demanded to know if the blade finally recognized her unmatched power. Yet, despite her desperate appeals, the ancient blade remained completely motionless, offering no response in the howling wind. Rejected once again, she scowled in frustration. Clenching her fists, she trembled with rage and cursed under her breath. Suddenly, a mocking voice startled her, calling her a remnant of the Dark Moon cult. It was Su Liang. Smirking in utter contempt, he mocked her desperate, impatient struggles, admitting he could barely keep from laughing. She spun around with a slight tremor in her voice, recognizing him. Instantly, all her beasts shifted their focus towards Su Liang. Trying to maintain her composure, she slowly questioned him, wondering how a mere one-star beast tamer dared to show up entirely alone without any guards. The warning kept echoing in his head. Did they really think having an Emperor-class beast meant having everything? On the outside, Su Liang looked totally calm, but on the inside, his mind was absolutely racing. These absolute brainless fools actually believed he possessed a real Emperor-class beast. But that suddenly put his mind at ease. No wonder they deployed the Silent Libra. Right now, they definitely assumed he couldn't summon his Emperor-class beast, leaving him completely helpless to fight back. With that in mind, Su Liang called out to Sheji. Still wearing a faint smirk, he slowly spoke up, calmly explaining that relying solely on an Emperor-class beast couldn't possibly grant someone everything in the world. His steady voice made Shizi even more anxious, as he claimed that whether the Silent Libra was active or not, the final result remained the same. Then, Su Liang locked his razor-sharp gaze onto her, giving her a quiet warning. So before the Twin Moon sect seals off this entire place, you had better crush your escape stone and run. Sheji's legs trembled violently as she stammered back. What? With sweat pouring down her face like rain, she froze completely, her mind flooded with a million questions. Had the Silent Libra really been exposed this quickly? Right then, Su Liang casually brushed past the bewildered Shiji. So, he already knew his emperor was sealed, yet he still walked right into this place completely alone. A sudden wave of hesitation hit Shezi. Should she run or attack? But while she was still indecisive, Su Liang was already closing in on the crescent blade. In his heart, he was desperately praying, please, just stand still like that, and let me touch the sinking star crescent blade. Before long, the legendary crescent blade finally stood right before Su Liang. Staring at it in absolute awe, he quietly muttered, so this is. He choked on his remaining words, his eyes locked onto the terrifying beast blade that once cleaved down stars. Without wasting another second, Su Liang reached out to touch the crescent blade, but his hand suddenly froze mid-air. A furious voice boomed from behind. Don't you dare touch the sinking star crescent blade. Instantly, Sheji's three companion beasts unleashed their destructive power and charged forward at once. Standing proudly down below, she pointed directly at his direction, screaming fiercely, Moon King. Right then, they all lunged towards Su Liang, accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of the Whale King. The Thunder Spirit clasped its hands tightly, slowly condensing a massive, raging surge of lightning, then spread its arms to unleash a crescent-shaped lightning bolt. In an instant, the slash from the crescent, the bolt from Thunder Spirit, and the Whale King's strike slammed towards Su Liang. Right at that moment, a flashing array materialized under his feet, and a rippling water barrier coated his body. In a split second, a protective shield from Lake Moon was erected, enveloping his entire body and completely neutralizing all incoming attacks. Staring at the scene, Shezi's jaw dropped as she gasped, What? How is this even possible? The sight of Su Liang standing completely unfazed inside the barrier left her bewildered, as neither the raging lightning nor the slashes could budge him at all. Staring directly at Su Liang's ice-cold, calm expression, Sheji couldn't stay calm, her mind screaming in absolute panic. He hadn't even summoned a single beast yet. From another angle, as the protective shield slowly dissolved, Su Liang panted heavily, whispering to himself, That scared me to death. It looked terrifying, but it turned out to be pure show. He quietly thanked Lake Moon in his heart, even though it couldn't counterattack. Its ability to intimidate people was absolutely incredible. Right at that very moment, Shezi's body began trembling uncontrollably, gritting her teeth as she shrieked out, Moon King! Mysterious emerald light patterns materialized above her head, alongside a lethal crescent slash. Spreading her arms, she screamed, Stop acting so arrogant. Su Liang's cold gaze slowly shifted toward her as her hands shook violently, desperate to prove her point. You don't have an Emperor-class beast. In the very next second, she slammed both of her palms together, shouting with absolute certainty, You're nothing but a fraud putting on a massive bluff. Shezi gnashed her teeth in anger, a streak of blood running down her trembling face. Right then, a magic array appeared beneath her feet, sending up a surge of murderous intent laced with lethal magical energy. Clasping her hands and raising them high, her face darkened as she muttered, Come forth, Great Moon Demon King. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted in the sky, and something began emerging from the center. Down below, a crowd of students was startled by the sudden shockwave. Su Liang also stared forward with his mouth wide open, unable to hide his shock. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized the Silent Libra's stealth ability had completely masked its presence. It was exactly that technique that had kept the sinking star crescent blade completely in the dark. Scaly serpent skin slowly emerged from the rift in midair. Su Liang silently realized she was in the process of summoning another supreme-grade beast. The giant beast flicked its slimy, disgusting tongue out, fully prepared to unleash a savage hunt on its prey. The colossal Great Moon Demon King landed right beside Sheji, its fierce eyes locked onto the target ahead. Exhaustion was clearly written all over her face, yet she still spoke with arrogant pride. Well, how does it feel? Faced with my proudest creation, you must be absolutely terrified. On the other side, Su Liang stood tall and unflinching, completely unbothered by the colossal beast looming before him. His face remains completely blank, as if absolutely nothing had happened. Seeing that cold expression, Shi panics, wondering how on earth he could look so incredibly indifferent. The absolute ferocity of her prized beast only deepens her doubt. Could it be that he doesn't even care about a supreme-tier creature? Yet at this very moment, Su Liang's mind is actually racing with some wild thoughts. He recalls an online guide he once scrolled past, advising that when facing giant monsters, you must maintain a fierce expression. Forcing himself to look calm, a deeply pessimistic thought strikes him. At least he can die with some dignity. Unable to take it anymore, Shi points straight at him and demands through gritted teeth, "Moon King, do you still refuse to summon your beast?" Beside her, the Great Moon Demon King unleashes a terrifying roar, violently whipping its massive tail high into the air. It slams it down hard onto a nearby boulder as a direct challenge. As the giant serpent lifts its sand-covered tail, the rock crumbles, sending thick dust billowing into the air. Watching this violent display, Su Liang can't help but marvel as expected of a supreme-tier beast. Even its tantrums are spectacular. A second later, Shiji ruthlessly orders the Great Moon Demon King to kill him on the spot. The beast instantly opens its jaws wide, unleashing a dense torrent of purple dark energy straight ahead. Closing his eyes tight, Su Liang gambles everything on his fate, knowing it all depends on the moon in the lake now. He waits in absolute silence over the tranquil lake. Instantly, the beast's devastating strike crashes right down on Su Liang. A massive shockwave erupts, and as the mysterious dark smoke slowly fades away, Su Liang is revealed standing tall and completely unharmed. He flashes a calm smile after that intense blast, though inside he's crying tears of relief, thanking the heavens. He calmly analyzes the situation. Since moonlight beasts only function at half capacity during the day, this attack couldn't even deal 30% of its full damage. Casting a smug look to the side, Su Liang celebrates his survival inwardly. Breaking the barrier of the moon in the lake would take far more effort, but luckily, they didn't have to break a sweat. Now, Shiji slumps to the ground in utter defeat. Her eyes are completely hollow, and her voice trembles uncontrollably with fear. How is this possible? Could this really be the legendary moon goddess beast from the myths? Adding to her terror, Su Liang speaks in a deep, imposing voice, telling the Black Moon cult remnants that once he handles the star-sinking Yen Yet, they are next. With that, he immediately turns on his heel and walks away, leaving a dazed Shiji far behind. Only after his figure fades into the distance does Shiji realize that the Moon King only ignored her to avoid alerting the star-sinking Yen Niet. His silhouette lingers in her reptilian eyes as she silently cries out to the legendary Moon King. Watching Su Liang prepare to touch the legendary Yen Niet blade, a sudden question crosses her mind. Could that logic-defying barrier of his actually block a legendary weapon renowned for slicing down the stars themselves? Her thoughts are cut short as she suddenly screams, startling him, "Astro Libra, cancel the skill right now." Instantly, deadly dark energy erupts from the Great Moon Demon King, while the Yen Yet bursts with brilliant light, wrapped in swirling jade-green spiritual currents. Blinded by the brilliant glare, Su Liang cries out in sheer panic and confusion. Oh no, he worries. If the barrier is cancelled, the aura of the Supreme Beast will be exposed immediately. A second later, a delicate hand tightly grips the Yen Niet as its feet lift completely off the ground. Its awakened form is finally revealed, a girl with flowing green hair holding the Yen Niet high. Her eyes slowly open, much to Su Liang's dread. The star-sinking Yen Niet has awakened, and at that exact moment, the blade begins to vibrate violently in midair. The shaking intensifies rapidly, and soon, the awakened spirit of the legendary weapon struggles, desperately trying to keep it under control. Next, she snaps her sharp eyes open, causing the surrounding earth to fracture wildly and throwing the entire area into absolute chaos. The massive shockwave has the students panicking, asking each other what on earth is happening now. As soon as someone screams, the star-sinking Yen Niet has awakened. Everyone, run for your lives. The students scramble to escape. As the blade's terrifying pressure erupts with devastating force, Su Liang manages to quickly deploy his barrier just in time to protect himself. He grits his teeth, staring straight ahead with deep concern. Since the Great Moon Demon King only dealt under 30% damage, The moon and the lake's barrier should easily hold, right? Suddenly, a shocking realization flashes through his mind, leaving him completely downed. Inside his beast space, the once tranquil waters of the moon and the lake are now violently thrashing. The beast clings to Su Liang from behind in pure terror, utterly shocking him to his core. It's impossible. The chance of blocking this is less than 1%. Unable to believe his ears, Su Liang stammers, "What? Is there really such a massive power gap between supreme-tier beasts?" He quickly whipped his head back, desperately searching for any sign of how that Shiji woman was planning to protect herself. But the sight of the great moon demon king curled up, shielding Shiji inside, left Su Liang completely speechless. Before he could even process it, Yan Yue raised her massive blade high into the air. Su Liang's heart sank. He thought gloomily that they were totally out of options to stop this monster. His cloak whipped wildly in the raging wind, cutting his frantic thoughts short. Gasping in sheer terror, Su Liang screamed out, "Cloud-treading moon shifter, save me." Meanwhile, just a few minutes earlier outside the barrier, a voice dripping with pure hatred echoed through the air. "Elder, did you hear that? Word is a woman from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy was the one who attacked us. It was Hanki, and in his absolute fury, he just couldn't stop shouting. How could anyone from our Moonlight Beast Taming Academy do such a thing?" Ling Yue asked, sighing in frustration. "Calm down, everyone. That's not someone from our academy, that's a high-level believer of the Black Moon sect." She let out a tired sigh, secretly relieved. Facing a high-level cultist, it was a miracle anyone from a normal academy survived at all. Shaking off those thoughts, she turned to look at Qi Yu, who had been completely silent. Seeing her completely unfazed, Ling Yue wondered why on earth this woman was acting so incredibly calm. Qi Yu's cold expression only added to her confusion. Was she really not worried about the Moon King's safety? Suddenly, her expression shifted, eyes widening as she realized something. Qi Yue whipped her head around, urgently shouting a warning to the rest of the group. Sinking star Yan Yue has been disturbed. Everyone panicked, shouting in unison. Is sinking star Yan Yue about to awaken? Qi Yu didn't waste time explaining and rushed toward the students to warn them. "All of you, fall back immediately." A second later, massive boulders blasted out from the barrier at terrifying speeds. Nearby students screamed, scattering in absolute chaos to save their lives. Watching everyone flee, Qi Yue was consumed by confusion. What was that powerful aura she just felt? Could it be their sect leader's Emperor Beast? Back inside the barrier, Su Liang was still pushing his limits to withstand Yan Yue's crushing pressure. Shielding himself from the violent pressure, he wondered why nothing had changed despite him clearly calling out the name. Was the sound blocked out by this illusion, combined with the combat skills of Silent Libra? Seeing Yan Yue preparing her final strike, Su Liang grew anxious, realizing that sinking star Yan Yue would break through in less than 3 seconds. As the countdown reached the final second in his head, a smirk played on his lips. Times have changed, he thought. With only 2 seconds left, Su Liang hastily whipped out his phone and frantically tapped the screen. The screen showed a chat group named Cloud Dream Covenant. Ignoring the other messages, he quickly typed an urgent distress text and sent it straight to Hua Yue. Right at that moment, Yan Yu lunged downward, her eyes glaring fiercely at Su Liang. Gripping her massive weapon, she closed the distance like the wind. In a flash, Yan Yu was right on top of Su Liang. As the gap between them vanished, he instantly got into his combat stance. Without wasting another second, Su Liang thrust his arm straight forward. Simultaneously, Yan Yu was ready to unleash her downward slash. The exact moment his hand fully extended, she unleashed her devastating strike, and a blinding surge of crushing pressure erupted right above Su Liang's open palm. In a mere split second, that colossal wave of power completely swallowed his entire body. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion violently erupted, sending powerful shockwaves that heavily impacted the area outside the barrier too. Anyone standing near the blast radius was instantly blown away. Luckily, Qi Yu conjured a sturdy shield, keeping the people behind her safe from harm. Staring at the bizarre scene before her, she wondered silently if the Emperor's barrier had just been completely incinerated by the flames. Ru Yue asked anxiously at that moment, "Is the Moon King still trapped inside there?" Qi Yue felt equally uneasy, thinking to herself that if this wasn't an illusion, the situation inside was infinitely more complicated. As the thick smoke began to clear from the ruined battlefield, a familiar figure slowly emerged. Shiji quickly crawled out from the great Moon Demon King, coughing heavily as she complained about the choking smoke. She slowly looked around, noting that Silent Libra's presence was gone, likely suppressed by the power of sinking star Yan Yue. Looking up at the weapon currently floating in midair, she was absolutely thrilled. Sinking star Yan Yue had finally calmed down. However, panic suddenly seized Shiji as she noticed something. Wait, where is the Moon King? Stepping onto the ground, she looked around frantically, searching for him. He was closest to sinking star Yan Yue just a second ago, so why was he gone? A terrifying realization flashed in Shiji's eyes. Could he have been vaporized by sinking star Yan Yue with nothing left but ashes? Trembling violently, her mind continued to race. But since her scheme was what disturbed the Chengxing Yanyu, she figured that. Shiji covered her mouth in pure excitement, thrilled to claim she had defeated the Moon King. She let out a wild, triumphant laugh, smugly declaring that the mighty Moon King had actually been decapitated by the Chengxing Yanyu. Just seeing Su Liang staring at his phone made her incredibly smug, laughing at how he died while looking at his screen. Then, she shouted at the top of her lungs, boasting that she had defeated the legendary Moon King. Whipping her head around with a twisted, greedy grin, she proudly declared that the Chengxing Yanyue now belonged entirely to her. But suddenly, the legendary weapon let out another deafening, earth-shaking roar. Shiji stood frozen, muttering in utter disbelief as the weapon's awakened form began violently coiling around the crescent once more. She was completely blindsided, unable to comprehend why the Chengxing Yanyu was being disturbed yet again. Standing frozen in absolute despair, she realized that the weakened Great Moon Demon King shouldn't possibly have the power to trigger this awakening. Suddenly, a strange movement caught her attention, causing her gaze to flicker. Through the thick, billowing dust, mysterious beams of light began to glow intensely. Out of the thick haze, Su Liang's proud figure slowly began to emerge. Breaking into a cold sweat, she gasped in shock, seeing that he was not only uninjured, but didn't even have a speck of dust on him. At that exact moment, a colossal shadow began to loom directly behind Su Liang, as massive, unfamiliar legs materialized out of the dense smoke. Staring at the terrifying sight, Shiji stammered, asking what on earth that thing was. As Huan Yue's sharp eyes gleamed in the mist, Shiji stood completely frozen, desperately wondering if this massive beast was an Emperor-class entity. She speculated that if it were a supreme class, it would be absolutely colossal. But if an Emperor-class beast had truly arrived, why wasn't there any tremor in the northern region? What was this thing? Suddenly, her face darkened, twitching with sheer terror. Trembling, Shiji quickly reached into her robes and pulled out a teleportation stone. As her fingers gripped the stone, she hesitated and ultimately changed her mind. Running now was out of the question. Even if it meant her death, she had to witness the Moon King's beast with her own eyes. She resolved to stay, waiting as the colossal figure slowly revealed itself. This was an opportunity that would never come again. Moments later, a pair of glowing antlers and a majestic, pristine white body emerged brilliantly from the shadows. This legendary, massive deer was none other than the almighty, supreme-class beast, cloud-treading Huan Yu. At that moment, the faint, ethereal silhouette of a young girl materialized right behind Huan Yu. Collapsing to the ground in sheer disbelief, Shiji stared, wondering how this was even possible. Her mind raced with shock, realizing this creature was easily 4 or 5 times larger than the Great Moon Demon King. The Great Moon Demon King was renowned for having one of the most terrifying physical statures in the Dark Moon cult, yet she had never witnessed a supreme-class beast this colossal. Shiji glared at Su Liang, her mind plagued with doubts about how someone with only a 1-star blessing could do this. There was no way he could unleash the true power of a supreme-class beast, which she figured was his only fatal flaw. Su Liang finally let out a sigh of relief, a slight smile forming on his lips as he took in the spectacular sight. Looking back at Huan Yu, he couldn't help but marvel at the beast's majestic presence. He was amazed that such a tiny deer could transform into something so magnificent, but a nagging question remained: how on earth did she get here so fast? It felt just like teleportation, and he hadn't even seen how she saved him. Su Liang's gaze drifted to the blurry silhouette of the woman behind the beast, wondering if that spectral figure was actually her ancestor. He wondered if she would grow up to look like that. Suddenly, Huan Yu looked at him, sending a playful telepathic plea asking if he could stop the Chengxing Yanyu. She whimpered that she really didn't want to get slashed again. Snapping out of it, he asked if stopping it was even possible. The beast playfully replied that since he was standing there, he surely had a plan. Su Liang fell into deep thought before a sudden realization hit him, prompting him to hurriedly summon the Book of the Moon. He reasoned that taking a direct hit from that blade counted as physical contact with the weapon itself. This meant its detailed data should now be unlocked in his book. Quickly, Su Liang began flipping through the pages. Staring at the text, he still worried that simply reading its details might not actually solve their immediate crisis. If all else failed, he would just have cloud-treading Huan Yu carry him away to escape. According to the records, the supreme-class Chengxing Yanyue was a legendary beast that had lost its scabbard when the ancient moonlight shattered, forcing it to wander and search for thousands of years. Over the centuries, it constantly fell into deep slumbers and awoke, completely unable to return to its lost scabbard. It absolutely refused to communicate with any living creature. The final lines of the entry revealed its original scabbard, the Moonlight Supreme Class Shangxuan Moonfrost Flower, which was still locked. Having read those words, Su Liang fell deep into thought, analyzing his options. It turns out there is a supreme-grade scabbard. If he can find information about it, bargaining with Yanyu should be incredibly easy. His eyes lit up. Even the ancient moon goddess palace had no solution to this mystery. Su Liang locked his gaze onto the awakening. Yanyue's theories finally came together. Does this mean Yanyu actually predates the ancient moon goddess palace itself? Right at that moment, Yanyu arched her back, getting ready to strike. Just then, Su Liang realized something else. Perhaps even her previous master, Shangshuan Changhua, was completely clueless about Yanyu's true origins. Yanyu's eyes flared with blinding light, signaling a devastating, world-shaking attack was imminent. Massive energy gathered in the sky. Backing away in terror, Shiji screamed that they were doomed because it was awakening again. She bolted straight toward her beast, desperately screaming for the Great Moon Demon King to shield her from the blast. Even though the Great Moon Demon King was critically injured and near death, it let out a ferocious, defiant roar at her command. Yanyue suddenly glared over at Huan Yue. Unwilling to back down, Huan Yue snapped right back and demanded to know what she was looking at. In an instant, their raw hatred clashed. Violent waves of energy slammed together as both beasts refused to yield an inch. That was when Su Liang made his move, sprinting directly toward the epicenter where Yanyu was about to unleash her fury. Scrambling for cover, a bewildered Shiji wondered what on earth the Moon King was trying to accomplish. As he stepped further away, she gasped in absolute horror, realizing he had just abandoned the supreme-level protective barrier. With a calm smile on his face, Su Liang spoke clearly, demanding that the legendary Yanyu submit to his authority. An immense, crushing pressure erupted all around them, creating a massive force field that enveloped his entire body. Undeterred, Su Liang reached his hands straight out with a sharp, piercing gaze. He was just inches away from touching the brilliant orb of mystical energy radiating above him. Sensing him, Yanyue snapped awake, her brow furrowing with sudden irritation. The sphere of mystical energy grew dangerously large, signaling an impending wave of absolute destruction. Yet, Su Liang remained completely calm, declaring aloud the name of the Shangshuan Changhua scabbard. Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Yanyu completely frozen in shock. His steady voice echoed through the chaos, asking if she was searching for her lost master. She looked down at Su Liang with wide, glistening eyes, unable to hide her sheer surprise. Standing tall and majestic below her, the young man continued to speak without showing any fear. He swore on the reputation of the moon deity Fluttering Butterfly to deliver the scabbard to her within 3 years. Without a single moment of hesitation, he laid out his terms, demanding that she agree to one condition. As Su Liang's words settled, the mighty Yanyu fell into a deep, silent contemplation. She pondered in silence for a moment before slowly closing her eyes, her physical form beginning to dissolve into the empty space around them. Within seconds, Yanyu faded into a spectral silhouette floating in mid-air, allowing Su Liang's hand to plunge directly into the heart of her massive energy reservoir. Behind him, Shiji watched in absolute shock, questioning how he could possibly reach straight through the barrier. Could it be? Right at that second, swirling currents of water began rising from beneath his feet. The azure water spiraled upward like silk threads, gently wrapping around the floating Yanyu. Below, Su Liang kept his eyes locked on every single movement. In the blink of an eye, Yanyu dissolved into green light, merging perfectly with the swirling waters. The combined energy flowed directly towards Su Liang's chest, uniting right before him. At this point, Shiji finally understood the impossible truth. Had Yanyue actually accepted the Moon King? Nearby, even Huan Yue stared at him with wide, stunned eyes. Its eyes began to shimmer with wonder as it locked onto the miracle unfolding right before them. As the twin energies fused and spiraled dynamically around Su Liang, Huan Yue could only marvel that the entire world was about to be turned upside down. In an instant, he had fully tamed that wild weapon, looking up at the sky with a satisfied expression. Shizi stood there completely frozen, feeling as though she had just been struck by lightning. Her mind raced in denial. This had to be absolutely impossible. Countless elite beast tamers had failed to tame her because Yanyu possessed a completely indestructible nature. However, if she ever did choose to sign a binding contract with a master, she could be destroyed if her partner died. For Yanyu to accept a contract, she had to fully believe that her master was someone who would never be defeated in battle. Instantly, Su Liang's face flashed vividly in Shizi's mind. She was utterly astonished, realizing he truly was the legendary Moon King. Pulling her scattered thoughts together, Shiji slowly stood up, muttering that some things can only be understood once seen firsthand. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a dark, desperate determination took hold of her. If that was the case, she would gladly use her own death to send word back to the Dark Moon sect. Right after that, Shiaji, raising her voice, desperately calls out the name of the Great Moon Demon King. As soon as her words fall, her spiked pet beast charges like a wild storm toward its master. In the distance, Su Liang instantly notices something is highly unusual. Turning a cold gaze toward Jia Ji, he mutters that she has seen too much, despite his dislike for silencing witnesses. Understanding the hint, Huan Yue immediately gets ready. Stomping her foot heavily onto the ground, she unleashes a brilliant, blinding beam of energy straight ahead. The intense light locks directly onto the Great Moon Demon King, and a second later, the giant serpent vanishes into thin air. That lightning-fast strike completely blows the Great Moon Demon King away, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction and ruins. Staring at the completely flattened mountain range before him, Su Liang is left utterly speechless. Deep down, he starts feeling a bit worried. Did he feed her too much random, powerful food in the past? On the devastated ground, fresh blood slowly drips onto the dirt. The one spitting blood in total defeat is Xia Ji, who is now desperately trying to piece together everything that happened. Moon God Palace, Moon Pavilion, White Deer, Moon King. So that is how it is. Looking up at Huan Yue's massive, imposing figure, she becomes absolutely certain of one thing. This is no ordinary innate sovereign. Xia Ji is completely stunned as her thoughts race. This is the descendant of an emperor. Her gaze locks onto Huan Yue's looming shadow. Filled with panic, she wonders if her ancestor could actually be, but her train of thought suddenly gets cut short. Xia Ji carefully pulls out a teleportation stone, trying to calm herself down. She cannot die here. This news is far more crucial than the star-sinking crescent, and everyone must know. Her face fills with sheer determination, mixed with a hateful desire to escape. Distracting them first before making her escape is her only play. With that plan, Xia Ji silently orders her 3 remaining beasts to charge straight ahead. She quickly spins around, gripping the teleportation stone tightly in her hand and telling herself, the area is not fully sealed off yet. As long as she can stay away from the Moon King, she will have a chance. Out of nowhere, a flash of light zips right past, completely stealing Xia Ji's very last hope of survival. Staring blankly down at her empty hand, she can barely even speak. Across from her, even Huan Yue opens her mouth wide in absolute shock at what just happened. Su Liang's tiny butterfly clutches the teleportation stone. Huan Yue is completely stunned to recognize it as a mere low-tier glimmer butterfly. In a flash, the glimmer butterfly delivers the stone back to Su Liang's hand, leaving Xia Ji frozen in absolute despair. A smug smirk plays on his lips as he explains that on a battlefield of sovereigns, no one would ever pay attention to a low-tier glimmer butterfly. Right? Hearing those words, she stands frozen in place, completely unable to move a single inch in the quiet air. Then, she speaks up in a quiet voice, clearly having lost all will to survive. Even though it might be far too late, I finally understand why you are called the Moon King. Wasting no more time, Huan Yue exhales a swirling, freezing breath, causing Xia Ji's physical body to slowly dissolve. With a fading smile on her blurring face, she whispers her final farewell. Moon King, it was an honor fighting you. Her smile remains even as her life force slowly fades away. Cutting to the outside of the barrier, Qi Yu's eyes suddenly widen at the sight before her. Emerging from the chaotic dust cloud is Su Liang, looking completely calm and relaxed, causing her to stutter in shock. Lord Sect Leader. Walking past the crowd whose eyes are all locked on him, he calmly makes an announcement. Serpent Seat Xia Ji is dead. Lift the lockdown. He then speaks 2 slow words, leaving everyone highly curious. Turning his crescent-shaped eyes toward them, Su Liang slowly declares that from this moment on, the star-sinking crescent will be kept by me. News of the Moon King taming this legendary weapon sends massive shockwaves through all the Moonlight forces. At that very moment, over at the Kang Yu holy sect located in the southern domain, a young girl's back is visible as she bathes, her long hair shining brightly. Suddenly, a maid rushes up from behind to deliver an urgent report. Empress Kang Yue, this is bad. The star-sinking crescent has been claimed by the Moon King. Scooping up a handful of water from the pool, she calmly replies that there is no need to panic because she already knew. Standing up gracefully, Kang Yue continues. The Moon King is the beloved child of the moonlight and holds the Book of the Moon, so this is only natural. Still unsatisfied, the maid raises her voice to argue that the Empress herself is also a born 4-star beast tamer. Not to mention, she commands an Emperor-tier beast and possesses eyes that can see through all the moonlight in this world. Hearing this, Kang Yue sports a faint, sinister smile on her face as she replies, indeed, she is also curious to see who the moonlight will ultimately favor. She then strictly orders all qualification examiners in the sect to withdraw from the moon god's ceremony. Those shocking words strike the maid like a bolt of lightning, leaving her standing frozen, left completely speechless. Meanwhile, at the northern edge of the central region, a mysterious figure fully clad in a black cloak stands by the shore, staring into the distance. Behind him, a woman spoke up to deliver the news. Sheng Shan, those 2 are arriving. He immediately asks his companion, Ling Ji, Do you think I will lose to the Moon King again this time? Without hesitation, Ling Ji confidently reassures him. Even if I am the only high follower left, I have never doubted your power. You will definitely defeat the Moon King and restore the glory of our Black Moon sect. Suddenly, mysterious whirlpools and strange beams of light erupt across the sea. A booming voice echoes from inside the vortex, saying, Black Moon Shengshan, I hope your grand plan does not end up disappointing us. Xing Miyu from the Nine Hells then appears, boldly declaring that if they fall in battle, our sect will willingly submit to the Moon King. Beside her, Tang Huangquan of the Nine Hells agrees, adding, No one can defy the gods, you should understand that. Hearing this, Shengshan confidently replies, Rest assured, this plan is absolutely guaranteed to succeed. With that, he turns around to head inside, declaring with absolute determination, Let's go to the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, wait for the Moon Goddess ritual, and kill the Moon King. Cut to the Starry Moon Observatory Hall. Suddenly, someone screams out in sheer panic. Is the Moon Goddess ritual really about to begin? It is Huan Yue, speaking up in complete shock. Only when the moonlight is at its brightest will the Moon Goddess descend to guide us. The last Moon Goddess ritual took place more than 1,000 years ago. Su Liang sighs, holding his face in his hands. I know, the Academy principal contacted me ages ago. Just then, a multicolored ruby appears, speaking a whole mouthful to him. Once the ritual begins, all selected Moonlight Beast Tamers will become sacrifices, forced to battle for the ultimate title of the Moon King. The ultimate prize for winning will boost a tamer's growth to terrifying heights, and it could even reignite the devastating war of emperors once again. This brutal ritual will only end when someone takes the throne or everyone else surrenders. So, this upcoming ritual will not end until you finally manage to defeat Emperor Kang Yu 3 years from now. Su Liang can only stare in blank resignation. He opens his phone to show Huan Yu, frustratedly reading the text written on the screen. On top of that, all the sacrifices can track each other's exact locations. So by the principal's order, I have to help her protect 2 students who are marked as sacrifices. But this is a total bombshell, leaving him completely stunned. Why does he have to fulfill a promise made by his predecessor? Just how many people did his previous self scam using the name of the Moon Goddess? Suddenly, Huan Yue calmly says something that makes him freeze. No need to stress out over this. Don't we have the battle rewards? Who knows, in 3 years, even Emperor Kang Yu won't be fit to hold your shoes. But when it adds, plus, there is a super rare chance to obtain the missing pages of the Book of the Moon, he suddenly has an epiphany. Seeing Su Liang's shocked expression, Huan Yue slowly explains, Wait, you did not know about that. They say whoever controls the missing pages of the Book of the Moon can completely bypass the standard contract limits and bind with dozens of beasts. Hearing this, he is shocked yet again, his eyes widening as a wild thought crosses his mind. If just a few pages let you sign so many, what about me? I have the entire book. But then, his anxiety returns. He wonders in deep confusion. Wait, if the Book of the Moon is right here with me, how could others have its missing pages? Seeing Su Liang lost in thought, Huan Yue nudges him hard with its head and demands, Hey, stop daydreaming. Quit thinking so much and tell the breeder to let me roam around freely. Clasping its paws together with a pitiful, hopeful expression, it pleads, If you let me out to enjoy the moonlight, I can easily help you watch over those 2 little brats. Getting no response, Huan Yue curiously glances over. It turns out Su Liang had been accidentally slammed hard against the wall by that headbutt. He quickly limps out of the room, rubbing his sore backside while searching for something on his phone, grumbling all the way. A headbutt from a supreme tier beast almost ruptured my kidney. Su Liang then shares an article titled 100 Ways to Cook Venison into their chat. It can only reply with a sad row of dots. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his screen. Surprised, Su Liang mutters, Oh, has the info on those 2 students arrived already? On his screen, a cat-eared girl appears alongside her profile details. Bai Yuer, 16 years old, from the Western Bai Sheng clan, and daughter of the Emperor. A human-tiger hybrid possessing a supreme beast, currently in a deep sleep for unknown reasons, likely unable to awaken due to her level being too low. Reading this, he rubs his chin and remarks that he originally thought she was a cat girl, but she actually turned out to be a tiger. Next, a blue-haired girl appears on the screen, accompanied by her own set of profile details. Bai Yao, 16 years old, hailing from the most prosperous human kingdom in the Northern Territory. Ever since she was a little child, the 4th princess of the Bu Empire already held an incredible record of summoning supreme beasts to battle against her formidable enemies. After reviewing the profiles of those 2 targets, Su Liang sighingly swiped through his phone and spoke. A princess and an emperor's daughter are nothing but pure trouble, so he decides to send their info out first. Within moments, details on both targets are successfully shared with Huan Yu. Absolutely thrilled, the beast immediately replies, saying the one on the bed looks incredibly interesting, so leave that target to me. Over at the academy, as darkness slowly blankets the campus, the sleepy and adorable face of Yuer finally comes into view. Swaying on the swings with Su Jing, she starts to reflect out loud. I never would have dreamed that the legendary abyssal star crescent would be so easily tamed by the Moon King like this. Su Jing suddenly stands up and excitedly reminds her that they need to hurry to the lecture hall, since some major announcements are about to be made. And so, the two girls make their way toward the lecture area, completely unaware that Huan Yu's deer antlers are already peeking out from the shadows behind them. The beast quietly observes, identifying her as the half-blood girl from the Bai Sheng clan. Keeping its eyes locked on Yuer's back, it mutters that her scent is easily recognizable, though she doesn't seem very bright. Just then, a cold raindrop lands on Huan Yu's nose. Looking up, the beast murmurs that it is about to rain, slowly stepping backward while thinking it should probably head back to shelter first. Its powers weaken drastically during rainy weather, so it needs to be careful just in case something unexpected happens. But barely a second later, it abruptly stops, its eyes narrowing as it detects a strange abnormality nearby. Out of nowhere, a violent vortex of water tears through the empty air, exploding with massive force as spiraling waves surge up to engulf the darkened sky. Within seconds, the supreme-level water beast, the Storm Sovereign, materializes directly in front of the startled Yuer and Su Jing. Placing a hand on its chest, the creature declares that it has successfully located one of the 5 supreme targets. Opening its maw like a terrifying black hole, the Storm Sovereign growls in a chilling tone, telling them they have exactly 10 seconds to summon all of their battle beasts. The beast claims it has no interest in assassinating Tamers with cowardly sneak attacks. Down below, Yuer and Su Jing tightly hold hands, their eyes filled with absolute terror. Spotting the mark on its shoulder, Huan Yu watches from afar in shock, thinking, is that a 7-star crest? Could this creature actually belong to a powerful 7-star beast tamer? Pure dread washes over Huan Yu's face as the sheer weight of a 7-star tamer sinks in. That rank proves he commands an Emperor-class beast. Now, let's see who else is heading into trouble at the gate. Several figures can be seen walking in the distance as someone remarks that it has started raining. Maidservants march through the downpour, shielding Princess Bi Dao under a large umbrella. Annoyed, she grumbles about being forced to gather at the lecture hall in this terrible weather, wondering what could possibly be so important. Suddenly, a tiny butterfly flutters right in front of Bai Dao, instantly catching her attention. Upon closer inspection, she is highly surprised to find it is just a low-tier glimmering butterfly. The glimmering butterfly gently lands on Bai Dao's outstretched finger, and she calmly lets the tiny creature rest there. Her maidservant quickly warns her, urging the princess not to touch it since it is merely a low-grade beast. Before the maid can even finish her sentence, Bai Dao irritably cuts her off, asking if she is preaching that weird philosophy of the Moon King again. What is the harm in playing? For all they know, the Moon King might be secretly playing with tiny beasts too. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind them, causing Bai Dao and her maids to whip their heads around as someone asks if they are discussing the Moon King. A short-haired woman wears a sinister smirk, slyly suggesting that she absolutely loves talking about the Moon King and asks if she can join their little conversation. In the distance, a mysterious silhouette sporting 2 long horns on her head slowly steps forward through the rain. On high alert, the maidservant demands to know who goes there. As her defensive aura erupts, Bai Dao quickly takes a cautious step back and rudely snaps, telling the ugly stranger to scram, demanding to know if she cannot see they are heading to a student meeting. It turns out to be Liang Zuo. Wearing a fake, forced smile to hide her boiling rage, she calmly says she wants to join too, though she is secretly fuming over being called ugly. Ling Ji then summons her formidable beast to her side and smugly declares how pitiful it is that she has to fight a mere child with only a newly hatched supreme beast, mockingly claiming she might cry from guilt. The maidservants collectively gasp in pure shock as they recognize the supreme-level creature before them, the feared evil-eyed gazelle. Standing behind them, Bai Dao loses her cool as the terrifying name of the Black Moon sect flashes through her mind. Meanwhile, we cut to the Academy's central plaza, where a massive crowd of students has gathered. Everyone looks completely miserable standing out in the pouring rain. Right in the middle of the plaza stand Ru Yue and Jin Yu. As she scans the crowd, we can immediately feel her growing unease. Neither Bai Yue nor Bai Dao has arrived yet, signaling that something is terribly wrong. She then clears her throat to steady her voice, kicking off the scheduled announcement by asking the gathered students to listen very carefully to her next words. As she announces that the 1,000-year moon goddess ritual is finally about to begin, the students below watch in sheer astonishment while Ru Yue keeps nervously scanning her surroundings, continuing to deliver her speech. Once the Grand Moon Goddess sacrifice begins, high-potential Moonlight Beastmasters are chosen as combat sacrifices to appease the powerful gods. Every single victory brings unimaginable rewards. The rule to determine the ultimate survivor and final winner of this clash is. But before the explanation could even finish, another voice suddenly cut in, echoing across the entire area. It demands that the sacrifices slaughter each other until only a single survivor remains standing. Ruoyu and Jinyu both look up at the glowing sky, where the guardian spirit appears with a twisted grin to deliver the grim news. That final survivor will become the true Moon King of this entire era. Staring at that twisted, deformed face, Ruoyu immediately shouts orders to the students, telling everyone to retreat right away. But before they can move, the guardian spirit unleashes a meteor-like blast downward, casting a blinding light that completely shatters the dark night. Ruoyu quickly activates her defensive barrier, looking forward as a terrible sense of dread begins to tighten in her chest. Curse it! That is a 7-star Supreme level attack. Her own Supreme Moon-concealing sand is only strong enough to shield herself. As the thick dust from that earth-shattering explosion slowly clears away, the heavy rain continues to pour down mercilessly. Ruoyu freezes in sheer disbelief, staring at the completely unharmed students, entirely lost for words. Elder Jinyu rushes over to her side, both of them sharing the exact same silent, confused question. What just happened? The guardian spirit frowns, his twisted face showing some worry as he realizes his massive attack was fully absorbed. It seems the Moon King interfered. Somewhere in the training courtyard, Liang stands quietly among the panicking students, wearing his familiar dark cloak. His back remains completely still as he silently observes the unfolding chaos. Liang's sharp, blade-like gaze locks on, while the guardian spirit confidently asserts that the Moon King is watching over them. At this moment, Liang secretly notes that thanks to the battle at Hidden Moon Mountain, Moon and the lake's defensive skill tripled in power. A brief wave of concern washes over Liang as he checks Moon and the lake's state. 40% of the barrier was just blown away. Under normal circumstances, everyone here would have been instantly reduced to ash. Instead, a confident smirk plays on his lips as he realizes how long it's been since he truly unleashed his power. Just then, crimson lightning violently tears across the sky. Panic shouts erupt, asking what that is as space itself is torn wide open. The moon-leading heavenly maiden, a woman with fluttering angelic wings, suddenly emerges from the depth of the void. Noticing the prominent 7-star crest on her chest, Ruoyu trembles with fear, recognizing her as another powerful 7-star supreme-level beastmaster. This means they command at least one emperor beast. Suddenly, she snaps at the spirit, demanding to know what he is doing. What if every single person here dies? Was that really necessary? The guardian spirit replies casually, asking what she could possibly know. The Moon King would never care about the lives of mere ants. She instantly snaps back, calling him an idiot and reminding him this is the Twin Moon sex domain. Besides, their only assignment was to intercept the two vice principals. Overhearing their exchange, a realization strikes Ruoyu. She quickly confronts the two intruders, demanding to know if the guardian spirit and the maiden are actually from Astral Moon. Visibly shaken, Ruoyu presses further, explaining that 5 years ago she trained at Astral Moon as an exchange student and was fortunate enough to witness that great person's incredible abilities. Why attack them now? The guardian spirit immediately turns to ask the maiden for her input on this. Well, what should we do, my other half? Hearing this, the maiden casually gives the spirit his instructions. Fine. I will give you 1 minute to teach these naive students a quick lesson, and after that, we show them absolutely no mercy. Hearing those chilling words, the students below instantly scatter in all directions. However, a single set of steady footsteps continues forward, completely unfazed. Amidst the wave of frantic people desperately fleeing the absolute chaos, Liang casually walks in the opposite direction, typing calmly on his phone. Facing down the two troublemakers, he coldly demands to know if they are indeed from Astral Moon. The two immediately whip around, their cautious gazes locking directly onto him. Liang's face darkens, his anger clear as he snarls that they do not even dare to show their faces. Not even an emperor beast dares to appear, yet they expect to retreat in one piece after causing such a mess here. In the next second, he summons the sinking star crescent blade, which soars high into the air, surrounded by brilliant currents of energy. Both Ruoyu and Jinyu watch in absolute shock, instantly recognizing the legendary supreme tier sinking star crescent blade rising above them. Now, the ultimate weapon enters its awakened state. The blade pauses briefly to survey the battlefield, and in the next heartbeat, its eyes flash with a blinding, radiant light. Gripping the massive weapon with both hands, she begins to gather immense energy, signaling that a devastating destruction is about to unfold. Ruoyu senses the danger immediately, her heart gripping with utter dread at her own dark prediction. Wait, that stance makes absolutely no distinction between friend and foe. Seeing Yanyue's terrifying expression, Ruoyu becomes even more panicked as a horrifying thought crosses her mind. Is she seriously planning to wipe out every single person standing here? In a flash, the awakened Yanyu unleashes a devastating blast toward the guardian spirit and guide moon heavenly maiden, releasing a blinding light that floods the area. Seconds later, a thick cloud of smoke rises from the impact zone, revealing a heavily cratered and completely devastated battlefield. From deep within the thick, rising smoke, the sound of Ryu coughing violently echoes out. Sitting on the dirt, she realizes her body escaped unscathed. Staring at a minor scratch on her face, she can barely believe she actually survived that. Slowly pulling herself up, Ryui looks down at the massive crater, noting that the Moon King must still care about the survival of his own people. Those two lie defeated at the bottom of the pit, struggling to utter a word, completely powerless to fight back. So this is the sinking star Yanyu. Standing proudly at the crater's edge, Su Liang watches as the awakened Yanyu hovers directly above him. Guide Moon glares up at him, still spitting out a final, desperate threat. Even if we fall in battle, our deaths will merely be a parting gift to you all. Regaining its composure, the guardian spirit adds a final warning, declaring that the Emperor will soon appear right before their eyes. The next second, they begin to merge. The spirit unleashes a heavy, dense light while Guide Moon summons spinning orbs around her body. Sensing the sudden, strange energy, Yanyu's eyes immediately light up with fury. She swiftly flies over, staring straight down at them, while Su Liang silently watches from a safe distance behind. He grits his teeth in sheer panic. After absorbing 2 attacks, the moon in the lake barrier is down to 4% and completely depleted. Down below, Guide Moon and the Guardian Spirit continue chanting under their breath. Meanwhile, Su Liang's mind is racing. Only 3 seconds remain before sinking star Yanyu draws her blade. If they cannot stop this, everyone turns to ash. Sweat stings his eyes as his mind desperately screams, what on earth should he do now? But at that exact moment, Yanyu's eyes flash with an incredibly bright light. Instantly, she swings her massive blade forward, unleashing a giant crescent slash that storms down on the two of them like a falling meteor. Guide Moon freezes as she stares at the incoming strike, her face darkening as she accepts her fragile mortality in total silence. A split second later, Yanyu's attack shakes the entire sky, sending massive beams of brilliant light shooting straight into the clouds. The impact is so violent that even distant students struggle to stand. One panicked boy yells, with this much chaos, could it be the Moon King's beast? Suddenly, another student behind him points and screams, what on earth is that? Up in the sky, a crescent moon and a full moon suddenly appear together. The students gasp in utter shock, realizing there are literally 2 moons up there. Suddenly, the Guardian Spirit's furious voice shrieks from the smoke. Are you completely insane? Why did you use your power to summon a full moon? She slowly emerges in her human form, screaming at her ally. Even if using the full moon's evolution saved us, did you ever consider how disastrous the consequences would actually be? The 6-winged Guide Moon weeps, sobbing apologies as sheer guilt consumes her. But before she can even finish speaking, the Guardian Spirit snaps. You foolish woman. Right now, we have to face the Moon King at his absolute peak under a full moon. Their bickering cuts short as both of their gazes lock onto the exact same spot right ahead. The Moonlight Rabbit now stands as a colossal giant, fully energized by the radiant full moon above. Stunned, the Guardian Spirit gasps. Is that the Supreme Tier Jade Pestle Moon Rabbit? But something feels completely off about this. Hiding behind her ally with visible terror, Guide Moon weakly points out another issue. On top of that, sinking star Yanyu is acting incredibly strange. Catching Yanyu's bloodthirsty gaze, a terrifying question crosses their minds. Are they really about to face both of these monsters at once? Wasting absolutely no time, a feral Yanyu grips her deadly blade tightly with both of her hands. She suddenly lunges forward, slicing the Moonlight Rabbit clean in half. Blood splatters everywhere as its giant body is severed. This horrifying display leaves the Guardian Spirit and Guide Moon utterly frozen. Why did she just butcher her own ally? After that brutal strike, Yanyu turns her razor-sharp gaze backward as we shift over to Moonlight Beast Academy. Just outside the royal residence, a deeply sinister and ominous magic circle begins to glow upon the ground. Bai Jiao's servants can't help but tremble under this suffocating and oppressive pressure. Stepping forward, Ling Ji scoffs in pure disgust at the summoned beasts. Sneering, is this some joke? Can you guys even last 1 minute? With a cold voice, Ling Ji calls out her evil-eyed antelope. Instantly, the towering beast fires 8 laser-like beams of light straight ahead. In an instant, those deadly beams of light tore straight through the weak battle beasts. The entry wounds rapidly widen into massive holes, with thick smoke billowing from their bodies. In just moments, the battle beast's entire body turned into mush. As a thick, heavy gas began to rise, a terrified servant screamed out in absolute panic. Why scream? Seeing this horrific sight, Bai Yao did not waste another second and immediately called out her jade scale eagle. The massive battle beast quickly materialized right by her side. Standing across from them, Ling Ji smirked with total satisfaction, mockingly shouting that she was finally glad to see her opponent summon that little supreme beast. Unfortunately, Those high-intensity beams of light immediately pierce straight through the newly summoned beast once again, accompanied by another mocking greeting from the smirking Ling. Since that jade scale eagle is not a moonlight type, it does not match her attributes, which explains why it has never been able to evolve. One of the servants immediately summoned a long-legged leopard, ordering the beast to carry Biao away while desperately shouting for the princess to ride toward the edge of the black mist, hoping she might find safety outside. The desperate escape attempt only fueled Ling's utter contempt, prompting her to lazily ask if this pathetic display was truly the best they could do. Right on cue, the evil-eyed antelope began gathering a massive orb of energy deep inside its throat, as small glowing halos manifested around its eyes. In a split second, another lethal death beam erupted, tearing directly through the bodies of the helpless female servants. The fleeing leopard carrying Biao could not escape the blast either, collapsing heavily onto the hard ground after taking a direct hit. Bai Yao's eyes went wide in pure horror as she stared forward with her mouth agape, completely choked up and unable to utter a single word. Ling slowly walked toward her with absolute calm, coldly declaring that it was finally time to bring this pathetic little game to an end. Suddenly, a tiny glimmer butterfly slipped past Biao's hand, fluttering gently in mid-air right before the princess's completely stunned face. Ling froze in absolute panic the moment she laid eyes on that tiny insect. Beside her, the powerful evil-eyed antelope began to stumble, its legs trembling violently as it struggled to maintain its balance. In the very next second, Ling collapsed onto the ground, clutching her pale, trembling face in total shock as she wondered how a legendary glimmer butterfly could possibly exist here. As the glimmer butterfly fluttered right before her eyes, she trembled with absolute terror, shakily whispering a desperate question. Why did it have to appear now? Watching the fierce enemy tremble before this tiny butterfly, a sudden realization flashed through Baiyao's mind. Could this mysterious glimmer butterfly actually be here to save her? Instantly spinning around to flee, she forced herself to stay calm, silently telling herself to escape first and worry about the details later. Meanwhile, Ling remained kneeling pitifully on the ground, whimpering in absolute despair. Begging forgiveness from the Lord of the Holy Mountain, she realized she could no longer participate in the operation, tightly hugging her beast as tears streamed down her face in silent despair. Because everyone in the Black Moon sect feared the glimmer butterfly above all else. Meanwhile, over with Su Jing and Yuer, the two girls clung to each other in absolute terror as the countdown ticked down from 10 to 7. Behind them, the terrifying tyrant relentlessly continued counting from 6 down to 3. Watching from afar, Huan Yue grew intensely curious, silently wondering if this beast was indeed the supreme rain tyrant. Mentioning the Yellow Spring Road meant that the powerful Water Emperor might actually be present here too. If fighting the subordinate ended up drawing out the colossal master, they would be in massive trouble. Right at that moment, the beast coldly uttered the final 3 numbers of its countdown. 2, 1. Hearing no response whatsoever, the tyrant immediately swung its arm forward, warning them that their time was up. Do not blame me for what comes next. Instantly, violent torrents of swirling water erupted from its hands. In an instant, the rushing torrents completely swallowed both Yuer and Su Jing. But suddenly, vibrant pink and purple clouds drifted into the area. The mysterious clouds swept directly past the tyrant, catching him completely off guard, while miraculously shielding the 2 helpless girls and saving them from a watery grave. Shocked by this sudden intervention, the tyrant immediately demanded answers, realizing this cloud technique did not belong to the sacred family and that their intelligence was completely wrong. Who goes there? The 2 dazed girls also turned their tearful eyes in the same direction, filled with curiosity. Right before them, a figure gracefully took several elegant steps atop the soft clouds as Huan Yue's calm and composed figure was finally revealed to them. Spotting her savior, Su Jing gasped in absolute shock, wondering how on earth a mid-tier white-spotted deer could possibly rescue them from a supreme beast. At that moment, the deer felt incredibly anxious but tried desperately to stay composed. Having given her word to the Moon King, she had to see this through as the tyrant stepped forward to confront her. Offering a surprisingly respectful introduction, the beast announced itself as the Rain Tyrant, ranking 3rd under the mighty Millennium Emperor. Hearing this, she merely glanced around the area before casually asking why that Millennium Lord guy had not accompanied him. The tyrant seethed with rage at her disrespectful reference to his Grand Master, but he forced himself to maintain a calm facade while replying. By order of the Dual Moon Sect Overlord, the Emperor is forbidden from taking the stage, especially since this is merely a battle among Supremes. A smile appeared on Huan Yue's lips as she calmly noted that, in that case, there was nothing to worry about. Then, standing there with absolute confidence, he proudly mutters to himself, "Honestly, I am just the type who bullies the weak but fears the strong." Hearing those words, the other guy snaps. He clasps his hands together and growls a fierce warning. "Do not push your luck. With a sudden clap of his hands, his combat skill activates under the deep sea. A massive cube of water materializes high in the sky, with a violent, roaring torrent swirling violently at its base. Caught completely off guard, Huan Yu is instantly sucked into the massive watery abyss, her body suddenly vanishing from the torrent. But a moment later, brilliant rays of light begin gathering at a single point high in the heavens. In a flash, Huan Yu materializes high in the air, completely surrounded by dazzling ripples of gorgeous energy. Her sudden reappearance leaves Tyrant utterly shocked, so she is just like me, entirely lacking a physical form, but he quickly regains his composure. Crossing his arms over his chest, he mutters under his breath, "If that is how it is, I have no choice but to unleash that move." A split second later, a raging vortex of water erupts directly above Huan Yu. By the second, the ocean currents from Tyrant's attack grow increasingly violent. Once the energy reaches its peak, the massive whirlpool crashes downward like a devastating apocalyptic deluge. Before long, the mist slowly dissipates into thin air. Gazing down at the massive crater, Tyrant confidently assumes that his opponent has been completely obliterated. But suddenly, something else catches his attention, locking his gaze. Up in the sky, the unbelievable sight of twin moons shining together greets Tyrant. He wonders to himself, what on earth is Jing Miyu doing? How dare he alter the shape of the moon without permission? Looking around anxiously, he worries that a place packed with so many moonlight-type beasts will severely weaken a water-type fighter like him. However, his lingering sense of dread quickly fades away as he remembers something very important. Fortunately, his enemy is already dead. With that thought, he casually turns to leave, though irritation still simmers inside him. Once he returns, he will definitely demand a clear explanation. Suddenly, a lock of silky, flowing hair drifts past from behind Tyrant, accompanied by a calm whisper. I said, hearing that voice, Tyrant instantly whips his head around in shock. The misty clouds of Huan Yu quickly gather, manifesting into a stunningly beautiful woman who glides smoothly across the ground, calmly delivering a warning. Why don't we wait until the full moon ends before continuing our fight? Honestly, I do not even need the full moon to easily crush you. Seriously, this completely pushes Tyrant over the edge. Enraged, he charges straight at her with a clenched fist, roaring arrogantly. What did you say? What if I choose to strike during the full moon anyway? But in just a split second, his smug expression vanishes completely. By now, Tyrant's body, along with the unfortunate rooftops nearby, is ruthlessly pierced by a set of massive towering antlers. As his physical form fades into the void on the brink of death, he wonders in disbelief. How is this possible? This power far exceeds the sovereign tier. Could it be the emperor lineage? Staring at Huan Yu's serene face, Tyrant finally realizes the terrifying truth. He is facing an untouchable sovereign whom no opponent can ever hope to lay a hand on. She raises her voice, emphasizing every single word. I truly did not want to use the full moon to bully you. Do you hear me? With his life fast slipping away, Tyrant forces his head upward toward the sky, sending out a final, desperate message. Master, you must proceed with extreme caution next. His body completely dissolves into the air, and his final transmission cuts off. Shortly after, a massive crowd of students begins gathering to catch a glimpse of the legendary Huan Yu. Hearing the whispers from the crowd, she wonders to herself if she was a bit too flashy. Suddenly, her gaze locks onto something in the distance. Looking at the utter devastation ahead, Huan Yu deduces that both the mastermind behind this and the Moon King must be right there. Tilting her head to the side, she anxiously ponders what her next move should be. 3 minutes earlier at the academic square, a scene of total destruction unfolded as thick plumes of dust blanketed the area. Sprawled across the ground, Guardian Spirit and Yin Yue lie completely unconscious. In the distance, the ominous, dark silhouette of Yan Yue looms. At this moment, Yan Yu is completely out of control, mindlessly unleashing a barrage of fierce, relentless strikes. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto empty space, as if she has spotted something highly unusual. Right now, the severed body of the Moonlight Rabbit is beginning to regenerate. Misty clouds gather around the wound, rapidly reforming its upper torso. In just a few moments, the Moonlight Rabbit stands fully restored in its low-level, waning moon full moon form. Possessing both rapid regeneration and physical enhancement, it suddenly perks up its 2 long rabbit ears in alert. Quick as lightning, the Moonlight Rabbit reaches out and firmly grabs the blade held by Yan Yu. Utterly annoyed by its sudden action, her face twists with clear displeasure. Without warning, the Moonlight Rabbit leaps into the air with Yan Yu, desperately flying toward an unknown destination. At that moment, deep within the academy woods, Miyue asks Sheng Shan who is leading the way. Hey, Sheng Shan, are you absolutely sure the Twin Moon sect won't track us down here? A smirk creeps onto his face, his voice dripping with absolute confidence. You are seriously underestimating me. He begins boasting, completely oblivious to the devastating beam of light crashing down right beside him. This is top secret intel from an insider, so there is absolutely no way anything goes wrong. But as a blinding light explodes from the ground, striking him right in the face, Shang Shan is instantly left speechless. Through the dense smoke, the massive form of the Moonlight Rabbit emerges, firmly clutching the giant crescent blade weapon. At that terrifying sight, the old man is completely speechless. Beside him, Miyu and Huang Quan scream in panic, crying out that they have been discovered by the Moon King. After a moment of shock, Shang Shan quickly regains his composure and immediately tries to reassure them. Calm down, in a chaotic mess like this, it might not even be the Moon King. Before he can even finish, Shang Shan freezes as he watches the Moonlight Rabbit reach deep into its mouth to pull something out. Suddenly, a majestic cloak flutters in the wind like butterfly wings as the heroic Su Liang is slowly pulled from its mouth. The moment they recognize his face, all three of them freeze in sheer shock, completely unable to move a muscle. On the other hand, Su Liang calmly looks over, slightly surprised to see the elite Miyu and Master Huang Quan from the Dark Moon cult. Right now, Huang Quan is in utter disbelief, completely lost in her own thoughts, wondering where she is and who she even is. As a water beast tamer, why must she face the Moon King under a full moon? Driven by pure terror, she decides to yield first. Desperately, she pleads that she only came to protect Shang Shan and had absolutely no intention of starting a war with the Great King. But Shang Shan boldly steps up and declares otherwise. He openly challenges the Moon King, leaving Huang Quan completely paralyzed, silently wishing for the world to just end right then and there. Su Liang looks down with a curious gaze, silently reflecting on this. Then, in the blink of an eye, the crescent moons in his eyes glow brilliantly as he softly repeats the words of their challenge. Shang Shan fiercely vows that on the next full moon after the festival begins, he will return alongside the Emperor to end everything once and for all, carrying the will of all their fallen believers to destroy him. Clenching his fists, he trembles violently with pure, explosive rage, deeply remembering how their sacred headquarters was utterly demolished 3 long years ago. He recalls losing his own eyes after facing those terrifying entities, and the vivid memory of Su Liang looking so incredibly calm on that fateful day only fuels his burning, vengeful hatred. Back then, he looked just like he does now, staring down at them with that same pitiful gaze as if they were nothing but mere insects. As those dramatic thoughts fade, Su Liang is left completely bewildered, staring blankly while desperately wondering what on earth this crazy old guy is even talking about. Did his past self really have no memories of this, or did he just forget it all? Then, he looks over at Yanyu with a deeply worried expression as its energy begins to violently flare up. No matter what, he needs a quick excuse before things get out of hand, as sinking star Yanyu is about to lose control. After a brief pause, he finally speaks. Though the desperate struggles of mere insects are quite pathetic to watch, he decides to grant them one single chance. The three below listen in absolute, dead silence to his every word. With a darkening expression, he continues in a menacing tone. But as a price for their insolence, he will order the Twin Moon cult to relentlessly hunt them down, testing if they can escape with their lives. Hearing this, Shang Shan immediately begins to tremble with uncontrollable fear, while Miyu and Huang Quan fail to hide their sheer terror. At that moment, Su Liang turns to leave, delivering one final, cold warning. He promises to meet them again when that day comes, and immediately summons the mighty sinking star Yanyu. Having waited for this order, the raging Yanyu instantly raises its massive blade high into the air. In an instant, a devastating blast completely lights up the night sky like a falling meteor. 10 minutes later, the crescent moon silently reappears in the quiet sky. Down in the forest, thick smoke still lingers, leaving the surrounding trees completely scorched. Someone coughs violently, desperately asking if the Moon King has finally left. As the three crawl out from underground, Miyu anxiously points out that sinking star Yanyu possesses a highly abnormal, terrifying level of power. If their emperor had not secretly intervened, they would have had absolutely no chance of survival. She stands up abruptly, angrily suggesting their next move. But since doing that broke the rules, the powerful leaders of the Twin Moon cult probably noticed, so they must split up immediately to avoid detection. Huang Quan sighs deeply and wearily adds that they now have to use their brains to survive and escape the relentless pursuit of the Twin Moon cult. Glancing over at the distant mountain range, she feels a sudden, heavy sense of dread wash over her. Even without sinking star Yanyu, facing the storm tyrant as a 7-star supreme means they wouldn't stand a single chance of escaping. She firmly asserts that there is still a highly mysterious, completely unknown force currently hiding within the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. After leaving the deep forest behind, Su Liang calmly strolls back around the academy grounds. Looking around at the completely ruined landscape, he couldn't help but sigh. This battle had really destroyed the entire academy, hadn't it? Stopping in his tracks, he wondered to himself with deep suspicion, could Star-Sinking Crescent and Cloud Chaser really defeat a 7-star Supreme that easily? Even so, he felt pretty excited thinking about it. Although they had not signed a contract yet, he had somehow managed to defeat a whole bunch of legendary powerhouses. Suddenly, a terrified scream from the distance instantly caught his attention. Out of nowhere, a figure dashed forward and lunged right at Su Liang, knocking him completely off balance. Huan Yue, now in her human form, sat right on Su Liang's chest, pounding him while sobbing hysterically. "You have to listen to me. I just ran into a 7-star beast tamer, and I almost got beaten. It was so terrifying." She kept whining while Su Liang remained silent, saying, "If it was not for me, the whole academy would be flooded, and even the White Saint's little girl would have drowned." After crying for a bit, Huan Yue suddenly went dead silent, freezing up as she remembered something incredibly important. Wait, did I completely forget to transform back? But before she could do anything, Su Liang gently placed his hand on her head and stroked her hair. He looked at Huan Yu with incredibly warm eyes, his tender expression instantly calming her down. Then he suggested to Huan Yue, "In a few days, come with me to the Twin Moon sect. I have some business to discuss with that overlord." Huan Yue fell silent for a moment, repeating the word to herself, "overlord." As something clicked in her mind, her face flushed a bright red. She wondered, is this the legendary meeting of the parents? Acting completely flustered, Huan Yue softly asked him, "Isn't this a bit too fast?" Even though she was screaming with joy on the inside. The next morning, we cut to the Twin Moon sect headquarters on Tianfu Island, a magnificent island with giant butterfly wings floating high above the clouds. Down below, a group of people wearing white robes looked up at the floating island, whispering among themselves, "Is that spectacular island really modeled after the image of the legendary floating life Silver Dream Emperor? It's truly a magnificent masterpiece. The Twin Moon sect is definitely a powerhouse capable of rivaling the Kangyu Holy Sect." The only person not wearing a white robe was Dao Xiaojiu, from the Kangyu Holy Sect's Taoyu Temple. She looked back at her group and asked grumpily, "You guys haven't forgotten our main goal for coming here, right?" Turning back around, she declared loud and clear that the treasure of the Eastern Emperor was hidden inside the Twin Moon sect's headquarters. Clenching her fists with fiery determination, Xiaojiu declared, "No matter what it takes, I'm going to get my hands on it today." Shortly after, Xiaojiu and her attendants finally stepped onto Tianfu Island. The moment she took in the view before her eyes, her jaw dropped in utter shock. Seeing the crowded streets bustling with people and the massive towers surrounding them, she couldn't help but marvel at how lively the place was. Biting down hard on her white handkerchief, Xiaojiu just couldn't accept the reality of the situation. She had expected the Twin Moon sect to be super strict, but it turned out to be a scenic tourist spot. Just how much money do they rake in every single day? Grumbling to herself, she and her group continued on their way. Right behind Xiaojiu, a figure wearing a black cloak and a butterfly mask was quietly watching. That was none other than Su Liang. He tilted his head slightly to look at Xiaojiu, feeling quite curious as he whispered to himself, "Why is a beast tamer from the southern region's Taoyu Temple doing here?" Hearing this, Huan Yue poked her head out and curiously asked, "Who are you talking about?" Spying Xiaojiu's back, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Wait, isn't that girl over there Dao Xiaojiu?" Right after that, Huan Yue tugged on Su Liang's sleeve, complaining with a pout. "She is the saintess candidate of Taoyu Temple and a crazy fan of the Kangyu Emperor. She has been trashing you online like crazy." She then clenched her fists tightly, determined to do one thing. "She blocked me when I argued with her in DMs, so I am absolutely making her apologize to us today." Hearing this, Su Liang sighed in pure exasperation, asking himself in his head, what kind of logic is making someone apologize over an online argument? Seeing her still grumbling, he walked over and asked, "Forget about that. Is there anything else you want to play?" He noted to himself that they still had plenty of time before the moon rose. Quite contrary to Su Liang's eager enthusiasm, Huan Yue flatly shut him down with a single word no. Right at that moment, a massive sign caught her eye, advertising an anonymous beast-eating challenge open to anyone, with the registration closing sharply at 5 o'clock. Pointing straight at the sign, she excitedly declared, "I am definitely signing up for this." Su Liang was completely speechless, sighing internally that if word got out about the Moon King's legendary beast entering a cheap-eating contest, he would absolutely die of embarrassment. Suddenly, a familiar loud voice echoed nearby, instantly grabbing his attention. "Hurry up, time is running out, sign up quickly." That shout came from none other than Xiaojiu, who was jumping with excitement right at the registration counter. Having completed her registration, Xiaojiu declared with pure excitement, "As long as I win the grand prize." With her boasting about standing out among all the saintess candidates, Su Liang accidentally overheard her words, and he couldn't help but quietly mutter the word prizes to himself. After that, he turned his gaze to the prize board of the Ultimate Big Eater contest. First prize is a drop of Flying Sakura Pink Infant Liquid. Second is a box of face masks, and third is just a bottle of hand lotion. Staring at the prizes listed up there, Su Liang stood there completely dumbfounded, unable to hold back his confusion. Wait, what on earth is up with this massive prize gap? Still totally bewildered, he thought to himself. Isn't that flying Sakura pink infant the legendary and renowned emperor of the East? Rumors say that wherever it goes, the sky turns crimson for miles. Cherry blossoms scatter in its wake, but because the electronic signals in the eastern region are completely isolated, very few people have ever seen its true form. Annoyed by this, Su Liang complained out loud, asking who on earth organized this contest and dared to group imperial-grade liquid with cheap hand creams and face masks as prizes. Huan Yue was caught off guard by his question, blankly asking him in return if that wasn't exactly what his own twin moon sect had always taught them. It is supposed to be revenge against the flying Sakura pink infant. Hearing this, Su Liang suddenly fell dead silent. Huan Yue then seriously explained that according to online reports, the Twin Moon sect had recently been hoarding a massive amount of rare delicacies that butterfly-type beasts absolutely crave. This caused massive friction with the flying Sakura pink infant. You didn't know? I actually thought you ordered it. Hearing this, Su Liang could only reply to himself with a wave of sheer embarrassment. How is that possible? How could my low-level glimmer butterfly ever consume food meant for an imperial-tier beast? But his eyes remained glued to the upcoming contest as excitement bubbled up inside him. Either way, he had definitely developed a strong interest in this. Right at that moment, the status screen for the Book of the Moon popped up, revealing a Phase 2 feature that requires a set number of pulls. Now, he could view clues for unlocked pets, requiring 5 pulls to secure clues for a high-level beast. It takes 30 pulls to secure mid-level beast clues, and a full 100 pulls to get clues for a supreme-level beast. Seeing this, a smirk formed on Su Liang's face as he quietly rejoiced. After unlocking several Supreme-tier illustrations, the Book of the Moon had leveled up, and it might just unlock even more exciting functions in the future. Not long after, the host grabbed the microphone and announced, "Welcome everyone to the Beast Eating Challenge hosted by the Twin Moon Sect. I am your host, Yue." She stood right between the two competing tables, completely surrounded by a massive crowd gathering to watch. She shouted with pure excitement, "Thank you so much to everyone for signing up so enthusiastically." Down in the crowd, onlookers whispered, who would willingly get dragged into the clash between the Twin Moon Sect and the flying Sakura pink infant? Are these contestants actually just stupid, or are they paid actors hired directly by the Twin Moon Sect? Ignoring the whispers, the host moved on to the rules, explaining that each participant could summon a maximum of 2 beasts to do the eating. But beware, this contest uses supreme-tier beast food, and it is insanely spicy, a level of heat that only supreme-level beasts can actually handle. Hearing this, the two companions beside Xiao Jiu froze in terror, while she herself remained completely determined. Plates of bright red cakes were laid out on the table, steam rising from them, along with an insanely spicy, burning aroma. The strong smell hit the noses of the pets belonging to Xiao Jiu's friends, and they immediately began to struggle. In stark contrast to their disgust, Huan Yue was practically drooling, completely mesmerized by the fragrant food in front of her. On her side, Xiao Jiu remained defiant, boldly declaring that they didn't need to force themselves because she wasn't going to lose anyway, before immediately summoning her beast. "Come on out, Heavenly Flame Pink Butterfly." It was a pink-winged butterfly of the fire element ranked at the supreme tier. Holding her pet, Xiaoju proudly smirked at the spectating crowd, confidently thinking to herself, "It seems that even in the Twin Moon sect, not everyone has a supreme beast." Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the opposite side and widened in shock. The sight of Su Liang and Huan Yue standing right behind 3 massive trays of red cakes left her completely stunned. What on earth? That guy is actually entering this contest with just a mid-level beast? Letting out a sigh of relief, Xiaoju thought with pure disdain, is he trying to get his pet killed by the spice? On the other side of the stage, Su Liang remained completely serious. He silently analyzed the situation, realizing that even though that girl only summoned 1 supreme beast, she was clearly determined to win, so she wouldn't be easy to beat. Glancing at Huan Yue, who was already drooling with hunger, he whispered to himself. Although he possessed the sinking star crescent moon, bringing it out here was out of the question. With a confident glint in his eyes, he thought, "I still have another ace up my sleeve." Across from him, Xiaoju glared back with an incredibly fierce stare. Right at that moment, Yue raised her timer high, loudly announcing that the contest would only have 1 round, lasting 10 minutes. When the start of the match was officially announced, both sides locked eyes, sending looks of absolute confidence toward each other. An overwhelming belief in victory surged within everyone. Right away, the heavenly flame pink butterfly picked up a spicy cake larger than its own head, opening its mouth wide to dig in. In just one single bite, it gobbled down the entire massive pastry. Below them, the low-level beasts struggled miserably, tears streaming down as the intense spice seared their tongues. Across the table, Huan Yue was absolutely stuffing its face, happily savoring every single spicy bite. Stunned by that insanely fast eating speed, Xiaoju felt a wave of dread, wondering if this beast was actually a supreme tier. She glanced proudly at her heavenly flame pink butterfly, scoffing internally at who would still play weak just to catch others off guard. Stealing her resolve, Xiaoju shouted out that no matter what happened, she absolutely refused to lose. 3 minutes later, every single low-level beast belonging to the cloaked women collapsed on the ground, completely unable to survive that face-melting spice. Even the heavenly flame pink butterfly was completely exhausted, panting heavily with a bloated belly after eating 30 spicy pastries. Seeing her partner clearly wearing out, Xiaoju panicked, realizing that the heavenly flame pink butterfly had finally reached its absolute limit. She shot a glance at her opponent, her anxiety growing by the second. Meanwhile, Su Liang stared at Huan Yue in absolute shock, genuinely concerned about his beast's bottomless stomach capacity as he asked, "Can you really keep going? Didn't you just devour a mountain of snacks? Don't push yourself too hard." Chomping down another piece, the beast reassured him that it had separate stomachs for snacks and actual beast food. Watching Huan Yue happily gulping down food, a terrified Xiaoju could not believe this beast was still completely unaffected by the spice. Forcing herself to calm down, she calculated that as a 4-star beast master, summoning 2 supreme tier beasts at the same time was definitely doable. Even if she could only maintain them for under 5 minutes, she gritted her teeth, her resolve burning as she vowed to win that precious Emperor's liquid. Without wasting another second, Xiaoju shouted to summon her next beast. With a loud command, her next beast, Azure Moon Soul, a muscular moonlight attribute supreme tier titan, materialized directly behind her. Without wasting a moment, the beast grabbed a plate overflowing with spicy cakes and dumped them straight down its throat in seconds. Shocked by that titan's terrifying eating capacity, even Huan Yue felt a bit worried and asked, "Won't eating like that give him diarrhea?" Meanwhile, Xiaoju clenched her fists in triumph, trembling with absolute confidence as their score doubled, making her feel like victory was already theirs. As the host loudly announced that only 1 minute remained in the competition, the Azure Moon Soul's score had skyrocketed to 72 cakes, while Huan Yue remained completely stuck at 34. The tables had turned in a flash, yet Su Liang remained dead calm, quietly muttering to himself that the perfect moment had finally arrived. With that, he immediately summoned his next beast, Huzhang Yue. Streams of water erupted from Huzhang Yue, quickly wrapping around the spicy cakes. Swirling icy vortexes hovered in the air, sweeping up every single cake in the blink of an eye. Outside the arena, the spectators stood utterly frozen by the sight before erupting into a frenzy, desperately asking what on earth had just happened. Every eye locked onto the 5 empty plates at Su Liang's table, with one shocked onlooker shouting that hundreds of portions of beast food had just vanished into thin air. Xiaoju froze in complete shock, her jaw dropping as she struggled to form words. This is absolutely impossible. Right on cue, the host rang the loud bell, signalizing that time was officially up. Declaring the competition officially over, the host excitedly gestured towards Su Liang and his stuffed, bloated beast, crowning them as the grand champions of the tournament. That announcement felt like 100 daggers stabbing straight into Xiaoju's heart. Falling to her knees, she could only mutter in absolute despair, while Yue turned around and walked away with an incredibly dark expression. As she walked, she spoke to Su Liang in a hushed tone, telling him to follow her backstage to claim his prize. Soon, night fell as a faint crescent moon rose over the building, and inside, Yue handed the vial of liquid to Su Liang, respectfully asking if the cult leader needed her to bring out the remaining dozen drops of flying cherry pink butterfly liquid from their vault. Taking the vial, he was slightly caught off guard and asked if she had already recognized him. While Huan Yue watched in utter confusion, Yue explained she originally only suspected him due to rumors linking him with a certain white deer. Then, Yue delivered a piece of urgent news, explaining that the Overlord had just recently awakened and requested his presence in the main hall immediately, which finally confirmed his true identity. Hearing this, Su Liang felt a wave of panic but forced a calm, arrogant expression to mask his fear. Perfect, that guy woke up the second the moon showed itself. After examining the vial, he popped the cap open and slowly brought it to his nose, but his eyes suddenly widened in sheer dread as if sensing a terrible omen. Seeing Su Liang suddenly spin around, his body trembling violently, a worried Yue could only call out to her cult leader. Logan's body keeps trembling as system alerts from the Book of the Moon flash in his hand. Sky System, Emperor Class, the Pink Blossom Kaiser is now unlocked. With a 50-draw consecutive reward, the rules change completely. Any Moonlight Beast in sight now automatically unlocks in his illustrated guide. He reads about this terrifying Emperor-level beast guarding the Dongsheng continent for over 10,000 years, one of 3 Azure Heavens with near Overlord combat power. Logan can't hide his shock as he realizes near overlord means this thing is way beyond any ordinary Emperor-level creature. Adjusting his mask with a sigh, Logan mutters in exhaustion about the overwhelming amount of system screens popping up. My brain is fried. But a grin spreads across Logan's face as a wild thought hits him. Isn't it way too early for the Twin Moon sect to clash with the Pink Blossom Kaiser? Moments later, deep inside the massive headquarters hall of the Twin Moon sect, Logan and Luna stride in with total confidence, their eyes constantly scanning their grand surroundings. Luna glances at the cloaked women, bowing their heads, deeply amazed, wondering if this grand display of respect is the true worth of the Moon King title. Soon enough, the two of them arrive right before the massive gates of the main hall. A blinding, majestic radiance spills out from within. Without wasting another second, Logan takes a deep breath and steps right through the gateway. He gently closes his eyes, waiting to reach his destination. Once the blinding light fades completely, he opens his eyes. Logan and Luna find themselves standing atop a vast lake, while high above, a mysterious figure sits with their back turned on a crescent moon. Luna keeps her eyes locked on the distant figure, whispering in absolute awe. So this is the Overlord. Logan remains completely calm, quietly explaining to Luna that this is indeed the absolute supreme overlord of the entire northern region, the guardian beast of the Twin Moon sect, and the 12th protector of the moonlight. Her name is Celine of the Azure Sea. After a long, tense silence, Celine finally speaks from deep within the swirling mist. Moon King, it seems you have finally made up your mind. Her expression darkens visibly as she speaks. Celine calmly reminds him that they have delayed the moon goddess sacrifice for 3 whole years, just waiting for his response. Below her, Logan listens intently to every echoing word. The old fogey of the western region is absolutely furious, and the gods are highly displeased with this. As her voice fades, Logan does his best to maintain a calm exterior, though panic is starting to set in inside his mind. Logan anxiously realizes that in the Moon King's memories, he was indeed waiting for a specific opportunity, but he had completely forgotten all about it. Even so, he lets out a fake cough and declares confidently, "That is exactly why I am here. Let the moon goddess sacrifice begin." Hearing him say, "But before that, I have a question." Celine feels a bit puzzled and slowly turns her head to look back. Right then, Logan speaks up, asking clearly, "How exactly am I supposed to win this upcoming battle of the emperors?" She answers him quickly, "Tell me what rank of emperor first. Just remember, during the moon sacrifice, I cannot interfere." Hearing this, Logan rubs his chin in deep thought before responding, "I am not entirely sure, but probably the Black Moon sect." Celine's eyebrows knit tightly together in deep thought, looking completely baffled by his response. She mutters the words Black Moon sect to herself. Then, she responds with words that leave Logan completely frozen. "Moon King, please stop joking. You are the miracle of the moon. Do not waste my grand expectations on such a trivial, boring matter." Deep down, Logan is absolutely crying in frustration because he cannot speak his true thoughts. "But I am really not joking. A mere one-star beast tamer like me has absolutely no way to deal with an emperor." Just as despair takes over, a mysterious ring suddenly floats right into view. Both Logan and Luna turn their curious gazes toward the mysterious floating item. As they stare, Celine explains, "This is the moon goddess token, proof of your identity as the Northern King. The moment you put this ring on, the moon goddess sacrifice will officially begin." It flies right to Logan's hand, but refuses to slip onto his finger. Instead, it repeatedly nudges him, signaling for him to remove the ring already on his middle finger. Seeing this, he complies and takes off his old ring, sighing in exhaustion, "All right, fine." Instantly, the new ring slides onto Logan's middle finger. A split second later, a brilliant pillar of light erupts from beneath his feet, surrounded by colorful, swirling halos of mystic energy. In an instant, an eerily quiet landscape unfolds, an ancient, peaceful town nestled right at the base of a massive mountain. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, stating the moon sacrifice is starting, verifying the token, and confirming the Northern Moon representative. Immediately after, the system screen flashes a warning red with a critical verification error message. As the system runs another check, Logan opens his eyes to a new prompt stating that the authority level of the Moon Book holder has been significantly upgraded. The identity of the Moon Book holder can be disguised. Do you wish to wear a disguise? Yes or no? After reading the sudden prompt, Logan warily scans his new, silent surroundings. System screens surround him, leaving him completely bewildered as he wonders where he is and if he just teleported. Just then, one particular interface catches Su Liang's eye, making him freeze. The screen displays his face along with his stats, showing his name, Su Liang, can be hidden, but his one-star realm cannot. His male gender is adjustable, and his appearance can be modified. It is a character template. 3 templates are available to inherit immediately for a perfect disguise. Warning, if he doesn't choose one, His actual realm will be exposed to the other representatives. Reading this, he smirks in sheer frustration, having never expected to run into a situation like this. Being a one-star from the northern region basically exposes his identity instantly. Luckily, the three disguised templates appear, starting with the Azure Sea Crescent Moon Emperor. Next is the Hidden Moon Star False Sovereign, followed by the Cloud Walking Moon Transformation Sovereign. After looking them over, Liang strokes his chin, lost in deep, serious thought. The absolute priority right now is hiding his weakness, or things will go horribly wrong once the Moon Goddess ritual begins. As his mind races, he decides his best move is to inherit a template that sounds incredibly powerful. He immediately taps on the screen, selecting the Azure Sea Crescent Moon Emperor template. In an instant, all the surrounding system screens fade away, leaving only a final notification confirming his transformation into the new template. Meanwhile, at the Moon Goddess ritual, a tense atmosphere fills the room as a single light shines in the center, surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. A dark silhouette slowly emerges from the pathway leading to the ritual, whispering a familiar phrase that the moon never sets because the night is eternal. This is Saintess Zhao Yu, the powerful representative of the central region. The moment she sits down, she freezes in surprise. On the opposite side, another dark shadow steps forward, calling out a greeting. Saintess Zhao Yue, it has been a long time. This is Emperor Kang Yue, the representative of the southern region. She strides in with a smirk, noting that the moon goddess ritual is finally about to begin. Zhao Yu remains silent, refusing to answer. Right at that moment, a small shadow appears as a little girl in pajamas slowly wanders out. This is Xiao Hu, the representative of the western region. Zhao Yu throws a hostile glare her way, but Kang Yu cheerfully waves to the little girl, welcoming the king of the western region. This warm enthusiasm is met with a lazy response from Xiao Hu. Yeah. After scrambling onto the high chair, she closes her eyes tightly and drifts straight back to sleep. Shortly after, a woman with gorgeous flowing hair arrives, dressed in a stunning, revealing outfit. This is Bing Min, the representative of the eastern region. She glances around the room and mutters in disappointment, questioning why there are only women here. How boring. Hearing this, Zhao Yu fires back with pure disdain, demanding to know why the eastern region's Bing Min is even here. Non-moonlight anomalies like her will only threaten the absolute purity of the sacred moon. Sitting down calmly, she smiles and explains that since she carries the sacred moon goddess token, she had no choice but to show up. Now, 4 representatives are seated in their spots, yet one empty chair still remains completely unoccupied. Bing Min notices the empty seat and asks with confusion, wondering why they are late and when the next phase begins. Kang Yue smirks, pointing out that only the northern region is missing, which should be the Moon King. Just then, Xiao Hu wakes up. Rubbing her sleepy face, the little girl looks over and asks if it is the person who caused a massive scene 3 years ago. The one who kept the moon full for an entire month? Zhao Yu scoffed with pure arrogance, replying that it was nothing but an empty rumor. Just as she finishes speaking, the soft sound of light, elegant footsteps begins echoing toward them. Xiao Hu and Kang Yu instantly turn toward the sound. Zhao Yu and Bing Min cannot hide their curiosity either, as a slender, youthful silhouette slowly emerges from the shadows. The moment she sees the newcomer, Bing Min drops her jaw in complete disbelief, gasping out. Kang Yue also leaps to her feet, completely stunned, and shouts that this is absolutely impossible. Liang, now disguised inside the body of the Azure Sea Crescent Moon Emperor, strides forward as the northern region representative. A familiar crescent moon glows in his eyes. Kang Yue stares blankly at him, completely unable to process the shocking reality unfolding right before her eyes. Her voice trembles as she stammers that the moon has finally provided guidance. As he prepares to sit down, she continues to cry out, demanding to know how the northern representative is not the Moon King. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu remains much calmer, coolly offering her own logical deduction. It seems the Moon King was nothing special, and there are plenty of far better candidates than him. Saying that, Zhao Yu falls silent for a brief moment, narrowing her eyes to closely observe Liang. His incredibly calm expression makes her highly suspicious. With zero reaction from him, she wonders if he really has absolutely no connection to the legendary Moon King. Meanwhile, deep down, he is actually weeping. She looks so incredibly cute, so why does she have such a brutally toxic mouth? But he quickly regains his composure, realizing that the Azure Sea Crescent Moon disguise has indeed thrown all of them into complete confusion. It seems the authority of the Book of the Moon is truly higher than the moon god's own token. With representatives from all 5 regions gathered, the grand announcement finally echoes throughout the arena. After thousands of years, the Moon God Festival begins anew, where the final victor will be chosen by the kings. The echoing voice deeply irritates Zhao Yue, but before the brutal final duel, the moon god seems to want some extra entertainment. The announcement drones on while little Xiao Hu is still half asleep. They must choose their strongest exclusive offering, and until that offering is defeated, the kings are strictly forbidden from fighting each other. Meanwhile, Bingying actually enjoys listening to these rules. If any king dares to personally step in and slaughter other offerings, they will be instantly disqualified from the competition. Kang Yue completely ignores the rules, keeping her eyes fixed firmly on Su Liang instead. Finally, Overlord-class beasts are banned as exclusive offerings. The chosen beast must belong to their faction or they must choose again. After that long explanation, the final call is finally made. Now, the kings must summon their exclusive offerings. Su Liang stands there completely frozen, realizing he has no other beasts to choose from besides the one from the Twin Moon sect. Cold sweat pours down his face as a deep sense of humiliation washes over him. His hard-earned disguise has been blown right from the start, and it is incredibly embarrassing. Bingying lets out a massive yawn, complaining about how absolutely boring this whole thing is. She originally wanted to test the strength of the other king's offerings, but now she cannot even join the battle directly. With a sigh, she immediately summons her own exclusive beast. A system screen pops up, confirming the East region's exclusive offering as the mighty Emperor-class sky beast, the Flying Sakura. This sight sends Su Liang into a panic. To start off with an Emperor-class beast is just insane. It means she likely has a contract with something even more terrifying hidden up her sleeve. In the next second, the Central Region's offering is revealed as the Emperor-class Moonlight Beast, Falling Full Moon. Reading the screen, Su Liang grows even more anxious. The Falling Full Moon is the legendary Moonlight Emperor, the proud symbol of the Moon God Temple. Even sleepy Xiao Hu summons her beast, grumbling about how annoying this whole process is. The system screen flashes, confirming the West region's offering as the Emperor-class Moonlight Beast, first-generation White Saint. Su Liang stared in shock, silently repeating those words. The first-generation White Sage. His spirits plummeted as he realized the first ancestor of the White Sage family must have possessed power on par with an absolute overlord. Kang Yue made no move at all, her sharp gaze remaining completely locked onto Su Liang. A sudden urging voice echoed, demanding the remaining kings offer their exclusive sacrifices within 1 minute. Right at this critical moment, Su Liang seemed to recall something incredibly important from his past. That was it, the emperor who once ruled the Northern Territory. Even if his current whereabouts were unknown, he still had some connection to him. Moments later, a faint silhouette with deer antlers gradually materialized. He was overjoyed, whispering to himself that he found it. Without any hesitation, he boldly declared he would use the Book of the Moon to draw 100 times. The pages of the Book of the Moon flipped rapidly like the wind. Shortly after, a notification displaying the illustrated guide for an Emperor-level beast flashed before his eyes. Inside was the image of the Cloud Dream Covenant, containing details on this ancient Northern Emperor-level beast and founder of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. The first piece of information revealed that thousands of years ago, the Cloud Dream Covenant guarded the White Deer Palace. But after lunar radiance was shattered, its status fell from supreme ruler to an ordinary emperor, plunging it into a deep slumber, sleeping in the sea of clouds at the northern border, awaiting the moon's convergence to awaken. This led to the second piece of information. The 12 lunar radiance palaces were fragments of the Luna Flash butterfly system. The only surviving guardian left today was the 9th palace, the Jade Sea Moon Breaking Palace of Sagittarius. Suddenly, a warning notification chimed while Su Liang was still standing there staring blankly. In the final 5 seconds, failing to make a choice would count as forfeiting your qualification. Then came the third piece of information. The descendant of the Cloud Dream Covenant, a supreme-tier beast named Cloud-Treading Moonchaser, could upgrade to Emperor tier after obtaining the Lunar Radiance fragment of the White Deer Palace. At this moment, Su Liang was still reeling from the shocking words in front of him. As the countdown echoed out with 5 and 4, the fourth and final piece of information finally appeared on screen. It revealed that the Cloud Dream Covenant and the host belonged to the same faction, allowing them to pass the exclusive sacrifice judgment of this moon goddess ritual. A spark of hope returned to him, making his eyes light up instantly. As the countdown reached 3, 2, and 1, both Su Liang and Kang Yue presented their sacrifices simultaneously. The first notification flashes on screen. The Northern Domain's exclusive sacrificial offering is confirmed as the Emperor tier Moonlight Beast, Yunyu Meng Ji Yue. Kang Yue finishes reading the intel and is completely speechless, utterly shocked to find out that this creature doesn't actually belong to the Twin Moon sect. Meanwhile, Su Liang's eyes go wide in absolute disbelief. How could this be? Is the exclusive sacrifice chosen by the Kang Yue Emperor actually a supreme-grade beast? Right on the screen, the exclusive sacrifice for the Southern Territory is confirmed, a supreme-grade, moonlight, element creature known as Naraku, the Upper Crescent. This shocking piece of information instantly triggers a highly crucial memory for him. Furthermore, this prefix matches the scabbard that the Silent Star Crescent Moon is seeking, Upper Crescent Changhua Shangtang. Right after, Glowing runes flash across the chamber as a cold system announcement echoes. The exclusive sacrifices of the 5 emperors have now been locked in. The Moon God Festival is about to begin. Enjoy the show. With that, Su Liang's body starts to dissolve, initiating his teleportation back to reality. Little Hu is ready to close her eyes and take a quick nap during the teleportation. But suddenly, she snaps her eyes open, her face twisted in pure shock as she realizes something. Wait, the Cloud Dream Covenant? Staring at the fading form of Su Liang, she gasps in utter disbelief. How is this possible? That name is actually. But before she can finish, the teleportation light completely cuts her off. Back in the main hall, Su Liang looks around, quite surprised by the sudden change in scenery before him. At that moment, Gong Yue, floating on a silver crescent, softly calls out to the Moon King. She turns to Su Liang, asking if he can feel it yet. Just seconds ago, the Moon God Festival officially began. Now, it is time for him to claim the throne that belongs to him. Hearing her words, a wave of absolute determination instantly washes over his eyes. A second later, he turns on his heel to leave, casually tossing back a few words. He needs to prepare, so they will call it a day here. Hovering high above, Gong Yu playfully responds. Fair enough. By the time they meet again, the Moon God Festival might already be over. As the figures of Su Liang and Huan Yue gradually fade away, Gong Yue watches them go, her voice carrying a deep, promising undertone. She hopes that by then, their little agreement can finally be fulfilled. Once the Moon King's presence completely vanishes from the Grand Palace, she turns around and wonders aloud to herself. Why would he ask her how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Overthrowing a mere ant? Recalling his incredibly serious expression from earlier, she is absolutely certain of one thing. He is still completely clueless about his own power. Gong Yue then begins pondering to herself, questioning the Book of the Moon's choice, and sensing the dread surrounding the other emperors. A small smile plays on her lips, her excitement bleeding through every single word she speaks. It looks like his memories are returning. How will those guys over at the Moon God Palace react to this? You and I watch as a colossal pillar of light suddenly shoots straight up into the sky from the Twin Moon sect. Violent shockwaves rip through the air. This sudden, terrifying sight throws the entire crowd into a massive frenzy, leaving everyone in pure panic. What's going on? Amidst the chaos, a girl rushes forward, pointing up at the heavens and screaming for everyone to look. A crimson crescent moon emerges, burning bright against the night. Its eerie glow blends with the endless, panic screams echoing all around. The entire moon turns blood red. At that exact moment, a glowing crescent crest, looking as if it were carved from pure blood, appears on the girl's hand, making her scream in terror. What is happening? In unison, everyone present notices the exact same glowing sigil burning on their hands. Swept up in sheer terror, they panic, desperately wondering if some apocalyptic disaster has just been unleashed upon them. Elsewhere, while Kang Yue is casually soaking in her bath, a maid bursts into the room in a total panic, screaming that the Moon God Festival has officially begun. Ignoring her completely, she just blankly mutters to herself that it is impossible. With a lifeless face and hollow eyes, Kang Yue keeps rambling. The Moon King is the answer given by the moon? If that is true, does that not make her a complete laughingstock? The maid nervously speaks up, asking about what the Emperor said earlier. Did she really want all sect disciples to withdraw once the Moon God Festival begins? The Emperor slowly turns her head, her soulless, freezing cold gaze instantly locking onto the terrified girl. Slowly closing her eyes, Kang Yue takes a deep breath to compose herself. She gently brushes her hair back, coldly replying that she has changed her mind. Standing up, she delivers a serious command. Send all temporary sacrifices in the sect with Wu Yi to participate in the upcoming selection tournament in the northern region. Reaching for her towel, she adds in an icy tone that she will also be paying that place a personal visit. Wrapping the towel loosely around herself, she steps out, determined to see exactly what is going on with the Moon King and their moon. Watching her walk away, the maid suddenly remembers something important and calls out in a panic, begging the Emperor to wait. Hurrying after her, she asks if the Wu Yi sacrifices are all pawns. Are they all being sent out as sacrificial pawns? Receiving no reply, the maid can only stand there in silent worry. With the Northern Selection Tournament falling on a full moon, what dark fate awaits them? Just outside the Twin Moon sect, the maid's anxious voice still echoes through the quiet air. As the Battle of Emperors draws near, Huan Yue quietly lands on a nearby rooftop, keeping a close eye on the unfolding storm. Carrying Su Liang on its back, it quietly scanned the surroundings, watching for any hidden danger. Stepping down coldly, he realized the sheer number of supreme experts lurking around the academy was highly unusual. It seemed the Double Moon sect was already assembling in a rush. Just then, a familiar voice broke his train of thought. Lord Yue Fang, you have finally returned. Looking back with curiosity, Su Liang saw Qing Xia rushing toward him. Shoving a phone forward, she shouted in sheer frustration. You have to get justice for us. Empress Kang Yue has suddenly declared war on our academy. Checking the phone, Su Liang saw the shocking notification. Empress Kang Yue had declared war on the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, and the Southern Five Leaves sect would join the elimination tournament. Qing Xia could barely contain her rage, shouting that their enemies clearly wanted to wipe out every single sacrifice inside the academy. Staring at the screen, he could immediately sense the hidden motive behind the Empress declaring war on their academy. She was likely trying to test his limits, intentionally sending the Five Leaves sect to cause absolute chaos. Keeping his cool, Su Liang waved his hand gently to reassure her, telling her the Double Moon sect would handle this matter. With that, Su Liang and Huan Yue turned to leave, instructing her that he needed to rest and she should just send over the list of participating factions. Although a bit stunned by his casual response, Qing Xia could only nod and agree. A few hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Inside his room, Huan Yue was sound asleep, cuddling the moonlight rabbit and the shining butterfly tightly on the bed. Under the glow of the desk lamp, Su Liang carefully studied every single faction on the tournament list, resting his chin on his hand in deep, silent thought. It turned out the Bua Empire had originally proposed this tournament, but as a descendant of Bihai Palace, Yue surely wouldn't do anything to hurt him. Staring at the paper for a long time, Su Liang found his mind still spinning with endless questions. The Ling Yu sect and Yan Yue were old allies, likely just joining in to spectate the fun. The northern region lineup consisted of the Baiyu Empire, Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, Ling US sect, and Yan Yue. Representing the central region were the Cross Moon Court and the Libra Association, while the southern region fielded the Five Leaves. Since the central region's Cross Moon Court and Libra Association were minor groups backing the Double Moon sect, he could safely ignore them for now. His face remained completely expressionless, his eyes filled with a deep, brooding silence. Ultimately, the real key to everything was the Five Leaves. His eyes locked onto the southern region section of the list as that threatening name dominated his thoughts. The Five Leaves immediately brought Xiao Ju to mind. Even as a mere disciple and holy maiden candidate of Moonlight Island, she already possessed two powerful supremes. It did not take Su Liang long to realize the massive disparity in their overall power. The strength of the true holy maiden had to be terrifying. Even his cloud-treading moon chaser and star-sinking crescent might not stand a chance against her. Standing up abruptly, he wondered if he should just deploy the 12 Moonlight followers to deal with this issue instead. Collapsing back onto his bed, Su Liang looked completely exhausted, muttering under his breath about how incredibly annoying and tiring this whole situation was. He glanced over at Huan Yue, who was sleeping peacefully beside him, lost in thought. Granted, with the cloud-treading moon chaser, the star-sinking crescent, and the jade rabbit becoming invincible under a full moon, he was definitely not weak. Even so, a lingering sense of anxiety quickly began to creep into his heart. But he would soon face a true emperor alongside other powerhouses, meaning he stood no chance of reaching the end of the Moon God Festival. Gently stroking Huan Yue's soft ears, he realized that without a miracle, their only hope was for little Shu to claim the White Deer Palace's moon fragment. A sudden realization caught Su Liang off guard, making him freeze in his tracks. Staring in confusion, he wondered why she had gone to sleep without even taking off the crystal necklace wrapped around her forehead. Trying to be helpful, Su Liang carefully reached over and gently slid the crystal necklace off Huan Yue's head to let her sleep comfortably. Shrugging it off, he crawled under the heavy blankets, completely exhausted and ready to let sleep take over. Suddenly, waking up in the dead of night, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes to the pitch-black room. Groggily wondering why he had woken up in the middle of the night, he remained completely unaware of a mysterious figure looming right beside him. The moment he noticed the intruder, Su Liang's eyes went wide, paralyzed with absolute shock. It turned out to be Huan Yue in her fully naked human form, sleepily crawling over and wrapping herself tightly around him, throwing him into absolute chaotic panic. With their skin practically pressing together through a single thin layer of clothing, the room instantly filled with thick, heavy tension. Feeling the direct physical contact, Su Liang's face flushed bright red as his entire body went completely rigid in pure panic. Sweat dripping down his face, his mind raced with a terrifying thought. Could this be the consequence of removing her necklace? Su Liang timidly glanced down at Huan Yue, who was sleeping soundly right on top of him. Fear crept into his mind. Once she woke up, would she end his life? He didn't dare to move a muscle, terrified of waking her up, and could only stare silently at her peaceful, sleeping face. Totally defenseless, she subconsciously wiggled even closer to him in her sleep, leaving Su Liang completely flustered and confused. Just then, Huan Yue's eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly blinked open. Finding themselves in this highly compromising position, an awkward silence instantly filled the entire room. But suddenly, the Moonlight Rabbit mumbled in her sleep and kicked her leg. As their eyes locked, he could only offer a very awkward, strained smile. Panicking, Su Liang scrambled back, his face turning pale as he stammered out, about that. The first thing Huan Yue did upon waking up wasn't attacking Su Liang, but sleepily reaching her hand up to pat the top of her head. She quickly realized something was off and asked in a cold voice, "Where is it?" He panicked, thinking it was definitely because he had removed her necklace, and he was absolutely doomed. Su Liang could only stammer out a reply. Hearing this, Huan Yue's face remained blank. She stared intensely at him without saying a word. Only after her mind fully cleared did she let out a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Her face still showed a very sleepy expression. Without another word, Huan Yue rolled over and went right back to sleep. Su Liang was left completely stunned and asked, "Wait, you're not mad? I took off your necklace without asking." Bombarded with questions, she sleepily cracked one eye open and muttered, "We can just put it back on later." Why on earth would I be mad about that? Only then did Huan Yue finally notice his extremely flustered expression and ask curiously, "You seem incredibly tense. Did something bad happen?" Su Liang blushed furiously, whispering in sheer embarrassment, "Well, that. Don't you think our current situation is super embarrassing?" Hearing this, she looked completely clueless, with a million question marks practically popping up over her head. Embarrassing? Why? After a brief moment of stun, he suddenly realized the truth. Wait, wasn't it said that only Emperor-class beasts could transform into humans? Could it be they were just used to not wearing any clothes at all? What does a naked beast's human form even mean to them? Seeing Su Liang standing there completely spaced out, Huan Yue got a bit annoyed and nudged closer to press him. "Hey, what exactly is so embarrassing?" He could only back away, answering in utter panic. Thanks to his quick thinking, Su Liang rapidly came up with a plausible excuse. "I just meant your human form is incredibly beautiful, the most gorgeous creature I've ever laid eyes on. It's truly beyond words." Huan Yue was completely stunned for a moment by this incredibly unexpected answer. In the blink of an eye, her cheeks flushed bright red, which only made Su Liang feel even more confused. So, where is the embarrassing part? The next morning, the dawning sky wrapped itself in a beautiful, vibrant shade of early blue. As the gentle morning light filtered through the window, she lazily rubbed her eyes, her face still looking very sleepy. Pulling the curtains aside, Su Liang turned back to look at Huan Yue, asking softly, "You're finally awake?" Still half asleep, she silently watched his movements with a dazed expression. A second later, Huan Yue spoke up in a soft voice. "Su Liang, I don't know why, but ever since I first met you, you've always seemed so tense, like you're constantly worried." She tilted her head, unable to hide the curiosity in her voice. "But today you seem different, like you're actually relaxed and happy." Su Liang smiled gently, agreeing with her in his mind. She wasn't wrong at all. Before, he had to carry the heavy burden of the Moon King's identity, constantly figuring out how to deceive the world and defeat his enemies to the point of collapse. But after everything that happened last night, he realized how grateful he truly was. Looking at her, Su Liang expressed his heartfelt thanks, saying, "Because of you, I finally found my peace." Huan Yue froze, utter disbelief written all over her face. Su Liang stretched energetically and said, "Next up, let's get ready for the Moon Goddess Festival. I think I've finally figured out how to defeat the Emperor," she asked blankly, "but I didn't even do anything." A moment later, the realization hit her, and she immediately cheered with joy. "Wait, does this mean we're going out to play?" Seeing her about to run off completely naked, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, put some clothes on first." Before long, the two of them were standing atop a towering skyscraper. Only then did Su Liang turn to her and cautiously ask, "So, what actually happens if your necklace is taken off?" Hearing his question, Huan Yue looked slightly confused. Seeing her silent, he awkwardly tried to clarify, "Well, didn't I remove your necklace yesterday, even though you were so intensely focused on asking me where it was?" Huan Yue answered without hesitation, "Because my mother left it to me." "Of course, I'd ask where it was. My sudden transformation into human form was just because the full moon is near, making my bloodline go wild. What does that have to do with the necklace?" Su Liang let out a dumbfounded cry. It turned out he had overthought the entire thing, completely frozen in place by her blunt explanation. Putting that awkward moment aside, she looked at him suspiciously and asked, "But why did you bring me all the way up here anyway? Aren't we supposed to be preparing for the battle against the emperors?" Su Liang stared thoughtfully ahead, starting to analyze the situation. Standing atop the academy's tallest building, he can see the entire campus, including the chaotic grounds of the sacrificial elimination ceremony. Switching to a serious tone, Su Liang announces that he is preparing to face the Emperor Tier Beast right here. Huan Yue glances around in disbelief. Right here? But there is absolutely nothing in this empty space. Su Liang turns with a subtle smile, wanting to test if he, as the Moon King, can truly communicate with the gods. He boldly summons his beast to come forth. Instantly, the shimmering butterfly emerges, its radiant body glowing with the combined light of sun and moon. Huan Yue quietly watches the beast soar high into the sky. Seconds later, she voices her doubts, questioning what kind of test this is since he only released a tiny shimmering butterfly. Su Liang points ahead, telling her to look again. Curiously following his gaze, Huan Yu stares as the stunning scene before her eyes leaves her completely breathless. A massive swarm of shimmering butterflies has gathered, so numerous that they completely blank out the sky. Su Liang calmly explains that while low-level shimmering butterflies are usually only good for basic scouting, they also possess a unique biological habit of gathering together in massive swarms. He gazes down at the tiny beast resting on his hand with warm, affectionate eyes. He continues to explain that whenever his shimmering butterfly flies out into the open, it guides countless wild butterflies along, making it impossible to identify his own. Suddenly, the glowing swarm dances right in front of Huan Yue, drawing her in as she steps closer to observe them in awe. They cluster tightly before suddenly bursting and dissolving into thin air. The sudden burst of bright light startles her completely. Whirling around, Huan Yue demands an answer, asking what Su Liang did and where they all went. Placing a finger to his lips to quiet her, he responds with an incredibly calm smile. It is a secret, and she will only find out on the full moon. Annoyed by his response, Huan Yue frowns as her expression instantly darkens. Right at that moment, a sudden notification sound chimes, catching Su Liang completely off guard. The contract is finally complete. Smiling to himself, he knows it worked. A holographic beast panel materializes above Su Liang's head, showing his contracts. A high-level lake moon, a mid-level moonlight jade rabbit, his waning moon constitution, and multiple low-level shimmering butterflies. Quickly scanning the newly updated stats, he finds the incredible results almost too good to be true. He marvels at the broken cheatability of the Book of the Moon, which allowed him to contract over 1,000 shimmering butterflies in a single go. Su Liang raises his hands, staring at them intently as his eyes fill with deep, quiet contemplation. He is still nowhere near his limit, feeling absolutely no strain at all. Smiling to himself, he grows even more excited for his upcoming master plan. Since the gods are drawn to miracles, if he can pull off the most spectacular spectacle of all, will they actually descend? Meanwhile, Huan Yue huffs and squats in the corner, resting her chin on her hands while glaring at Su Liang with reproachful eyes. Suddenly, a loud stream of insults erupts from below, causing her to spin around in disbelief at who is making such a scene. The arrogant voice continues to echo through the academy, successfully drawing the attention of everyone gathered below. Complaining that even 3-star beasts are rare, the loudspeaker is revealed to be the 5-leaf holy maiden, Ju Yuetai, who refuses to shut her mouth. She complains that 3 stars is the bare minimum to join Ju Yuetai, questioning why the emperor even sent them there. Standing nearby, the cold 5-leaf holy maiden, Mei Yushuang, calmly pulls down her hat and offers a quiet response. She reminds her that the emperor has his plans, adding that without the Moon King, this academy is completely insignificant. Ju Yuetai gives her a thoroughly bored look, grumbling that this whole mission is nothing but a massive waste of time. Suddenly, a wave of cold, invisible killing intent brushes against the back of her neck, making her shiver instantly. It feels as if a menacing, icy gaze is silently watching her every single move. Sensing the danger, she freezes as her face pales with shock. Her eyes widen in pure terror as Ju Yuetai realizes a powerful presence is lingering nearby. Noticing her sudden and unusual expression of fear, the nearby 5-leaf holy maiden, Tao Yueguan, also senses the heavy pressure and whispers that this is an opponent they cannot possibly hope to defeat. She quickly warns her companion that it is likely a powerhouse from the Twin Moon sect, advising her to avoid looking. Back on the roof, Huan Yue rests her chin on her hand, looking thoroughly bored until Su Liang gasps in surprise, breaking her out of her daydream. He muses that the Blue Moon holy cult is truly formidable, with high-level experts seemingly wandering everywhere. Peering down, he mutters if a fallen powerhouse is truly treated worse than a dog. Huan Yue slowly turns to him with an incredibly cold expression. She bluntly snaps back that he reads far too many web novels, reminding him that fights between Emperor-tier beasts are extremely rare nowadays. Hearing her words, Su Liang curiously tilts his head to look at her, amused by her highly annoyed and grumpy expression. "Are you still mad?" he whispered softly to her. Seeing Huan Yue ignoring him, Su Liang gets the hint and smiles, trying to make peace by saying, "Let's make up, shall we?" But she just huffs in a pout, turning away completely without giving him a single glance. Watching her cold shoulder, Su Liang falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. But then, a sly grin spreads across his face as a totally wicked idea pops into his head. Since she wants to play hardball, it's time to pull out his trump card, and he clears his throat dramatically. Hearing that voice, she flinches, instantly recognizing that all too familiar tone. Loving his own little prank, he continues to tease her, whispering, "You've successfully caught my attention. That classic line works perfectly, leaving Huan Yue shaking with anger as she spins around, her face bright red. She grits her teeth, barely squeezing out a furious "you," while Su Liang chuckles, cornering her completely. Are you really that scared I'll tell everyone about your secret novel reading habit? Her embarrassment redlines, and she can't help but scream out in absolute frustration. Of course I am. Exposing that would literally kill me. Su Liang leans in, tapping his chin as if weighing his options. He just gives a casual nod, and having formulated his next move, he commands, "All right, then come over here." Flustered, Huan Yue asks what he wants, while Su Liang smirks with a mischievous glint, ready to tease her. "Come here and stand still, let me tease you. Refuse, and I will spread your little secret all over the academy." Huan Yue stands frozen in sheer shock, her face blushing as red as a ripe tomato. He can't help but smile, finding her flustered reaction incredibly adorable and amusing. Mortified, she stays completely silent, biting her lip in pure frustration, unable to fight back. Sensing things are getting a bit too tense, Su Liang waves his hands to break the ice, saying, "Okay, okay, I was just kidding." Just then, a soft breeze blows by, making her long, silky hair flutter beautifully. Out of nowhere, Huan Yue lunges forward, catching Su Liang completely off guard with a sudden hug. Su Liang freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The sudden impact sends them both tumbling onto the ground. He looks down at her in a daze, trying to process this, before his face suddenly flushes bright red. "You," he stammers out, completely flustered by the incredibly suggestive and intimate position they are in right now. Both are too embarrassed to look at each other, but then Huan Yue suddenly leans in close, timidly rising. She whispers near his ear, her warm breath tickling his neck and making his ears burn red hot. Gripping his shoulders, she slowly backs away, leaving him completely dazed and utterly confused. Pouting deeply, Huan Yue huffs, "You really know how to take advantage of people. So annoying." She immediately turns on her heel to leave, declaring she's heading back to Yue Liangguan, leaving Su Liang frozen. She leaps away into the air, her face still burning with embarrassment as she yells, "And don't come looking for me." With that, she vanishes into thin air. Su Liang stands up helplessly, watching the empty sky and thinking, wow, she really runs fast. He remains lost in thought about Huan Yue, wondering why she's even still lingering around this area. Does she really take his harmless threats so seriously? But meanwhile, he remains totally oblivious to the figure creeping up behind him. Su Liang has absolutely no idea he is not alone, still completely wrapped up in his own little world. I mean, she had no issues being unclad before, so he really cannot wrap his head around her sudden modesty. Suddenly, the visitor bows respectfully and speaks up. "Cult leader, I hope I am not interrupting your thoughts." Su Liang instantly freezes, a cold sweat breaking out. This newcomer is Yue, the second of the 12 moons, also known as Silver Rabbit. Su Liang quickly regains his composure and replies coldly, "It is fine, speak." He acts tough, but inside, he is sweating bullets, thinking she arrived at the perfect moment to save him from absolute awkwardness. Silver Rabbit quickly reports, "We severely wounded the Dark Moon Holy Sun, but unfortunately, he still managed to slip away. The Battle of Kings on the full moon." Before she can even finish, Su Liang cuts in calmly, "No matter, we just wait for the full moon." "Understood," she replies instantly. Without wasting any time, Silver Rabbit vanishes into the shadows. He stands there, watching her leave while pondering. The target did inherit the Dark Moon legacy, so surviving an ambush makes perfect sense. A second later, Su Liang summons Hu Zhong Yue with a serious tone, causing a light blue ripple to manifest instantly. It swirls gracefully in mid-air before slowly fading away into the wind, leaving the legendary Chen Xing Yan Yu blade floating right before him. Su Liang wastes no time and gets straight to the point, proposing a deal. He offers to reveal information about her lost scabbard if she agrees to lend him her immense power on the night of the full moon. As soon as those words leave his mouth, the floating blade begins to tremble softly. Her eyes, which were tightly shut, slowly and coldly snap open. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the tower's peak, washing over the sky and bringing waves of dense spiritual energy with it. Below, the Wu Yi group quickly notices the strange commotion and stares up in pure disbelief. Yue Guan mutters in confusion, wondering who could possibly be causing trouble from that direction again. Right then, a hand suddenly appears, gripping the blade tightly before delivering a clean, powerful slash. In that exact instant, Yan Yu manifests, hovering midair in her breathtaking human form. Su Liang looks up and sighs in relief, silently thinking that she has finally accepted the deal. Immediately whipping out the Book of the Moon, he boldly commands the system to execute 30 gacha draws. The goal is to scan information on the Supreme Tier Beast, Supreme Crescent Changhua. Instantly, the book flips through its pages, scanning the database. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, stating that the host lacks sufficient authority and some data will be hidden. This completely catches him off guard. Only a blurred silhouette appears on screen, along with basic unlocked details showing the Moonlight attribute, Supreme Tier, and that Supreme Crescent Changhua is now unlocked. The basic log reveals that Sinking Star Yanyu's blade is actually one of the 7 strings from ancient times. The first additional info states that the 7 strings are 7 legendary masterpieces, and all of them are weapon-type beasts. The second file lists their order of birth as Fangshu, Tianqi, Zixiao, Changhua, Nailuo, Yuji, and lastly, Lige. While each possesses a completely unique core ability, they all hold the necessary traits to help the host reach Tier 1 evolution. The third file shows that Supreme Crescent Changhua and Sinking Star Yanyu previously defeated the Gemini Palace. The guardians of the 12 lunar palaces from 20,000 years ago were severely wounded and forced into a deep slumber. Sinking Star Yanyu woke up 10,000 years ago, but Supreme Crescent Changhua remains asleep to this very day. She is currently being kept in the eastern treasury of Queen Bingyu Tianlin. Right at that moment, the system blares an unexpected warning, leaving Su Liang letting out a shocked gasp. The warning basically says the host is nowhere near strong enough to challenge Queen Bingyu Tianlin, the Eastern Overlord. He must contract at least one Emperor-tier beast just to have the bare minimum qualification to survive in that dangerous Eastern territory. Staring at the screen in utter shock, he panics and thinks, what on earth is this? Defeating the Eastern Overlord to retrieve the scabbard seems like an impossible dream. Still, Su Liang quickly transmits a message to Sinking Star Yanyu, letting her know Changhua is located in the east. Even after hearing this, her eyes remain tightly shut, offering absolutely no response to his words. Stealing his resolve, he speaks up with a dead serious tone, saying that to reclaim it, they must face their ultimate obstacle, Queen Bingyu Tianlin. The moment those words escape his lips, Yanyu reacts instantly, her body shuddering in a brief moment of dread. In that heartbeat, her expression turns incredibly dark, overflowing with pure bloodlust. Without uttering a single word, she coldly turns her back and walks away. Clenching her fists in silent rage, her aura is suffocating. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Su Liang instantly shuts his mouth, his face turning pale. He realizes deep down that the Twin Moon sect's current forces stand absolutely zero chance against the overwhelming might of Queen Bingyu Tianlin. Images of Emperor Kang Yue and the fearsome Queen Bingyu Tianlin flash vividly through Su Liang's uneasy mind. This massive gap in raw power leaves him feeling deeply troubled. This new foe is easily 10,000 times more terrifying than Emperor Kang Yu, whom he must face in 3 years. Staring at Yanyu's cold and distant expression, he remains completely trapped in his thoughts, wondering why the Sinking Star Yanyu has suddenly gone so quiet. Su Liang's face is tight with tension, and he swallows hard, trying to keep his composure. After a momentary hesitation, he collects himself and gathers the courage to speak up. He confidently says, 3 years. Just those 2 words make Yanyu turn her head in curiosity. With a resolute expression, he places a hand over his chest to make an honest declaration. Give me 3 years, and I will defeat Queen Bingyu Tianlin. Hearing this bold promise from Su Liang, Yanyu freezes in place, completely stunned by his words. Under her intense gaze, he suddenly hesitates for a second, a small spark of self-doubt creeping into his mind. What did he just say? Su Liang questions himself before nervously asking if she would actually believe such a claim. She remains as silent as ever, but in the very next second, Yanyu unexpectedly speaks up, addressing Su Liang about their ancient history. She explains that the 7 strings and the moon god Flash Butterfly faction never got along, and she always harbored hostility toward him. Su Liang's jaw drops in absolute shock, totally bewildered by her words, until she softly adds, "But thank you." At that moment, Yanyu slowly opens her eyes, her gaze soft and slightly misty like a gentle fog. She offers a gentle, rare smile, whispering, "Even if it is just for a moment, let me dream a short dream." But the anger inside him only flares up. Su Liang clenches his fists, his face turning dark as he screams in his mind, "Wait, so you could talk this whole time?" Memories of her wild antics flash through his mind. Su Liang wonders if all that reckless slashing was actually just her way of threatening him. Honestly, if it wasn't for the moon in the lake, he would have been torn to shreds multiple times already. Su Liang let out a helpless sigh, trying to calm himself down. There was no point in dwelling on it now. What's done was done. Walking away with absolute ease, he strolled right past Yi Yu, leaving her with a promise no matter what, he would keep this beautiful dream alive for as long as possible. With a devious smirk on his face, Su Liang turned around and teased her, asking if she would dedicate her entire life to him if it actually came true. She lowered her gaze, replying in a serious tone that the ancient wars between the gods had ended a long time ago. If he could find her scabbard, she admitted that marriage was not entirely out of the question. But if he wanted to start a family right now, she simply could not do it without that scabbard. Hearing this, Liang stood there completely speechless. He could not believe his ears, realizing this girl was dead serious. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the guest hall of Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Inside, Uedai was absolutely furious, snapping rudely at the young girl, demanding she repeat what she had just said. Hands on her hips, the young girl arrogantly mocked them, asking if they were deaf. She ordered them to get lost and go back where they came from. Pointing straight at Uedai, she snapped that since the Azure Moon Great Emperor had declared war on them, she could turn them to dust right then and there. This pushed Uedai over the edge, making her scream in absolute rage. But before she could lash out, a hand suddenly clamped over her mouth from behind. It was Yue Guan. She whispered a warning, telling her to shut up. She could tear the girl apart later, but she must never insult her. Yue Guan explained that this little girl was a direct descendant of the powerful Bai High Palace Moon family. One wrong word could bring ruin, and not even the Azure Moon Emperor could save them. Stepping forward, Yue Guan spoke, but her tone carried a heavy threat. She recognized her as Bai Shengxi, the seventh princess of the Bai Yu Empire. She added that even with the Holy Moon body, she should wait 10 years to challenge her. Yue Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. This little brat was actually capable of unleashing the full power of her Holy Moon body summoned in broad daylight. Facing the 5 leaves alone, Bai Shengxi did not show a shred of fear. Instead, she boldly addressed them as elderly aunts. Whether they could win or not was another story. But this guest hall was funded by her Bai Yue Empire, meaning if she said they could not stay, they would have to sleep out on the streets. Being openly mocked by a mere child pushed the holy maidens past their limit. Yue Guan glared at Bai Shengxi, her anger completely boiling over. She warned the brat not to push her luck, but Bai Shengxi merely smiled, her calm demeanor acting as a direct slap to their faces. Without warning, she unleashed a massive burst of energy, creating a violent vortex of raw power that sent the intruders flying backward. Just as the dust began to settle, a mysterious figure slowly emerged from the clearing smoke. Silver Rabbit's cold voice echoed through the hall, causing Yue Dai and Yue Guan to whip around in sheer panic. She warned them that if they dared to start another fight before the conference, they would be immediately disqualified. Looking at Bai Shengxi, Silver Rabbit calmly told her to let them in, as it was the direct command of the Moon King. Curiously, Yue Guan questioned if she was one of the legendary 12 moons of the Double Moon sect. Ignoring the question entirely, Silver Rabbit simply repeated her order to the princess to let the group inside. Bai Shengxi's expression fell, her eyes reflecting a brief moment of sadness. But she quickly forced a bright, obedient smile, cheerfully agreeing to older sister Silver Rabbit's request. With the princess's begrudging approval, the members of the Wu Yi group were finally allowed to step inside the Double Moon sect's grand guest building. However, a heavy silence hung over the group as they walked in. Following closely behind, Bai Shengxi curiously asked Silver Rabbit which specific rank she held within the legendary 12 moons. Silver Rabbit glanced back with a gentle smile and revealed she held the second seat. Bai Shengxi immediately began calculating in her head. If the second seat was at this level, then the 10th seat was probably only slightly stronger than her. She figured that if she could reach the top spot within 3 years, she would finally be qualified to challenge the 4 Moon Generals. Listening to her wild thoughts, Silver Rabbit just stared as Bai Shengxi blushed, clasping her hands together in a cute, delusional daydream. If she had just been born a few years earlier, she could have passed down the world's strongest bloodline with the legendary Moon King. Silver Rabbit could only offer a forced smile, casually replying that she would eagerly await the day they could fight side by side. With that, she decided not to linger any longer and quickly walked away. Once she was out of sight, Silver Rabbit's expression turned ice cold as she dismissed the girl as an arrogant brat, her eyes flashing with a mysterious, hidden scheme. The upcoming conference would finally reveal the true power of that holy moon body. Soon, as the night of the full moon approached, under the bright, radiant moonlight, 2 sentries clad in white cloaks silently patrolled the outer grounds of the academy. As they passed a roadside tree, they had no idea a powerful 6-tailed spirit beast was lurking right behind it, watching their every move. It was the Emperor Grade 9 Hell's astral mystic moon itself. The majestic creature let out a low, smug chuckle, absolutely confident in its stealth. Their defenses are far too weak. They can't even detect her presence. Staring at a leaf, Lu Wei suddenly asks if the Huangquan sect is here to join the party. A large water droplet on the leaf trembles, transmitting a sharp warning. She needs to keep a low profile in this northern region since everyone might be under surveillance. Turns out it's the clever special clone of 9 Hells, the Emperor-class powerhouse of Huangquan, Liang Duan Tianshu. Leaning lazily against a tree trunk, Lu Wei indifferently retorts that he only accepted the Dark Moon cult's commission out of sheer curiosity anyway. A split second later, she flashes a sinister, wicked smile. She wonders aloud who the ultimate winner will be, admitting she can't even begin to imagine what the legendary Moon King's beast looks like. Her face practically glows with excitement as she continues chatting with Liang Duan. How can a simple one-star Beastmaster control an Emperor-class beast? She is dying to find out. But when met with only silence, she raises her head in frustration. Demanding to know why he is silent, she watches as Liang Duan slowly floats down, explaining that the true power of a one-star Beastmaster is precisely what makes the Moon King so terrifying. Before she can formulate a reply, she freezes at his sudden question. Does she actually know the difference between a mere vessel and an apostle? She is forced to ponder. She skeptically asks if he means those chosen to represent the gods. The ones who never taste defeat are the apostles, while those who are beaten are just vessels. Losing even a single time means losing the right to be watched by the gods. As she speaks, a cold, piercing pair of eyes suddenly glows and hovers in the pitch-black darkness. A colossal hand reaches down from above, pulling the thin strings of a lifeless wooden puppet. Liang Duan simply shakes his head, rejecting her theory. Her theory makes sense, since apostles are indeed vastly superior to vessels, but they are not judged solely by the final outcome, as the unfolding imagery perfectly illustrates each and every part of his explanation. According to the ancient records of Huang Quan, the most fundamental difference between a vessel and an apostle is, vessels are led to believe they have received divine guidance from the shadows, much like a player accepting a main quest in a video game. He points out that while most divine representatives in the world are merely vessels, only a rare few ever become true apostles. They claim to have encountered the gods in their dreams, feeling as though they have merged to become a part of the divine. But does she know what the Moon King said back then? Lu Wei freezes, completely dumbfounded by his sudden question. Meanwhile, Su Liang stands atop the tower, quietly gazing up at the brilliant moon glowing in the night sky. Yet Liang Duan's voice continues to echo. To this day, just thinking about the Moon King's words sends a cold shiver down his spine. Suddenly, he stares tensely in one direction. From behind the silhouetted buildings, a blinding flash of light rips through the night sky, aiming directly at him. Su Liang snaps his eyes open, instantly on high alert. Then, the blinding light intensifies over the tower and ruthlessly crashes down on Su Liang in the blink of an eye. A violent explosion erupts, shaking the entire sky. But as the dust and smoke begin to settle, a manic, triumphant laugh suddenly rings out from the ruins. Ling Ji emerges from the smoke alongside her beast, heavily catching her breath while wearing a smug, arrogant grin. That final strike cost her a portion of her lifespan, but there is no way he survived it. She looks gratefully at He Jing hiding behind a tree. She praises him, knowing she only got close to the Moon King thanks to his help. Terrified, he anxiously asks Lady Ling Ji how they are supposed to escape the area now. She turns around calmly, scoffing at the idea of running when she has already defeated the Moon King. Falling to her knees with open arms, she drowns in her own delusions, claiming the gods and the moon will watch over her from now on. But her celebration is cut short as her eyes suddenly fly open in horror, through the drifting dust and smoke surrounding the tower. Su Liang steps out completely unharmed, shielded by a barrier of rushing water. He calmly praises his protector for a job well done. Addressing the beast Hu Zhong Yue, he commands her to open her eyes. Instantly, Yan Yue manifests in human form, completely enveloped by the flowing waters. He calls out her name, Star Slasher Yan Yue. Her eyes snap open, casting a freezing glare toward Ling Ji as she furiously tightens her grip on her blade, preparing to strike. Green arcs of lightning crackle and spark all around her. The moment she sees this, Ling Ji recoils in absolute terror, gritting her teeth as cold sweat runs down her face. In a desperate move, she slams her palm hard onto the ground. A blood array is instantly summoned beneath her, whisking her away in a flash without leaving a single trace behind. He Jing screams in absolute despair, unable to believe she has abandoned both her own beast and him just to save her own skin. Facing life and death, the evil-eyed antelope grimaces and instantly unleashes its ultimate technique, the Overlord Evil Eye. It quickly expanded its defense, barely blocking Yan Yue's fierce attack for a brief moment. Su Liang stood tall with an imposing aura, coldly raising his hand. Instantly, green spiritual energy from all directions began to gather. Next, Su Liang slowly moved his arm forward, unleashing a massive, devastating wave of power with absolute decisiveness. The surrounding aura surged violently in all directions. Faced with such overwhelming force, He Jing and the evil-eyed antelope were completely caught off guard and instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, Ling Ji had managed to escape, catching her breath deep inside a forest. Leaning against a tree trunk, she panted heavily in pure exhaustion. Having run hundreds of kilometers, she hoped she was finally safe. She never expected Su Liang's strike to be this powerful, and now, it was closing in on her at a terrifying speed. Sensing the danger, Ling Ji spun around in a panic, but the devastating force was already upon her. Brilliant green light illuminated her tearful face as she shrieked in absolute terror. "Oh, Lord of the Sacred Mountain, Before she could even finish her final words, Ling Zi was completely swallowed by the raging light. Time flew by quickly, and the day of the great tournament finally arrived. Xiaoju stepped out with a cheerful wave, greeting her audience. Hey everyone, the sacrificial tournament is about to start. Smiling brightly, she excitedly streamed the announcement. I'm going to show you guys every single moment of it. Make sure to hit that follow button by tapping your screen 3 times. Xiaoju stared intently at her phone, unable to hide her sheer delight as the viewer count skyrocketed. Tens of millions of live viewers, that was 100 times more than her usual streams. Of course, her main goal and the goal of almost everyone else attending was to finally see the Moon King's legendary beast lineup revealed on this very day. Over in the grandstands, however, not a single soul had shown up yet. Meanwhile, 2 girls were chatting. Wait, isn't the tournament starting a bit too early? The full moon is still a long way off. Mu Rong immediately agreed with her. Exactly. Without the full moon, there is no way we can unleash our true, maximum strength. Yue Guan turned back and chimed in, saying that forget this tournament. Even at the Moon Goddess Festival, winning or losing did not matter. She seemed completely indifferent to fame or shame, remaining absolutely focused on her original goal. As long as we can witness the clash of the emperors and make it out alive, that is more than enough. Soon, the stands were completely packed with spectators. Yue Guan pondered in silence, knowing that although their matches were merely a warm-up act, glancing at Shang Shi, who was smiling calmly without a care in the world, her thoughts grew darker. It would be much better if this little brat was eliminated right here. Yue Guan remained silent, her expression tense as her mind raced with calculations. Letting her advance any further could seriously jeopardize the outcome of the Moon Goddess Festival. As the moonlight slowly emerged, piercing through the dark night, the announcer's voice suddenly boomed across the arena. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend this sacrificial elimination tournament. Bai Yuwu, caretaker of the Double Moon Sect's overlord and royalty of the Bai Yu Empire, stood in the center ring. Let me explain the rules once again, she announced. Rule by rule, Yiwu laid out the terms. First off, all contestants must be under 20 years old. Second, all combat beasts must be summoned before the battle begins. Summoning during active combat is strictly prohibited. Third, either combatant can withdraw unconditionally without losing their qualification to participate in the upcoming Moon Goddess Festival. The crowd listened intently to every single word. Fourth, attacking spectators or beast tamers is strictly forbidden. Having concluded the rules, Yiwu loudly declared the official opening. The tournament has officially begun. Would any challengers please step onto the stage? The moment the words left her mouth, Shang Shi couldn't wait and rushed forward. Auntie, can I get on the stage now? I am totally ready. Yiwu offered a warm, affectionate smile, gently patting the little girl's head. Not yet, sweetie. The full moon hasn't appeared just yet. As she gently stroked Shang Shi's head, her calm voice carried a deep, unwavering sense of absolute confidence. You are the one destined to help our Moon King defeat the Dark Moon Emperor in the future. Meanwhile, from a quiet distance, Su Liang watched the tournament unfold. He stood in deep thought. The battles had begun, but the true threat lay elsewhere. With his razor-sharp instincts, a single glance was all it took for Su Liang to sense several immensely powerful auras closing in. These had to be Emperor-tier beasts. He instantly saw right through their hidden motives. They were likely here just to witness the epic clash between him and the Dark Moon Sect's Emperor tonight. As he was lost in thought, approaching footsteps broke the silence. Su Liang, did you feel that? Yan Yue asked, stepping forward. Su Liang frowned, guessing her meaning. You mean those Emperor beasts? Closing her eyes tightly, she looked up and whispered. No, I mean. Yan Yue paused for a brief moment, her voice dropping into a deadly serious tone. The gods are watching you. Back at the tournament, the battle was raging fiercely when a massive explosion suddenly rocked the entire arena. As the smoke cleared, a massive, muscular beast emerged from the dust, roaring savagely with its jaws wide open. A shockwave of spiritual energy erupted, rippling across the entire sky. Right then, the man opposite slumped down by the edge of the pit, tears streaming down his face, crying and screaming in utter despair, "My beast." At that exact moment, the glowing moon crest on the back of his hand slowly faded away. Meanwhile, Yudai finally woke up, looking dazed as she yawned and grumbled about the noise. The clash between the Libra Guild and the Lingyu sect was so loud it woke me up, she muttered sleepily, asking, which high-tier beast battle is this anyway? Murong quickly replied, the 5th match. Yudai stretched her arms, yawning sleepily as she struggled to fully wake up. What a total waste of time. It is almost our turn, right? Smirking, she let out a deeply sinister grin. That noble-blooded brat cannot sit still any longer. With that, Yudai leaped straight down into the center of the arena. Waving her hand arrogantly, she flashed a highly provocative look. Dealing with those other BU Empire brats should be a walk in the park, right? Shang-Chi gritted her teeth, absolutely furious at those extremely arrogant, mocking words. But before rushing in, the girl held back, stepping forward to consult Yi Wu. She immediately raised her hand to stop her. No, it is not the time yet. Suddenly, a white-bearded old man appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Leave this to me. Placing his hand on his chest, he bowed respectfully. The Ju Yue Sanctus is only ranked 4th in the 5 leaves. Fighting her would be a waste of the 7th princess's time. Just 5 minutes later, looking at the scene before them, Yi Wu and Shang-Chi stood there, completely speechless. Despite his previous arrogant boasts, the white-bearded old man now sat defeated on the floor alongside his beaten beasts. Dominating the arena, Yudai stood tall with her 2 beasts, including the 6-star Moon Basin Flower Emperor, a supreme-tier Moonlight type, and the 6-star Moonlit Beauty. Standing right before the old man, she sneered with pure contempt, mocking his pathetic display. Is this really the best you can do? She smirked triumphantly, throwing out casual, cutting sarcasm. This tiny reward is not even worth 3 or 4 days of my meditation. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Yi Wu like lightning, catching her completely off guard. She turned pale and yelled out a frantic warning. Stop, we still need to wait. It turned out Shang-Chi could not hold back anymore and leaped down, shouting back, Do not worry, I will just stall them for a bit. Landing gracefully on the stage with an arrogant smirk, she knew that if she delayed any longer, the Black Moon Holy Mountain experts would arrive. Yudai glared directly at Shang-Chi, asking in a highly provocative tone, Hey kid, do you actually want to fight me seriously? Chuckling softly, the young girl calmly replied, Well, the full moon is coming. If I do not fight now, I will run out of time. Staring at her with utter disdain, Shang-Chi sneered. How could I possibly miss this chance to shut the loud mouths of you Southern Territory trash? Yudai froze, her face turning pale with rage as she struggled to find a comeback. Just as she was about to explode, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Yu Guan stepped forward coldly, giving a brief, 2-word order, switching places. Frowning in confusion, Yuede asked, She is just a 3-star brat. Why are you stepping in yourself? Then, her eyes widened in absolute shock as she realized. Could it be? Seeing Yu Guan's dead serious expression and ice-cold gaze, she began to wonder. Was Yu Guan planning to accidentally kill this kid right here on the spot to avoid any future trouble? Realizing this, Yudai warned her, Even if you are the leader of the 5 leaves, this is way too arrogant. But she was met with only a chilling silence and a bone-freezing glare from Yu Guan, making her freeze up instantly. Unable to utter another word, forced to stand down, Yuedai could only swallow her rage, glaring bitterly at her leader. Meanwhile, Yu Guan kept her eyes locked on Shang-Chi, her instincts telling her that something was seriously off about this young kid. She told herself that the 5 leaves absolutely could not be eliminated in the early stages of the Moon God Festival. She had to test this kid herself. Shang-Chi just smiled calmly, tossing out a provocative threat. Wise choice. I will make sure to shut your teammate's loud mouth for good right now. Hearing that, Yuede lost her mind and lunged forward, screaming in absolute fury as she was held back. You damned brat, what did you say? Shifting her gaze to Yueguan's emotionless face, the young girl smiled with genuine amusement. If it is you, maybe I can actually have some real fun. Right at that moment, 3 bright beams of colored light erupted from Yueguan. The terrifying aura of her summoned beasts filled the air. First, a burning orange sphere materialized, revealing the supreme-tier Moonlight-type Moon Spirit Pearl. Next came a humanoid beast, the fearsome, supreme-tier, Moonlight-type Moonbound Witch, and the final beast sitting right on Yueguan's head was the supreme plant-type Sky Inverter. Looking at her opponent, Yueguan asked, Are you not going to summon your beast? You are not planning to forfeit out of fear, are you? Shang-Chi giggled, replying innocently. Well, my beast is currently constipated. We might have to wait a bit. Hearing that bizarre excuse, Yudai froze, her face completely stiff with disbelief. Is that even a real excuse? Yet, Yueguan remained surprisingly calm, casually agreeing that it is no problem and she can take as much time as she needs. The entire arena suddenly falls silent. After a brief moment, Shang-Chi unexpectedly pulls out a small brown pill. Without any hesitation, the little girl swallows the pill right in front of everyone, smiling as if it is nothing. After a brief panic, Yuan Dai quickly points and accuses, Hey, why are you using medicine? That is cheating. But Yue Guan calmly explains, No, this is not an enhancement drug, but a cultivation aid, and its effects are actually quite weak. Standing next to Yuan Dai, Mu Rong also realizes she is stuck in her realm, so she wants to break through right before the fight. Just then, Shang-Chi's eyes snap open. She easily breaks through to the 4-star realm. Mu Rong rubs his chin, calculating her odds. If she manages to reach the 4-star realm, she can fully unleash the true power of her supreme beast. But at this level, defeating the 6-star Tao Yue Saintess is still completely impossible. Shang-Chi merely smirks, speaking with absolute confidence. All right, that is good enough. Instantly, two massive waves of blue and gold spiritual energy erupt right behind Shang-Chi. First up is a beautiful mermaid-type pet she summons named Jiao Yue Han. Jiao Yue Han, a supreme-tier moon-type beast. Next, Shang-Chi confidently calls out, Xin Yue Jigi. Her second pet appears as a crescent moon, woven with string like silk. It is Xin Yue Jigi, a supreme-tier moon-type. Yue Guan blankly stares at the summoned pets before questioning her. Hey, do you honestly think this is enough to defeat me? Or are you hoping someone from the Bai Yue Empire will step in and interfere to save your spot once you fail? Hearing this, Shang-Chi freezes. Her cheeks instantly puff up as if she is holding back a massive burst of air. Seconds later, she simply cannot hold it in anymore and bursts into laughter. Then she says, you southern region folks really know nothing about the sacred moon physique. Shang-Chi holds her forehead, trying to stop laughing. Don't worry, you will understand very soon. She stares intently at Yue Guan, boldly declaring the massive difference between their power. Right after, Jiao Yue immediately moves, vanishing from her starting position in the blink of an eye, leaving Yue Guan completely stunned, frozen in place for a few seconds. In reality, Jiao Yue is charging straight at Yue Guan at the absolute speed of light. Now, face to face, two slashing attacks are instantly unleashed, while Yue Guan remains completely frozen in place, utterly unable to react. In that exact split second, a violent blue light crashes down, engulfing the entire arena as the terrifying pressure tears the ground apart. Unable to believe her eyes, Yuan Dai screams in absolute terror. What on earth is that? Is this really the power of a 4-star Supreme? Unwilling to accept this, she clenches her fists with burning eyes, noting that her opponent has not even used a combat skill yet. Mu Rong remains surprisingly calm, reassuring her, what are you worrying about? This is only the beginning. At that moment, Yue Guan's figure vanishes completely within the thick cloud of dust. Yet she walks out completely unharmed, thanks to a protective barrier created by Lu Ye. Seeing her unscathed, Jiao Yue grits her teeth in frustration. Growing even more agitated, she aggressively rushes forward, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks at her opponent. The deafening noise echoes across the stands, causing everyone who hears it to grimace in pure discomfort. Covering their ears, some complain, damn it, I am going deaf. Yue Guan closes her eyes, then slowly opens them, casting a murderous glare at Jiao Yue, her voice freezing cold. Are you done playing? Suddenly, the Yue Ling Zhou descends, blocking the space between them. It delivers a brutal head-on strike, catching Jiao Yu completely off guard and sending her flying backward. She crashes hard onto the arena floor, the painful impact shattering the ground. Filled with rage, Jiao Yue opens her mouth and lets out a furious roar. Struggling to stand back up, she finds the Yue Ling Zhou hovering right in front of her face. Quietly lifting a boulder with her tail, she waits for it to let its guard down before whipping it away with a powerful tail strike. Having dealt with one, before she can even breathe a sigh of relief, Tao Yue quickly closes the distance. Seething with anger, Jiao Yue lets out a series of piercing growls, trying to intimidate her opponent. Tao Yue gives a faint smile, gently pointing her finger. A tiny sphere appears, displaying Jiao Yue's own reflection, before instantly shattering under a soft, delicate touch. With a flick of her finger, Tao Yue channels a hidden force into Jiao Yue, eating her up from the inside, leaving her writhing in agony and struggling desperately. Before long, Jiao Yue's body disintegrates into dust, leaving nothing but a lone fish tail lying helplessly on the ground. Watching the entire process unfold, every spectator is left horrified by this sheer brutality, unable to help but gasp. It is over. How brutal. Yuan Dai waves her hand, shaking her head smugly as she boasts. That is the 6-star Tao Yue Saintess. No matter how powerful the sacred moon physique is, it cannot bridge such a massive gap in realms. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi is only slightly surprised, her eyes still locked ahead as her voice rings out like a warning, this match should come to an end now. Right at that moment, a water orb appeared, reflecting the little girl's image inside. Without a single thought, Yuan Yue poked the orb, shattering it instantly. Ironically, the one hurt was the orb's owner, Yue Guan. She seemed fine, but suddenly spat out blood. Suddenly, flames erupted in a massive explosion, catching Yue Guan completely off guard. The shockwave sent her flying backward as Yuan Dai screamed in sheer panic. What? How is that possible? Dropping to her knees, she used one hand to steady her bloody body, still unable to believe this was actually happening. What on earth? Yue Guan trembled, gritting her teeth in rage as she realized that the Yuan Yue witch's own attack had been reflected right back at her. Terrified to see her master so badly hurt, Lu Yi immediately showered the area with glowing, healing flower petals. Swooping down, it whipped up a breeze to help the petals fuse directly into Yue Guan's wounded body. In no time, the wounds on her chest healed completely inside the protective barrier Lu Ye had created. Yue Guan's strength returned to normal. Seeing her safe and sound, Yu and Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the crowd went wild with whispers. Healing and defending simultaneously? That is definitely not a moonlight beast, so how is it this strong? Staring directly at Shang-Chi, Yue Guan became incredibly cautious with every single step she took. Since the Yuan Yue witch was out of commission, she sent the Yue Ling pearl to test the waters. Her face tensed and she frowned deeply, knowing that the Yue Ling pearl possessed an incredibly terrifying, explosive power. It would not be easy to block. The pearl ripped through the air like a blazing fireball with devastating destructive power. Suddenly, the severed fishtail lying under the rubble twitched, as if some new life force was breathing back into it. Right after that, Chao Yu's body began to regenerate, piecing her torn flesh and blood back together. She resurrected in a split second, but this time, she returned with a twisted, monstrous, and highly sinister appearance. Yue Guan could not believe her own eyes, screaming out in absolute shock, "How is this even possible?" Charging forward, Chao Yue faced the Yue Ling pearl head-on, unleashing a lethal slash that completely shut down the attack. Instantly, countless cracks spread across the orb's surface. Yue Guan was utterly dumbfounded, and her mind began racing with sheer, absolute disbelief. How could a dead beast resurrect this fast? It made no sense. Watching Shang-Chi quietly stare up at the sky, Yu Guan fell deeper into doubt. Could the sacred moon physique really do this? Meanwhile, the little girl simply muttered that it was finally time for the real show. Then, Shang-Chi slowly walked toward Yue Guan. Her silky black hair fluttered in the wind, illuminated by the moonlight, giving her an incredibly majestic aura. This game is over. And just like that, the long-awaited moment of the full moon had finally arrived. Chao Yue let out a deafening shriek, and in an instant, she began to evolve, her entire body transforming dramatically. It was as if she was flooded with massive power, leaving the crowd pointing and gasping in shock. Sure, a full moon boosts moonlight-type beasts, but this was on a completely different level. It made absolutely no sense. Yue Guan bit her lip, trying to calculate what was happening. Could the sacred moon physique combined with a full moon actually bypass 3 stars? From high above the quiet arena, a familiar voice suddenly shattered the silence. Ah, so that is how it works. Rubbing his chin, Su Liang smiled. A 4-star realm rivaling a 7-star supreme? Incredible. The sacred moon physique is truly something else. Watching from a high rooftop, he closely observed every detail of the battle. He was deeply intrigued, noting that the young girl had not summoned any beasts other than her supreme. Su Liang quickly realized that, unlike the waning moon physique, beasts under the sacred moon physique could not fight above their rank. In the arena, a massive Chao Yue bared her fangs, growling fiercely. With one powerful whip of her tail, the ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Before she could even process it, Yue Guan instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. Hovering in the air, Chao Yue glowed intensely, radiating an incredibly heavy spiritual pressure. Knocked to the ground, Yu Guan stared up in confusion. Why was she not attacking? What was she planning? High above, Chao Yue swung her tail without hesitation, unleashing a colossal wave of pure, devastating energy. As the energy cleared, a cloaked figure slowly stepped forward. It was Xie Yang, standing proud under the moonlight as he made his entrance. His cold voice echoed, "Does having the sacred moon physique make you this arrogant, Bu Empire?" A wicked smirk plays on his lips. With a level of power this pathetic, you are nowhere near qualified to interfere in this battle. Saying that, Tai Yang raises his arm high. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down on his command, hitting Chao Yue dead on. A desperate scream of agony echoes, and her body is instantly vaporized, leaving nothing but ashes behind. At that exact moment, the phone Xiao Ju is using to livestream the grand event suddenly cuts to black for no apparent reason. She panics and screams, "Oh my god, you have got to be kidding me." Right during such an intense broadcast. Her dreams of becoming famous instantly shatter. Xiao Ju looks around in confusion, realizing everyone is facing the exact same issue. Everyone's screens are completely shattered, but suddenly, something unexpected catches her eye, leaving Xiao Ju frozen in absolute shock and disbelief. She spots the massive moonlight rabbit staring right up at Tai Yang in the sky. She cannot hide her absolute horror. What is that thing? It charges forward, its long, twisted ears generating a terrifying pressure. Unfazed, Tai Yang bellows, "Mo ran." In a flash, a blinding beam of dark gray light crashes right in front of the moonlight rabbit. His pet beast finally emerges. It looks like a rabbit, but its entire body is cloaked in pure darkness. A crescent moon crest shines on its chest. This is the supreme tier moonlight-type beast, moon-embracing jade pestle Mo Ran. It casually walks over and whispers, "Hey, "You look a lot like a moonlight rabbit. Are you male or female? Can you even talk?" But this flood of questions only gets an annoyed frown from the moonlight rabbit. Mo Ran sighs in disappointment, muttering, "Guess we cannot communicate after all. How boring." Suddenly, the crescent mark on its chest morphs into messy ink, opening up a small void right in its center. Mo Ran calmly sticks its long ears inside to pull something out. Swinging those ears, it brings out two heavy spiked maces. Losing patience, the moonlight rabbit snaps, its fur standing on end with glowing red eyes. Stomping its feet heavily on the ground, the rabbit charges straight ahead at its opponent. Strangely, Mo Ran is nowhere to be seen, leaving only a spiked mace slamming brutally into its body. A massive explosion tears through the sky. Tai Yang speaks with a cold, eerie voice, every single word dripping with some deep, dark secret. It is getting closer. Staring directly at the building where Su Liang is standing, he flashes a terrifying, creepy grin. Tai Yang whispers into the wind, "Moon King." Right now, Su Liang stands tall, silently watching the chaos unfold below. Surrounded by glowing, flashing butterflies in the night sky, Su Liang is flanked by two girls, Yan Yue and Huan Yue. Facing this grim situation, Huan Yue cannot help but feel anxious, asking softly, "What do we do now?" Yet he remains incredibly calm, reassuring her in a quiet voice, "Do not worry. That moonlight rabbit possesses the crescent physique. Its regeneration is even more insane than a sacred moon body." Suddenly, a massive noise startles Huan Yue. Yan Yue is also caught off guard, scowling deeply at the annoying disturbance. Elsewhere, a mysterious hand is suddenly raised high. It belongs to a girl, the supreme tier moonlight-type Thunder Moon Princess. Gathering wild, storming lightning in her hands, she is ready to strike. The next second, Lei Yue ruthlessly brings her hand down. Lightning tears across the sky, pouring down a godlike net of electricity onto the arena. Within a blink of an eye, the bolts savagely sweep through all the school buildings. The lightning blasts directly into the ground, obliterating solid rocks into tiny fragments. Only thick gray smoke rises from the rubble. As the dust settles, a sturdy protective barrier stands tall, successfully keeping the entire arena perfectly safe. The holy maidens of Wu Yi hug each other in absolute panic, their faces frozen in horror. Yi Wu looks up anxiously, letting out a sigh of relief that the barrier previously set up by the double moon emperor held. Suddenly remembering something critical, she screams in a panic. "But what about the Lord Moon King?" But something catches Yi Wu by surprise, making her freeze with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what she is seeing. She gasps, "What is going on there?" Facing those brutal lightning strikes, the building where Su Liang is standing remains completely unscathed, standing tall amidst the surrounding ruin. Standing on Lei Yue's shoulder, Tai Yang snaps in frustration. "What a scam! This is impossible." Seeing Su Liang perfectly fine after such a devastating assault, he is in complete denial. Is it really impossible to defeat the Moon King Emperor even with an attack of this magnitude? Despite the cool and composed look everyone expects, his face is actually pale white with fear. He thinks, "Damn it, that scared me to death." Glancing at Huzhong Yue, he cannot wrap his head around how its defense can block even the wild strikes of Chen Xing Yan Yue. Meanwhile, his own health points are dangerously low. Cold sweat ran down his back as Princess Lei Yue blasted him away with a single, brutal strike. Yan Yue stepped forward, confidently telling Su Liang that she would handle the next fight. Before he could even say a word, she leaped into the sky with open arms, unleashing swirling spiritual energy that instantly transformed into countless razor-sharp shards. Yan Yue raised her hands, and the shards immediately gathered as if pulled by an invisible, powerful force. Watching this, a sudden wave of dread washed over Xie Yang, prompting him to quickly yell out a warning. While his voice still echoed, the counterattack launched as the razor shards flew forward in a massive wave. They glowed brilliantly like a path of moonlight. Right then, the dual weapons in Lei Yu's hands suddenly began to vibrate violently. Sensing something was wrong, she let go without hesitation, allowing both weapons to float freely into the air. In an instant, they took human form as the Dark Moon dual halberds, a supreme tier beast ready to face star-sinking Yan Yue. The two spirits eagerly shouted that they would be her opponents, while the pink-haired one sneered and taunted her. She claimed she had heard that Yan Yue was the strongest supreme weapon, a mere relic from ancient times. The two charged forward aggressively, shouting smug, arrogant insults as they attacked. They boasted that if they had been born earlier, they would have dominated that ancient era. A sudden, blinding flash of light struck directly into Dark Moon's eyes, forcing her to freeze in sheer disbelief and shock. Yan Yue's massive attack overwhelmed them instantly, moving too fast for either of the twin spirits to react. Crushed in just a single blow, the two holy maidens watching from below screamed out in absolute terrified shock. Unbelievable. Just minutes into the fight, the first supreme tier beast had already been utterly defeated. Suffering a massive backlash from his beast's defeat, Xie Yang spat out blood, clutching his chest as he trembled with pure rage, his eyes burning red. Cursing under his breath, Xie Yang looked up to see the shards spinning wildly under the moonlight. Yan Yu was pulling them back together, preparing to unleash another devastating strike. Terrified, Xie Yang screamed for a defense, quickly summoning his supreme tier Void Moon Lion to form a protective shield for Lei Yue as a massive wave of energy crashed down from above. This attack completely obliterated the ground below. With no signs of stopping, the once grand arena was quickly reduced to a massive pile of rubble. Even though they were safe, Xiaoju and the others reflexively covered their faces in fear. Oh my god! Only after she finally calmed down did she dare to peek through her fingers. Outside the arena, the once prosperous city was now completely reduced to ashes and smoking ruins. The Void Moon Lion was also heavily damaged, covered in scars. The razor shards gathered once again, but this time, they calmly floated back to Yan Yue. They quickly flowed directly back inside her body. Su Liang watched in complete awe, realizing that her actual combat skills were not just limited to simple blade swinging, and that her true form, once combined with her scabbard, was much more than a weapon. Yue Guan froze in disbelief, muttering that a single blow had crippled 3 Dark Moon Sect Supremes, making it obvious why Emperor Kang Yue was so cautious. She suddenly fell silent, looking down as her face grew incredibly dark. Even while being carried away with severe injuries, Cheng Shi couldn't hide his excitement and admiration. He praised her as the legendary supreme beast even Emperor Kang Yue couldn't tame, embodying the absolute peak power of the Moonlight system. Yan Yue turned to Su Liang, her face dead serious. She warned him not to relax, since that ultimate move could only be used one more time today. Smirking confidently, Su Liang replied that having one more use was honestly more than enough for them. He then looked over at Huan Yue, ordering her to step up next and stall the enemy team as much as possible. She pouted in annoyance, complaining that he always gave her the most difficult and annoying tasks. Just then, a glowing flash butterfly landed on his hand, followed by an entire swarm that quickly surrounded Su Liang. He firmly declared that it was time to prepare for the upcoming battle between the emperors. Meanwhile, Xie Yang stood on Lei Yue's shoulder, coughing violently while quickly wiping away the blood from his mouth. He muttered bitterly that it had been ages since he last felt the agony of losing a beast. Memories flooded his mind, taking him back to a full moon night exactly 3 years ago. He still clearly remembered kneeling before that cold-blooded, white-haired boy, looking like nothing more than a pathetic stray dog. Remembering Su Liang's cold face, Xie Yang wondered if things would turn out any differently this time. After a heavy, exhausted sigh, he bursts into a maniacal laugh. Xie Yang looks up, his eyes shining brightly as a crazed grin plasters his face. Moon King, does it even matter if you are the Northern Priest's chosen representative? He screams, the real problem is you are sick. So sick you forgot everything. Do you even remember what you told me? Faced with this sudden confrontation, Su Liang stands frozen, completely unsure of how to react. His eyes widen in sheer shock as the rapid-fire questions echo in his ears. Why did you spare me? What on earth happened after I passed out that day? And how did the Northern Realm's territory shrink by 1/3 after our battle? Why did one of your key beasts go missing? Could it be that the gods have abandoned you? As a sudden, searing pain strikes, Su Liang clutches his head, trying to bear the agony. It hurts so bad. He has absolutely no idea what is going on. He has zero recollection of what this guy is saying and no memory of his past life at all. Slowly regaining his composure, Su Liang tries to calm himself down. No matter what, he cannot waste energy with a major enemy right in front of him. That is when he remembers a crucial detail he almost forgot. Down below the ruined battlefield, thick plumes of smoke rise into the air, almost completely blotting out the sky. Glancing over, Su Liang wonders with curiosity. Come to think of it, I still do not know what she looks like under a full moon. If only he could successfully pull off a 1 versus 3 fight. The heavy fog slowly envelops Lei Yue and Xie Yang. Meanwhile, back at the rabbit duel in the arena, Mo Ran looks up at the strange clouds forming overhead. A split second later, a strange plume of smoke suddenly rises right behind him. Curiosity getting the better of him, Mo Ran quickly turns to look, only to see the smoke swirling intensely while emitting a creepy, spine-chilling sound. Right after that, the Moonlight Rabbit emerges from the thick, hazy mist. With a scornful sneer, Mo Ran scoffs arrogantly, super speed regeneration? Well, this is actually going to be fun. Glaring with bloodshot red eyes, the Moonlight Rabbit charges straight ahead. Mo Ran quickly readies his spiked mace and mocks him. Way too slow. Wearing a sadistic grin, the 2 spiked maces on his ears begin spinning at lightning speed. During the clash, taking advantage of the Moonlight Rabbit's distraction, he cleanly slices off one of its ears. But in the blink of an eye, the severed ear completely regenerates back to normal. Mo Ran grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, unable to comprehend this insanely fast healing rate. Flying into a violent rage, He unleashes a brutal barrage of strikes, tearing the Moonlight Rabbit to shreds. Instantly, the Moonlight Rabbit regenerates fully, with not a single scratch left. Moran is absolutely terrified by the speed, asking if it grew up eating supreme meat. His ears collapse to the ground, completely exhausted. Panting heavily and utterly drained, Moran spits out, "You are still just a lowly creature." Looking up at his target, a sinister plan suddenly pops into his head. Wait, all he has to do is trap it somewhere it can never escape. Without hesitation, Moran acts, lifting his heavy ears high into the air once again. The Moonlight Rabbit looks up, staring blankly at those massive ears. Moran slams them down with crushing force, shattering the ground beneath them as he ruthlessly flattens his opponent without mercy. The protective barrier around the arena violently shakes under this extreme pressure. Spectators gasp in shock, shouting that the entire ground is sinking. Moran keeps his ears pinned deep inside the massive crater as thick black smoke rises. Believing he has won the match, he slowly pulls his ears back, wearing a smug grin. He must have turned it into a meat pie, pinning it thousands of meters underground with no hope of escape. Watching the battle from afar, Liang mutters in disbelief. Who knew that Rabbit's power could be so terrifying? With things getting critical, he quickly tries to formulate a plan. If that is the case, he must summon the star-sinking crescent to handle this. But before he can even finish his thought, the ground beneath him violently trembles, catching Liang completely off guard. Over in the arena, Moran loses his footing from the sudden tremor, crying out in shock. Something is clawing its way up, gripping the edge of the crater to climb out. The Moonlight Rabbit, now in a bizarre mutated form, uses the full moon's power to leap high into the sky. Moran freezes in absolute shock, immediately realizing what is happening. How on earth did it evolve into a mid-tier jade-tailed rabbit? He stands there, completely bewildered. Staring at the rabbit's absolutely furious rampage, he becomes even more deeply confused. Was this beast really just a low-tier Moonlight Rabbit before? Liang hurriedly flips open the Book of the Moon to inspect the sudden mutation. Jade-tailed rabbit, mid-tier waning moon constitution, Moonlight element, stage 3 full moon state, combat skills, super speed regeneration, physical enhancement, skin hardening, and power boost. The Jade Star Leap warns that the waning moon physique specializes during a full moon. Its evolutionary power grows the longer it stays under the full moon, and emotional spikes can drastically cut down the evolution cycle. Watching in absolute awe, the master realizes it actually evolved. Does this mean the power of the waning moon physique will keep growing stronger over time? Refusing to accept this, Moran grits his teeth, his face contorted in rage. No way. This can't be happening. There's no way a pathetic Moonlight Rabbit could ever stand on equal ground with me. Driven mad with rage, Moran lunges at the Moonlight Rabbit, attacking wildly. Are you trying to break past the Overlord barrier? Such arrogance. Even as the heavy, bone-crushing blows rain down, the Moonlight Rabbit stands completely unfazed, absorbing every strike. Suddenly, a whisper echoes in Moran's ear. As long as the moon is full, it's possible. Wait, what? Every month is painfully long, but I only need a single night. Why is that impossible? Hearing this, the beast freezes, totally bewildered. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit silently raises its ears. On the other side, Moran completely loses his mind. Charging forward in a desperate frenzy, the beast suddenly freezes, its eyes widening in pure shock. Right at that moment, the ears on its head vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving Moran utterly speechless. With blood streaming down its face, the panicked beast looks up, staring warily at the Moonlight Rabbit's ears pointing straight at it. What on earth are you? Before Moran can even get an answer, the Moonlight Rabbit delivers a swift, decisive blow that seals its fate. Grip tightening on his cloak, Yang snarls under his breath. Damn it, even Moran lost? Suddenly, a new figure emerges, and Yang immediately senses the powerful presence drawing near. Huan Yue appears right before Yang and Lei Yu, leaving them completely stunned. She casts a freezing glare downward as a menacing aura flares. Yang drops his jaw in utter disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to process this. Is this a beast that can transform into a human? Piece by piece, it clicks. So you were the one who defeated the Rain Tyrant. An Emperor-tier bloodline. Yang remains on high alert around Huan Yue, while Lei Yue, an Overlord-tier Moonlight beast, stands beside him. In her hands, she summons the Overlord-tier Ye Tian Tome and the powerful Overlord-tier Shu Yu. With a sneer of pure disdain, Yang scoffs. But you alone can't possibly defeat me. Just look at my allies. But before he can even finish his sentence, Huan Yue interrupts him with a cold, arrogant voice. Cut the useless chatter. Looking down on them like trash, she snaps. I'm not wasting my time with 3 weaklings. Call out your strongest fighter. Her absolute arrogance pushes Ye Tian over the edge. The beast roars. Watch your mouth, you insolent fool. Its pages begin flipping on their own, revealing strange, glowing runes as the tome speaks. Any overlord I defeat has their skills absorbed for my own use. The tome's next words send shockwaves through the entire arena crowd, meaning you're currently fighting 10 overlords at once. The book continues to boast proudly. Once I take you down, let's see if you're worthy enough to take their place in my collection. Yet, Huan Yue only responds with a look of pure disgust. Shut up. Closing her eyes, she gathers her spiritual energy and speaks. Then allow me to show you real power. Huan Yue raises both hands. A terrifying surge of energy erupts around her as her voice echoes. This is a move that can only be unleashed under a full moon. Shi Yang and Lei Yue raise their arms to shield their faces, unable to hide the sheer panic creeping in. Lei Yue is too stunned to speak. Standing tall and proud, Huan Yue firmly grips two legendary weapons, Wuxiang and Yunji. Instantly recognizing those legendary blades, Lei Yue gasps in shock, realizing they are Emperor-tier weapons. Meanwhile, Huan Yue takes a deep breath to steady her internal energy. She spins her sword, slipping past Lei Yue like a gentle breeze before raising her blade for a devastating strike. She delivers a clean, decisive slash, almost taking down both Xiang and Lei Yu with a single strike. The observer gasps in absolute shock. Is it already over? Just like that? Huan Yue speaks up calmly. The Emperor-tier Yunji on the ground is now covered in thousands of cracks. Yi Tian and Lei Yue tremble in absolute terror. The glowing purple fragments of Yu shatter and begin to vanish, slowly fading into nothingness. Even Huan Yue is mildly surprised by this move, a self-sacrificing technique that redirects incoming damage. Refusing to yield, Ye Tian roars out. Don't get cocky! A glowing butterfly crest suddenly appears. Huan Yue's eyes widen as she tries to react, but the blinding beams of light instantly charge right at her. Thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, Huan Yue effortlessly evades the sudden light attack. Out of nowhere, another beam flashes behind her. Though she manages to dodge it, the sharp attack still tears off a corner of her dress. Huan Yue glares down at her torn dress, her face darkening. Right after, a massive, deafening explosion rocks the area. Without anyone even noticing, Huan Yue stood behind Ye Tian, her voice dripping with pure disdain. After all, those combat skills you gathered are only at this pathetic level, which is why they lost to you, right? Yi Tian listened in complete disbelief, utterly shocked by what he heard. What? Huan Yue raised her sword high, her voice continuing coldly. Why must you rely on the power of those weaker than you? With one clean, devastating slash, she sliced Yi Tian right in half. Clutched in his cloak, Shi Yang muttered under his breath. In an instant, only one survivor remains. I lost. Hovering in midair, Huan Yue spoke with absolute majestic dominance. If you had only listened to me from the beginning, you wouldn't be in this pathetic state. Secretly pulling out a spiritual talisman, he kept his voice submissive as if bowing his head. Indeed, I overestimated my own power, foolishly dreaming I could actually defeat the Moon King. Waving the talisman, Shi Yang roared, Moon God Palace. Let us sign the transfer agreement right now. Watching secretly from a cloud, Lu Wei let out a bored yawn and sighed, how dull. It really ended just like that. Looking on coldly, as if sensing something, she quietly guessed that child might become the next Ice Empress. Lu Wei refused to believe it, mocking, are you joking? How could an Ice Empress of that tier ever be touched by a sovereign? Suddenly, Lu Wei flinched as a massive wave of energy erupted, sending a blinding pillar of light crashing down to the ground. As dust covered the sky, the city was instantly reduced to ruins. Floating in midair, Su Liang spotted Huan Yue. Su Liang called out, is this majestic aura an emperor tier? Huan Yue instantly replied, no, of course it isn't. Leaning on her sword to stand, her gaze sharpened as she added, but you could say this beast has already taken half a step into the emperor's realm. A blinding blue light flashed. From within that glowing orb, a foot slowly stepped out, revealing a girl with messy blue hair and a lazy, sluggish demeanor. Seeing this, Yue Guan gasped in absolute shock. What? Lu Wei screamed in disbelief as she watched. No way, that's cheating. Isn't she the sovereign-tier beast of the Moon God Palace? Why was she summoned by the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, a system screen flashed before Su Liang, announcing a new beast had been unlocked, and his beast codex entries had just increased. The system description flashed. Possesses a rich concentration of Emperor bloodline. Highly prized by the Moon God Palace, even the current Holy Maiden cannot easily form a contract with her. Her combat power is extremely close to an Emperor-tier beast, widely feared as the strongest sovereign in existence. This blue-haired girl is none other than Yu Lin, a Moonlight attribute sovereign-tier beast. Lying on a stretcher, Shang Shi couldn't help but curse out loud. Shameless. If the Moon God Palace interferes, then everyone from the Twin Moon sect will attack together. But Yi Wu quickly stopped them, saying, "No. If the Black Moon Holy Mountain has already contracted with her, then there is no issue. From now on, she belongs to the Black Moon Holy Mountain." Yulin let out a wide yawn, looking up at something, but suddenly her entire face turned pale. Standing on Lei Yue's shoulder, Shi Yang asked curiously, "What is it?" Yulin replied, "The moonlight here is highly unusual," before beginning her explanation. "The distribution of glimmer butterflies here is incredibly bizarre. No matter how strong the moonlight is, it shouldn't attract over half of the northern region's butterflies." Hearing this, Zia Yang quickly put the pieces together. Over half of the northern region's glimmer butterflies? Yulin muttered lazily, "Forget it. Whatever happens next is completely out of my hands anyway." Glancing at Huan Yue, she said, "First, I must defeat the opponent in front of me." Huan Yue gripped her sword tightly, her eyes flashing with pure killing intent. Opposite her, Yulin grinned with amusement, muttering, "Yunji, so that is how it is." She began gathering a massive surge of power, her fingers morphing into sharp, deadly claws. Suddenly, violent bolts of lightning began crashing down all around Yulin. Bracing herself, Huan Yue launched the first strike. The two massive powers collided, unleashing a blinding flurry of sparks that flickered like unstable neon lights. Witnessing this, Ru Yue gasped, "Too fast. I cannot see them at all." Yue Guan agreed, amazed that the Moon King's beast could match the near-emperor tier Yulin. Watching from the side, Su Liang thought to himself with growing concern, "This is the very first time I have seen her fight with absolutely everything she has." He watched the battle unfold, deeply in awe that he was witnessing a legendary clash of this scale. Thoughts raced through his mind as a mere human. He was completely powerless to interfere. After blocking that last heavy blow, Huan Yue was gasping heavily for breath. Yulin showed absolutely no signs of tiring, summoning an even more massive surge of energy. That power formed a colossal blue sphere 100 times her size, illuminating the entire region. Huan Yue stared in utter shock at the overwhelming force. Her silhouette was completely engulfed by Yulin's brilliant blue light as the spiritual energy tore the sky apart. Miraculously, Huan Yue managed to break free, though her clothes were torn to shreds. She gritted her teeth in pain as Su Liang watched in horror. He realized it was just as he thought. Standing there dazed, he couldn't believe even the jade rabbit was injured such a terrifying, overwhelming power. Memories and thoughts flooded his mind like a raging river. But if he remembered correctly, the waning moon physique fluctuated with time and mood, becoming even more terrifyingly powerful. Crouching low to the ground to build up momentum, the moonlight rabbit suddenly lunged forward with explosive speed. The force of its leap sent rocks and trees flying everywhere. As Yulin and Huan Yue clashed, Chen Yulin caught sight of something unexpected. Out of nowhere, the moonlight rabbit lunged and pinned her down. Panicking, Yulin shrieked, "Wait a minute, why are you sneak attacking me?" Using its massive ears, it lifted her high into the air and slammed her down. A thunderous crash echoed as dust blanketed the battlefield. Gazing down from above, Huan Yue's eyes glowed brilliantly as she crossed her swords in a cross shape, channeling spiritual energy. Raising her blade high, currents of raw spiritual energy spiraled around her weapon, ready to unleash a devastating strike. In an instant, her eyes flared with murderous intent, and she slammed a massive strike down. A colossal explosion shattered the silence once more. Shi Yang urgently cried out, "This is bad. Princess Xue, help us." Lei Yue raised her hand, gathering a surge of raw power. Chanting an incantation, she prepared to summon lightning heavenly waning moon. Crackling purple lightning flickered across the sky as heavy, dark clouds began to gather overhead. Suddenly remembering something, Lei Yu whipped her head back in alarm. There was Yan Yu, slowly walking toward her. Her eyes were completely vacant, yet they radiated a terrifying, deadly chill. Gritting her teeth, Lei Yue wondered when on earth Shengxing Yan Yue had arrived. Unleashing her spiritual energy, she knew she had to protect the sacred mountain first. Yan Yu continued to walk forward silently, acting as if nothing was happening around her. With a booming crash, Huan Yue landed on the ground beside the moonlight rabbit. Yulin roared in pure rage, "How dare you sneak attack me? Lowly pests!" Having fully reverted back to her true original form, Yulin screamed with absolute seething fury. Now, tremble in pure terror, and roared in complete madness. Infinite jade peak. Countless glowing crescent moons erupted from her body, hurtling forward. 3 massive waves of energy surged out, tearing the very ground apart. The moment those emerald crescent moons made contact, Huan Yue instantly dissolved into pure mist. Shifting into her gaseous form, she weaved effortlessly through the deadly energy waves. But the moonlight rabbit wasn't nearly as fortunate. Landing back on the ground, Huan Yue exhaled in relief, realizing her rain metamorphosis speed couldn't keep pace. Those crescent moons formed too quickly, she was almost shredded to pieces. She figured she'd just have to take cover behind the rabbit for now. A reassuring thought crossed her mind. No matter how badly injured the beast got, it could always regenerate. Hiding behind her summon, Huan Yue calculated her next move. This endless stalemate couldn't go on, she just needed to stall her for 1 minute. Suddenly, she spotted a barrage of razor-sharp arrows whistling through the air. Witnessing this, Yulin gasped in absolute shock. What? Yulin cursed under her breath. Damn it. Is that Shengxing Yanyu? Gritting her teeth in frustration, she muttered about how annoying it was when she was so close to winning. Seizing the opening, Huan Yue smiled. It was time to finish this. Closing her eyes, she swept her blade and raised both hands, concentrating every drop of her inner energy. Su Liang wondered what kind of embarrassing stance she was striking. Yet, a massive surge of power materialized, swirling into waves of spiritual energy. The Moonlight Rabbit stood firm as a towering tornado of pure spiritual energy erupted directly behind them. Yulin demanded loudly, "Who on earth are you?" Commanding her, "State your name right now." Hovering high above, Huan Yue replied, "Cloud-stepping moon chaser." Raising her voice, she declared, "If you can survive this strike, I might actually consider letting you serve under me." Yulin let out a mocking laugh, snarling back, "I am your worst nightmare." Clasping her hands together, Yulin chanted her ultimate spell aloud, shattering Jade Peak. Staring up at the colossal black hole forming overhead, Yue Guan gasped, recognizing the ultimate combat technique of the 9-turn Jade Keelan. Her warning echoed in Huan Yue's ears. One touch from that black hole, and everything would be utterly obliterated. Yet Huan Yue remained completely unfazed. Closing her eyes, she cast a spell and transformed into a white blossom stag twice the size of that black hole. Its hooves glided through the air, and with a powerful thrust, it rammed its mighty antlers straight into Yulin's black hole. An earth-shattering explosion shook the arena as dust filled the sky. On the spectator stands, everyone fell into a tense, suffocating silence. Xiang chuckled mockingly and muttered that she was completely outmatched, calling it an absolutely pathetic supreme battle. Huan Yue, Su Liang, Yan Yu, and the Moonlight Rabbit stood united as one formidable team. Gazing up at the sky, Shi Yang remarked that this was enough, suggesting the gods would surely be pleased. He added cryptically, "Now, the real dinner can finally begin." Looking around in a panic, Yuan Dai cried out, "Why can't I see anything all of a sudden?" Yue Guan quickly reassured him to stay calm, noting that the night had suddenly grown pitch black as the bright moon darkened and heavy clouds rolled in. Su Liang closed his eyes to steady his racing thoughts, admitting to himself that his heart had been pounding wildly throughout this entire supreme battle. Su Liang keeps his thoughts quiet, but even facing an Emperor-tier threat right now, he suddenly feels zero anxiety. A worried Huan Yue quickly asks him if he has actually got this. He flashes a mysterious smile, his voice dripping with pure confidence as he says he cannot imagine losing. A skeptical Huan Yu can only ask if he is for real. Su Liang just offers a gentle smile. Honestly, it sounds incredibly arrogant, just like the former Moon King. Fragments of the past begin to flood his mind. The earlier words from the Dark Moon Holy Mountain triggered memories that should not even exist. No, calling them memories is wrong. They feel more like vivid hallucinations. He sees his past self growing up in the Northern Moon Goddess Palace, glimpses of his mother, and flashes of his younger years. To verify if these memories were real, he once kept a secret notebook written entirely in English. But then, a mysterious entity wiped all those memories away. This proves his body was never hijacked by someone else. His past self was always him all along. From the day he was born, Su Liang carried memories of his past life into this world. He was simply forced to forget everything 3 years ago, turning him into his former shell. It was only 2 months ago that some of those memories finally returned. Snapping out of his deep thoughts, Su Liang's expression turns incredibly serious. If this is true, then whoever wiped his mind is far beyond his current level. He looks up at the full moon breaking free from the darkness. He silently calculates his next moves. Besides, just as the Dark Moon Holy Mountain claimed, it is 3 years ago self definitely forgot a crucially important beast. And that very lost bond is the reason he became an apostle of the gods. Suddenly, a massive leg lifts high into the air. Its eyes peer down at the cratered ground it just stomped on, scanning the area. That colossal beast is the evil moon overlord Horn, a moonlight-type emperor-level creature. Its gaze locks onto the hiding spot of our heroes. At that exact moment, their defensive barrier begins to crack. Su Liang narrows his eyes, deep in thought. The barrier is about to shatter. He silently hopes this monster won't start slaughtering innocent bystanders. Looking down, the beast grumbles to itself, wondering what era this even is, noting how much the dark moon has declined. Resting on its eyelashes, the dark spirit asks Xie Yang, "Who is our opponent?" He quickly answers, "Lord Dark Spirit, I literally sacrificed 20 years of my own lifespan to summon you back to this world, and it was all to defeat one target, an apostle of the gods. Hearing those words, the beast is instantly intrigued by the mention of a divine apostle. Staring down at the newly destroyed ground, it mutters to itself, "Fine. Though in this current northern region, I cannot even sense the presence of half our believers anymore." Has the Dark Moon cult reached its end? Its massive eyes sweep across the ruined landscape, making its final decision. If that is the case, then let us have one magnificent final battle. Cut to a distance, where Su Liang stands completely unfazed, staring directly back at the giant. Clutched tightly in Su Liang's hand is a small vial containing cherry blossom pink bronze fluid. Huan Yu is shocked to recognize the rare cherry blossom pink bronze fluid. Without uttering a single word, he pops the cap right off. Su Liang pours the precious liquid straight onto the ground. This insane move leaves Huan Yu and Yin Yu completely jaw-dropped. She practically screams at him, "Hey, that is a high-level Emperor's priceless fluid. You are just going to throw it away like that. What on earth are you doing?" Su Liang simply grins and explains, "I figured this might help them find their way a bit easier." Huan Yue goes completely blank. "What?" But sensing a sudden shift in the air, she whips her head around. Up in the spectator stands, the crowd's eyes widen in disbelief. A viewer gasps, "What is that? I can see golden light filling the sky from here." As the glowing lights draw closer, they reveal themselves to be none other than his shining butterflies. Closing his eyes, Su Liang's voice echoes clearly through the air. "Ah, the master of the Book of the Moon." Back at the base, everyone can hear his exchange with the Moon Brilliance Apostle. Su Liang is actively summoning every single shining butterfly in the northern region. The giant beast looks on in sheer terror. What? Tens of thousands of shining butterflies swarm the skies, forming a massive, glowing cloud. Huan Yue watches in a daze as the glittering butterflies swirl around them. Suddenly, his voice rings out, "I want to form a contract." Su Liang narrows his eyes and delivers the final blow. "With all of you." Flashback to a few days ago. This was the exact message Su Liang had his own shining butterfly deliver to its entire species. Back then, breeders watched in shock as every single shining butterfly in the facility suddenly escaped together. Across the city, panicking tamers cried out, "Why did my shining butterfly just break our contract on its own?" He remembers thinking that to avoid drawing suspicion, he kept them hidden all over the northern territories. Now, Su Liang looks up at the butterfly-filled sky. He smiles at his own brilliant plan, holding off on calling them back until the clash of the emperors finally began. The Book of the Moon swings open. Sitting in Yuwu's lap, Sheng Shi asks curiously, "Is it almost here? The Moon King's emperor?" Startled, Yue Dai gasped, "What? Look at the Moon King's beasts. Why are they suddenly abandoning him and leaving like that?" Up in the sky stood Su Liang, surrounded by countless flash butterflies, while his massive beasts lined up right behind him. Huan Yue stared in utter shock at the scene. Suddenly, Yue Guan's scolding voice cut in. "You idiot, they are retreating." She stared up at Su Liang hovering in the sky, unable to stop herself from whispering. As he hovered there amidst the glowing swarm of flash butterflies, Yue Guan's voice echoed with absolute certainty. "This place is about to become a battlefield for emperors." He suddenly looked up into the heavens and challenged, "Current moon goddess, tell me, are you watching this?" Gazing at the brilliant full moon, Su Liang muttered, "I wonder if this opening act of the Moon Goddess Festival is enough to satisfy your taste." Brushing aside his gloomy expression, he smirked and declared, "Since you finally awakened, sit back and enjoy watching this absolute miracle unfold." Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the dark spirit's heart sank as it cursed under its breath. Damn it, even if they aren't a direct threat, dealing with this many of them is going to be a massive pain. Closing its eyes to calculate its options, the dark spirit stared up at Su Liang hovering in the air, realizing that even if it wanted to crush him in a single strike, it was utterly impossible right now. He couldn't risk ruining the amusement of the gods, and at this moment, a deeply satisfied smirk spread across his face. Almost there. Notifications flooded his system, confirming contracts with low-grade flash butterflies up to number 130,037,486. The Book of the Moon flipped wildly through its pages before suddenly snapping shut right on the Emperor-grade category section. Su Liang frowned, unable to turn the page. His expression darkened as he thought, just a bit more. This has to be the hardest page to open in the history of the Book of the Moon. Recalling the secrets hidden within the Book of the Moon, his mind swirled with conflicting thoughts. He had once believed that this divine book could actually summon a god. But Su Liang suddenly realized that the hidden intel of the Seven Mysteries was a grim reminder. The Book of the Moon was nothing more than a plaything of the gods. Gritting his teeth, he thought, even my original strength should have far surpassed this Book of the Moon. Suddenly, a lone flash butterfly drifted toward him as violent thunder and lightning split the heavens apart. Su Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as the Book of the Moon opened a new page, launching a pillar of light straight into the sky with him at its center. Lu Wei was so overwhelmed by the sheer pressure that she lost her balance, collapsing to the ground as she whispered, "An aura so oppressive it terrifies even our emperor." "Just what is that?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from right behind her. "No wonder even the southern territories are rioting." "So that's the reason." Lu Wei whipped around on high alert, only to see the shadow of Kang Yue. Smirking with intense curiosity, Kang Yue mused, "Moon King, whether you truly represent the northern region or not, you will join me at the climax of this moon goddess festival." Turning her back to leave, Kang Yue murmured, "And for now, there is no need to watch any further." Lu Wei stared blankly at her retreating figure, only finding her voice after a long silence. "What the hell? When did Emperor Kang Yue get behind us? She nearly scared me to death." "What a total ghost!" Lu Wei yelled in frustration. The scene shifts as the massive swarm of flash butterflies converges in the sky. They began aligning themselves to form a pair of colossal wings, leaving everyone below staring in absolute awe. Yi Wu and the bystanders couldn't help but fall straight to their knees. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks as her voice trembled. "My absolute lifelong dream was to live long enough to witness a miracle of this scale." Terrified by the mind-blowing display, Shi Yang stammered nervously, "What's the play? Can we actually stand against that?" The dark spirit stared silently up at the sky before suddenly bursting into a dry chuckle. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Shi Yang turned to look at it in pure horror. And right there, tears were actually streaming down the corners of the dark spirit's eyes. Laughing maniacally, it barked, "Kid, you expect me to fight that entity?" Its voice shook violently. "Though it was brief, the mission of our Black Moon cult has officially come to an end." Closing its eyes in total resignation, the dark spirit's voice suddenly turned firm and resolute. "This is the end of the line. Get down." The dark spirit's voice boomed as Yi Yang was violently blasted far away. "Just stay there and watch the grand finale. This is no longer our era." Gripped in Lei Yue's hand, Shi Yang stared back at it in complete shock. Glaring intensely, the dark spirit muttered, "An apostle of the gods? In all my years of living, I have never once heard of such a thing." It stared at Su Liang, its voice filled with utter disbelief. How can an apostle of the gods possess this level of power? Meanwhile, Su Liang stood majestically in the air, looking down. Towering behind Su Liang was a colossal figure, the guardian of the second palace of the 12 moon glow palaces, the Golden Butterfly Palace, the 8-winged moon glow monarch. Shi Yang weakly muttered, "So that's how it is. How can they even call this a battle of emperors?" With a gentle quiver of its 8 magnificent wings, its entire body erupted in a brilliant, blinding aura. Everyone back at the base was completely blinded by the flash, with many collapsing unconscious from the overwhelming pressure. Lei Yue's side fared no better, as she was completely suppressed by this monstrous, godlike power. Huan Yue, Wan Yue, and Moonlight Rabbit were no exception. Lu Wei screamed, struggling to hold on. What on earth was this terrifying power? The sheer pressure alone was enough to shake an entire continent. Against an existence of this scale, she was blasted far away, letting out a resentful scream, as the entire central territory was completely wiped out. The dark spirit silently witnessed the scene, struggling to speak. "Such a great honor, I no longer have any regrets in this lifetime." It watched the blinding light approaching and murmured, "After my death, I hope to become a part of the moonlight." Suddenly, the merciless light swept through, and its entire body began to fade away. With its final breath, the dark spirit uttered its very last words, "Eternal existence." Its eyes grew completely silent, as if fully accepting its fate. Finally, the light swept completely over the dark spirit, erasing it from this entire space. A silent night descended, and from behind the thick, dark clouds, a crescent moon quietly emerged. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Huan Yue and Wan Yue lay motionless on the ground, each inside a deep crater. Su Liang quietly floated up, his small figure suspended in midair. Bowing his head, he let out a heavy sigh, once again. Painful memories rushed back to 3 years ago, when Su Liang was left naked in a similar ruined wasteland, where absolutely nothing remained. He was utterly surprised by how much everyone worshipped him, since the world had suddenly and randomly crowned him as the Moon King. Returning to reality, Su Liang stared at his palm in wonder. But this time, he hadn't lost his memory, meaning that incident back then had nothing to do with the 8-winged moon monarch. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just discovered something. Su Liang could not help but wonder. He quickly returned to the base, only to find a heap of ruins, making him mutter, "As expected, the protective barrier has been shattered." He calmly looked at the motionless bodies scattered around and reasoned, "But the people inside don't seem to have suffered any casualties. It must have been blocked by Huan Yue's Palace of the Jade Sea." Su Liang slowly walked over to her, thinking, perhaps she didn't know he had lost his memories, which explained why she found it odd that he was worrying about a battle between emperors. One might have expected him to show some sympathy, but Su Liang merely walked past her with total indifference. He silently calculated his next move. If he wanted to return to his original self, as Su Liang's figure faded away, he told himself that he absolutely must reclaim his lost memories. His gaze then fell upon Ji Yang, who was currently writhing on the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He mumbled, "This guy." Su Liang recalled that sacrificing 2 years of one's lifespan was a forbidden method used by the Black Moon cult since ancient times. With a serious expression, he thought, meaning whether you win or lose today, you won't survive. What is the point of such a battle? Right then, Xie Yang gradually woke up, his weak voice interrupting Su Liang's train of thought. As expected, the gods are not watching over me. Su Liang bluntly questioned him. You didn't hesitate to sacrifice your own life just to fight me? Did you honestly hope the reward of the Moon God Festival could save you? The sudden question caused him to fall silent for a brief moment. Then Xi Yang smirked, for the great Moon King himself to ask such an absolutely ridiculous question. His weak voice echoed through the air. As a member of the Moonlight lineage, is it wrong to want to surpass the strongest in my own element? Still lying there, Xi Yang spoke proudly. If I can defeat you, even my own life is something I can give up. He struggled to roll over and lie flat on the ground, mocking. But the gap is too vast. Perhaps even the gods viewed this as nothing but a boring farce. Xi Yang posed a heavy question. Why do we even need to please the gods? Su Liang narrowed his eyes, searching for a fitting answer. At least I thoroughly enjoyed myself in our clash today. Isn't that enough? Xi Yang echoed back in utter disbelief. Is that so? You actually enjoyed it? Xi Yang added with a faint smile. In the end, I finally managed to give you a headache, didn't I? Su Liang looked to the side and nodded slightly. Yes, I was completely trapped in a grueling, difficult fight. Saying that, he shut his eyes tightly, as if showing a gesture of mercy. Su Liang reasoned that since things had reached this point, there was no reason to insult him. Xie Yang chuckled and said, Thank you. At least I got to hear a satisfying lie in the end. Moon King, remember my next words carefully. They might relate to your amnesia. These words caused him to widen his eyes in shock, his lips pursing tightly as he listened intently to every single word. With great effort, Xi Yang said, Even though back then I likely faced the 8-winged moon monarch. He recalled the image of the 8-winged monarch and continued, but for some reason, even if that memory resurfaces, this unsettling feeling inside my heart will never truly go away. The catastrophe wiped out a third of the northern territory, yet no one ever mentioned where those vanished souls went. A massive question mark hung over their fate. Had they simply been forgotten, vanished into thin air? The thought left Su Liang completely stunned in place. Tiny, shimmering specks of light began to gather around Xi Yang as he hesitated. Moon King, what happened back then is definitely not that simple. Right after, Xi Yang's physical body slowly dissolved into the cold wind. He made sure to leave one last warning before departing this world, telling Su Liang to take care of himself. With those final words, Xi Yang completely dissolved into the air, leaving nothing behind but a tiny, glowing wisp of light floating before Su Liang. Su Liang stood frozen, processing the shocking words he had just heard, a deep sense of unease slowly creeping into his heart. Su Liang looked up, gritting his teeth in frustration, and said, With the death of their last member, the Black Moon cult has finally come to an end, but why do I not feel happy at all? Clenching his hands into tight fists, Su Liang tried to convince himself of one thing: the actual cause of his amnesia had absolutely nothing to do with the Black Moon cult. He hesitantly raised his hand, reaching out to touch the glowing specks reflecting his face, but that dark truth, which had caused a third of the northern territory to be completely forgotten, was still something he could not hope to reach just yet. Once again, Su Liang clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with frustration. Standing alone in the vast, pitch-black space, Su Liang finally let his hands relax, letting out a heavy sigh as if to dispel the oppressive weight lingering in his heart. Su Liang helplessly ran a hand through his hair, muttering in frustration, Why does everything feel so incredibly heavy? At the very least, the immediate threat had finally been dealt with. Letting out a tired sigh, he muttered, No matter what the future holds, at least I can finally relax for a little while. Flicking his robe back, Su Liang collapsed onto the cold ground, completely exhausted and wanting nothing more than to rest after such a long, brutal day. Hours later, a quiet voice suddenly broke the silence of the empty space, whispering, Well, looks like everything is finally over, huh? Lu Wei grumbled, scratching his head with a grimace. Man, just the residual pressure from that clash was enough to knock us out for hours. Lang Duan nodded in agreement. What did you expect? That was the 8-winged moon's sovereign. She turned her head, frowning as she wondered. The other onlookers have probably left by now, right? Suddenly, Lu Wei's eyes widened in sheer terror, his face turning pale. Sensing his fear, Lang Duan quickly followed his gaze to the exact same spot. Her jaw dropped. cold sweat pouring down her face in absolute terror as a majestic white deer materialized right before their eyes. Jiu Yue calmly closed its eyes, exuding an aura of majestic, prideful beauty. Yin Fei nimbly bounded over from the distance, landing right next to the beast. Raising both hands with a wide, excited grin, she asked, "So, what do you think? Lord of the Cloud Mist Sea?" Yin Fei peered closely at Ji Yu, asking playfully, "Was the opening ceremony I planned for the moon god right grand enough for you?" She gestured wildly with excitement, boasting that the scattered fragments of Yue Yao were finally gathering together. But the Qishuang clan and the Bailu clan haven't made a single move yet. What should we do? Right then, a powerful voice interrupted her. "Current moon deity, cease this. Do not interfere with the moon god right any further," Ji Yue commanded, slowly opening its eyes with heavy emphasis. "Furthermore, I will not tolerate you causing chaos in the Northern Territory." The stern warning left Yin Fei utterly frozen, staring blankly at Ji Yu. Suddenly, her attitude did a complete 180. The momentary shock vanished, replaced by a bright, beaming smile as she sighed dramatically. "My, how fierce!" Yin Fei giggled, playfully skipping around Ji Yu. "But you've got it all wrong. I didn't meddle in the moon god right on purpose." Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she stroked her chin, wearing a sly grin before continuing. "Rather, it was a certain little brat who stole the Book of the Moon and ended up winning the battle between the sovereigns." After saying that, she put on a cute expression and winked playfully, teasing, "They really deserve a reward, you know." Without giving Ji Yue a chance to respond, Yin Fei kept rambling as she walked away. "So you don't have to stress about not having any candidates anymore." Once she was a safe distance away, she turned around, pulled down her eyelid, and playfully stuck out her tongue to mock him. "Lord Pure White Ji Yu." The ancient beast said nothing, merely staring with cold indifference as Yin Fei vanished from sight in an instant. Ji Yue remained as silent and motionless as ever. It slightly narrowed its eyes, a faint, barely detectable hint of helplessness flickering across its gaze. A moment later, its ancient gaze slowly shifted downward. The one who caught Ji Yu's attention was none other than Huan Yue, lying completely motionless and limp on the freezing cold ground. Not long after, Su Liang, with his handsome face, seemed to sink deep into a dreamless sleep, looking so peaceful that nobody would dare to disturb him. A subtle, enigmatic smirk played on the beast's mouth, as if hiding some profound secret. After a long silence, Ji Yue turned and walked away, its majestic form dissolving into the white clouds. Half an hour later, Lu Wei was still breaking out in a cold sweat, her lips trembling uncontrollably in the aftermath. She pressed her lips tightly together and swallowed hard, her face still pale with raw, unmasked panic. She didn't dare to move, struggling to process their miraculous survival. Are we really still alive? Lu Wei suddenly realized that the entity just now was none other than the Lord of Cloud Mist Sea, the deity of the Bailu clan, creator of the seven mysteries Pure White Ji Yu, and the reigning moon god, the weeping moon Tai Yin Fei. Chunbai Ji Yu has not appeared for 20,000 years, even skipping the previous era's moon god festival. Lu Wei anxiously whispers, realizing from their conversation that these two powerful deities are still bitter enemies. Liang Duan stammers in confusion right beside her, muttering that gods do not care about their existence anyway. He quickly comes up with a plan, urging them to pretend absolutely nothing happened and never speak of this to anyone. Lu Wei can only nod in agreement. Suddenly, an incredibly massive wave of spiritual energy surges right past them. The sudden shock sends shivers down their spines, terrifying them so much their hair stands on end. Turning their heads in panic, Lu Wei opens her mouth wide and screams, wondering who could possibly be next. Yi Wu and Gong Yue suddenly appear right before them, demanding to know if a deity had just been there. Lu Wei grimaces, quietly shocked that mere humans can actually sense the formidable presence of a true deity. Liang Duan also wonders when these intruders arrived, as they had completely failed to notice their sudden approach. Standing in Yi Wu's palm, Gong Yue looks up to assure them that the entity has already departed. Lu Wei points her finger directly at them, nervously raising her voice to demand they stop playing mind games and reveal their true identities. She closes her eyes and calmly introduces herself to the two distinguished emperors as Yi Wu, a humble beast manager from the Twin Moon sect, a mere mortal. Though Lu Wei and Liang Duan scowl, they listen closely as she apologizes on behalf of the Baiyu Empire for the lack of a proper welcome. Yi Wu gently raises Gong Yue with a smile, mentioning that the tiny lord in her hand has something to say. Remaining in her bird form, she silently opens her striking green eyes, staring intensely at the two of them. That piercingly cold gaze sends a shiver straight through them, leaving their faces pale and utterly helpless. Suddenly, Lu Wei drops to her knees in sheer reverence. Terrified and completely pale, she wonders if this powerful being could really be who she suspects. Gong Yue then spreads her wings and takes flight from Yi Wu's hand, her entire body suddenly erupting in radiant light. The blinding brilliance leaves Lu Wei stunned as Gong Yue's striking emerald green hair flows majestically in the wind. Gong Yue's voice echoes, noting coldly that the individual is still as annoying as ever, not even bothering to say hello. The stunning woman standing before them is none other than the legendary Bi-Haiji Gong Yue, the seventh palace protector of the 12-moon glow, guardian of Sagittarius, and overlord of the Twin Moon sect. She coldly warns them that they have violated her sacred laws by entering the northern region without prior permission. They are forbidden from leaving for an entire year and are absolutely banned from sending out any information. Gong Yue's commanding voice echoes, forcing the two trespassers to bow their heads and tremble in absolute silence. Failure to comply will bring absolute destruction down upon Xingmi Yu and the Yellow Springs path. Closing her eyes, she notes that while she cannot alter the initial outcome of the Moon God Festival, extending her arm, she warns that the Moon God Palace has already broken the very first rule. Posing as if drawing a great bow, she points two fingers like an arrow to warn them of an impending punishment. High in the night sky, the stars of Sagittarius align and glow, mirroring her stance like the legendary cosmic guardian archer of myth. Moments later, four massive black vortexes begin to spin violently in midair, signaling an impending disaster taking shape. She glides gracefully yet decisively through the swirling dark vortexes, stopping right before a massive cosmic cannon in the sky. Gong Yue coldly gestures downward with her fingers, her razor-sharp gaze locked straight ahead without a shred of hesitation. Blinding light immediately gathers at the cannon's tip, concentrating immense spiritual energy into a single point. Instantly, a devastating beam of pure white energy fires, spiraling through the sky with overwhelming pressure as it rushes toward its target. The destructive blast travels at the speed of light, easily tearing through several towering mountains in its path. Right ahead lies the Moon God Palace. Sure enough, the colossal blast of spiritual energy strikes the palace directly. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, completely shattering the massive mountain range into countless pieces. When the dust settles, the impact site is left as a massive crater with thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Zhao Yue and her two emissaries stand frozen in the ruins, unable to conceal the absolute horror in their eyes. The guardian overlord of the Moon God Palace, looking gorgeous in her elegant robes, steps forward with a furious expression. As the raging residual energy continues to pour down menacingly, she can only bow her head in desperate plea. She begs the supreme overlord of Moonglow to calm her rage, swearing that the Moon God Palace meant no disrespect. Spinning around in a rage, she demands to know who dared to deploy the 9 Revolutions Jade Forest without authorization, just as a mysterious foot slowly steps forward. Tu Fei folds her hands with a gloomy face, standing sorrowfully before the overlord, as if pleading guilty to her crimes. Seeing her like this, the overlord coldly orders her banishment from the 10 Pillars, giving her 3 days to leave the Moon Goddess Palace. She merely bows her head, quietly whispering a single word. Yes. Tu Fei walks alone through the dense night, beneath a pale crescent moon that silently casts a shadow on her lonely figure. Suddenly halting, she leans against a wall and pulls out a photo. Her eyes linger on the image, filled with a deep, unspoken sorrow. She tightly clutches the photo of herself and a white-haired companion, her heart consumed by endless, unresolved regret. Why does everyone claim the Northern Region's Moon Palace branch doesn't exist? Her sister clearly promised she was going to lead it. Tu Fei whispers wearily, her trembling voice laced with both deep resentment and desperate pleading. What actually happened 3 years ago? Can you finally give me an answer? She gazes at the crescent moon, whispering to the night. Yue Feng Su Liang, my grandson. Cut to Su Liang, who remains completely lost in the depths of his own dream. Slowly, Su Liang opens his eyes, immediately struck by the bizarre and unfamiliar landscape surrounding him. Sitting up with a jolt, he wonders where he is, looking around frantically but failing to recognize a single thing. Squinting into the distance, he spots a tiny, blurry silhouette. It is none other than Yin Fei, boasting sparkling eyes and unusually long ears. He stares blankly before the realization hits him like a truck. In sheer disbelief, Su Liang screams out, "Moonlight Rabbit." He leans down in utter disbelief, muttering, "Why on earth is there a Moonlight Rabbit in a place like this?" Unable to resist, Su Liang reaches his hand forward, attempting to gently touch its tiny paw. Before his fingers can make contact, Yin Fei hugs its tiny body, thrashing around wildly while shrieking, "You pervert, what do you think you are doing?" This bizarre reaction leaves him completely panicking, breaking out in cold sweat as he awkwardly scrambles for words, inwardly crying out in absolute despair. "What?" Su Liang snaps out of his shock, glaring at the creature. "Wait, you can actually speak?" He carefully observes its smug, prideful attitude. Su Liang reasons that speaking human tongue is incredibly rare even for high-tier beasts, making it utterly impossible for a low-tier creature. He stands up, pointing his finger directly at its face. "Drop the act. What exactly are you, and where on earth are we?" Expecting praise but getting interrogated instead, Yin Fei sighs heavily and complains, "How incredibly rude of you. I literally came all this way just to deliver a gift." He leans back, utterly taken aback as he repeats the words, "a gift." It smirks, confirming of course it is the reward from the Moon Goddess Festival. Yin Fei playfully circles him, listing options like the remaining pages of the Book of the Moon, supreme beasts, hybrid beauties, or even immortality. Finished, it looks at Su Liang with mischievous, plotting eyes and softly asks, "Su Liang, what is it you desire?" Without waiting for him to reply, Yin Fei mutters to itself, "Ah, I totally forgot. You already stole my Book of the Moon a long time ago." Shocked, he murmurs, "Your Book of the Moon? So that means you are?" Su Liang carefully sizes the creature up from head to toe. It hits him this is the current moon god, Tears of the Moon, Yin Fei, the absolute champion of the previous Moon Goddess Festival. Su Liang bites his lip, thinking, "So this is my dream guide. But I am definitely not the successor destined to replace the current moon god." Yin Fei looks up, instantly dropping the act. "Okay, no more games, let's talk business. Host of the Golden Butterfly Bow, I will give it to you straight." It blatantly tries to recruit him, join my faction and secure victory in this Moon Goddess Festival. Completely caught off guard once again, Su Liang objects, "Wait, what did you say? I am an apostle of Yue Yao, so we are natural enemies." Yin Fei simply grins, whispering, "My boy, do you still not understand?" Slowly, its small animal flesh shifts and morphs, gradually taking on a sleek human form. Yin Fei coaxes, "Bring the golden butterfly bow to my side." Now, wearing Kang Yue's face, it asks, "Do you not wish to defeat Emperor Kang Yue?" Su Liang stands frozen in shock at this new appearance. He turns away, feigning indifference, yet Yin Fei relentlessly continues trying to persuade him. "Whether it is Emperor Kang Yue or an even more powerful entity, I can easily help you crush them all without breaking a sweat." Stepping closer, it mockingly nudges Su Liang's shoulder. "After all, those weak little friends of yours could never achieve something like that, right?" Yin Fei lowers its head, whispering darkly, "That moonlight rabbit of yours is merely a defective failure, diluted through generations of my own bloodline." With a wave of its hand, a mysterious pink spiritual energy erupts, completely enveloping Su Liang's entire body. Yin Fei gently lifts his chin, resting a soft palm against his cheek, whispering in a deeply seductive tone, "Just abandon them all. I can grant you the power to trample anything in your way, and even leave a flawless bloodline with the world's most beautiful beast." But right at that moment, Su Liang's eyes fly wide open, as if catching sight of something unexpected. In truth, he is recalling the faces of his trusted companions. Su Liang immediately shoved Yin Fei away from him, delivering a straightforward and flat refusal, "I decline." Yin Fei let out an astonished gasp, demanding to know why when she could fulfill his every desire, before gently caressing her hair with another argument. "Back then, the little demon from the Fated Palace of the Yue Yao faction was just like you, but ultimately followed his heart to join me." She reached her hand out towards Su Liang coaxingly, saying his existence was far more vital to her, so throwing tantrums or playing hard to get right now was perfectly fine. Swiftly grabbing her wrist, he instantly retorted that she was completely wrong. Su Liang's tone grew increasingly sharp, stating that while the moon god could grant any wish, they could not decide the final victor of the Moon God Festival. Knitting his brows, Su Liang's words had hit her right where it hurt. "Are you trying to win me over now because you fear I, the apostle of Yue Yao, will take the final throne?" His sudden outburst left Yin Fei scowling as her face darkened with pure rage. "You have absolutely no right to judge my companions, and one day, I will take those very weaklings you constantly mock, defeat every single apostle under your command, and seize the ultimate throne of the Moon God Festival." Shouting his curse, he told her to wait in agony, despair, and torment until Yu Yao claimed final victory. Hearing this, she glared in fury at the sheer disrespect. Yet, Yin Fei still refrained from attacking, merely letting out a low, mocking laugh instead. The next second, she threw her head back, laughing like a mad woman as she channeled her spiritual energy to revert back to her original form. Slipping out of Su Liang's grasp, she declared, "Very well then, apostle of Yue Yao." Standing before him as an adorable rabbit, she issued her challenge, saying that since he was so confident, she would patiently wait for him. Yin Fei's eyes flashed as she emphasized that the Feidu Palace was on the verge of revival anyway. Her perfectly evolved descendants would soon return to this world, and in a mere instant, a pitch-black vortex began violently swirling around them both. Sinking slowly into the circle, Yin Fei threw down her final challenge, declaring that the invincible 10th moon eclipse was waiting for him. Before vanishing entirely, she left him with a chilling reminder that starting now, Moon King Su Liang and the current moon god belonged to the Yin faction. Hearing this, Su Liang looked up in complete shock. 3 mysterious beams of white light suddenly shot past his face, forcing Su Liang to close his eyes and lean back in surprise. He slowly began to fade away from this place, his eyes tightly shut as if burdened by heavy thoughts. A single phrase echoed endlessly in his mind. Fight to the absolute last breath. 10 days after the Battle of Kings, everyone was working together to rebuild their ruined homes. Standing on a cold cliff overlooking the construction site, a battlefield cleanup worker suddenly heard a faint voice echoing in her ear. "How is it?" Ada whispered, standing right beside her. "Feel anything?" Shivering violently, Ailing quietly replied, "It is absolutely terrifying. Even after 10 days, the oppressive aura of those two overlords still hasn't fully faded." Looking up at the sky, he set their goal, stating that before the Moon God Festival reached its climax, they had to conclude their investigation and evacuate as soon as possible. Ada analyzed that half of the Tenyan pillars guarded by the Moon God Palace had already fallen to enemies. With the Feidu Palace leading the 10 moon eclipses about to descend, a true era of monsters was officially beginning. Turning to her, he asked a crucial question, wanting to know the success probability for the current Moon King, Liang. Ailing fell silent for a few seconds as if quietly calculating, before whispering back that it was 0.08%. Ada gasped in sheer shock, shouting, "What? How on earth could it be that high?" Without a word, Ailing opened her book to inspect the records, which listed the Western domain, Gemini, Bai Yu Hang at 0.018%, along with the Southern domain, Emperor Kang Yue at 0.03%, Central domain, Zhao Yu Holy Maiden at 0.001%, Northern domain, Moon King Su Liang at 0.08%, and Northern domain, Princess Yun. He immediately withdrew his doubts, replacing them with absolute, completely unwavering belief in her. "Since it is your assessment, then it naturally cannot be wrong." Recalling the past, Ada noted that 3 years ago, a full moon hung in the sky for 30 days and nights, and our gods fell into a deep slumber. Even though the chances are slim, the culprit is definitely going to be among their group of Moonlight Apostles. Su Liang had once confirmed that those figures represented the probability of defeating the gods. Back in reality, he felt a rising sense of unease. No matter who it is, once discovered, our holy church from the other world will hunt them down to the very end. The terrifying words "hunt down" and "destroy" echoed ominously, foreshadowing the impending tragedy. The scene shifts to a humble tent pitched amidst the cold ashes of the newly quieted battlefield. Outside, 2 guards stood on watch. Inside, Su Liang lay on a soft, comfortable bed, his eyes shut tightly as though still deeply lost in a dream. Not long after, he slowly began to flutter his eyes open. The first sight to greet Su Liang was Huan Yue and her full chest. As it turned out, the soft pillow he was resting his head on was actually her lap. Huan Yue was quite surprised to see Su Liang wake up, immediately rushing him before he could even gather his thoughts. She nagged him to get up after sleeping for days, but Su Liang remained dazed, his eyes glued directly to her incredibly voluptuous chest. Without a single word, he closed his eyes again, leaving Huan Yue completely dumbfounded. Su Liang silently summoned the Book of Moon, instantly bringing up his beast status screen. The Emperor-grade Moonlight Beast, Thin-Winged Moon Monarch, was now updated, though still in a sealed state. Due to his low realm, unlocking it required him to reach the 7-star rank, or to integrate the explosive energy when 100 billion low-grade shimmering butterflies appeared all at once. Fortunately, this unlocking condition could be temporarily activated. Unbelievably, over 137,422,834,000 low-grade moonlight shimmering butterflies remained sealed. Because his realm was still too low, summoning them all was impossible. He could summon 100,000 on a full moon, but other nights capped him at just 10,000. The mid-grade jade-tailed rabbit possessed the waning moon constitution, alongside the high-grade moon and the gourd beast. Frowning in deep thought, he had assumed turning hostile would mean losing the Book of Moon, but it seemed they left it with him. Thinking Su Liang was dozing off again, Huan Yue flicked his forehead hard and snapped, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" After being physically assaulted until a massive bump swelled on his forehead, he reluctantly opened his eyes, rolled over, and playfully snuggled his face against her thigh like a spoiled child. She found herself completely speechless at Su Liang's incredibly childish behavior. Burying his face in her lap, he lazily asked how long he had been out, just as Yan Yue walked in, crossed her arms, and replied, 3 days. Caught red-handed, Su Liang panicked and sat upright immediately, faking a cough to hide his sheer embarrassment. He felt a cold sweat break out under the deadly, silent glare between the two ladies, sighing deeply in his mind. He had totally forgotten that Chengxing Yanyu was still around. Flailing his arms to cover his shame, he tried acting cool, asking, "What was that? How are things looking right now?" Huan Yu, sitting beside him, explained that the school was being rebuilt and the northern region was mostly peaceful. But in the central region, Yan Yue chimed in. "The 7 stars of the hallowed moon have emerged there, relentlessly attacking the 10 shadow pillars, and the moon goddess palace can only hold for 2 weeks, while Su Liang listened intently. Once all 10 shadow pillars crumble, the legendary guardian protecting the flying hair palace will be resurrected. Closing her eyes, she cryptically remarked that the true moon goddess sacrifice would finally begin, prompting him to lean forward and demand answers. Who exactly is this legendary guardian? Yan Yue solemnly revealed that she once led the 7 stars to hunt down the ultimate victor of the previous moon goddess sacrifice. She pointed out directly, she was once the 8th of the 12 lunar guardians of the Flying Hair Palace, but now heads the Taiyan 10 eclipses as the brush-sleeve White Jade Lord. Yan Yue's next words completely shocked Su Liang, revealing that the master of the brush-sleeve White Jade Lord was none other than the previous Moon King. It hit him like a lightning bolt, causing Su Liang to widen his eyes in shock, remembering a certain someone. He recalled a scene with countless bodies scattered on the ground beneath a massive throne atop the stairs, and couldn't help but wonder. Wasn't the ultimate champion of the previous moon goddess sacrifice supposed to be the absolute strongest creature of the Moonlight system? He immediately found it highly suspicious that such a supreme existence would actually betray the lunar guardians, only to join the ranks of the rival Taiyan sect. He scowled, completely lost in his own thoughts. Wait, if they won the previous sacrifice, why say they need to be resurrected? He spoke up, demanding to know why she was sealed in the first place. Blushing slightly, Yan Yue brushed the question off, stammering that she had no idea what happened after she fell into her own deep slumber. Staring at her face, he instantly realized something was definitely off, wondering why she was reacting so defensively, as if hiding a major secret. Meanwhile, Huan Yue puffed her cheeks, glaring intensely at Su Liang without even blinking. Feeling slighted, she wondered why they had both gone silent, highly suspicious that they had secretly gotten up to something while she was away. In her wild imagination, the cloud-stepping moon chaser pictured the two of them walking hand in hand, looking incredibly happy. She fretted an intimate little secret of their own, her hands subconsciously clenching tightly into fists. A moment later, a painful shriek echoed from inside the tent, sending a nearby flock of birds scattering into the sky. Su Liang limped out with a giant footprint stamped squarely on his back, hugging a tree as he whined about what he did wrong. Looking back, he held a grudge over how brutally hard she had kicked him, promising to teach her a harsh lesson someday, while failing to notice a prisoner being escorted right past him until he finally looked up and saw the commotion. Staring at the woman bound in red ropes and covered in messy ink stains, he immediately recognized her as the 9 transformation jade scale. With her face covered in scratches, she shot a bitter glare at Su Liang, gnashing her teeth in absolute fury. He stood in silence, watching Yu Lin get relentlessly pushed forward by those two. They didn't stop barking orders, shouting, "Hurry up!" This made Su Liang look back with a heavy, melancholy expression, silently pondering. Since it's just a temporary contract, does that mean they won't perish with the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, Yi Wu and Gong Yu had perched on his shoulder to greet him, announcing, "Leader, we are about to head back to the BU Empire." Seeing his silence, she followed up by asking, "What is your next move, leader?" Yi Wu's question made Su Liang pause to reflect. His next move? He recalled that brutal, chaotic battle. Before this, his only goal was simply surviving the clash of monarchs. He hadn't given the future a second thought, but suddenly, Yin Fei's arrogant face flashed in his mind. It seemed he finally found his answer. If he was declaring war on the current moon goddess, his path ahead was crystal clear. Su Liang forged a brand new plan. First, strengthen his squad, crush every obstacle, and reach the pinnacle of the moon god emperor. His eyes grew razor-sharp as he visualized it. Only then could he finally stand before that arrogant deity and drag her down from her throne. Completely unaware, a voice kept calling out beside him, "Leader." Yi Wu tilted her head, calling respectfully again and again. Suddenly, Su Liang blurted out, "Mind if I hitch a ride?" Catching her off guard, she gasped in shock. He quickly made up an excuse, smiling, "I've never actually traveled to the BU Empire before." Yi Wu froze in sheer disbelief, her eyes widening, leaving her with no choice but to awkwardly raise her hands and agree. Of course. Hearing her response, Su Liang turned away, stroking his chin in deep thought. The BU Empire's borders seemed incredibly close to those ruins from 3 years ago. He couldn't help but wonder if returning there would finally unveil the hidden truth of his past. Standing behind him, Yi Wu stared at Su Liang's back, sensing that something was definitely off. Their leader seemed totally different now. She recalled his once stern face and compared it to the terrifyingly cold apostle who used to watch the gods every step. But remembering his bright, cheerful smile from just a moment ago made Yi Wu's cheeks turn completely red. She muttered, "He really is." Meanwhile, at the northern border, a massive bird soared high, wings fully outstretched in the sky. Yi Wu gently folded her hands, greeting them respectfully. "Thank you for coming all this way to receive us. Brushing a strand of hair aside, she politely added, "Even though our leader doesn't actually need our protection." The woman wearing the bird mask nodded calmly. "Understood. Our duty is to ensure the leader doesn't get bored during this journey." Silver Rabbit chimed in with a warning. "All right, let's keep our guard up." The three of them stood on the bird's back, gazing together into the distant horizon. Su Liang stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, uttering in disbelief, "Who knew beasts could be used like this?" Finding a hot spring, Su Liang remarked in surprise. They built a hot spring right alongside the taverns and inns. Meanwhile, Yan Yue reclined peacefully on a red chair. She closed her eyes, soaking in the serene atmosphere. Floating in the water below was Zhang Yue, looking completely relaxed. He quietly stepped inside as Huan Yue splashed around playfully, drenching White Rabbit until it waved a white flag in defeat. Turning around to see him, it cheered, "You're finally here." But Su Liang was still deep in thought. Should he build something on Cloud Treader Moonchaser's back later? This left Huan Yue highly confused, prompting her to yell, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get in." He blinked in sheer confusion, gasping, "Wait a second. Even if you guys are technically magical beasts, you are still all female." Closing his eyes, he walked straight forward, muttering that staying fully dressed meant he couldn't enjoy the hot spring. Besides, there shouldn't be any secrets between a master and his contracted beasts anyway. Su Liang slowly peeled off his coat, tossed his clothes onto the ground, and quickly leaped into the warm water. Sinking into the warm water, he let out a relaxed sigh. This is pure heaven. Seeing him so happy but keeping his distance, Huan Yue cooked up a mischievous plan. As Huan Yue slowly drifted closer, he asked in surprise, "Whoa, what are you doing?" She gently tapped Su Liang's cheek, eyes sparkling with mischief. "I read in novels that boys and girls bathing together is supposed to be super embarrassing." Pinching his cheeks playfully, she pouted, "So why isn't your heart racing? Where's the blushing face?" Su Liang stared blankly, thinking, "What a silly dear." He squinted at her and explained calmly, "Don't you run around naked every day in your beast form anyway? Is there really a difference between land and water?" Huan Yue stroked her chin, protesting, "No way, you must be faking it." She swam around him to inspect, determined to investigate closely. She plotted to herself. She had to ensure he could never threaten her again by bringing up her being female. He successfully grabbed her full attention, and there was absolutely no way she would pass up this chance to uncover his secrets. Slowly, it lifts its front paw right out of the water. Instantly, that paw morphs into a slender, inviting hand, calling out to Su Liang. Suddenly, Huan Yue transforms into a gorgeous young woman. She tumbles forward right into his arms, leaving a hesitant Su Liang to catch her. His face instantly flushes tomato red from pure embarrassment. Hold on a second. Huan Yue's stunning curves are pressing directly against Su Liang's toned six-pack abs. He is so flustered that his entire body overheats, mind spinning as he struggles to process what is actually happening. Meanwhile, she rests her cheek against his chest, softly whispering in confusion about why she was suddenly forced into this human form. The full moon is still ages away, after all. Suddenly, Huan Yue's sparkling eyes go wide as she gasps in pure shock. Looking down at her newly acquired chest, she cluelessly asks what these things are. When she looks up at him, Su Liang immediately whips his head away in a panic, yet Huan Yue just keeps staring right at him, completely unblinking. She abruptly stands straight up, which only sends Su Liang's embarrassment into absolute overdrive. Huan Yue presses even closer, flashing a playful smirk while demanding to know exactly what these things are. As Su Liang looks away with a bright red face, Huan Yue playfully teases him, asking if this is just like those web novels. Her hands begin wandering and touching him all over. Turns out, the legendary Moon Sovereign is just like any normal human after all. Flustered and red-faced, Su Liang asks if she has some major misunderstanding about the legendary Moon Sovereign. He insists he is just an ordinary guy, but Huan Yue skeptically fires back, questioning his attitude when she clearly has him cornered. Getting no response, she leans in even closer, teasingly asking if he should be having a much bigger reaction right now. Unable to take it anymore, Su Liang quickly grabs Huan Yue and shouts at her to finally stop messing around. Struggling in sheer annoyance, she violently shook off his hand. Accidentally or on purpose, his hand slipped down, landing right on her chest. Huan Yu's eyes instantly went wide, her entire body freezing up. Su Liang froze dumbfounded for 3 seconds, feeling the weight of that massive bun in his hand getting heavier by the moment. Huan Yue's expression instantly shifted from dazed to pure panic. Her entire face flushed crimson, her voice stammering without any words coming out. Startled, Su Liang stared back at his beast companion. Seeing her panic, he gritted his teeth in sheer frustration before suddenly pulling Huan Yu into a tight, protective embrace. Su Liang whispered into her ear, warning her not to go too far, since she knew the Sanmei tribe's charm best. Huan Yue looked deeply anxious now, her eyes filled with a trace of fear. Lowering his voice, Su Liang demanded to know if she thought she could just walk away after acting so recklessly on her own. Huan Yue remained completely silent before suddenly opening her mouth wide, making it look like she was about to scream. Instead, she clamped her teeth down hard, taking a massive bite out of Su Liang's shoulder. The agonizing pain made him let out a house-shattering scream, and even Yan Yu, who was relaxing, was startled awake by the loud noise. While wondering what went wrong, she spotted Su Liang shuffling out of the room, looking completely defeated and disappointed. Noticing her staring at the bite mark on his neck, he quickly lied that it was just a mosquito bite. With that, Su Liang stormed straight out, leaving his companion completely bewildered. Yan Yue could only stare blankly at his departure, muttering about how scheming he was. Stepping out of the bathroom with crossed arms, Su Liang thought about how much he wanted to establish a contract, teaching her the true boundary between master and beast. However, with his current one-star rank and his contract with a supreme-tier beast, summoning her again was completely out of the question. Gently touching the bite mark on his neck, he let out a heavy sigh, reflecting on their sudden intimate encounter. The scene then shifts to the Bu Empire in the northern region, a place packed with towering modern skyscrapers. Su Liang's crane touched down on a skyscraper's rooftop, and the sheer luxury of the city left him completely awestruck. The Bu Empire was incredibly prosperous, but his silver rabbit and white crane companions only cared about the bite on his collar. Why does the Lord keep pulling his collar lately? Yiwu speaks up to answer his question. In reality, the Bu Empire only reached its current level of development in recent years, all thanks to the imperial ban by Lord Sagittarius, who once claimed ancient technology from 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced. Hearing this, he turns around to listen intently. Yi Wu continues, explaining that because of an all-out war between two overlords, every single electronic device on Earth was destroyed, resetting their technology back by tens of thousands of years. Startled, Su Liang asks in utter disbelief, all electronic devices across the entire world? She nods and replies, yes, it also caused the deaths of billions of people, and both overlords were severely punished afterward. Standing nearby, Yan Yue thinks in annoyance, this idiot doesn't even know who the two overlords were. And she claims she would help reclaim the sacred blade. The Ice Queen actually broke her own rules to join this moon goddess festival. She probably never fully defeated the Flying Rabbit Palace and has been suppressing her rage for tens of thousands of years. At that thought, she let out a deeply worried sigh. Su Liang, you better stay out of this, or death will find you fast. He then calls out to the crowd, telling them that they can stop here and he will handle the rest on his own. Instantly, a massive gust of wind sweeps through as Huan Yue summons her beast form, allowing Su Liang to mount up. The sudden blast of wind kicks up a blinding dust storm, stinging the eyes of the girls nearby. By the time it clears, he has vanished. Silver Rabbit looks up at the empty sky, questioning what just happened. By the way, do any of you actually remember what the Moon King originally looked like? White Crane asks if she means the fateful day when Tian Yuan first appeared. Yi Wu immediately chimes in, saying it is impossible to forget. Silver Rabbit sighs and shakes her head, unable to believe their Grand Sect Master is just casually wandering around sightseeing with his pet beast. White Crane agrees, admitting she used to think the leader did not even possess basic human emotions. Hearing this, Yiwu instantly snaps back, telling them both to stop talking about it right now. Her voice trembles as those vivid memories rush back. She reminds them that those who fear and revere the Moon King the most are not outsiders, but themselves. They are the very apostles who witnessed his terrifying miracles firsthand. Right now, her mind is filled with nothing but Su Liang's overwhelming presence. The scene then cuts to a freezing, snow-covered mountain range shrouded in thick mist, known as Northern Tian Yuan. A bizarrely shaped fissure splits the earth here. Gazing down into the dark abyss, Su Liang mutters that this is the exact origin of the Twin Moon sect. Turning to his two guards, he issues a strict command. He's going inside, and absolutely no one is allowed to follow. The guards instantly bow in obedience. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, two cleanup crew members are secretly watching Su Liang's every move. One of them whispers, wondering why on earth the Moon King would suddenly return to the Moon God Palace territory now. The other replies with deep suspicion, noting that while Princess Yoon originally had the highest odds, something must have gone terribly wrong. She mentions sensing a faint, divine presence from him, indicating that his danger level is far beyond anything Princess Yoon could ever pose. Ah Da does not hesitate. He tells her that he will sneak inside to investigate while she stays behind to ensure they both do not get wiped out. Ah Ling is taken aback, but Ah Da gives no further explanation. He simply warns her that if he dies, she must run immediately. She must raise the Moon King's threat assessment to 100% and alert the others in their dreams to gather at the northern region to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Su Liang and Huan Yue are trekking down a narrow path squeezed between two massive cliffs inside the abyss. Looking around, he wonders why this place feels so incredibly suffocating, even though the sun is still high in the sky. Sensing his tense silence, Huan Yue follows closely behind and asks if something is bothering him. She asks if they are lost, but he closes his eyes and mutters that he simply has a bad feeling about this strange place. With that, he falls silent and continues ahead, his mind completely flooded with endless questions and theories. Both the Twin Moon sect headquarters and the Bai Yue Empire are nearby. If there truly is an issue here, the Bai Hai and the Moon God Palace would have definitely detected it. Lost in his tangled thoughts, the two continue pushing deeper into the canyon. Even though his memories are completely wiped, retracing his steps along this familiar trail should hopefully lead him back to his very first memory. He hopes to uncover some solid clues here. Watching him deeply lost in thought, Huan Yue can only let out a quiet, helpless sigh. Enveloped by the eerie, gloomy atmosphere, neither of them notices that they are being closely followed by a stealthy figure. It is none other than Liang. Having trailed him to a safe distance, she carefully calculates her next move and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, high above the canyon entrance, a bizarre and massive pitch-black dome materializes out of thin air. The dark structure plummets down into the ravine at terrifying speed. Meanwhile, down below, Liang is quietly studying the ground. It seems the Twin Moon sect preserved this location perfectly, leaving it completely untouched without a single footprint in sight. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. Because he stops so abruptly, Huan Yue bumps right into him from behind. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she confusedly asks him what is wrong. But Liang is completely frozen, unable to tear his eyes away from what lies ahead as he mutters, "How is this possible?" Right there on the dusty ground is a purple notebook, the very sight of which leaves him completely speechless. Staring at the journal, he wonders how his own diary could possibly end up in this place. Memories of when he first transmigrated here as a regular modern teenager flood his mind. Wait, did he carry it with him all along back then, keeping it perfectly preserved? Perhaps after losing his memory, he got confused and simply threw it away before leaving. And so, this crucial diary sat forgotten in the dust all this time. Wasting no more time, he lunges forward, rushing straight toward the mysterious purple book. Even though she doesn't understand anything, Huan Yue still follows closely right behind him. Suddenly, a hand snatches the diary. A gorgeous woman in stunning red robes appears out of nowhere, clutching the book as she joyfully screams, "I finally found it." She quickly flips through the pages with excitement, believing this is a divine guide left behind by the gods. But in the very next second, the actual contents inside make her completely freeze. The diary is filled with messy English scribbles and totally random drawings. Staring at them in pure confusion, she wonders if divine guidance is just way too complicated. As for Liang and Huan Yue, both of them are utterly shocked by the sudden arrival of this mysterious lady. Sensing immediate danger, Huan Yue instantly lunges forward to shield him, shouting, "Who goes there?" Meanwhile, Liang is highly tense, analyzing the situation. He can't read her cultivation level, but his instincts scream danger. He summons Chengxing Yanyu. In the blink of an eye, the powerful spirit blade manifests. The red-robed woman just stares silently at the azure blade and purple horn. Without another word, Yanyu charges forward with a cold, expressionless face. Leaping high into the air, she strikes down with immense force, unleashing a blinding golden light that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Watching closely, Liang peers through the dust in shock. What's going on? Her power seems way too normal. The red-robed woman stands completely unharmed in the exact same spot, asking with mock innocence, "What are you guys doing? Surely you don't want to fight me in broad daylight? Trust me, our trio is definitely feeling the pressure of facing her." He realizes she's right. Fighting in the day is something almost all Moonlight Beastmasters desperately want to avoid. He looks up, watching the bright rays of sunlight filtering down through the cracks in the ceiling. Liang wonders how to handle a daytime battle, but then the red-robed woman speaks again. "Moon King, we have no reason to fight you right now, so we'll be taking our leave." Losing her cool, Huan Yue charges forward, shouting, "If you want to leave, drop what's in your hand first." Liang yells out, "Wait." Suddenly, he shudders, completely unable to believe what his senses are telling him. This overwhelming aura easily surpasses the supreme tier. This person is an emperor-level powerhouse. Liang stands frozen, watching her fly away as countless questions race through his mind. The Book of the Moon didn't react. She's not a Moonlight user. How did she hide the Bihai Zhegang Yue here? Who is she? Suddenly, the red-robed woman turns back to ask, "Could it be that you actually know what's written here?" As she speaks, her expression turns incredibly dark and terrifyingly sinister. "Do you know what happened here?" The absolute coldness radiating from her leaves Liang paralyzed with shock, speechless. She gleefully shrieks, "I've changed my mind. Now, I want to search your memories." Reaching her hand out, she releases countless pitch-black tentacles that surge violently toward the spot where Su Liang is standing. Huan Yue reacts instantly, throwing herself in front of Su Liang. She channels a bright purple shield to block the oncoming dark energy. The black tentacles suddenly harden, turning razor-sharp. They impale Huan Yu, leaving her in agonizing pain and completely unable to fight back. Su Liang screams, "Chengxing Yanyue." The physical form of the Yanyu blade flashes into his hand just in time, blocking her massive claw. The collision of their immense powers triggers a violent shockwave. Su Liang is violently thrown back, coughing up blood and gasping for air. Barely escaping death, he thinks to himself, "If it wasn't for Chengxing Yanyu's absolute immutability, I would be dead right now." The battlefield is in absolute chaos as Huan Yue lies motionless on the ground. Su Liang panics. How is this possible? That was just a casual strike. He struggles to stand up, his mind racing. Is this the brutal cost of facing an emperor-level opponent in broad daylight? The woman calmly smiles, "Just give up, Moon King." The true miracle of the Moonlight system only blossoms under a full moon. Withdrawing her hand, she says with absolute smugness, "As you are right now, you aren't even remotely a match for me." This red-robed woman is actually Chu Huaji, the leader of the Bian cult. She steps forward, slowly approaching them. Don't count on luck either. The Archer Palace won't be able to sense anything that is happening here. Chi Huaji proudly boasts, "This is the ultimate divine grace bestowed upon us by the gods of the Bian cult. Even the Holy Land is completely blind to our presence here." Her words strike a nerve. Su Liang grits his teeth, taking a deep breath to force himself back into composure. Then, he finally replies to her, "You're right." Wiping the blood from his face, Su Liang speaks with a provocative smirk. "But that doesn't mean you should go ahead and treat my childhood scribbles as some kind of holy masterpiece, does it? It literally feels brain-rotting." Chu Huaji's face instantly darkens in pure frustration, completely speechless at his sheer mockery. But then she flashes a smug grin saying, "As long as I can extract your memories, none of that actually matters anyway." Still, there is one thing Chi Huaji doesn't understand, so she asks, "So, if you've already been here before, coming back to this old place, could he really be the legendary Moon King, now suffering from amnesia?" Hearing those words, Su Liang froze, his eyes shaking as his speechlessness gave him away. Seeing his sudden reaction, even Huaji was left completely stunned. Her voice began to tremble, and tears unconsciously spilled from her eyes as she realized the truth. It was indeed him. Huaji burst into tears, covering her face. She had witnessed his terrifying existence firsthand, and now, he had merely lost his memories. Did this mean he had? Watching her suddenly break down in tears, Su Liang was completely lost, choosing to stand back and watch her with extreme caution. Wiping her tears, Huaji screamed in absolute rage, declaring that from this day forth, the Pyramided cult would wage war against the Double Moon cult until death. Pointing directly at Su Liang's face, she yelled out that she, the seventh dream, Huaji, would slaughter him right here. With her declaration of war made, she let out a piercing shriek. Violent energy erupted, tearing her clothes to shreds to reveal a stunning body covered in countless horrific, snapping mouths. To make matters worse, an ancient red maple tree suddenly manifested directly behind her. Su Liang found this intriguing, realizing he might have finally found the source of his amnesia, even if their current situation seemed completely hopeless. Wasting no time, Huaji pointed her finger, ordering an attack. The red maple tree unleashed a blazing surge of energy, sending fiery red leaves whipping through the air to form a massive, high-speed vortex. Facing this devastating attack, Su Liang gripped his Deep Star Moon blade tightly, bracing for the impact. Yet, just a split second before the vortex could tear him apart, Huan Yue dashed forward to shield him. She unleashed a massive burst of energy to counter the swirling red maple leaves. The collision triggered a violent shockwave, ripping up the earth beneath them. Su Liang was blown backward, while Huan Yue struggled to regain her footing on the shattered ground. Through the thick dust cloud, Su Liang could faintly see her silhouette, still standing strong. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Huan Yue covered in brutal wounds, her clothes shredded, and her strength completely failing her as she wobbled. Huan Yue collapsed right in front of him, slipping into unconsciousness. To his horror, the purple stone on her forehead fell and shattered on the ground. Su Liang desperately reached out for his Deep Star Moon blade. His grip on the hilt tightened until his hands shook with uncontrollable rage. Gritting his teeth, he growled out, "You!" Infuriated, Su Liang unleashed a flurry of powerful, glowing blue crescent slashes. Yet despite his fierce, desperate assault, Huaji stood completely still, and every single one of his strikes somehow missed her entirely. Huaji narrowed her eyes, wondering if his power earlier was just an illusion. Looking over at the fallen Huan Yue, she realized the girl had passed out before taking a fatal blow. With a cold snap of her fingers, Huaji struck again, sending a direct hit that made Su Liang scream out in agony. But even that direct blast couldn't finish Su Liang. Though coughing up blood, he resolutely refused to collapse, keeping his hand firmly locked onto his weapon. Su Liang gritted his teeth, realizing the daytime gave her an unfair, overwhelming advantage. Even as a peak supreme of the moonlight element, he lacked the power to resist a standard emperor class. Hua Ji mocked him, declaring that no matter how hard he struggled, the Moon King could never defeat her. In truth, killing an apostle like him wasn't easy, so she tried a softer, more manipulative approach. She promised to withdraw and settle their 3-year-old grudge another day, if he would cooperate. With a sweet, mocking smile, she urged him to surrender his memories, teasing that he surely wanted to know the truth about his past. Ignoring her pitch completely, Su Liang struggled back to his feet, pointing his massive blade straight at her with an icy, unforgiving glare. Scoffing at his defiance, Hua Ji declared the negotiations dead as she slowly closed the distance between them. But in the blink of an eye, she crossed the gap, appearing barely an arm's length away from him. Suddenly, one of the massive mouths on her chest gaped open, launching a pitch-black tentacle directly at him. The dark appendage whipped forward in a relentless flurry, forcing Su Liang onto the defensive. But things weren't as they seemed. Just as Hua Ji thought she had won, a sudden realization hit her. Sensing his chance, Su Liang smirked. His plan had succeeded. Her relentless monologuing had bought him just enough time to coordinate a defense. The secret behind his trick? During the beast food consumption trial, Hu Zhongwei had stored up a massive stockpile of high-quality beast food. By constantly consuming this beast food, the energy of Hu Zhongyue's protective shield was recovering at an insane 5% per second. Refusing to back down, Hua Ji took to the air, unleashing a ferocious barrage that shattered the ground beneath them once more. Defending with all his might, Su Liang knew that playing passive wouldn't save him forever. He had to end this quickly, but looking at the driven mad Hua Ji, that goal seemed nearly impossible. With even more grotesque mouths breaking through her skin, her terrifying descent into madness only made her attacks increasingly wild and savage. Su Liang struggles desperately to defend himself, his earlier confidence completely shattered and replaced by pure anxiety. Damn it, the attacks are too fast and relentless. His hands are on the verge of cramping up. Spotting a critical opening in his defense, a massive tentacle seizes the moment and lunges forward, aiming to snatch the sunken star Yanyu blade right out of Su Liang's hands. However, the blade reacts instantly, flying up on its own to violently strike back against the offending tentacle. Su Liang is stunned to see his weapon moving on its own. Suddenly, an ethereal hand reaches out to grasp the hilt alongside him. It is Yanyue, the blade's inner spirit. Seeing him standing there completely dazed, she asks, "Don't we still have people to save? Just focus entirely on the fight." The brutal clash continues, and though he gets blasted backward and repeatedly slammed hard into the cliffside, his absolute will to fight never wavers. His sheer stubbornness and refusal to stay down drives the villainous Hua Ji absolutely insane. This time, she does not just use a couple of mouths, she unleashes every single mouth on her body for a devastating coordinated strike. This massive wave of raw power blasts him backward. Struggling desperately amidst this chaotic storm of deadly tentacles, Su Liang realizes with dread that her attack speed is only getting faster. Hua Ji laughs mockingly. "How does that feel? Still can't block it, can you? In the end, you're just an ordinary human, a mere puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The Overlord would never die here with you, so you might as well just submit quietly." Right then, the Yanyu blade suddenly erupts with a brilliant, mystical glow. This shocking sight strikes her completely dumb, her face frozen in absolute disbelief. Having fully regained his fighting spirit, Su Liang confidently swings his glowing blade in a massive, decisive slash. A powerful wave of moonlight surges upward, escaping the deep rift and illuminating the night sky with blinding brilliance. Deep inside the ravine, the ancient red maple tree is sliced clean in half, leaving Hua Ji staring in utter shock. Instantly, the writhing black tentacles dissolve into nothingness, and every single mouth on her body coughs up blood simultaneously. Yanyu says sorrowfully, "This is it. The very last shred of energy remaining in this sheath is completely gone." She turns away, refusing to even look at him, and asks coldly, "Su Liang, how much longer are you going to let her run her mouth? Aren't you the Moon Lord? Aren't we supposed to defeat the Ice King in the Feidu Palace next? But at this pathetic level, it's impossible. You truly disappoint me." Her harsh words leave Su Liang completely speechless. He thinks to himself, she is right. What on earth is he doing? She is nothing more than an ordinary monarch. Even though she is gravely injured, Hua Ji remains incredibly arrogant, screaming, "Curse you! Do you honestly think you can defeat me during the daytime?" She rants furiously, pouring out her venom in a dramatic wave of hatred. "Moon Lord, I have always absolutely despised your pathetic Moonlight faction, always acting so high and mighty, never looking at anyone else. Once Yue Yao fell apart, didn't all those arrogant overlords end up dead or in hiding? It is absolutely pathetic." Yet, Su Liang remains completely indifferent to her words. Seeing this, she continues her tirade, "Wake up, kid. The era of Yue Yao ruling over everything ended a long time ago." Despite her incredibly harsh words, Su Liang remains totally unfazed, acting completely unconcerned. It seems as though his mind is lost in deep thought elsewhere. Ignored completely, Huaji explodes in pure rage, screaming, "Hey, you bastard!" But her opponent only responds with absolute, cold silence. Her entire body trembles with furious rage as she grits her teeth, screaming, "You are driving me insane." Huaji furiously lashes out with her dark tentacles once again, shrieking at the top of her lungs. "Go to hell, Moon Lord." Only then does he finally respond. "Perhaps you are right, but this is exactly why I am standing here." Su Liang speaks quietly, calmly, uttering every single word. "I will ascend the throne and emerge once more under the moonlight, so filthy creatures of the dark like you can never show your faces again." These bold words leave Huaji feeling slightly dazed and utterly confused. Suddenly, he shouts with absolute conviction, "This is the exact reason why I was born into this chaotic era." His shout echoes all the way to the heavens. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light tears through the clouds, shining down into the deep ravine. The brilliant light envelops Su Liang, supercharging him with power, while forcing Huaji's terrified tentacles to shrink back in fear. She stammers in shock. What on earth is this? But he does not even bother answering, quietly absorbing the raw energy of the beam. In an instant, Su Liang pulls out the Book of the Moon and begins calculating his next move. Thanks to saving up 700 consecutive draws, he has finally figured out a way to crush the Emperor. He raises his arm high and commands out loud. 700 consecutive draws. The Book of the Moon floats up and unfurls in a spectacular display. The system in his mind chimes, announcing that new beasts have been unlocked and the number of illustrated entries has drastically increased. Primordial Radiant Wheel, Supreme Grade, Moonlight Element. Mystical Sound, Heavenly Palace, Supreme Grade, Moonlight Element. Frozen Sleep Moonstone, Supreme Grade, Moonlight Element. Waning Desolate Moon, Supreme Grade, Moonlight Element. Encircled around him are 700 glowing purple cards forming a massive circle. Looking over the incoming data, Su Liang notes that although there are no Emperor grades, several incredibly rare ancient beasts have appeared. A highly confident grin stretches across his face, and Su Liang roars with conviction. "Discard the contracts and convert every single thing into privilege points." With those words, every single one of the purple cards shattered into tiny pieces. After that, they merged together, pouring straight into Su Liang. Suddenly, his entire body erupted into a brilliant, raging, and absolutely mystical flame. Su Liang quietly rejoiced as he watched his body react. If he absorbed all this energy, he could easily break straight through to the 6-star realm. But deep down, he knew it still was not enough. Relying solely on the 5-star realm would never defeat the Emperor. Suddenly, a brilliant plan flashed in Su Liang's mind. Spreading his arms wide, he looked up at the sky and roared loudly, "Golden Butterfly Bow, I do not want any of this. Take it all back." Those bold words instantly triggered a sudden reaction from that mystical light, while Su Liang stood still, silently watching the glowing fragments slowly fade away. He smugly figured that with this much energy, the Golden Butterfly Bow would surely unlock. But then, the system returned a shocking notification that completely blindsided him. Silver-Winged Moon Monarch, unlock progress 0.001%. Su Liang stood frozen in absolute disbelief, his inner self screaming in agony. How was that possible? Unlocking a mere 0.001%, its appetite was just way too terrifying. Staring down at his trembling hands, panic set in. With all his energy completely drained, he felt like an absolute clown right now. Meanwhile, Huaji stood fully prepared for battle, but suddenly, an unexpected presence materialized right before her, making her eyes widen in complete shock. A massive pillar of radiant light cascaded from the heavens, pouring right onto Su Liang. Even he was completely caught off guard by this. Actually, it was not the Golden Butterfly Bow absorbing that energy, but those 100 billion flash butterflies from earlier. That brilliant light was entirely their creation. As space and time began to distort, a panicked Huaji screamed, "What on earth is going on? Why had the sky suddenly turned pitch black?" Looking up, she saw a colossal moon looming above. What? The moon was actually rising? Glancing over at Su Liang, she realized with dread that he had actually forced a change in the heavens. This guy was definitely no mere apostle. At this very moment, a triumphant, victorious smile spread across Su Liang's face. "I warned you, if you had just returned my diary, things would never have escalated to this point." Instantly, a beam of light pierced straight through Huaji's heart. Then, that radiant light erupted with terrifying force, splitting the massive giant tree in half once again. One by one, the tentacles on Huaji's body began to disintegrate, dissolving alongside the falling red leaves. Before turning completely to ash, she smiled faintly and whispered, "Moon King, I win." With those final words, Huaji vanished into absolute nothingness, leaving behind only crimson leaves scattered everywhere. Su Liang stood in silence, watching the lingering red smoke slowly drift away and escape the deep ravine. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered in annoyance, "You are already turned to dust. How is that a win?" Sensing that everything was finally peaceful, Su Liang collapsed to the ground, whining about how exhausted he was. Just like that, he rolled onto the ground, closing his eyes to rest, muttering, "Let me just lie here for a bit." Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from out of nowhere, snapping Su Liang wide awake, saying, "Yes, we won." From behind the cliffside, a girl in a black flared dress slowly emerged. She was Jiu Meng, the sister of the seventh dream, Huaji. Walking over to a single red leaf resting in a pool of blood, Jiu Meng muttered, "Seventh sister, you were absolutely right. Thankfully, you had me hide in the shadows first, because if we had shown up together, he would have definitely destroyed us both." Because of that, even when she watched her sister's soul get utterly pulverized, she forced herself to stay hidden despite desperately wanting to step in. Speaking of this, her sorrowful expression was suddenly replaced by a very smug smile as she thought, "But now, it seems we have no reason to lose anymore." With absolute confidence, Jiu Meng fearlessly approached Su Liang, her voice dripping with pure contempt with every step. "Even if you actually manage to surpass the Apostle Realm, everything is already over," she asserted with absolute certainty. "The invincible Moon King will die right here." Hearing those mocking words, Su Liang was naturally furious, but his body was completely depleted, and his strength was rapidly fading. Just as she was about to step closer, Huan Yue's voice suddenly rang out, asking what on earth was happening. Why has the moon appeared? Hearing the sudden voice, Jiu Meng turned back in curiosity as Huan Yue slowly woke up, utterly confused by everything. Did I really sleep until nighttime? Still dazed, she suddenly noticed a dangerous stranger staring intently at her, only to realize that Jiu Meng was standing suspiciously close to Su Liang, who was lying helpless on the ground. Panicking, Huan Yue immediately took a defensive stance, realizing that this strange woman was definitely not human, but rather another powerful emperor. Jiu Meng stared back at Huan Yue, her expression filled with pure disdain. After a brief silence, she let out a heavy sigh and said dismissively, "Having witnessed the recent battle, I can safely say this dear girl poses absolutely zero threat." She then shifted her gaze toward the sinking star crescent blade, scoffing at it too. That blade just used up every last drop of its remaining power, so it poses no danger anymore. She then began calculating, realizing the Sagittarius Overlord was the only threat left. Normally, it takes 5 minutes to descend, but since an Overlord never plays by the rules, I must eliminate all risks within 1 minute. Though honestly, 10 seconds is more than enough. Smiling coldly, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Then, out of nowhere, a massive black umbrella suddenly appeared, completely blocking out the bright ivory moonlight. A few droplets suddenly splashed onto Huan Yue's cheek, prompting her to look up in confusion and ask herself if it was raining. Sure enough, a downpour was drenching both her and Su Liang. That's when she boldly declared herself as Jiu Meng, from the Bian cult under the Wushang Mingye. From this moment on, the era of Yue Yao would be completely finished by her hand. It turned out this strange rain was generated by that massive umbrella. But as it turned out, this was no ordinary rain. Wherever the scalding rainwater touched, the ground dissolved. Nearby, the Chengsing Yanyu blade lay silently, drenched by the acidic downpour. Huan Yue felt a burning pain wherever the droplets hit. Beside her, Su Liang suffered the exact same agonizing torture. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain, but the physical sting was nothing compared to the sheer helplessness of having absolutely no strength left to fight back. Suddenly, a swirling ribbon of white mist wrapped around Su Liang's body. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported far away from Jiu Meng's sight. She immediately recognized this as the mist boundary of the Beilu clan. Huan Yue radiated a massive surge of energy, her eyes locked onto Jiu Meng with intense, overflowing killing intent. After a brief, quiet pause, she decided to deliver a final warning to her opponent before striking. "You made 2 big mistakes." Those words left Jiu Meng completely stunned, clearly having no idea what she could have possibly done wrong. Huan Yue declared, "First, you claimed my threat level was 0, which honestly annoyed me. And second, you should never stand before the Beilu clan in the dead of night." Saying this, she reached up to grab her signature purple jade hairpin, only to realize with a jolt that it was completely gone. Staring at her empty palm, Huan Yue murmured that since it was shattered, she might as well let it go. This beautiful warrior was never short on treasures. With her eyes glowing a deep purple pink, Huan Yue folded her arms tightly over her chest. From her ample chest, she pulled out 2 divine swords. This unique pair of dual blades was none other than the legendary Wuxiang and her sister, sword, Yunji. Yet, this display did not scare Ji Yumeng at all. She simply laughed, mocking her opponent's massive ego. Ju Meng opened her palm, yelling, "You're just a supreme, yet you talk so big." Suddenly, the acidic rain morphed into pitch-black droplets. Following her command, they completely altered their trajectory in mid-air, raining down in unison, with lethal precision directly toward Huan Yue. But her entire body seemed to dissolve like a wisp of light smoke in an instant. This shocking sight left Ju Meng completely stunned. She vanished. Before she could even fathom how her enemy had disappeared, her own arm was suddenly sliced into 3 clean pieces. Panic instantly gripped her soul as she screamed, "How is this possible?" Just moments ago, she could not even graze a single hair on the seventh sister. This inexplicable mystery sent Ju Meng spiraling into a deep, dark state of panic. She realized she could not even track her opponent's movements anymore. Even now, Ju Meng refused to believe what had just happened. The girl's aura was clearly only at the supreme rank, so how on earth was this happening? Dual swords in hand, Huan Yue kept a stern expression, which only made Ju Meng worry even more. What was going on? How could a mere supreme physically overpower a mighty emperor? Tension hung thick in the air between them. Clutching her severed arm, Ju Meng desperately assumed that her opponent was probably just putting on a deceptive show. Miraculously, Ju Meng's severed arm began to regrow. She quickly flexed both hands forward, eagerly warming up for the next round of their clash. This forced Huan Yue to freeze, staring ahead in shock as she stood rooted to the spot, gripping her twin blades tightly. Seeing her reaction, Ju Meng let out a mocking sneer, confidently unleashing her darkest shadowy skill. Huan Yue slowly raised her twin swords, her body trembling slightly. But just as she prepared to strike, she was shocked to find herself held back. Witnessing this, Ju Meng gloated, "What is wrong? It seems you are completely powerless this time, aren't you?" Indeed, Huan Yue was floating helplessly in front of a colorful, circular barrier, completely ensnared by black, thorny vines wrapping around her. They say no one can shatter the Beilu clan's mist boundary, but only an emperor has the power to thoroughly bypass it. A second later, Huan Yue vanished entirely, leaving only the chaotic barrier and dark thorns behind, accompanied by Ju Meng's utterly mocking words. "Facing an emperor, I would naturally stand absolutely no chance, but a mere supreme like you could never pull that off." The dark mass slowly consumed everything, before dissolving into a thick haze of black and purple energy. Watching her opponent get utterly annihilated by her attack, Ju Meng felt an immense rush of dark satisfaction. She sneered with delight, "You are just an ant, yet you dare act arrogant?" Ju Meng stroked her chin with immense pride. "My apologies, but beating a mere supreme is really nothing to be proud of in the grand scheme of things." She turned around, gloating that with the mist boundary shattered, the Moon King would finally have absolutely nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, something appeared that turned Ju Meng's face completely pale, with absolute terror. It turns out to be Huan Yue herself, standing solemnly behind them in the flesh as she quietly speaks up. 10 seconds have passed and you still haven't kept your promise, making her grow a bit bored. Huan Yue steps forward gracefully, her feet planting firmly on the ground. Huan Yue closes her eyes to sense the energy, a powerful divine aura suddenly surging all around her. Opening her eyes, she coldly asks if they know her mother would still be furious if the keepsake she left behind was ever destroyed, and her anger brings severe consequences. Ju Meng's face darkens in pure terror, sweating as she wonders if it is the Mist Realm shuttle. Huan Yue slowly approaches her and coldly adds that she probably does not understand, but the White Deer clan of the Mist Realm views death quite differently compared to other living creatures. As she walks, she adjusts her hair. She apologizes, saying since she cannot return anytime soon, she unconsciously wanted to say a few more words. So let's end it right here. Stunned, Ju Meng opens her eyes wide in shock. In front of Ju Meng, nothing remains but empty air mixed with Huan Yue's scent. Looking up, she blames herself, thinking that her judgment was wrong and she should have warned the others immediately. Yet Ju Meng reassures herself that perhaps this isn't bad. She stands frozen, helplessly letting the pink threads tightly wrap around her body. Alone in the dark, she finds comfort knowing she won't drag anyone else down, offering a final, deeply satisfied smile. This is the complete Mist Realm walk, slicing Ju Meng's entire body into countless shattered pieces. Even her favorite black bow is torn apart. The fragments of her body drift away in the wind, merging into the dust. Nothing remains here except for star-sinking Yan Yue lying quietly on the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, Yan Yue stays silent, deeply contemplating that complete Mist Realm walk. She falls into deep thought, wondering when she will ever be able to return. Under the dark night sky, a circular pink glow swirls between 2 towering cliffs. Startled, Yan Yue turns to look, only to see Su Liang floating unconsciously at the center of that glowing pink light. Just as Su Liang is about to hit the ground, Yan Yue quickly catches him. Holding Su Liang tightly, she thinks that she now somewhat understands why the white deer vanished for tens of thousands of years. Looking up, she remains lost in thought. The 12 moonlit constellations retain their thrones under tonight's gloomy full moon. A moment later, Su Liang finally wakes up. Yan Yue quietly watches him sit, slumped on a rock, clutching a diary in his hands. Su Liang flips through the pages, reliving his memories as his trembling hands lift each sheet. Suddenly, he grits his teeth and tears the pages apart in a sudden burst of uncontrollable anger. Yan Yu is shocked, unable to understand his actions. Having shredded the diary he risked his life to retrieve, Su Liang merely bows his head in exhaustion, remaining completely silent. Suddenly, Su Liang stands up, adjusts his collar, and quietly tells Yan Yue it is time to go. She asks with concern if he is all right, but he blankly replies that he will remember sooner or later anyway, so there is no need to read it. He walks toward the path ahead, adding that after defeating those two emperors, he remembered a few things, realizing the Paramita cult's power is likely connected to forgetfulness. Knowing this, Su Liang calculates his next move, wondering if destroying the entire Paramita cult will restore his memory, leaving Yan Yue speechless. She easily reads his mind, realizing that his immense grief over her departure has only fueled his growing hatred toward the Paramita cult. Meanwhile, high up on the ravine, Yi Wu and her group have already been waiting for a long time. Spotting Yan Yue and Su Liang, they call out to the cult master as Silver Rabbit and White Crane eagerly rush over. They ask what happened, but instead of giving them an answer, he fires back with a question. He asks the archer if she also survived the last Moon Goddess festival by avoiding the challenge, leaving everyone completely shocked. Yi Wu's face darkens with fear, unsure of how to respond, as Su Liang pierces her with a cold, sharp gaze. I have no idea what your plan is, but I seriously hope we do not end up as enemies the next time we meet. Silver Rabbit and White Crane gasp in absolute shock, while teary-eyed Yi Wu watches Su Liang turn around and angrily walk away. He notes how the changing moon causes a dark, oppressive night to fall. There is no way Bahai Gongyu did not notice this, yet he still refused to help. Silver Rabbit and White Crane share the same burning suspicion for the Moon King to warn the double moon sex hegemon like that. What is really going on? Perched on Yi Wu's shoulder, Gong Yue sighs softly, watching Su Liang leave as a silent promise echoes next time, it will not happen. The entire Archer Palace stands completely helpless and silent. Silver Rabbit realized that the current Moon King is far more terrifying than the legend who left an impression 3 years ago. Or perhaps, not too long ago, he finally discovered his true, ultimate self. Su Liang stepped forward with a serious look, calculating his next move. Although his memories were still fuzzy, he could still recall a few crucial details. He recalled the current map. This world didn't just have the 5 mortal realms, there were also far more mysterious sacred lands. Gazing up at tonight's beautiful moon, Su Liang remained deeply lost in thought. Strangely enough, the territory within these sacred lands seemed to be countless times larger than this entire planet. The silhouette of a woman flashed through his mind, sparking questions. But what was even more shocking was that these overlords, godlike beings capable of destroying entire stars, actually coexisted right alongside ordinary humans. If these overlords directly ruled over mortals and interfered in the real world, why hadn't they been wiped out yet? Spiraling into this endless web of questions gave Su Liang one massive headache. He shook his head to clear his mind, trying to focus on something more positive. Whatever. Beyond all that, there was a far more crucial detail. Reflecting on the Wheel of Creation, Su Liang realized the eras of the 12 moon palaces differed completely. Before the final lunar god festival could even begin, only 6 palaces remained active. Specifically, out of the original 12, only the Flying Rabbit, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Peacock palaces were left standing. And since the Flying Rabbit Palace had killed Aquarius, one of the 7 wonders, and fled, only 4 palaces actually remained before the festival. Su Liang gazed up at the moon in deep contemplation. It seemed the sudden return of the Golden Butterfly Palace brought a wave of dark omens. High up in the towering, jagged mountains on the edge of the northern region lay a place known as the Cloud Mist Sea. Wan Yue walked completely alone on a drifting white cloud, clenching her fists as she pressed forward with sheer determination. Suddenly, Huan Yue froze in her tracks, raising her eyes to stare at the mysterious sky stretching out above her. Right before her eyes was a massive staircase, ascending toward a mystical and shrouded barrier gate floating high among the clouds. Standing before the barrier were 3 young women. First was Yunji, an emperor-level moonlight beast, who bowed down and spoke with deep respect. Yunji greets Elder Tai Yi. Next was Ling Yu Kong Kui, another emperor-level moonlight powerhouse, who also respectfully lowered her head. Ling Yu Kong Kui greets Elder Tai Yi. Only the 3rd girl remained completely relaxed, carrying a bright, playful smile on her face. Princess Yun greets Elder Tai Yi. Ignoring the chatter, Huan Yue slowly approached the massive gateway as her subordinates bowed in deep reverence. Princess Yun happily followed right behind, practically bursting with questions. Elder Tai Yi, have you awakened your ancient bloodline memories yet? By law, we still need to sign our soul contract. We want to represent the White Deer clan in this lunar festival and crush everyone holding the 7 mysteries. Huan Yue said nothing, remaining totally silent. Princess Yun kept rambling, listing off rivals like the Azure Moon Emperor, the Western Gemini, and the Moon King. They are all our mortal enemies, but with your power and our White Deer bloodline, victory will be an absolute breeze. Yet Huan Yue kept quiet. Realizing the annoying princess wouldn't shut up without some kind of response, she finally reached her limit. Huan Yue coldly spat out a single word, "Get lost." That brutal shutdown left Princess Yun utterly embarrassed, completely speechless, and unable to say another word. Even Yunji and Ling Yu were left completely stunned by her hostility. Her playful smile completely vanished. Princess Yun muttered in confusion, asking if something terrible had happened back in the real world, before letting out a long, heavy sigh and running inside. Oh well, they still had plenty of time. As Princess Yun, a powerful hybrid of human and beast tamer bloodline who was already a near 9-star powerhouse, she reassured herself that she could slowly win her over down the line. Meanwhile, under a crescent moon, we see the gates of the Moon God Palace, the undisputed overlords who ruled the central region for millennia. Zhao Yue sat proudly on the highest throne. Interestingly, every single core member of this ruling faction was a stunningly beautiful woman. Rumors about this place ran rampant. They say that if a male was ever born here, he'd be immediately exiled to the southern or western regions. Nearby, a restricted zone stood filled with towering stone pillars wrapped in massive iron chains. Although the flying rabbit had seized the throne of the Moon God Emperor, the Moon God Palace had sealed him deep beneath the Tenyin pillars, suppressed by ancient sages and the flying pavilion for generations. Right now, those chained pillars were absorbing massive golden lightning from the heavens. But right now, at the containment site of the 6th pillar deep within the Moon God Palace, lightning strikes begin to multiply rapidly, slamming directly into the central pillar. Terrified by the sight, the 2 Moon Goddess Palace sisters scream to sound the alarm immediately. One of the pillar's massive chains suddenly snaps. Immediately after, a majestic light dragon emerges. Coiling around the massive pillar with a deafening roar, this beast is the Emperor-grade glorious Moon Radiant Dragon, one of the 7 stars guarding the moon. Looking down at the weak girls huddled together beneath it, the dragon growls in deep disappointment. Why are there only pathetic ants here to greet me? It lifts its massive head, sighing with pure frustration. After all these years, are the descendants of the goddess really this pathetic? Down below, everyone tries to reassure each other that Lord Lu Fei is on his way. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu whispers in a daze, "Master, is this really going to be okay? If the Tenyin pillars keep breaking, the 10 moons will completely manifest in this world. Isn't the shattering of Gong Fitu's seal just a matter of time now?" Guanglong looks incredibly grim thinking about it. A mysterious voice echoes through the air, telling Zhao Yu, "No need to worry, I will take action." She gasps in disbelief. Really? Zhao Yu is skeptical because of a childhood memory. "You won't make me buy those adult orange comic books for you like when I was 6, right? If it was only that one time, she wouldn't have been tricked over and over again." Completely losing faith, Zhao Yue asks, "Or are you going to trick me into giving you baths in the hot spring every single day again?" Ignoring her disdain, the voice playfully replies, "Really, I'm serious this time." Zhao Yue sighs deeply. "Fine, I will trust you one last time. I'm heading out now." Turning around, she pauses. "Master, by the way, all my cultivation resources vanished into thin air." "Where did they go?" Guanglong answers, "I just ate them as snacks." She takes off, leaving everyone behind with that loudly roaring Guanglong. Beautiful blue skies and fluffy white clouds paint a peaceful picture. Flying high above is a supreme-tier moonlight beast, the sea halberd whale, which serves as a public flying vessel under the San Wangquan's sacred land. Inside the sea halberd, the interior is incredibly luxurious and comfortable. A beautiful woman stands beside her young daughter, admiring the breathtaking view outside. Suddenly, a shimmering butterfly flutters right in front of them. The little girl innocently chases the golden insect, shouting, "Mommy, look, what a pretty butterfly." The golden butterfly drifts forward and gently lands on a white sleeve. And that person is none other than our protagonist, Su Liang. He keeps his hood pulled down low, hiding his face. Countless golden butterflies gather all around him. Nearby, a few girls glance at Su Liang, sitting in his lonely corner, and start whispering, "What is that? Shimmering butterflies and white hair? Is he trying to cosplay the Moon King?" Ever since the rumor of the 8-winged Moon Monarch's return spread, the Moon King's followers have skyrocketed. He should be stationed in the northern region right now. Why would he travel to the central region? Maybe he is just a hardcore fanboy of the Moon King? Amidst the swarming butterflies and gossiping voices, Su Liang keeps his head low in silence. He can only smile bitterly. Why doesn't anyone think that he might actually be the real Moon King? Suddenly, a voice whispers right in his ear. Have you made up your mind? There is still time to turn back. It turns out Yan Yu's hiding right beside him. If word gets out that he is traveling to the central region alone, every single Moonlight faction will surely unleash their greed. Su Liang sighs. It is not that I do not trust Sagittarius. I know she has her own agenda, but she ultimately won't hurt me. It is just that staying in the northern region makes no sense for me anymore. Thinking back, he recalls what happened a few days ago. He received a reply letter from one of the four moon generals. They claimed to have found a way to quickly break through his current realm, telling him to meet them in the central region. Su Liang thinks back to a mysterious hooded figure, while a black rabbit shadow stretches across the floor. If his recovered memories are indeed correct, that person once served directly under Aquarius. Since he swore a deadly, blood-bound oath against the Taiyan faction, he is absolutely trustworthy. After saying that, he falls silent in deep thought. To keep his identity hidden, he must wear a mask and rely on the shimmering butterfly's vision to scout ahead. Su Liang looks around the flying ship. Compared to his own limited human sight, the shimmering butterfly's vision is far more convenient and useful. He can see everything inside and out, from the kitchen to the luxury swimming pool. Staring up at the peaceful blue sky, Su Liang tells himself that his most urgent mission right now is to unite with the four moon generals and obtain enough power to summon the eight-winged moon monarch once more. He pictures the slender figure of Hua Yue. His summon, treading clouds, chasing the moon, is gone and likely won't return for several years. And then there is Yanyu. The remaining power stored inside the sheath of sinking star Yanyu is completely drained as well. Looking at his stats, the Gacha draws accumulated in his Book of Moon are completely spent. Su Liang lets out a dark, forced laugh, wondering, if I cross paths with another Emperor-tier enemy right now, will I have to write my will on the spot? Suddenly, the sea halberd starts coughing up thick smoke, completely losing its direction. Sensing the sudden turbulence, the passengers start whispering in panic. What is going on? Are we landing already? This is bizarre. It should take twice this long to get from the central region to the northern region. Anxiety taking over. A pink-haired woman asks in absolute terror. Don't tell me we accidentally strayed into the battlefield of the Tenyin Pillars. Someone nearby reassures her. Don't worry. Even if the 7 moon stars go to war with the moon god Pallas, they wouldn't dare block a sacred land vessel. But their relief is short-lived. A massive beam of golden light blasts directly into the sea halberd, sending it tilting violently to one side. Haiji was likely broken, opening its massive jaws to let out an agonizing shriek. No one could keep their balance on the violently tilting ship anymore, and some were even thrown straight overboard. Tucked away in a quiet corner, Su Liang struggled to his feet, his eyes widening in horror as his worst fears came true. That crushing pressure came from a dark energy sphere hurtling directly toward Haiji, leaving Su Liang staring in utter disbelief at the sight. Fearing their terrible luck, angry passengers began pointing directly at the approaching dark sphere, shouting curses in fear and rage. Who dares attack a vessel belonging to the temple? You must be from the moon goddess Pallas. A mere moonlight brat dares strike a water beast Tamer. The Three Kings Spring will hunt you down. But the sphere quickly answered. There is no need to panic. I am not with the moon goddess Pallas or the 7 stars, nor do I seek to provoke the Three Kings Spring. Surrounded by a swarm of butterflies, Su Liang listened to the mysterious sphere with bated breath. I am one of the 9 dreams of the Beyond cult. From this moment on, every traveler leaving the northern region must pass my inspection before they can cross. As those words fell, a thick, dark purple mist began oozing from the sphere. Do not worry, I will simply erase your memories. Think of it as a brief nightmare. Meanwhile, passengers collapsed onto the floor, coughing uncontrollably. While everyone else lay unconscious on the ground, Su Liang found himself protected by a strange blue light. He stayed alert, watching closely. Qi Huaji and Wushang Mingye had already fallen in battle. To uncover the truth in the northern region, he had to push forward. Su Liang lowered his head, whispering softly as the butterflies understood and fluttered away. Slowly, Su Liang began losing consciousness as a voice echoed, demanding to search their memories for how those people actually died. What really happened 3 years ago? He slumped to the floor, his eyes closing in utter disbelief. Has anyone else had their memories erased? Suddenly, an ancient house surrounded by a field of red spider lilies appeared. In truth, the Beyond cult was a name long forgotten by the world, though tens of thousands of years ago, they ruled an entire region. A powerful god named Bian once guarded their sacred sect. But after accidentally interfering in a moon goddess festival, only a single arm remained, reaching out from a pool of blood. Heavily wounded by a truly terrifying entity, the Beyond god could no longer remain in this world, slipping into a deep slumber within the spiritual realm. Cast out from the 5 realms and 3 holy lands, their followers fled to a remote island, slowly fading into the shadows of history, until one day, tens of thousands of years later, a descendant discovered that their god's power had suddenly surged. Soon, numerous followers dressed in their signature red robes emerged, triumphantly holding these glowing pink spheres in their hands. It signaled the imminent return of the Beyond God, driving every single follower into a frenzy of absolute madness. But their excitement instantly vanished, because despite the signs of a grand return, the newly awakened power vanished in a single night, sending their deity straight back into a permanent, eternal slumber. This was nothing new, bearing a striking resemblance to the 12 moon glow palaces of ancient times. Living together in the barren wilderness, their numbers began to dwindle rapidly as the painful years dragged on. As their influence waned, 9 emperors pooled their remaining strength to form the 9 Dreams. But this was far from the end. Their ultimate goal was to exploit the chaos of the Moon Goddess Festival and uncover the truth at any cost. Now, the sphere of the 9 Dreams has finally arrived. If they fail before the dust of the Moon Goddess Festival settles, they will lose their chance forever. Floating in a mysterious void, the Beyond Sphere split open like a grotesque eyeball, revealing 3 distinct pupils staring outward. A desperate plea echoed, calling out to Lord Beyond. Staring into the blue light reflecting the memories of their fallen followers, they wondered what truly happened all those years ago. A pleading voice whispered, begging that if the deity truly existed within these memories, they would finally give an answer. The triple-eyed sphere watched closely, but after 30 minutes, it muttered in annoyance, wondering why there was nothing but useless garbage here. All it saw was a cosplaying girl cuddling a harmless rabbit, earning nothing but pure contempt from the sphere. Wasting time with low-level beasts was pathetic. In another memory, someone else posed happily with a giant scorpion, as if taming a high-tier beast was some grand achievement. Expecting something crucial, the sphere grew restless, wondering how a third of the northern region could vanish, with nobody remembering a thing. Shifting its gaze to another memory block, it brushed the disappointment aside, reminding itself this was only the first batch. The 9 Dreams sphere drifted closer to get a better look, its gaze locking onto the images without blinking once. Bloody tears began tracing down from the edges of its eyes when suddenly, a startling revelation forced them wide open. There was more to this story. An image appeared of Yan Yu holding a legendary weapon, none other than the Supreme Tier's sinking star crescent blade. The 9 Dreams orb peered closer, finding this rather intriguing. Even though she was merely a weak Supreme-level being, it decided to take a look anyway. Staring at the floating data, it decided to follow protocol and bypass her memories from the past year. A flood of memories began to play out. After all, the descending power of the golden butterfly bow still had a massive impact even through layers of memory. It watched with absolute excitement, not daring to blink. To the orb, her entire life was nothing more than a single breath. It wanted to see what her waiting was like. But after 20 minutes passed with absolutely nothing to show for it, the 9 Dreams orb realized something was seriously wrong. Wait, how was this not over? When was she even born? Staring at the endless mountain of data before its eyes, the orb was completely dumbfounded. Had she actually lived longer than itself? Amidst the endless sea of blue light squares, a single golden one suddenly appeared. The 9 Dreams orb rushed over to inspect it. Its eyes remained wide open. Slowly, tears of blood began to stream from the corners of the 9 Dreams orb. It showed a night with a massive full moon shining over an ancient city. There stood a grand, luxurious palace, the Gemini Palace. In that memory, a woman stepped forward, clutching the sinking star crescent glaive tightly in her hand. Several colorful spheres floated around her as the glaive resonated with them. The woman slowly lowered her legendary weapon, whispering an apology, explaining that her lifespan was running out, meaning she could not accompany them to the moon goddess's end. With that, she strode up the stairs, leading toward a statue of 2 women joined together. She declared it was time to go wild one last time as the overlord of Gemini Palace. The twin stone statues were exquisitely carved. This was likely the symbol of the Gemini Palace. The woman stood in absolute silence under the glowing full moon. She asked if a legendary weapon like it would shrink from battle, then swung the sinking star crescent glaive forward with every ounce of her strength. Among the rugged mountains, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, blasting straight into the sky. At that exact moment, the information screens shattered into pieces. Blood began pouring uncontrollably from every part of the 9 Dreams orb. It was severely injured. Under a clear sky signaling a new day, the Paramita cult's 9 Dreams orb lay bleeding on the floor. It felt utterly helpless. That was the legendary Gemini Palace. Thinking of that Gemini statue, it grew weak, recalling the half-moon slash that once cleaved entire planets. The 9 Dreams orb slumped in despair. How could a mere memory of a slash possess such power? Why did no one warn it? Thinking of the path leading to that Gemini Palace statue, it was shocked that an overlord once stood before the Gemini Palace hidden in the northern region. It struggled to float into the air, It knew it cannot hold out much longer and needed to head back immediately to heal. That was the plan. But suddenly, something caught the Nine Dreams orb's eye and made it freeze. Wait. Looking at the unconscious Su Liang on the floor, it realized something. This man had completely lost his memories once before. It stared with its bloody eye, hesitating. Should it peek into his mind? If it hit another powerhouse, it would surely be destroyed. Suddenly, the Nine Dreams orb snapped out of its fear. Looking at the motionless bodies on the floor, it reminded itself that its own safety was irrelevant. It was extremely rare to find someone who had lost their memories. What if this man had actually witnessed a god? Despite bleeding continuously, there was no way it could back down now. With its mind made up, purple slime erupted in the air. It splattered onto a woman and quickly spread to almost everyone nearby. The slime slowly reshaped into a human form, landing on the ground. It absorbed the surrounding residue to complete its body. The Nine Dreams orb had taken on a human disguise. It walked over to Su Liang, eager to read his mind. It reached out with a strange, boneless hand. The orb was practically buzzing with excitement. Unbelievable, it recognized that face. This was the King of the Moon. Its hand trembled violently, but it resolved to ignore the risk and keep watching. Even with a temporary human shell, it still made sure to give itself a very curved chest. Leaning forward, it was determined to find the answers, the shattered authority, the sleeping gods, and the truth behind the full moon miracle from 3 years ago. Suddenly, Su Liang opened his eyes, completely speechless and disoriented. He could not believe he was floating inside a completely unfamiliar cosmic space. Dazed, Su Liang looked up at his system panel. A new pet had been unlocked, updating his growing collection of creature entries. The screen updated once more, displaying the name Ghost of the Six Moons, a nightmare Emperor realm beast from the Paramita cult's 9 Dreams. With just a glance, Su Liang understood everything, his eyes widening in realization. So that was it. He had a mixed moonlight lineage, which was detected by the Book of the Moon. Looking around, Su Liang asked if this was a dream realm. The Ghost of the Six Moons was trying to probe his past. His mind flashed back to the 9-fold dream orb from the Equinox sect, which had completely blocked their massive Haiji ship. The Equinox sect had been investigating that incident from 3 years ago, but their actual target wasn't him, it was the entire northern region. Just thinking about it gave Su Liang a massive headache. Rubbing his temples, he realized he'd merely hit the unlucky jackpot with his awful luck. Shaking off the thought, he focused on the status screen. His memories had rewinded to when he first entered the academy right before he wiped out the Black Moon sect and founded the Moon sect. Su Liang couldn't help but feel curious, because even as the owner of these memories, he hadn't been able to access this deep layer of his past for a very long time. He simply floated alone in the empty space, staring at the endless stream of shattered memory fragments. Could he really reach the deepest parts of his past using only this small amount of Emperor's will? Su Liang smirked confidently. After all, he had nothing to lose, so why not take a quick look around? Meanwhile, back in the real world, the mutated 9 Dream orb reached out with a limp, boneless hand towards Su Liang, who lay unconscious on the floor. But even if you manage to eventually uncover the truth, you will definitely pay an absolute price too heavy to bear. Su Liang, barely conscious, tightly gripped his star-sinking crescent glaive. At the same time, inside the dream realm, he was utterly shocked, never expecting that awakening his memories would make him look back and mistake his own epic past for someone else's mistake. He let out a dry laugh at the bizarre feeling, while the screen displayed scenes of people kneeling before him in deep respect. The mutated 9 Dream orb was practically trembling with anticipation, but suddenly, the screen filled with heavy static and interference. The orb's eye widened in sheer rage. A sudden, deep darkness completely swallowed the sky. It was a flawless night of the full moon. Bright moonlight washed over the earth, illuminating a village nestled deep within the jagged mountains. Suddenly, the wooden houses touched by the light instantly evaporated. Slowly, the massive crater left behind began to fill with water. Right in the middle of the still lake, a lone figure caught everyone's attention. It was Su Liang, standing shirtless in the freezing air. The orb's eye bulged in absolute terror. What kind of suffocating monster was this, radiating such overwhelming, pure despair? Its form melted away like water, swept up by the wind. Was this really the price for crossing the Equinox sect? It turned out he probably should have retreated 3 years ago. It vanished entirely, leaving behind only slimy fragments. The surrounding space suddenly shattered like a pane of glass, cracking into a million pieces. But no matter what, this critical news had to be sent out. In a dark corner of the Haiji, the resentful Equinox sect orb prepared to flee. Realizing there was no need for further investigation, the Moon King was definitely the one who killed Qi Huaji and Wushang Mingye. It shot straight up into the air, its mind racing with panic. This kid had surpassed the limits of vessels and apostles. Only by uniting all remaining members of the 9-fold dream could they ever hope to defeat him. This warning was its final purpose. Slowly, The passengers on the ship began waking up, groaning from massive headaches. Su Liang opened his eyes too. Looking around in confusion, he muttered, "Did it run away? Why couldn't I stay in its perspective to see the very end? Did it force him out right in the middle of retrieving those memories?" Staring in the direction the nine-dream orb fled, Su Liang was deeply troubled. What on earth did it see to make it run away so desperately? Could the gods of the Equinox sect actually be connected to him? Forcing himself up, he resolved that he absolutely had to stop it right here. Su Liang vividly remembered the exact moment before passing out, when he had released a massive swarm of glowing butterflies. By now, millions of them must have gathered and spread out everywhere. Scores of golden-winged butterflies began fluttering all around him. The density of these glowing insects in the central region was 4 to 5 times higher than in the north. He had absolutely nothing to fear here. But then, Su Liang suddenly remembered something. Wait a second. Watching the dark mist blending with the wind and rushing ahead, he realized that the 6-month netherwalk had completely lost its way. Su Liang was utterly speechless at this move. It wasn't clean at all. Suddenly, the Haiji ship flashed violently, and a dark rift ripped open right in the middle of the airship. Fierce tornadoes tore straight through the hull, sending the massive Haiji ship plummeting down like a stone. The ship split in two, sending the terrified passengers screaming, "We are falling down." The nine-dream orb was trapped on the sinking vessel, crying out in despair, "I was so close to escaping and exposing the Moon King. What kind of curse luck is this?" Staring death in the face, the orb spent its final moments gazing at the brilliant golden aura shining right next to it. As a massive golden dragon soared up, looking down at the smoking Haiji ship, the orb wondered in panic. Why did I run straight into the battlefield of the 10 yin pillars? The golden dragon, the culprit behind the crash, panicked. "Oh crap, I accidentally hit the Three Kings Spring airship. I'm so dead this time." It turned and roared furiously at the nine-dream orb. "This is all your fault, you worthless ant. You are not even a moonlight user, so why join the fight?" The orb quickly snapped back. "And I actually thought you were an emperor sent by the Moon Temple to fight." The two clashed loudly, leaving them with no choice but to silence everyone. Meanwhile, in another corner, Su Liang pushed himself back up on his feet. He nervously read the system information popping up. A new beast had been unlocked, updating and expanding his illustrated index database. An Emperor-class moon beast, the Radiant Moonlight Dragon, one of the elite 7 stars of the Moon Ring. Commanded by the Ruined Palace and champion of the last moon god's sacrifice, its overwhelming power was completely unreadable even to the Book of the Moon. Su Liang's face darkened as he read further. With a forced, bitter smile, he wondered what kind of terrible luck had plagued him today. Staring at the light entity and the underworld sex orb before him, he wondered if Emperor ranks had really fallen this low, knowing he was no longer the weakling of the past. Su Liang's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared straight ahead. This was perfect timing. Now, the June Phantom had absolutely no escape. A triumphant grin spread across his face, especially since his glowing butterflies were nearly fully assembled. Emperor-rank beasts were absolute entities destined to stand at the very peak of the world from birth. Because their terrifying raw power could bring complete ruin to the world, most emperors were bound by gods, forced to sign contracts to guard specific territories. Unless an extreme emergency occurred, they were strictly forbidden from moving freely. Yet, even among these supreme emperors, the massive gap in their raw strength defied all mortal imagination. Thus, the world classified their ranks into overlords, high emperors, and ordinary emperors. Among the overlords, their sheer, crushing aura alone was enough to instantly obliterate any ordinary emperor. Some could manifest their aura into arrows, piercing the endless blue seas to slice the crescent moon itself. The Ice-Feather Chillin Empress could alter entire regional climates with her body temperature alone, while overlords like the Three Kings Springs ruled over every sacred ocean sanctuary. If they unleashed their full, unbridled power, they could effortlessly vaporize the entire planet in the blink of an eye. Within the High Emperor tier, the pink-winged Jade Cherry could block out the entire sky, while the White Sacred Clan maintained the solar cycles of the West. Legendary beasts like the fallen full moon of the Moon God Palace stood as the ultimate pinnacle of High Emperors. Ultimately, while 90% of all emperors were merely ordinary, there still existed exceptional beings within this baseline tier. They commanded absolute dominance and were virtually impossible to defeat. For instance, one entity woke up after a millennium and single-handedly crushed the entire Moon God Palace in just 2 weeks. And this particular moon-type dragon was none other than the Radiant Moonlight Dragon, one of the elite 7 stars of the Moon Ring. At that moment, the beast exhaled a chilling breath of death, its deep voice rumbling. "There is no other way. It seems everyone must die. I have no desire to provoke any Sacred Ground tier factions at this stage." Following that devastating blow, the sea mirror whale shuddered violently midair, opening its massive maw to let out an agonizing roar. As the light entity summoned a blinding beam of energy, it muttered under its breath, "Even if we officially wage war on the sacred grounds, we must wait until the 10-moon eclipse overlords have fully awakened." Instantly, it fired a barrage of projectile-like light beams directly at the helpless sea mirror whale. The passengers aboard the airship were severely impacted, violently tossed around as desperate screams echoed through the cabin. "No! Save us!" The terrified screams grew increasingly agonizing. Just then, Moon spoke up, asking a crucial question. "Liang, what is your next move?" Emerging from the shifting, hazy shadows, she seriously explained that while they could never destroy her true form, it did not change the brutal reality that he was still in grave danger. With that, she cast a highly skeptical glance at Liang, secretly wondering how he could remain so incredibly calm. Right at that moment, he spoke up to offer her reassurance. "There's no need to worry. The flash butterflies I sent out a few seconds ago have already gathered and are quickly converging right here." Casting his eyes on the brilliant glowing butterflies surrounding them, Liang declared with pure excitement, "If we can block their initial strike, we will definitely have a chance to stall them." Even as the scene devolved into complete, terrifying chaos, he still maintained his majestic, fearless composure. Floating above his head was a system notification, revealing that the number of flash butterflies under his command had surged from 10,000 to 6 million. He fixed a fierce, unwavering gaze straight ahead and made a serious announcement. "The Lake Moon shield is almost fully restored. If we can hold them off for just a moment, I can handle this Emperor's attack." The moment those words left his mouth, a massive, brilliant golden sphere materialized directly behind the sea mirror whale. The light entity had already begun condensing energy in its palms, cold threats spilling from its lips. "Do not blame me, you worthless insects. Blame your own pathetic, lowly weakness." A split second later, the entity violently pulled its hands apart. Blinding ribbons of light surged with its savage shout, turned to dust. Immediately after, it unleashed its devastating skill, Flash Seaver. In an instant, blinding slashes of light manifested across the bodies of the helpless passengers, tearing them into 100 bloody pieces. Meanwhile, Liang strained with every ounce of his power to hold the line as the sea mirror took critical damage. He cast a pained glance toward the innocent passengers, whispering with deep regret, "I am sorry. For now, I can only protect myself, and have no way to save you." The young women who had just been struck by those invisible cuts were now in critical condition. Suddenly, their completely white eyes revert to normal. Miraculously, the deadly slashes vanish in an instant, and life flows back into everyone. Liang stares in absolute shock at the unbelievable sight before him. Guangxi freezes in disbelief, letting out a startled gasp. Right then, the slender legs of a mysterious young woman slowly begin to materialize. A woman draped in a flowing white robe descends from midair. Both Guangxi and Liang fix their eyes on her majestic presence. Crossing her arms, a glowing crescent moon symbol appears as she casts a spell to reverse the heavens and earth. Forming her hands into a butterfly shape, the crescent moon rotates inward, summoning the blinding warmth of a brilliant sun. Witnessing this unbelievable display of power, Liang can only stammer in shock, while Guangxi stands jaw-dropped and utterly speechless. "What?" Within a fraction of a second, radiant sunlight pierces through the void, completely illuminating the once gloomy dark sky. The falling halberd strike whale gradually evaporates, dissolving under the intense heat of the rising sun. Meanwhile, the Nine Dreams orb panics as the pools of blood surrounding it evaporate into thin streams of smoke, prompting a startled cry of disbelief. "What is happening? My severe wounds have completely healed. How is this even possible?" Guangxi trembles with terror, suddenly realizing she is a high-tier sovereign. Remaining completely composed, the mysterious woman calmly offers an explanation. "Do not wonder, I simply rewound their life states to 24 hours ago. Naturally, this process does not erase their memories." Her expression remains ice-cold, her voice flat. "The Equinox cult is the guilty party, not our 5 realms sovereigns," she declares. "Yet they dared meddle in the moon goddess right once more, harming innocent souls in the northern realm and repeating past mistakes." The Nine Dreams orb stares intently at her, utterly terrified to blink even for a second. Maintaining her freezing gaze, the mysterious woman calmly delivers her judgment, death sentence. Instantly, the massive orb explodes violently in midair. Witnessing this brutal, instant destruction, Guangxi recoils in absolute terror. The mysterious woman then shifts her cold, piercing gaze directly toward him. Panic-stricken, Guangxi whips his head around and bolts forward as fast as his legs can carry him. Watching him flee, she slowly utters a declaration, stating that the 7-ringed moon stars are part of the moon god temple. Defeating external enemies is expected, but plotting to silence the royal airship is unacceptable. "I will report the truth to the sanctuary," as Guangxi runs for his life. Hearing those damning words, he panics and cries out, "Who on earth is she? She noses into everything." Guangxi dwindles into a tiny speck of light in the distance, yet his loud laments can still be heard echoing back. This arrogant, high and mighty attitude of hers is seriously annoying. The woman silently watches him escape, then slowly turns her head back. Great Moon King, as agreed, I shall now transport you to a place where you can rapidly raise your realm. No matter how many of these small fry gather, they cannot hope to change the final outcome of the moon goddess' right. Surely you understand there is no need to waste miracles. With that, she instantly teleports Su Liang into a freezing, snow-covered wasteland, delivering a quick parting message. However, before you return next time, you must possess the strength to defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace. Instantly, the biting, freezing air around him causes him to let out a massive, violent sneeze. Shivering uncontrollably with a pale, frozen face, Su Liang cries out in absolute terror. What? Hugging his trembling body tightly, he frantically looks around at his surroundings and stammers, what on earth is happening? Breathing rapidly as his face begins to freeze over, Su Liang groans in pain. It is so freezing. With rosy, frostbitten cheeks, he just cannot stop complaining about this brutal temperature. The atmosphere here is bizarre, carrying a strange, monstrous presence that sends shivers down his spine. Scanning the desolate scenery, he quickly realizes he must be in the Eastern Realm. An incredibly urgent question instantly flashes through Su Liang's mind. Why on earth was he sent to the Eastern Realm? For an ordinary beast tamer, this place is far more perilous than the sacred realm itself. Right then, memories of what happened just before his sudden teleportation flood back. Right, while aboard the royal airship, he was ambushed by the brilliant moon radiant dragon. The silhouette of that mysterious woman reappears in his mind. Before losing consciousness, did he really detect the unique presence of the four moon generals? Still shivering violently, Su Liang wonders why, if the four moon generals stepped in to save him, the legendary silent star crescent moon did not accompany them. Suddenly, a gust of freezing wind interrupts his thoughts. Without wasting a second, he desperately summons his companion, calling out for Moon in the lake. Her protective barrier quickly wraps around him, shielding his body from the freezing elements outside. As the wind continues to howl, Su Liang sighs in immense relief, muttering that he is finally warming up after nearly freezing to death. Staring intently at the eye mask in his hand, he realizes that in this harsh, extreme climate, he can neither use the glimmer butterfly nor wear the mask. Su Liang's face darkens as the harsh reality sinks in, prompting him to cry out in deep despair. Does this mean he is completely on his own now? Assessing his grim situation, both his glimmer butterfly and jade-tailed rabbit are currently unable to fight. With both Chenxing Yanyu and Daiyun Huanyu scattered and gone, the protective barrier of Hu Zhang Yue is slowly fading away. His nose turns red in the freezing cold. Fear creeps in. If Hu Zhang Yue runs completely out of energy or runs into an enemy right now, there is no doubt he will die right here on the spot. Shaking off the panic, Su Liang pushes forward. He tells himself that survival is the only thing that matters right now. Every step feels heavier than the last as the brutal cold begins freezing his body. He presses on, but the empty, frozen landscape remains completely unchanged. Standing all alone in the middle of a massive blizzard, utter despair takes over as he asks himself, which way now? Just then, a sudden alert pops up from Hu Zhang Yue. Someone is nearby. Su Liang snaps his head up, staring ahead in shock. Right through the howling, freezing wind, three dark figures slowly begin to emerge in the distance, walking straight toward his position. As they draw closer, their shapes become clearer. Suddenly, his jaw drops in absolute shock as he realizes who or what they actually are. It is three young girls, wearing nothing but thin clothes in this freezing blizzard. He instantly recognizes them. They are the legendary ice folk. Across from him, the three girls stare back with completely lifeless, hollow eyes, but not a single one of them speaks. Under their chilling, silent gaze, an uneasy feeling washes over him, and he instantly tenses up. But to his complete surprise, the ice folk ignore him completely, silently gliding right past him without saying a word. Su Liang stands there, totally baffled by their strange reaction. But just as he thinks they are gone, their footsteps suddenly halt, putting him right back on high alert. The twin-tailed girl turns around, staring at him with a deeply confused expression before asking, "A human? Being this far from the mine is dangerous, especially with night falling. You should head back to rest right away." Hearing her concerned tone, Su Liang whips his head around, his face completely painted with pure disbelief. Huh? Images of terrifying, evil-looking ice folk flash in his mind just like the warning pictures Su Liang had seen on his computer back home. He had always assumed these icy creatures absolutely hated outsiders and would attack on sight, but clearly, the internet lied to him. As the three girls stare back with curious eyes, he can only stand there stuttering. Then, he blurted out something that made the twin-tailed girl freeze on the spot. "I am lost. What should I do?" Looking like a pathetic, helpless little bunny, He puts on his best puppy dog eyes and begs, "Could you kind souls please help guide me out of here?" The twin-tailed girl tilts her head in total confusion. Lost? You literally just have to follow the strongest trail of moonlight energy. Leaning in close to Liang, she eyes him suspiciously, asking if he even belongs to the moonlight element. Another short-haired girl steps up, squinting at him with a deeply puzzled and suspicious expression. Did they mess up? Wait, I will contact them to transfer you to another mine. Panicking, he takes a few steps back, quickly rambling, "No need. I am moonlight element. The cold just froze my brain for a second. My bad." With that, Liang spins around and quickly heads off, realizing that this must be a specialized camp for the moonlight element. But a major question hits him: why on earth would the ice domain have a mining field dedicated to moonlight? Shaking the thoughts off, Liang continues walking aimlessly into the snowy expanse, while the girls stand there, quietly watching him walk away. The twin-tailed girl mutters to herself about what a bizarre human he is. Half a day later, at the moonlight mineral vein, where rows of tents are clustered right at the base of the snowy mountain, Liang finally drags his heavy feet into the camp. Every breath he takes is completely heavy and exhausted. Seeing the camp ahead, relief washes over him, but his frozen lips can barely stammer a word. Suddenly, his body gives out completely, and he collapses to the side from sheer exhaustion. Face down in the freezing snow, he lets out a weak sigh, whispering that at least he finally made it. Gasping for air, he realizes that Hu Zhongyue's defensive barrier is indeed about to completely shatter. No wonder that Snow Maiden warned him about the extreme dangers of this place. As the cute face of Huan Yu pops into his head, he sighs with deep regret. If only Dayu and Huan Yu were here, this exhausting journey would have taken mere seconds. Lost in thought, he stares blankly up at the endless night sky. Once he recovers a bit of energy, he pushes himself back up, muttering in confusion. It makes no sense for the moonlight energy here in the ice domain to be way stronger than back at the Beast Taming Academy. Watching the dense energy currents swirl right before his eyes, Liang's confusion grows, causing all of his exhaustion to vanish in an instant. Even better, Hu Zhongyue's protective barrier is actually beginning to recharge itself. He slowly starts wandering over to investigate the nearby tents. He is absolutely convinced that this strange phenomenon has everything to do with the moonlight vein. Watching the heavily clothed residents milling around, a new question arises. It seems these beast tamers are not being oppressed by the ice folk at all, so why are they here? Suddenly, he whips his head around as a strange, chilling sensation creeps up behind him. Behind Liang, a high-level moonlight pet known as the Great Moon Basin Flower suddenly appeared. Right now, it was staring at him with eyes overflowing with pure, deep admiration. Seeing this, Liang smirked, thinking triumphantly to himself that this creature's eyes had been completely suppressed by his power over moonlight-type pets. He then raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers, thinking that if he wanted some information, this was all he had to do. But before he could even snap, huge shadows loomed in front of him, forcing him to drop his hand. Huh? Suddenly, a massive crowd of beasts appeared right before Liang, staring intently at him. However, the glares they shot at one another didn't seem friendly at all. Immediately after, the animals began screaming and cursing at each other. Spit flew everywhere as they babbled in their own bizarre languages, leaving him utterly speechless. While they argued nonstop, Liang was panicking inside, not understanding a single thing. Completely exhausted by the noise, he covered his eyes and finally made a demand. "All right, form a line and speak one by one." First up was a green-haired boy with bull horns. Tears streaming down his face, he wailed in misery. "Please, dear Moon King, I beg you to take me home. My master sold me off, and it took 3 years of mining just to save for travel expenses." Next came another pitiful face, a little bear girl. Her voice sounded equally desperate. "My lord, the currency of the Eastern Domain is different, making all our savings completely useless here." Next was a dog wearing paper-thin clothes. His body shook uncontrollably in the freezing wind, but he still forced himself to speak. "Even though the Icemen didn't lock us up, we can't survive even 3 days in this horrific climate. There is simply no way to escape." Finally, a wolf pup wearing a Doraemon bell around his neck spoke up, crying as he explained, "I only came here for a trip, never expecting I would never be able to go home again." The only reason Liang could understand their languages was thanks to his personal translator, Hui Qingyu. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up to comfort the unfortunate beasts. "All right, I understand. I will get you out of here soon." Liang then asked them seriously, "But does anyone know why there are so many moonlight mineral veins in the Eastern Domain? And how do they even operate at such low temperatures?" Suddenly, a butterfly wing fluttered right behind him. It spoke up, answering the question instead of the other beasts. This mine was sold to the Ice Queen back then by the guardian of Aquarius Palace, Master Leader. Hearing those words, Liang gasped in shock. Turning curiously toward the voice, he thought in utter confusion, Why on earth would someone call him sect master in a desolate mine like this? That voice belonged to Hui Qingyu, a high-level moonlight-type pet. Smiling brightly, she began to explain to him, Lord Sect Master, I am also a member of the Twin Moon sect. Not long ago, I got lost in the eastern domain while scouting out the enemy situation. Hui Qingyu's wings began to flutter rapidly in pure excitement. She proudly added, the very moment I looked into your eyes, I recognized you instantly. She reassured herself, thinking, though it is unlikely you came here just for me, but if a legendary figure of your level has appeared here, then something major must be happening. After listening to all of this, Liang remained completely silent, offering no response. Even so, Hui Qingyu's eyes were still filled with deep adoration, her heart racing with excitement. If I can catch the sect master's eye, my future career might become incredibly smooth and successful. After pausing for a moment to ponder, he replied, fine, then give me a detailed rundown of the situation here. Overjoyed by his response, Hui Qingyu immediately answered as her wings fluttered rapidly. It is my absolute honor, Lord Sect Master. Suddenly, he turned around, his expression darkening as he began to analyze the situation. I can actually guess some of it. He cast a cold glance at the beasts gathered behind him, a massive question looming in his mind. He couldn't understand why he was sent here, especially to a moonlight mineral vein. This was highly unlikely to be a mere accident. He then recalled the woman who teleported him here, silently concluding that this must have been orchestrated by one of the 4 moon generals. Just then, Hui Qingye happily approached, asking out of sheer curiosity, Master, this mine is currently controlled by Sakura Pink Child, one of the 3 Emerald Skies. You must have come here to reclaim the mine, right? Hearing this, a bunch of question marks popped up over Su Liang's head. He muttered a confused, huh, and wondered, how come he didn't know about this? Quickly regaining his composure, he feigned a cough, raising his hand to hide his confusion, then shot a razor-sharp glare at Hui Qingyue, stating in a cold, intimidating tone, the details cannot be disclosed. Terrified, she frantically apologized. I am terribly sorry, Master. I completely overstepped my bounds. Raising her hands in apology, she stuttered out a suggestion. So let me continue explaining the internal situation of the mine to you then. Without a single second of hesitation, Hui Qing immediately spilled all the information. First, the moonlight crystals in this vein can only be mined by moonlight-type beasts, and no other attribute can do it. Because of that, the Icemen here are actually quite friendly to us. Plus, aside from earning travel expenses, we can even absorb the crystals directly to boost our own strength. Then, it pointed toward a cave not far away. It excitedly explained that because of this, not only outcasts who cannot return like us are here, but many supreme-tier experts also cultivate in this place to grow stronger. With everything clear now, Su Liang's gaze softened slightly. He quietly replied, so that is how it is. He fell silent, recalculating everything in his mind. Just as he thought, this place was not a prison, but rather the ultimate sanctuary for the moonlight type. As another question popped into his head, Su Liang immediately asked Hui Qing, but how does this mine operate under such extreme weather conditions, and what is done with the moonlight crystals that are excavated? Feeling a bit hesitant about the question, it seriously replied, forgive me, Master. I do not know, but I heard a supreme expert mention that some incredible moonlight life form seems to exist at the end of the mine. Hearing that, he was completely stunned, and his hands slowly slipped away from his chin. At that moment, Hui Qing suddenly made an announcement. We have arrived at the entrance. As it led Su Liang into the dark mine beneath the snowy mountain, it thoughtfully warned, Sect Master, please be careful if you plan to go inside. Then, Hui Qing started talking about the dangers of the depths. The concentration of moonlight energy inside the mine is extremely abnormal. Weak creatures like us would pass out after going just 1 kilometer deep. And even when it comes to supreme-tier experts, I have never heard of anyone surviving past 3 kilometers. Those words hit like a bolt from the blue. Su Liang paused, gripped by a massive doubt. How is that possible? He stared deep into the mine with absolute determination, questioning it in his heart. High-level beasts might not understand, but how could a mere concentration of moonlight knock out a supreme expert? Su Liang remained still at the cave entrance. His train of thought ran wild. It had to be pressure from a much higher tier, undoubtedly radiating from deep within the mine. Then, with absolute confidence, he came to a final conclusion. There was definitely an incredible entity down there. A bead of sweat trickled down Su Liang's cheek as a deep anxiety gripped him. That existence was the sole reason these moonlight mines could even operate in the Eastern Territory. After carefully weighing the situation, Su Liang raised his hand and made a declaration to Hui Qing. You have worked hard. Now I will go on alone. He slowly walked into that bizarre mine, delivering one final, certain message. Once I finish this, I will take you out of the Eastern Territory. Hearing that, it was absolutely thrilled. its heart leaping with joy. Even though it did not know the sect master's ultimate goal, it could feel that the entire world order was about to be turned upside down. Then, Hui Qing looked out at the falling snow, making a quiet realization in its heart. After thousands of years, the unshakable throne of the Eastern Ice Queen was about to face a true challenge once more. Before long, Su Liang had ventured deep into the mine. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from up ahead, forcing him to halt and investigate. It turned out to be colorful crystals scattered right along the path. Seeing them, Su Liang simply kept moving forward. Unavoidably curious, he cast a brief glance at the glowing gems, murmuring silently to himself. Crystals with such a low concentration are completely common in the Twin Moon sect. Yet he pressed on, his eyes filled with absolute resolve as he recalled Hui Qing's warning. Normal high levels can only go 1 kilometer deep, and even the supreme tier can only reach around 3 kilometers. More and more colorful crystals emerged around him, yet he did not hesitate for a single second. Stepping deeper into the mineral vein, Su Liang grew increasingly vigilant. The pressure here was absolutely suffocating. Keeping such a massive mine operating all year round is definitely not something an ordinary monarch could accomplish. After walking a bit further, he reached a spot untouched by light, where pitch-black darkness slammed directly into his vision. Without a second thought, he immediately summoned his glowing flash butterflies. Soon, the radiant insects slowly fluttered toward that deep, dark void. But before they could do anything, a violent blast of energy threw the flash butterflies backward. Su Liang was instantly startled. He raised his hand to shield his head, thinking anxiously, I must have reached the 1 kilometer mark by now. He was starting to feel dizzy. Even so, he refused to give up, summoning the shield of Hu Zhu Yu to protect himself. His steps grew bolder as the steady sound of his thudding footsteps echoed through the dark. Yet after just a few steps, the system interface flashed a warning. The following alert brought Su Liang to a sudden halt in sheer shock. Host, please leave this area immediately, or you will face an extreme risk of death. His steps completely froze after that chilling warning, his mind racing with anxiety. I am only at 1 kilometer, yet the pressure is already this terrifying. Su Liang looked at the shimmering shield surrounding him, feeling a bit more at ease. Fortunately, he had Hu Zhongyu with him, so nothing could go wrong, right? Full of energy, Hu Zhongyu immediately held up an okay sign, signaling that they were good to go. Reassured, he cast his worries aside and ventured deeper into the darkness, determined to see how far he could go. Over 10 minutes slowly passed. Having covered 3 kilometers, Su Liang found his steps growing heavier as his stamina steadily began to drain away with every passing second. Gritting his teeth, he stared into the abyss ahead, filled with dread. Could it be that this tunnel actually had no end? A terrifying vision flashed through Su Liang's mind, making him feel like he was about to be swallowed whole by a giant sea monster. The thought left him completely shaken. The crushing pressure and absolute despair felt like being trapped 10,000 meters under the deep ocean. Still, those glowing glimmer butterflies continued to flutter forward into the dark. As his mind raced, a single question haunted him. Was the core really still 10 kilometers away? He stood frozen in place, a deep dread gripping his heart. What kind of monster was actually hidden in the depths? By now, even his glowing glimmer butterflies were growing exhausted, and seeing their dimming light only made Su Liang hesitate even more. Venturing deeper meant risking certain death if things went south. Standing in the darkness, a fierce struggle raged within his mind. What should he do? Keep going or turn back? His clenched fists trembled as despair washed over him. Having lost both of his powerful beasts, Cloud Treader and Sinking Star, he felt completely and utterly powerless. Unclenching his fists, he cursed his own weakness. After all, as a mere 1-star beast tamer, he had no right to expect a second miracle. With a heavy expression, Su Liang slowly turned around, preparing to make his exit. He had resolved to give up. Returning was his only option. But the moment his foot touched the cold ground, the majestic face of that emperor-level moonlight beast, the Namu Horn spirit, flashed before his eyes. Next came the proud, imposing figure of Jiumeng, followed by the terrifying memory of the moonlight dragon laying waste to the entire spaceship. And finally, the sinister visage of Crimson Moonlight stared back at him with burning eyes. Remembering all this, Su Liang froze in his tracks, screaming a desperate refusal in his mind. Standing still in the suffocating air, he realized that staying weak meant he could never survive in the Moon God Empire. His gaze locked onto the dark cavern with absolute resolve, a burning desire to conquer rising within him. If he turned back now, he would never be worthy of the title Moon King. With that, he slowly sat down cross-legged on the freezing ground, clearing his mind to focus on his next move. His current realm was simply too low. He would cultivate right here until he could reach the end, even if it took half a year. He had been stuck at 1 star only because his energy was constantly drained to nourish the sleeping golden butterfly. As powerful currents of energy began swirling around his body, Su Liang's determination reached an all-time high. But now that the golden butterfly was awake, that constant energy drain was finally gone. He could leverage the extreme concentration of energy in this moonlight mineral vein to cultivate. As the surrounding aura grew incredibly thick, his consciousness suddenly seemed to shift into another realm entirely. He had steeled his mind before embarking on this journey. Since he had made it this far, he had to see what lay ahead. Outside, the world was completely swallowed by the dark night as snow continued to fall endlessly. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, a sphere of sheer, concentrated energy suddenly formed, radiating a blinding light. In that instant, violent surges of power erupted from Su Liang, tearing through the air like physical blades. Moments later, a massive crack fractured across the surface of the glowing sphere. With a deafening blast, the sphere shattered, unleashing a massive pillar of energy that pierced straight through the cavern's ceiling. Emerging majestically from the shower of falling debris, Su Liang stood tall. Right behind him, the brilliant, glowing silhouette of his butterfly companion emerged, having successfully broken through to 2 stars. Stunned by his own sudden progress, his eyes widened as realization struck him. They said only those reaching the 4th level could manifest a colored aura. To break through so quickly, could he actually be a genius? Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts and feel the changes. Not only his aura, but his senses, physical strength, energy, perception, and even his lifespan had all dramatically improved. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes with a sharp, confident gaze. The power limit of Hu Zhongyue had also increased significantly, meaning he could now easily withstand the pressure of the deeper areas. The 10 yin pillars were the 10 sacred seal locations guarded by the moon god temple. Legend says that if these seals ever break, an ancient moon demon god will descend upon the world. For over 1,000 years, countless curious trespassers tried to interfere, only to be crushed by the powerful guardians of the 10 pillars. But now, with the moon god festival underway and the 7 crescent stars emerging, the temple began to retreat, causing 9 seals to shatter in rapid succession. The last 10 yin pillar lies closest to the northern region. Fearing its sheer power, the 7 stars of Huanyu had never dared to touch this place before. But with 9 seals shattered, they finally lost all self-control and decided to make their move right here. Just as the 7 stars of Huanyu were about to strike, they were suddenly cut off. Hundreds of kilometers away, the woman attempting to break the seal hovered in the void. Furious, she screamed at her opponents, calling them absolutely shameless for pulling a 3-on-1 fight. This is the Emperor-class Hanyu Phantom Beast, a Moonlight type, and the sole high-level emperor within the 7 stars of Huanyu. Fuming with rage, she refused to back down and kept shouting insults. She demanded how they dared interfere with the 10 yin pillars, boasting her status as the leader of the 7 stars of Huanyu. Pointing at the ominous black hole in the distance, she raised her voice to continue cursing. She yelled that as high-level emperors, joining forces to bully her was a complete insult to their royal honor. 3 dark figures emerged from the black hole. 2 smaller silhouettes flanked a massive warrior standing in the center with wings on his shoulders. The figure in the center was the Emperor-class Pianyi Jinghong, a sky type and one of the 3 high-level emperors. She looked down at the raging Hanyu and calmly declared that whatever grudge that trash Gong Yushin held did not matter at all. As long as this final pillar remained intact, nothing else mattered. She challenged Hanyu to try and defeat her without fearing any payback. Hearing those words, Hanyu grew cautious, the manic fury fading from her face. Glancing at the figure beside Jing Hong, Hanyu was shocked to recognize a member of the White Saint tribe from the western region. Her gaze then locked onto Basi Fei Weibao, a legendary high-level emperor of the Moonlight attribute. Her mind raced with panic upon seeing the 4 moon generals of the Double Moon sect. At that moment, Basi flashed a gentle smile and finally spoke. She told her not to rush, noting that since Fitugong had not awakened, they could easily do whatever they pleased before the ban was lifted. Crossing her arms, Basi let out a cold, calculating threat. This is no longer your era, and it likely never will be again. As she spoke, she slowly rotated her hand, keeping her piercing gaze locked forward. Infuriated, Hanyu pointed a finger at the 3 of them and threw back a threat. She vowed to remember the 3 Jade Immortals of the East, the Western White Saints, and those Double Moon sect bastards. Before the threat even finished echoing, Hanyu's hovering figure vanished into thin air. Jinghong watched in utter surprise before casting a quick glance at Baizi to ask where she had sent her. Baizi simply raised both hands and offered a cheerful, bright grin. To the northern region's sacred land, the Yumu Sea. But before she could finish, Jinghong cut her off with a sigh. She muttered that it was basically a death sentence. Soon, all 3 of them warped high above the thick cloud layer. Jinghong then spoke up, stating she would help only because of their past friendship. She would only guard it for a month, leaving Baizi to handle the rest. Even if Fai Tugong resurrected, it couldn't regain its peak strength so quickly anyway. So why was she in such a rush to enter? Baizi was briefly taken aback, but she quickly flashed an extremely smug, proud smile, replying that anyone who wasn't a Moonlight type would never be able to understand. After all, as the leader of the Four Moon Generals, she could clearly calculate their odds of securing the ultimate victory. Her eyes turned deadly serious as she slowly spoke her next words. If it was that person, even the previous Moon King would be wary. Meanwhile, in the northern region, a massive beam of light shot through the mountains, piercing the sky. There stood Liang, once again radiating an incredibly majestic aura. Blinding torrents of energy erupted violently all around him as the scene shifted back inside the deep mineral vein. 10 kilometers deep, debris rattled and loose rocks showered down in the wake of that massive tremor. His hair fluttered in the draft as his sharp eyes flashed with a crescent moon design. After endless grueling training, he had finally broken through to the 4-star realm. Looking down at his open palms, he quietly reflected on his progress. It took half a month just to reach 4-star, and 5-star was still out of reach. Yet, supreme confidence filled his eyes as he planned his next move. He knew his current self was finally capable of unleashing his true supreme tier power. But thinking of Yanyu and Huanyu instantly crushed his excitement, leaving him in deep pain. He realized he still had no supreme-level allies to strike a deal with. Shaking those dark thoughts off, Liang looked straight ahead and muttered to ignore it. With his current strength, he felt he could probably charge straight to the very end in a single breath. His gaze remained locked forward as he suddenly realized that after breaking through to the 4-star realm, the world before him had changed entirely. He could now clearly see the flow of every energy current. Clenching his fists, he resolved to march forward, trusting his newfound perception completely. Right now, Liang was absolutely certain of one thing: this suffocating, bone-crushing pressure was coming from some kind of legendary entity. But a small seed of fear still managed to creep into Liang's heart, confronting a powerhouse of this absolute caliber. Possessing such overwhelming will and raw power, the number of times he had encountered one could be counted on one hand. Walking a bit further inside, he suddenly leaned forward as something caught his eye. Farther down the narrow path, a faint ray of light suddenly pierced through the darkness, instantly lifting Liang's spirits. It looked like he had finally reached the end. As he stepped closer to that brilliant light, the overwhelming aura grew even more intense. Without wasting a single second, Liang immediately summoned the ultimate defense shield of his Huzhong Yue. Standing just inches away from the glowing gateway, he took a deep breath to summon every ounce of his courage. With unhesitating steps, he resolutely marched straight forward. Only a moment later, an incredibly intense, blinding light erupted from within, making it absolutely impossible for him to open his eyes. Only when the brilliant glare slowly faded did he gradually open his eyes to look around. Liang had entered a hidden chamber at the very end of the ore vein. Right in front of him, a mysterious dark figure rested against a glowing crystal. It was a woman with long red hair and a pair of massive horns on her head, seemingly resting there quietly. Moments later, her eyes slowly drifted toward the entrance where Liang had just stepped through. Sensing his sudden presence, her ears twitched as she carefully listened to his movements. Across from her, Liang stood frozen in sheer disbelief, his jaw completely dropping at the sight of this mysterious woman. Sitting up with a frown, she demanded, "Human, how on earth did you manage to get in here?" Suddenly, massive boulders shattered and came crashing down onto the cavern floor in a thunderous roar. The surrounding stone walls cracked violently as the destruction quickly crept all the way up to the mine's ceiling. This terrifying scene of ruin was vividly reflected in Liang's wide, trembling eyes. His face went pale from pure shock, gasping heavily for air without being able to squeeze out a single word. He desperately prayed that this was just an illusion. Trembling from head to toe, Liang clutched his cloak in panic, his mind racing to make sense of the chaos. Because her aura was so incredibly terrifying, it instantly made him visualize the literal end of the world. Still unable to fully regain his composure, he kept panting heavily while cold sweat continuously poured down his pale face. After taking a few ragged breaths, Liang's lips curled into a smirk as he muttered, "I won." Staring ahead with absolute delight, he whispered in deep satisfaction. Coming here was the best decision ever. Even though his legs were shaking uncontrollably, he forced himself to take another step forward. He reassured himself that no matter what happened next, he would reach the very end of this moon deity right. Right then, the Book of the Moon began flipping through its pages. A system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. A brand new legendary beast had been unlocked, and his illustrated guide was rapidly updating. Staring intensely at the horned woman before him, he made a firm resolve that no matter what price he had to pay, he must claim this incredible woman as his own. The detailed stats from the Book of the Moon finally popped up: Moonlight Element, Noble Emperor Rank, Withered Moon Lantern Firefly Queen. Current status extremely weakened. The Withered Moon Lantern Firefly Queen once belonged to the legendary 12 lunar zodiac signs, serving under the Aquarius Temple. As a member of the Moonlight faction, her glorious reputation was known to everyone. She was a once-in-a-millennium entity who dared to challenge the Overlord on a full moon night, but after losing to the Ice Queen, she completely vanished for years. Uncovering this ancient legendary lore left Su Liang completely stunned. He stared intensely at her, his mind racing. The legendary Withered Moon Lantern Firefly Queen was actually still alive, sitting right here before his very eyes. Taking a breath, he called out her full name. Hearing his voice, she slowly stood up to face him. Su Liang walked closer, extending his hand as he proudly announced, "I am the Moon King, Su Liang. I've come to take you out of this place." His hand remained frozen in mid-air, met only with an incredibly eerie silence from the woman. After a brief moment of contemplation, she finally asked, "And then what? Where exactly do you plan to take me?" Hearing her cold response, he was completely caught off guard and stammered, "What?" Her expression darkened as she dismissed him, shooting a barrage of questions. "Has Fei Ying Hong Wu been defeated? Are Pian Yijing Hong and Shui Luo Zui Xiao dead? You are merely a mortal." The Firefly Queen stepped back slightly, adding with pure disdain, "A lowlife with such pathetic cultivation dares to call himself the Moon King?" Then, she glared up at him with eyes as sharp as daggers. Her face darkened completely, her voice dripping with sheer rage. "You actually dare to plot against me?" Instantly, her terrifying energy exploded violently throughout the entire chamber, threatening to collapse the heavy ceiling above. Shocked by this sudden onslaught, Su Liang immediately raised the defensive shield of his Huzhong Yue to block the devastating impact. His mind raced in absolute chaos. What is this? Just her residual pressure alone has enough power to destroy everything. A massive crack quickly spread across the protective barrier, sending Su Liang into an absolute state of panic. This is bad. The Huzhong Yue shield is about to shatter. But suddenly, the overwhelming pressure came to an abrupt halt. Out of nowhere, glowing green chains tightly wrapped around the Firefly Queen from behind, forcing an agonizing scream from her lips. The sight before him leads to a quick realization. So that was it. She was sealed here by the Ice Queen's power. With the Firefly Queen completely drained after that ordeal, Su Liang immediately approaches and asks if she is all right. Standing face to face with her, Su Liang smirks and teases, asking how someone who kept calling him short ended up looking like this. "You do not even have the power to challenge the Overlord. You lost your freedom, yet you still boast like this." Hearing those insulting words, she grit her teeth in absolute fury and yells in frustration. Her sudden, ear-splitting scream actually catches him completely off guard for a moment. "Do you honestly think I do not want to leave? With your messy cultivation level, how could you ever save me?" Then, the Firefly Queen lowers her voice, speaking with absolute certainty that even if the Ice Queen is temporarily inactive right now, once the Sambixiao appears, she will survive. But pointing directly at Su Liang, she confidently declares that he, on the other hand, will definitely die a brutal death right here. Despite the terrifying warning she just threw at him, Su Liang remains unbelievably calm and collected through it all. He lets out a heavy sigh and asks wearily, "How pathetic. She is supposed to be a legendary and noble ruler, yet she is this terrified of the Sambixiao?" Then he smirks slightly, telling her not to get the wrong idea, because he never planned on taking her and running away. Hearing those words, he quickly puts on a serious face again. His eyes flash with determination as he explains that they must defeat the Sanbixiao first, and then leave the eastern region with head held high. The Firefly Queen is completely stunned, left speechless by his bold logic. Right now, a strange thought crosses her mind. Could this man standing before her actually do it? Her mouth hangs open slightly as she processes her thoughts, absolutely certain of one thing. The Firefly Queen quickly covers her body with both hands, terrified as she concludes that Su Liang is actually just a massive idiot. Su Liang reaches his hand out to the Firefly Queen, his eyes gentle as he patiently waits for her response. She stares back in utter shock, her lips trembling but unable to find the words. Seeing the Firefly Queen instinctively back away while hugging herself, Su Liang asks with a totally confused face, "What is she doing?" She bluntly replies that she is afraid of catching his stupidity. He can only sigh in defeat, telling himself that he did not expect a few bold words to work anyway. Lost in his own thoughts, Su Liang slowly sits down right next to her. After all, they still have plenty of time, making this the perfect opportunity for him to finally break through to the 5-star realm. Sparked by curiosity, she leans forward slightly to observe what he is doing. The Firefly Queen quietly stays behind her chair to let him focus. After watching Su Liang cultivate for a long time, she realizes that anyone who can survive her heavy pressure and reach this place is definitely not ordinary. Resting her chin on her hand, her gaze grows dreamy as her mind drifts into a quiet, unspoken thought, but lost in her own immense power. She has seen plenty of foolish, weak, or overly promising people over the last 1,000 years. Old memories flood back as she remembers a young man who once reached his hand out to her, exactly like this moment, dreaming of meeting the ice citizens in the outside world. Alongside the forgotten moonlight-type beast, Tamer's working in the Eastern region mines. Back then, Firefly Queen Ni took that hand in a moment as beautiful and dreamy as a fairy tale, perfect for starting a legend. Unfortunately, there are never any exceptions, as every single attempt was crushed right at the very beginning. She sat silently beside the young man's lifeless body, shedding no tears, wrapped in a painful silence. With their mediocre talent, they simply could not help her unleash her true power. Ever since that tragic day, the Firefly Queen has carried deep emotional scars, gradually withdrawing and abandoning all hope of ever escaping this place. Because of that, she filled this entire cave with her oppressive aura, isolating herself completely so she would never have to face the false hope of escape again. She falls silent, but deep within her eyes, a tiny spark of light flickers, suggesting that hope hasn't completely died out yet. Perhaps it is because Su Liang's body is suddenly enveloped in a radiant golden energy, forcing her to admit that his raw talent is actually quite interesting. Intrigued once more, the Firefly Queen asks with sudden interest, "Hey kid, which faction do you actually belong to? And which ruler is backing you?" Su Liang calmly replies, "The Twin Moon Sect." She curiously asks, "Never heard of it. Who founded that?" A few seconds later, the Firefly Queen chuckles mockingly, remarking that a mere 4-star Moon King sounds absolutely ridiculous to her. The last Moon King was already at the 5-star level while still in the womb. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Who is the powerful ruler behind the Twin Moon Sect? Su Liang cannot hide his growing annoyance, grumbling to himself about how she talks way too much. Wondering if she went crazy from being locked up for too long, he is still forced to reply, "The one behind the Twin Moon Sect is me. I am not just the Moon King, but also the true representative of the northern region. If what you say about the Moon Deity Festival is true, then even while trapped here, you should already know what went down in the northern region half a month ago, right?" The Firefly Queen listens with intense focus, only to watch Hu Zhongyue pull out a mysterious ring and bring it right over to her. One glance is all it takes for the Firefly Queen to recognize the Northern Sovereign Ring, the genuine token needed to unlock the Moon Deity Festival. Su Liang calmly speaks up, "Withered Moon Lantern Core Fire. Firefly Queen, you mentioned that the last Moon King was already a 5-star in the womb." He slowly stands up, continuing to speak with sheer, arrogant confidence. Su Liang turns to the Firefly Queen, asking with deadly seriousness, "Is that not a natural-born tyrant beast tamer?" Unleashing his potential, his body erupts in light as glowing butterflies dance around him like an awakened power. He continues, "Even if Sagittarius Palace backs the Double Moon Sect, I am the master of Golden Butterfly Palace." She instinctively shields her face from his blinding radiance. Stepping forward slowly, he declares, "My enemies are Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10 lunar eclipses. I will surpass the legendary Moon King, securing final victory for Yueao at the Moon Goddess Festival." Once again, Su Liang extends his hand with unwavering resolve, his voice filled with sincerity. "I happen to have something to deliver to the Ice Queen, and waging war on the Eastern Domain is entirely possible if you join us." Swayed, the Firefly Queen hesitantly reaches out, but just as their fingertips almost meet, an invisible barrier violently blasts her backward, forcing her right back to where she started. Bound by the freezing frost chains, the Firefly Queen hangs her head in absolute despair, whispering, "I see your potential. But so what if you possess the power of a tyrant? You are merely a 4-star beast tamer. How could you ever hope to breach the Eastern Domain's defense? Even if we form a contract, I can never truly manifest." Su Liang listens in silence. She lets out a bitter laugh, her vacant eyes completely stripped of any remaining hope. "If you truly want to claim me, then reach the 7-star realm first." He seriously questions the Firefly Queen. "If we escape and you gain your freedom, what will you do?" He then voices his own suspicion, wondering if she would immediately wage war against the Ice Queen again. "Is Sambi Xiao the enemy that we absolutely must defeat?" She responds without a second thought. "Didn't that old hag from Sagittarius Palace tell you anything? I do not hate the Eastern Domain. In fact, the Ice Queen and Lord Shui Liantian were friends." She clenches her fists, trembling as she finally vents her long-suppressed frustration. "Back then, I fought the Ice Queen only because she committed an act that I could never, ever forgive." Gritting her teeth, her entire body trembles with rage as she speaks with pure, burning hatred. If not for the Ice Queen, Lord Shui Liantian would never have met such a fate. Suddenly, Su Liang's expression tenses with sharp vigilance. Sensing it immediately, the Firefly Queen freezes. They both share the exact same realization. Someone is approaching. Right at that moment, a massive explosion rocks the mountain peaks outside. Blinding light tears through the gloomy sky, sending violent, terrifying tremors throughout the cave. Looking up in sheer panic, she gasps, "It is one of the 12 heavenly shields. They must have detected us." The Firefly Queen quickly turns and warns him, "Get out of here. If you are indeed the one who contracted with the Golden Butterfly Palace, you can handle an ordinary Emperor-tier opponent, right?" Hearing her words, Su Liang hesitates, admitting to himself, "Honestly, I absolutely cannot handle that." Faking composure, he speaks with calm indifference, "I am not running. My work here is unfinished, and you are not done talking." Is the Lord Shui Lian Tian you mentioned actually the guardian of Aquarius Palace? The Firefly Queen freezes, her eyes widening in shock as Su Liang presses on. Everyone knows Aquarius Palace was utterly crushed by Flying Rabbit Palace back then. But you claim the Ice Queen is involved. Once we escape the Eastern Domain, will you explain everything to me? Neither of them notices the massive shadow of a giant bird silently gliding closer as Su Liang demands answers with growing frustration. If the Ice Queen is truly responsible, is a simple fight really enough? You have been imprisoned here for thousands of years, was it worth it? Shouting in frustration, he tries to persuade her, why not wait until we escape this place, and defeat her fair and square once more? Suddenly, a massive claw slams down, shattering the stone floor under immense, crushing pressure. Su Liang turns around in shock as his system interface flashes with a sudden notification, confirming a new beast has officially been unlocked. It is an Emperor-tier sky beast, Emperor Lei Xiao, one of the 12 heavenly shields operating under Sambi Xiao. Emerging as Fei Ying Fentong's subordinate, the beast immediately barks a series of aggressive questions. Lord Firefly Queen, who is this human? Why is he here? You are not planning another escape, are you? The Ice Queen will not be lenient this time. As the Firefly Queen hesitates to answer, Emperor Lei growls in warning. Do not forget Lord Aquarius's command. You are strictly forbidden from seeking revenge against Flying Rabbit Palace. But before he can finish, Su Liang casually cuts him off, snapping, you are way too loud. He boldly steps forward, mocking him with utter contempt. You are just an outsider to the sky attribute. What right do you have to meddle in our moonlight affairs? Since Aquarius Palace forbade it, I grant permission on behalf of Golden Butterfly Palace. That moonlight traitor, Flying Rabbit Palace, must be destroyed. Enraged, Emperor Lei snarls, what did you just say? Losing his patience, Su Liang doesn't hesitate as he grabs her. Su Liang grabs the Firefly Queen, demanding to know why she is still hesitating. How could they just ignore Gong Fei Tu's brutal betrayal and murder of Gong Baoping? She turns back, looking shyly at Su Liang. His voice loses all calm as he asks if she really wants to let the vicious Ice Queen get away without seeking revenge. Calling her weak and useless, he promises to bring her forth through their contract. Suddenly, a blue surge of power erupts as Emperor Thunder roars in absolute fury. After this, who cares about Gong Fei Tu, the Shi Yushi, Tambik Tu, or even the Ice Queen? Flapping his massive wings in anger, thick mist swirls around him as he boldly declares his intentions. He vows to defeat everyone and show no mercy. Instantly, a massive, devastating power crashes down from above into the cave, threatening to crush everything to dust. Right then, the three ice dwellers they met earlier, wandering around the area, are shaken to their core by the massive explosion. The girl mutters in pure panic, wondering what on earth is happening. Is that coming from the Moonlight Mine? Meanwhile, the cave where Su Liang stands takes a massive hit, as deep cracks tear through the ground and stone walls. Emperor Thunder takes the full force of the blast, sent flying backward, crashing hard into a jagged rock. He is left dazed, panicking in absolute disbelief. How could this even be possible? In the distance, Su Liang stands surrounded by a massive vortex of pure white energy, whipped up by the shockwave of the blast. This is the exact moment he successfully breaks through to a higher level, the 5-star realm. His beast status panel pops up immediately, updating all his vital information. Low-grade Moonlight System, Lightning Butterfly, currently in a sealed state. Because his level is too low, the host cannot summon everything. Mid-grade Moonlight, Jade Tail Broken Moon Deity. Emperor-grade Moonlight, 8-winged Monarch, currently sealed. It cannot be unlocked until the host reaches the 7-star realm or achieves full fusion, alongside a massive burst of energy from hundreds of millions of low-level lightning butterflies. Unlocking conditions can be temporarily triggered. Emperor-grade Moonlight, Withered Moonlamp Wick Firefly Queen, currently sealed. His level is still too low, requiring more training. Reading through this, he is stunned as his mind races to calculate his next move. If he can just reach the 6-star realm, he can summon the Emperor. Normally, does it not require 7 stars? Su Liang clenches his fist with determination, realizing that if he can somehow reach the 6-star realm, he will be able to freely wield the power of the Withered Moon Lampwick Firefly Queen. Seeing him standing there lost in thought, Emperor Thunder loses his temper, shouting demands at him. Human, what do you think you are doing? How dare you sign a contract with the Firefly Queen? You even have the nerve to talk about defeating the Ice Queen. Su Liang only gives him a cold, silent stare. But Emperor Thunder continues his arrogant shouting, mocking him without a shred of respect. You are barely at the 5-star realm, you cannot even summon the Emperor. Suddenly, a streak of blue lightning strikes. Outside the cave, dark clouds gather rapidly as thunder and lightning shake the very foundations of the earth. Su Liang looks up in deep thought, his eyes unreadable, before looking back down with a quiet sigh. Instantly, he summons the Huzhang Yue, erecting a powerful protective barrier in the blink of an eye. The barrier expands rapidly, covering the entire area as massive waves of spiritual energy surge outward. Even as lightning strikes directly, the barrier holds strong without a single scratch. Seeing this, even Emperor Thunder is absolutely terrified, staring with wide, shocked eyes. What? Breaking out in cold sweat, his jaw drops in utter shock. How is this possible? He screams in absolute panic. Swallowing the entire mine, the cave has vanished without a single trace after the massive impact, leaving behind nothing but a massive, gaping crater. He curses furiously at this damn guy, before demanding in a loud, arrogant voice, "Who on earth are you?" Taking a much closer look, Emperor Thunder suddenly recognizes him. Wait a second, the king of the Moonlight system, the white hair and crescent pupils of Su Liang's moon-shattering eyes confirm his suspicions beyond any doubt. He immediately demands to know if the Moon King of the Twin Moon sect is planning to declare war on the Eastern Domain. Su Liang ignores him completely, closing his eyes as he calculates if he can absorb and store the energy of the entire vein all at once. Momentarily, brilliant streaks of golden-blue energy begin to manifest right behind his back. Those massive wings are the absolute proof that he has successfully broken through to the 6-star realm. His powerful aura floods the entire space. Su Liang carefully calculates that 1/10 of the vein's energy has already been consumed instantly. But there is still a catch. This temporary 6-star state can only last for about 5 minutes. Once time runs out, he will revert to the 5-star state. Meanwhile, Emperor Thunder is scared out of his mind, trembling in fear. Seeing his reaction, he lets out a smug smile. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. Right after, Su Liang spreads his arms, summoning the withered moon Firefly Queen to reveal herself. As the words leave his lips, a blazing fireball erupts and glows intensely in his hands. The intense heat seems to burn through the very fabric of space. Suddenly, the orb cracks wide open, and the Firefly Queen emerges, answering Su Liang's call. Shattered pieces rain down as she steps forward with absolute authority, her piercing eyes radiating a terrifying, dominant aura. Following her majestic descent, tiny sparks scatter across the entire eastern region like a warning sign of what is to come. Terrified, the Ice Dwellers fall to their knees, bowing in deep reverence. The legendary Withered Moon Firefly Queen has finally returned to the mortal world after thousands of years. Gliding up silently from behind, the Firefly Queen gently rests her hand on his shoulder and softly calls him her master. She secretly notes that once their pact was sealed, his entire plan was instantly revealed to her. Her intense gaze locks onto Su Liang's back. She can't help but marvel, silently admitting she has never met anyone quite as insane as him. His plan to challenge the Ice Queen is definitely no joke. Su Liang casts a cold glance back, but the Firefly Queen remains deeply lost in her thoughts. Most importantly, this mysterious man is not even an apostle. Su Liang speaks with absolute gravity, congratulating her on regaining her freedom before extending his hand to ask if she knows their next move. Is 5 minutes enough? She wonders, immediately catching his drift. Stroking her chin, she hesitates, knowing it isn't even a full moon yet. After a brief hesitation, she decides to give it a shot. She clasps Su Liang's hand, sealing their temporary alliance. Wasting no time, the Firefly Queen instantly unleashes a surge of power. A brilliant energy field envelops them both as they lift off, before launching into the sky at near light speed, leaving a dazzling trail that tears through the air. Delay, still utterly paralyzed with shock, can only mumble that everything is ruined now. Snapping back to reality, his eyes widen in absolute panic as he screams that they must alert Lord Sambixiao immediately. Shortly after, they arrive at a magnificent ice palace, shimmering under a crimson crescent moon like a surreal dream. Su Liang arrives in no time, hovering silently high up in the cold air to carefully survey the layout below. The Firefly Queen whispers in his ear, warning him they only have 4.5 minutes left, asking if he sees his target. Pointing directly at the palace, Su Liang replies that to save precious time, they will scan the entire area at once. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he feels for the slightest magical vibration. He slowly releases his energy, letting his spiritual aura blanket the entire castle structure. Pushing his senses to the absolute limit, his vision penetrates deep into the fortress, locking onto a pale girl with striking blue hair. Examining her closely, Su Liang deduces that this small, fragile-looking girl is actually an 8-star beast tamer. Hovering frozen in shock, Su Liang grows frustrated, wondering just how many hidden 8-star beast tamers exist in this eastern region. Before he can speak, the Firefly Queen chimes in, identifying the girl below as the current ice consort. The one who signed a temporary pact with Sam Bixiao, the name immediately echoes in Su Liang's mind. Staring down at her, he realizes that defeating this girl might be their only ticket out of the eastern region. Su Liang's eyes fly wide open as a vital clue clicks. He realizes this girl must be that three-eyed ice citizen from before. She was disguised. Suddenly, a sharp system notification snaps him out of his deep train of thought. Warning! The king of the eastern region has been detected. Before defeating Feiying Fentong, direct attacks against the king are strictly prohibited unless they cause severe damage to your party first. Simultaneously, the ice consort receives an identical warning, alerting her that direct engagements with the newly detected Eastern Region King are locked until the Cloud and Dream Pact is broken, unless the opponent inflicts severe damage to her own party. Instantly putting the pieces together, she shouts out loud in sudden realization. "So it's you, Moon King. Are you trying to start a war?" But a furious scream instantly cuts her off, forcing the ice consort to cover her ears. "War my foot, you idiot. Just let me out already. I've been charging my power for 30 seconds. Aren't you supposed to be an 8-star beast tamer?" Fentong roars in anger. "If they let the Firefly Queen escape, we are both dead meat." The ice consort pouts and complains to Lady Feiying Fentong. "I'm an 8-star Frost Master, not a 3-star Sky Summoner. Besides, you're the one who always hides inside me because you hate the cold. I really miss Lady Sangshi Beishu. She returned to the Three Kings Fountain over a year ago, and who knows when she'll be back." She lets out a heavy sigh, which only makes Fentong lose her temper completely. "Shut up, you useless brat," she barks. Stroking her chin in deep thought, she finds it highly suspicious that both Pian Yijing Hong and Sangshi Baishu happen to be away at the exact same time. Fentong silently assesses the situation, quickly coming to a grim conclusion. Given the ice consort's current power limits, summoning her true form will take at least 3 minutes. Meanwhile, both sides remain on high alert. On this end, Su Liang frowns slightly, his eyes darting around in a frantic search. He keeps checking every single corner until he notices a mysterious black mist leaking from a hidden spot. Su Liang's eyes widen as he realizes he found it. Right in the middle of this cluttered room sits a massive purple mirror. The mirror swings open, revealing a mysterious dark orb floating inside. After studying it closely, Su Liang wonders why on earth the enemy is still trying to summon the Sambi Xiaojia. While the current Bing Fei is shivering from the bitter cold, he quickly sizes up the situation. Once he touches the Ice Queen's treasure, the Moon Deity Rights barrier will break. In just a few seconds, absolute chaos begins. Su Liang summons the Firefly Queen. The moment she appears, she warns him that she can only last for about 4 minutes. That is only if she faces 0 obstacles, as her combat energy is practically depleted right now. Reaching his hand forward, he reassures her that they will be fine as long as they escape the Eastern Territory. Su Liang loudly summons Huzhong Yue. Appearing instantly, the beast unleashes a silent wave that glides straight over the purple mirror. As Huzhong Yue fades away, the mysterious item inside the mirror vanishes right along with it. With the mission accomplished, Su Liang and the Firefly Queen waste no time making their escape from the area, leaving behind the shocked Bing Fei, who screams in confusion before realizing what happened and shrieks, "Did that bastard just touch the Ice Queen's treasure? How dare he?" Fentong mutters with pure rage, promising that she won't let him escape easily as dawn approaches. Meanwhile, near the Moon King, Su Liang and the Firefly Queen are racing away at absolute lightning speed. Watching the moon sink below the horizon, she warns that the night is ending. Getting no response, the Firefly Queen asks, "Su Liang, are you even listening?" Still, nothing. He is completely lost in thought, staring intently at the dark orb in his hand. Something is wrong. Relying on his sharp instincts, Su Liang analyzes the item, knowing that the Chengxing Yanyue scabbard belongs to the Qi Xuan Chanhua. But this black orb is completely lifeless, without a single trace of life force remaining inside it. Without hesitating, he quickly calls upon the Moon Dictionary system. Instantly, the system screen flashes, detecting a part of the Shangxuan Yue Changhua, the Black Blade. Reading the next lines carefully, Su Liang learns that the scabbard is actually made of 4 distinct components, starting with the blade. Along with the purple core, blue soul, and golden lock, he needs that gold lock to fully awaken the Changhua. The screen displays all the current holders. The Black Blade is held by the Northern Region's Moon King. The purple core is with Chengxing Yanyu, while the blue soul belongs to Eastern Gemini Bai Yuhang. Finally, the Ice Queen holds the golden lock. Su Liang's face pales, annoyed that Chengxing Yanyu never mentioned there were 4 separate pieces. Holding his forehead, Su Liang ponders. How could the ancient Ice Queen not understand the secrets of the 7 mysteries? Keeping it close makes sense, and at least he has some tangible spoils to show for this dangerous heist. Ultimately, saving the Firefly Queen and securing the blade makes this entire perilous journey worth the trouble. He is so deeply lost in his thoughts that he completely misses her urgent shouts calling his name. Stroking his chin, he decides to just hand everything over to Chengxing Yenyu at first. Snapping, she screams straight into his ear, finally dragging him back to reality from his own little dream world. The Firefly Queen anxiously reminds him that even though he is fast, it is not a full moon. The night is fading fast, and they must quickly cross the eastern border. Though she looks completely panicked and doubtful, she still keeps her voice polite. She admits she wants to trust him, but looking at his strange interface, she cannot help but ask a direct question. Can you even handle a supreme-level enemy right now? Hearing this, Liang can only admit the truth. Suddenly, his interface lists his current spirit beasts, showing that the Emperor rank Northern Wing Moon Monarch is currently locked. Since his Tamer level is too low, even the 6-star Emperor rank Firefly Queen cannot be summoned right now. Only the mid-level Huzhong Yue and the Jade-tailed Rabbit are available for summoning. The low-level Moonlight Butterfly is summonable too, but only in highly restricted numbers. Liang glances at the Firefly Queen, realizing that their soul contract resonance allows her to see his system screen. Now that his temporary 5-minute 6-star boost is over, his level is dropping back to 5 stars. With the Huo Ying unable to manifest, they had no other choice. Deeply skeptical, she demanded answers. What on earth is this? Didn't you say you possess the Wanting Moon physique beast? Liang chuckled awkwardly and helplessly explained that it only worked during a full moon. Even under a full moon, it stands no chance against an Emperor-level beast. Huo Ying stood frozen in the spatial realm, her face filled with disbelief as she muttered, "The waning moon physique? That's impossible." Her voice softened with a hint of deep regret as she whispered, "Indeed, without a full moon, it cannot fight." Leaning down, Huo Ying stared closely at the jade-tailed rabbit, wondering what would happen if that day was a full moon. Seeing the cute little rabbit fast asleep, she whispered that this creature shared the lineage of the Taiyan rabbit. Behind her, Liang couldn't hide his regret either as he spoke. Too bad those high and mighty gods failed to see the flaws in the waning moon physique. She blankly repeated, "Flaws." Then, Huo Ying suddenly stood up and fiercely snapped back. "Nonsense! How could the waning moon physique have flaws?" With a dead serious look, she declared that the waning moon physique was perfect, a true masterpiece of the moonlight. Suddenly, the sky was overtaken by drifting pink clouds, spreading out like vibrant waves. Both of them immediately sensed the change, freezing in shock before crying out in disbelief. "What is this?" In a split second, the entire sky was covered in brilliant peach pink, forcing the ice citizens below to kneel in panic. A girl cried out in utter shock. "The great Lady Fen Tong has finally descended upon us." Delicate cherry blossoms fluttered in the wind, filling the air with a dreamlike, mystical beauty. Suddenly, Liang was frozen midair, leaving him completely bewildered. Seconds later, his face hardened as he glared intensely ahead. Right in front of him stood Fen Tong, sporting massive, radiant butterfly wings. She coldly declared, "Give up, daytime has already arrived." With an indifferent, freezing gaze, Fen Tong uttered those highly cryptic words. "You all surely know the consequences of your actions." Even though Liang expected to be intercepted, he still bit his lip in tense shock, thinking, what kind of insane speed is this? Facing Fen Tong, his mind went on high alert as he warned himself. Forget reaching the Eastern Territory border, he wouldn't even be able to take another step forward. At that moment, she coldly commanded, "Hand back the Ice Queen's possession, then follow me to face interrogation and your punishment. Only this way can I spare your lives." Hearing this, Liang just stared back in absolute silence, offering no response. Suddenly, a sharp and angry warning echoed through the air, "Fen Tong, keep dreaming." Hearing that, Liang instantly froze and whipped his head around, while even Fen Tong couldn't hide her surprise. The next second, spiritual fire gathered, swirling into a protective ring right in front of Liang. Huo Ying materialized, casting a cold, expressionless glare at her opponent, her voice dripping with absolute determination. "I may perish in this battle, but I will absolutely never go back. The seal on the Feidu Palace is about to break. I must destroy that thing myself." Fen Tong frowned slightly. Lowering her voice, she tried to convince her, "Of all people, you should understand me." Cutting Huo Ying off, Fen Tong closed her eyes and calmly reasoned, "Huo Ying, are you really going to be this stubborn? Isn't the Ice Queen participating in the Moon God Festival to avenge the Aquarius Palace? All you have to do is wait patiently for the Moon God Festival to end." Huo Ying fell silent, her eyes filled with deep hesitation. Without wasting words, Fen Tong made the final call, completely in control of the outcome. "Your Eastern Territory will defeat the Feitu Palace and the 10 lunar eclipses. Then, everything will finally end." However, Fen Tong sternly warned her, "Until then, I will absolutely not allow you to throw your life away." Overly agitated, she lost her temper and snapped with a rapid barrage of questions. "If you can't even beat them, how do you expect to reach the Feitu Palace?" With that, she waved her sleeve before Bai Yuqing. Huo Ying hesitated and muttered, "I." She seemed to be wavering. At this point, Su Liang couldn't take it anymore. He forcefully slapped Fen Tong's hand away and shouted in anger, "Enough is enough." He didn't hold back his sharp criticism. "Defeating the Fatal Palace is our Yue Yao's business. You Eastern Territory outsiders better stop bossing us around." Continuing in the same tone, Su Liang added, "I don't care what happened between the two of you in the past," but he glared fiercely at Fen Tong, showing zero respect as he warned her to her face, "Get back to where you came from, or we will take down both you and the Ice Queen." Hearing this, Huo Ying was completely shocked and blurted out, "Are you insane?" Fen Tong gritted her teeth, growling in pure frustration. Furious, she refuses to back down, mockingly shouting that he is nothing but a petty apostle of a weak moonlight element. Fen Tong keeps spitting her arguments, brimming with confidence. After moon brilliance shattered, only one miracle remained across 12 full moon nights. The moonlight element is long dead. This moon god festival will definitely be the absolute last celebration for you losers. She goes absolutely wild, pointing straight at his face and screaming insults. "It is daytime. How dare you talk down to me?" But in a flash, Fen Tong suddenly freezes, completely dazed. She slowly turns her face toward the light, her mind blank as she mutters, "What is that?" Fen Tong stares blankly at the distant horizon. Meanwhile, the system blares with a notification about a major status change. Asleep just a second ago, the jade-tailed rabbit suddenly snaps its eyes open, while Su Liang mutters under his breath, "The moon is rising." His broken moon eyes instantly reflect a brilliant, glowing full moon deep within his pupils. The moment he speaks, the moon slowly emerges from the swirling dark clouds, casting its brilliant light across the sky. At that exact moment, over the northern border's coast, the full moon has already risen high. Its brilliant light shimmers over the crystal-clear water. Deep inside the Nine Hells, Elder Mi Yue stares up at the moon in shock. Confused, she glances back at the person kneeling in despair on the ground, questioning, "What on earth are you doing?" "I am the Yinyu Heavenly Maiden of the Moonlight Element, Supreme Rank." Hearing Mi Yue's sudden question, she looks up in sheer confusion, struggling to find any words. Recalling that terrifying life-and-death battle, Yin Yue explains with a trembling voice, "Back during the fight, the moment I tried to activate my skill, I got wiped out. Just resurrected, I was still in total shock and panic." Sobbing and covering her face, she accidentally triggers her skill once again. Mi Yue has no time to scold her, sighing in utter defeat. "Whatever, forget it. Besides, at Supreme Rank, your full moon simulation can only last 5 minutes at most." Staring at the moonlight reflecting on the sea, both remain silent as an ominous feeling creeps in. She anxiously mutters, "Let's just hope nothing major goes down." Back with Fen Tong, she stands completely frozen in front of this unbelievable sight, unable to trust her own eyes. A full moon? What on earth is going on? Absolutely unreal. Su Liang lowers his head as a thought crosses his mind. "Of course I can tell, this whole thing probably depends on the jade-tailed rabbit." He envisions its form, knowing this pet's evolution is key, since a simulated full moon has absolutely zero effect on Emperor-rank beasts. With only seconds remaining, the Firefly King is about to be recalled. The Firefly King stands nearby, dead silent. In this critical do-or-die moment, Su Liang places all his faith in the jade-tailed rabbit, thinking to himself, "Everything depends on you now, buddy." Spotting the jade-tailed rabbit, Fen Tong immediately bursts into hysterical laughter. Covering her mouth to stifle a giggle, her voice drips with pure contempt. What is this joke? A mid-grade jade-tailed rabbit? Receiving absolutely no response from her opponent, Fen Tong grows even more arrogant, throwing in yet another harsh mockery. "Moon King, is this the pathetic power that gave you the confidence to talk so big?" Pointing up towards the moon, she sneers. "Did you seriously think I wouldn't recognize the cheap tricks of a supreme rank beast? This little show only lasts 5 minutes, and it has absolutely zero impact on how this fight ends." Su Liang simply closes his eyes, refusing to argue. Ignoring Fen Tong's relentless mockery, he completely turns away, focusing all of his attention on his beloved pet instead. Su Liang asks softly, "My previous one-star realm probably held you back from unleashing your true power, didn't it?" He continues to pour his heart out, "But I know for a fact that the limits of your crescent moon physique go way beyond this." The jade-tailed rabbit listens intently to his every word. The next second, Su Liang points straight at Fen Tong, growling his command, "See that noble emperor beast over there. Become stronger than her within 10 seconds. He then decisively summons Hajunyu. Receiving the call, the majestic beast materializes without a single moment of hesitation. In a flash, countless mineral veins materialize directly in front of the jade-tailed rabbit. Staring at this, the Firefly King is completely dumbfounded, thinking, "Is it seriously planning to devour moonlight mineral veins raw?" The jade-tailed rabbit aggressively grabs the minerals, violently stuffing fistfuls of them into its mouth, chewing like a beast possessed. Fentong stands completely frozen on the spot, her glitched expression showing she's processing a massive question mark in her head. It devours the minerals like a maniac, ignoring everything else. The echoing commands in its ears only drive it crazier. With its red eyes glowing out of control, Su Liang roars, "You are my only trump card. Now, grow stronger and evolve." Su Liang screams, "Answer my expectations." The jade-tailed rabbit continues to devour the mineral blocks, showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. Su Liang silently watched its frantic, wild state, feeling a slight pang of regret. Besides, the packs formed by Yun Zhuiyu and Shenxing Yanyu were completely different. The jade-tailed hare's power was severely held back by his own one-star realm, leaving him calculating with a tense expression. But right now, he was at the 6-star realm, nearing 7-star. Could he truly defeat the Emperor on a full moon night? His gaze swept over the two girls, still hesitating and struggling internally about having to fight each other. Su Liang easily read between the lines, guessing that Fentong hesitated to attack simply because she still cherished their old memories. In this desperate crisis, he anxiously realized the Firefly Queen had only seconds left before she faded away. At that point, he would surely be finished. Sadness filled the Queen's eyes, her voice laced with deep, undeniable doubt. A full moon, why always at this exact moment? Is this the moonlight's guidance? Once again, she recalled her past. Lord Shui Liantian, did you ever foresee that this day would actually come all those years ago? It has nothing to do with luck, strength, or probability, but is a certainty from birth, because he firmly believed a miracle would rise from his heart. Indeed, the bright moon hung high, glowing more brilliantly by the second, yet it offered absolutely no answers. Carrying that lingering doubt, the Firefly Queen turned to Su Liang, asking him one final question. Why did you refuse the princess consort's invitation before? Su Liang replied without hesitation, saying there was no reason. That bastard called his entire team worthless trash, so he snapped right back. His precious bunny was definitely not a defective failure. Didn't you once say the waning moon constitution isn't useless trash? Meanwhile, the jade-tailed hare just happily gnawed on the oar, ignoring everything. Whenever he spoke about his ultimate goal, his voice turned sharp and determined. One day, he would trample both the Flying Hare Palace and the Decamoon Eclipse under his feet, making them truly regret everything. Sensing his absolute, burning resolve, the Firefly Queen stood completely stunned. Finally understanding, her lips parted as she slowly voiced her agreement. You were absolutely right. Trembling with resentment, she clenched her fists and declared that the waning moon constitution was definitely no trash. She screamed out in pure agitation, releasing all her pent-up emotions. The Eastern Witch, Master Shui Liantian. The Aquarius Palace's waning moon constitution is absolutely not useless trash. Those shocking words, which seemed like they would never be spoken, echoed clearly, forcing Su Liang's eyes to widen in sheer terror. Quickly snapping out of it, he rushed to ask, "Wait, what did you just say?" Panic still painted his face, and a certain figure flashed in his mind, making him incredibly agitated. One of the 7 miracles of the world, the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, the Eastern Witch, Shui Liantian. To think that was actually the waning moon constitution, Su Liang realized it instantly. Wait, now everything finally made sense. How did the Flying Hare Palace defeat the Aquarius Palace? He had finally solved the long-standing mystery because that day was simply not a full moon. The waning moon constitution possessed absolutely no combat power whatsoever. Her head lowered, the Firefly Queen muttered blankly, "Yes, Master Shui Liantian would never lose on a full moon night. I always believed that." She continued to struggle internally, blaming herself, but relying on myself alone. I can never defeat the Sun faction. I hate my own helplessness. Gathering all her courage, she asked her master, Su Liang, if the day comes, will you let me stand before them? Before she could even finish, he agreed without a single hesitation, placing his absolute trust in the Firefly Queen. Hearing his answer, she felt his deep trust. Her lips curled into a gentle, soft smile. Immediately, the Firefly Queen gently stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Su Liang in a warm, grateful embrace. He did not resist, standing there silently as her form began to fade into the gentle moonlight. Su Liang stared at the Firefly Queen, utterly stunned by how fast everything was unfolding. Fentong was absolutely furious. Gritting her teeth, she roared, "Firefly, why must you be so incredibly stubborn?" She immediately activated her skill, spreading her massive wings to their absolute limit. Still locked in their warm embrace, the Firefly Queen leaned in and whispered something softly into his ear. Before Master Shui Liantian's final clash with the Flying Hare Palace, he separated his very life force from the crystal core. Su Liang's eyes widened, completely unable to hide his shock as his mind raced. What? She whispered that if the crystal core could be condensed along with all the waning moon constitution's essence, then Before she could finish, her time ran out. The Firefly Queen dissolved into the wind, leaving Su Liang completely frozen in disbelief. Quickly calming down, he pulled himself together, noting that since the Firefly Queen vanished, he had reverted to the five-star realm. The Firefly Queen had formed a pact with him, meaning if he died, she would also suffer devastating damage. Connecting the dots, Su Liang quickly deduced that this was likely why Fentong hesitated to make her move. Su Liang locked his gaze onto Fentong's frowning, hesitant face. He quietly told himself that even a single moment of hesitation was already more than enough. Without another thought, he boldly called forth Huzhong Yue. In an instant, a massive mineral vein manifested, unleashing a violent wave of spiritual energy. Right then, a sudden flash of shock crossed Fentong's eyes. Su Liang let out a smug grin, quietly savoring his triumph. No doubt about it, this was the treasure guarded by the Firefly King, which once belonged to Aquarius Palace's Weiguang throne. Nestled deep within the mineral veins, the throne stood prominently at the center, its frame embedded with a glowing purple gemstone. The core life crystal that Aquarius Palace had previously severed was finally right here. The glowing purple gem resting in the energy grid was indeed the ancient mystical seal of Aquarius Palace. He shouted out loudly, "Jade-tailed rabbit." Hearing its master's call, it immediately turned to look. Instantly catching on, it quickly used its long ears to lift the throne, tilted its head back, and tossed the entire chair right into its wide-open mouth without a second thought. Then, it happily munched away on the throne. Fentong completely lost her mind, screaming in absolute panic. "What are you doing? Stop this instant." Su Liang faced her panic with a deeply smug, mocking smile, casually firing back. "Stop? Why on earth would I stop now of all times?" Glinting his eyes, he declared with absolute certainty that this was a miracle forged by the waning moon physique. The jade-tailed rabbit was already undergoing a massive physical transformation, its entire body radiating an incredibly bizarre spiritual energy. Stunned and deeply shaken by the scene, Fentong immediately grew more guarded. She anxiously wondered what kind of bizarre creature the jade-tailed rabbit was actually going to turn into. Even Su Liang could not fully predict the outcome, so he quickly unleashed Huzhong Yue to set up a defensive barrier. The massive silhouette of the jade-tailed rabbit loomed through the dense smoke, resembling a divine beast descending upon the world. The Book of the Moon materialized with a sudden notification. Advanced Moonlight System, the Great Ear Hammer Rabbit. But things did not stop there, as a second alert flashed. Supreme Sovereign Moonlight System, Moon Clasping, Jade Hammer. Su Liang looked up in pure disbelief, thinking to himself, what? It actually reached the Supreme Sovereign rank in just seconds? Then, the Book of the Moon flashed again, but this time with a downgrade. Intermediate Moonlight System, Jade-tailed Rabbit. Right after, it dropped to low-level Moonlight System, Moonlight Rabbit. The notification board went haywire, its glowing text shifting at a blistering pace. Utterly bewildered, he began to doubt his own eyes, wondering if things had spiraled completely out of control. But as the smoke cleared, the beast's current form was finally revealed. When the final result appeared, Su Liang's eyes went completely wide in utter shock. Even Fentong could not hide her sheer disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the jade-tailed rabbit had degraded all the way back to the lowest Moonlight Rabbit form. It just stood there under the stunned, unblinking gazes of Su Liang and Fentong. Stunned to her core, she could only stammer out in disbelief, did the evolution fail? Clenching her fists, the furious woman spat out her deep disappointment. "Firefly King, your gamble has completely failed." Fentong pointed her finger directly at Su Liang, screaming in absolute rage, "You should have never entrusted the throne of Aquarius Palace to a mere human." Even with her pointing right at his face, he remained dead silent. Su Liang did not even blink once, his mind completely consumed by the staggering shock of the moment. Seeing his frozen expression, Fentong smugly mocked him, saying, "What is the matter? Are you desperately trying to find a way to survive after that failed evolution?" But suddenly, Su Liang smirked, quietly repeating the word, "failed." Then, under Fentong's highly skeptical gaze, he proudly declared, "No, this right here is actually the ultimate, most perfect evolution possible." Right at that moment, a system notification popped up, displaying Low-Level Moonlight System. Moonlight Rabbit, UK Ching, Waning Moon Physique. Su Liang stared at the Book of the Moon, reading the lines before whispering, "Thank you. Firefly King, our pact is fulfilled." A moment later, his eyes gleamed with absolute triumphant satisfaction. He slowly issued his warning. "On the night of the full moon, right under its light, I will face them. As for you, Fentong, I highly advise against doing anything stupid to oppose my beast." Flashing a deeply smug grin, he pushed his threat even further. "If you cause it to harbor any hatred, the 10,000-year legend of your invincible Sanbi Xiao will be completely shattered." Hearing those words, Fentong stared down at the Moonlight Rabbit with absolute skepticism, repeating the question in her mind, "The hatred of a mere low-level beast? The adorable, innocent face of that little pet beast actually made her feel far more cautious. A low-level creature that can withstand my pressure is indeed unusual, or is this just a cheap trick? Right at that moment, Liang broke the silence. I have no intention of causing a scene today, so I will let you off. Eventually, I will seize the last crucial fragment from the Ice Queen myself. With that, he turned on his heel, completely ignoring the woman as he commanded, "Let's go, Moonlight Rabbit." Those utterly mocking words drove Fen Tong completely mad with rage. She ground her teeth, spitting out her words with deep resentment. "What did you say?" Instantly, Fen Tong spreads her massive wings wide. A heavy, suffocating pressure begins to descend upon the area. Her giant butterfly wings begin to close. The sheer power shakes heaven and earth, cracking the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Right now, those massive wings are inches from snapping shut. The only space left is where Liang and Moonlight Rabbit are standing. But suddenly, the wings freeze mid-air. It is as if an invisible barrier has appeared, stopping them from closing any further. Shocked, Fen Tong screams out, "What?" She watches in disbelief as her wings are held fast in mid-air, refusing to budge no matter how hard she tries. Panic sets in as she wonders where this terrifying resistance is coming from. Her face darkens as a chilling realization hits. Could it be the Moon King? But looking at Liang's calm expression, she quickly dismisses the thought. No, he has not even made a single move. Right at that moment, a glowing white orb manifests in the narrow gap between her wings, radiating a brilliant, blinding light. The glare is so intense that Fen Tong is forced to shield her eyes. This radiant sphere is Moonlight Rabbit's ultimate skill. Standing right at the center of the orb, it completely blocks Fen Tong's attack. Liang watches the tiny rabbit hovering in mid-air with a serious expression. At that moment, the Book of the Moon appears with an explanation. Combat skill, powerful Aquarius Guardian template. It can summon an artificial full moon night at any given moment. The cooldown is 30 days. After reading these lines, he quietly analyzes the situation. Although he does not understand how the destroyed power of Yueao is still active and working, and this new evolution not only inherits the traits of Aquarius but also unlocks incredible new powers. It is an absolute, flawless rebirth. Seeing Fen Tong's wings forced back to their original state, he sighs in relief. Now, escaping the eastern domain seems entirely possible. Fen Tong stands there frozen in shock, completely terrified by the scene as she desperately asks herself, how is this possible? Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light pours down directly onto the adorable Moonlight Rabbit. The celestial Aquarius constellation slowly materializes right above its head. Fen Tong is left utterly speechless, her face frozen in sheer shock. Raising its tiny paw, Moonlight Rabbit waves goodbye and offers a cheeky farewell. Bye-bye, little butterfly. Powerful surges of energy swirl around the waving rabbit. Seeing this, Fen Tong snarls back. You better not die too quickly. Moonlight Rabbit flashes a bright, playful smile and quickly shoots back. You too. A split second later, an earth-shattering explosion erupts into the heavens, tearing space itself into a million pieces. Massive boulders are blasted away in every direction. The cataclysmic explosion even reaches the distant ocean, causing colossal waves to rise violently. At that very moment, a massive whirlpool begins to open up in the middle of a deserted sea. Standing by the shore, Xingmi Yue keeps her eyes glued to the sky, muttering 5 minutes are almost up. The full moon is fading, right? Hearing this, Yinyu leaps to her feet, shouting in pure excitement. Really? Giddy with joy, she watches the scene and exclaims, that means we are finally going back home. Suddenly, a pair of giant butterfly wings appears fluttering over the full moon. Yinyu freezes for a moment before asking, what is that? Right then, a devastating slash unexpectedly rips straight through those massive butterfly wings. Terror-stricken, Yinyu collapses onto the ground, while Miyue remains standing in absolute disbelief. Back in the Eastern Domain's mountains, a colossal beam of light erupts, releasing a terrifying surge of energy across the peaks. The energy beam slams right into the base of a massive peak, sending violent shockwaves throughout the region. As the thick dust from the devastating impact slowly clears, a massive crater is revealed at the base of the mountain. High above, Delay flies through the air like a gale, shouting at the top of his lungs, Lady Fei Ying Fen Tong. She sits amidst the ruin at the mountain's base, completely calm despite the devastating destruction, quietly muttering to herself, Splendid. 10,000 long years have passed, and only now do I finally get to experience such an agonizing pain again. Glancing up at the sky, Fen Tong makes a chilling realization. That bastard has not even unleashed his full strength yet. Slumped on the ground, she mutters something that leaves Dai Lei utterly confused. No, it is more like that artificial moon was completely useless. With that, she pulls herself up, murmuring, since that is the case. She then sweeps past Delay with absolute determination in her voice. Next time we meet, we settle this. Watching her back as she glides past, Delay's eyes widen in disbelief as he wonders, how is this possible? The sight of blood staining her wings leaves him shell-shocked. The legendary, invincible lady Sanbi Xiao has actually been wounded. She is badly hurt. Meanwhile, over a distant sea, a mysterious silhouette suddenly appears, gliding swiftly through the vast sky. Gentle waves ripple across the water as those massive wings fly past. Right next to that vast sea lies the Southern Territory, a bustling area packed with skyscrapers and lush green vegetation. Suddenly, a massive explosion shatters the peaceful sky, looking as if a giant meteorite had just crashed down to Earth. Pedestrians walking down the street stumble around, completely shaken by the violent shockwave. Beneath a massive ancient tree in the Southern Territory, Su Liang's small figure sits huddled on the ground. With smoke still lingering after the crash, he painfully cradles his moonlight rabbit close to his chest. Gritting his teeth, he silently regrets that the moon-guiding celestial maiden's full moon night has already ended. He wonders if Hu Zhongyu had reached his limit. Looking at the sleeping rabbit in his arms, he sighs. He never expected the evolved Moonlight Rabbit to go head-to-head with the flying Sakura Pink Child, especially since that full moon night was actually a total fake. Then, Su Liang stares straight ahead with absolute determination, his fierce resolve burning through his silent thoughts. If that's how it is, next time he will go all out against San Bixiao. But just as he plans his move, a pair of slender legs suddenly walks up to him. The newcomer speaks up, instantly catching Su Liang off guard with a familiar greeting. Long time no see. It turns out the voice belongs to Empress Kangyu herself, who is looking down at him with an extremely pleased expression. Seeing her, Su Liang can only complain internally that this welcoming ceremony is way too over the top. Soon, she takes him on a grand tour of the Southern Territory, starting with the inner Kangyue's sacred sanctuary. An incredibly majestic landscape unfolds, showing massive modern skyscrapers, surrounded by dozens of exotic and mysterious plants. While Su Liang is still completely stunned by the sight, Kangyue begins her introduction. First time in the Southern Territory, right? This is a unique world completely dominated by massive, towering plants. She proudly casts her gaze upward, clearly eager to continue her tour. That's because the Blade Garden is one of our 7 great wonders, home to the legendary plant sanctuary, Wu Tao Ring. These massive plants serve as nesting grounds for powerful beasts, ranging from supreme-tier entities all the way to emperor-level monsters. Looking at the still dazed Su Liang, she excitedly boasts that their tourist numbers dwarf those of the central, western, and northern regions combined. Impressive, isn't it? As Su Liang keeps his eyes locked on the breathtaking view ahead, he can't help but quietly marvel under his breath. It is truly unbelievable. The two then continue their walk around the territory. Meanwhile, Su Liang thinks to himself that despite their 3-year agreement, they do not seem compatible at all. The constant stares from the crowd only add to his anxiety, making this casual stroll together feel even more bizarre. After walking a bit, Kang Yu speaks up, calling it a rare occasion. Looking right at the clueless Su Liang, she drops a bombshell. It turns out the famous Moon King and Gemini Bai Yu Hang have both arrived here at once. Hearing this, Su Liang asks in sheer shock, wondering if the Western Territory Gemini is actually here too. That is because he suddenly remembers an incredibly crucial detail. Based on information from the Book of the Moon, the Black Blade is the Northern Moon King, while the Purple Heart Sword holds the Fallen Star Crescent. The Blue Soul Sword holds the Gemini Bai Yu Hang title, while the Golden Lock Sword possesses the Ice Queen. This leads Su Liang to a certain conclusion. The Blade Soul of Shangsuan Moon Changhua must be with Bai Yu Hang. Kang Yue then explains that since a full moon is coming, all moonlight-type beasts are currently preparing for their sky ascension. She asks if Su Liang is doing the same as Bai Yu Hang, leaving the young man looking completely clueless. He silently repeats the term sky ascension, suddenly putting on a very cautious face as he calculates his next move. After all, she has no idea he was actually chased here by the flying Sakura Pink Child. Since their 3-year promise is still far away, she naturally assumes he came for a different reason entirely. But still, Su Liang is left with one massive, lingering question. What on earth is this sky ascension? Embarrassed, he scratches his head and tries to play it cool, pretending to understand everything. He mutters something about sky ascension, quickly covering his mouth as he struggles to find the right words. Seeing through his obvious act, Kang Yue can barely contain her amusement. She bursts out laughing, trying to save him from further embarrassment. She teases that it is perfectly normal for a busy Moon King to ignore local pastimes before quickly leading the way forward. Pointing toward the distant horizon, she excitedly invites him to join the experience. Still feeling a bit self-conscious, Su Liang merely scratches his head, hesitating to give her a straight answer. Once Kang Yue finally brings him to the location, his eyes widen in pure shock at the breathtaking sight. Standing right in the city's center is a massive pink plant towering into the sky, its twisted branches looking like soft silk. This spectacular sight is none other than the Heavenly Peach Ring Sanctuary. Endless flights of stairs line each twisting branch, with countless challenger hopefuls currently trying to climb them. Staring at the majestic sight ahead, Su Liang asks in sheer disbelief if this is the ascent to heaven. It actually looks slower than climbing a normal mountain. An 8-star beast Tamer wants to join the fun too. Kang Yue teases as she starts to explain the rules. That massive flower ring is the entrance to the sacred heavenly peach ring, sitting at 10,000 meters. Unbelievably, no one has ever made it to the very peak. Transfixed by the twisting branches right before him, Su Liang turns to ask if truly no one has ever reached the peak. Looking ahead with a smirk, she confirms that the record stands at 9,999 meters. No one has ever reached 10,000. Even worse, the more time that passes, the harder this celestial ascent actually becomes. Since no one has ever conquered it before, she doubts anyone ever will. Hearing all of this leaves Su Liang feeling even more overwhelmed and confused. Driven by pure curiosity, he quickly asks, "But why?" Kang Yue quickly explains the reason. Every single meter of the Heavenly Peach Ring represents Lord Tao Yuan's personal ranking of every living creature in existence. Lord Tao Yuan's aura creates projections of past legends. The higher you climb, the worse the crushing pressure becomes. But if you somehow survive the ordeal, your beast's supreme power will permanently envelop that 1-meter mark, allowing future generations to witness the absolute peak realm that you managed to achieve. She then points toward the junction of the vertical and twisted trunks, continuing her explanation. Below 5,000 meters, the records reset almost every year. But once you cross 5,000 meters, especially near the very top, things are virtually set in stone. Reaching 8,000 meters requires far more than mere strength. You need to prove you are worthy of facing these legendary beasts. Hearing this, Su Liang is left completely awestruck by the sheer mystery surrounding this sacred heavenly peach ring. While he stands there dazed, Kang Yue suddenly points a finger ahead and tells him to take a look over there. Right at the base is the leaderboard. First place goes to the Cloud Princess at 9,999 meters. Second is the Lover at 9,998. Third place is Lu Suxuan at 9,660 meters. Fourth is an anonymous heavenly goddess at 9,422. Fifth is the Ice Consort at 9,361 meters. Sixth is the Lunar King at 9,300, followed by the Queen Mother at 8,999. In eighth is Empress Kang Yue herself at 8,999 meters, and ninth is Gemini Bai Yuexing at 8,200. This list only shows the top 9 legends. Only those standing at the absolute top will have their beasts immortalized in history forever, reigning supreme over the world. Su Liang is absolutely stunned to realize that the Lunar King is only ranked 6th on this list. He glances over at the powerful woman standing right next to him, utterly bewildered by his own thoughts. Empress Kang Yue is hailed as the strongest master of this era, yet she only ranks 8th. Reading his mind instantly, she offers a casual explanation. "No need to look shocked," she says. "I am actually quite satisfied with my current ranking. After all, those top 6 are all legendary 9-star beast tamers, basically revered as demigods. Besides, Bai Yuexing's record is already 2 years old. She is probably here today just to set a new one." Right on cue, a girl's lonely figure appears at the base of the heavenly peach ring. Back with Su Liang, he rests his chin in his hand, lost in deep, incredibly serious thought. So that is the truth. This ascent is definitely no walk in the park. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, startling him. Back then, the Cloud Princess stood at the absolute top with unparalleled majesty. That voice belongs to the Firefly King, speaking from inside the beast's space. She shares more legendary details, explaining that the princess was just one step away from 10,000 meters. Who knows what she saw at the end? Hearing this deep revelation, he pauses to process it all. Was the Cloud Princess actually an apostle of the Cloud Miss Sea? The Firefly King quickly shakes her head, calling that title an insult. She contracted with the legendary Emperor of the White Deer clan, dominating the entire world for over 10,000 years. Even the mighty Yue Yao had to retreat from her. Su Liang's determined eyes lock onto the towering heavenly peach ring before him. Sensing his intense resolve, the Firefly King warns him that unless he is absolutely sure he can defeat these monsters, he should not try. Hearing her warn him that his ultimate trump card might be exposed, he freezes in his tracks, deep hesitation written all over his face. Right then, Kang Yue suddenly reaches out her hand to him. Su Liang looks up at her in complete surprise. Flashing a highly mischievous grin, she keeps her hand extended and teasingly asks him if he is scared. "Want to give it a shot?" Meanwhile, sunset begins to paint the towering skyscrapers in warm golden hues, bathing the entire area in light. This somber-looking girl comes from the eastern region, a proud member of the White Sage clan's Gemini branch, named Bai Yuexing. After standing in silence for what feels like eternity, she finally looks up, her mind racing with complex thoughts. Her ancestors from different generations claim the second and third rankings. Even though her lineage eventually split, she still inherited the proud title of the Gemini. Scanning the leaderboard with intense focus once more, she takes a deep breath and speaks with absolute conviction. If I manage to cross 9,000 meters this time, will you finally acknowledge my true strength, sinking star crescent? Right now, Yan Yue stands right next to Yue Xing. Through her faint phantom projection, she softly reminds her that ascending to heaven is definitely no easy task. As Lu Sushuan's descendant, you still aren't capable of crossing the 9,000-meter mark just yet. Hearing that, Yue Xing shoots an annoyed glare toward Yan Yu. Still, she remains completely resolute, firmly firing back with a simple, "We'll see when I try." Witnessing Yue Xing's stubborn determination, Yan Yue simply sighs, completely at a loss for words. Worry fills her mind as she recalls how she and her master once reached 9,996 meters, leaving their mark there. She knows firsthand that exceeding 9,000 meters enters a terrifying realm, watching silently as Yue Xing confidently walks toward the Tiantao ring. She warns herself that from here on, every single step forward means facing a full power strike from an absolute overlord. Just then, bright blue system panels suddenly pop up right in front of everyone's eyes. Reading the notifications, a wave of shock washes over the crowd. People start whispering excitedly, making Yue Xing turn her head in utter curiosity. Wait, what is happening? The massive crowd suddenly splits down the middle, clearing a wide path directly toward the steps of the Tiantao ring. Yue Xing follows their gaze, her eyes locked on the spot where everyone's attention is glued. The moment she spots who is coming, her eyes widen in absolute breathless shock. Kang Yue and Su Liang march forward with pure authority, flanked by 4 girls holding back the surging crowd. Recognizing both figures sends shivers down Yue Xing's spine. One is Emperor Kang Yue himself, but seeing Su Liang's incredibly relaxed face makes her panic. The leader of the Double Moon sect, the legendary Moon King Su Liang. Why on earth is he here? Even Yan Yue's phantom locks her eyes on him, sensing something off. This Su Liang is definitely different. Just 2 weeks ago, Chen Xing, Yan Yue, and Su Liang were supposed to be sent to the eastern region. But along the way, she suddenly picked up a familiar, ancient energy, one identical to her master from 10,000 years ago. Driven by that sensation, she forced her way out of the carriage to follow her gut. Meanwhile, in the western region, a massive greatsword suddenly materialized before Bai Yuexing, terrifying even an 8-star beast Tamer. Hoping to earn Chen Xing Yan Yue's ultimate recognition, Bai Yuexing decided to come to this trial ground. Staring at Su Liang, Yan Yue's mind races with confusion. In just half a month, he has unlocked enough power to rival the absolute strongest. A burning question immediately flashes straight through her mind. How on earth did he leap from 1 star to peak 5 star so fast? Meanwhile, inside Su Liang's pet space, Ying Wang is absolutely furious, yelling her head off. What are you even thinking? A 5-star attempting to ascend? She storms right up to him, snapping, "Forget 9,000 meters. You won't even reach 8,000 in your wildest dreams." Kang Yue just smiles warmly at Su Liang, even as Ying Wang continues to lecture him. Have you even considered the cost of failure? The entire world and the Holy Lands are watching this Tian Tao leaderboard. She grits her teeth in pure frustration, glaring daggers at him before demanding answers. The Taiyan faction will discover your entire team and trump cards. Why not wait until you break through to 7-star? Despite the harsh scolding, Su Liang remains unfazed, calmly replying, "Ying Wang, I simply don't have that much time left." Staring at the massive Tiantao ring, he adds, "Now that the Moon God Festival has begun, I can't afford to waste months waiting around just to play it safe." Gazing at the massive leaderboard, absolute resolve shines in his eyes as he says, "If there is a chance, I must seize it now." I only have one question. What exactly did the legends on that board achieve after they successfully ascended to heaven? As he scans the historic names, Ying Wang finally calms down and begins to explain. They gained ultimate fortune, insight, absolute fame, and the gaze of the gods. Everything they ever desired. Kang Yue continues to smile happily, while Ying Wang's voice echoes on. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, even millions of years into the future. Future beast tamers will look back at their glorious legacy and stand in awe of the incredible era they lived in. As her voice fades, Su Liang's expression turns serious. "No, you misunderstand. I don't care about empty concepts like that. I only want to know if the actual reward at the very top is worth risking my entire life for." Ying Wang is taken aback, utterly confused by his words, but Su Liang merely smirks, firing back with arrogant confidence. "If I pull off an unprecedented miracle right here, how will the world react?" With those words, he summons hundreds of glowing butterflies that flutter around him, slowly drifting over to Kang Yue's side. At this moment, Su Liang mutters to himself, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the glowing butterflies drift toward Yuexing, her attention stays completely locked on his voice. Right then, Su Liang lifts his head high and clearly speaks every single word. I must reach the peak of heavenly ascent. Hearing his resolute declaration, the Firefly King protests. How is that possible? Even those 9-star demigods have never attempted the 5-star stage of heavenly ascent, let alone reaching the absolute peak. This is pure madness, nothing more. Meanwhile, Yuexing whispers to Yan Yu. Coincidentally, the previous owner of the star-sinking crescent moon, the Moon King, is also here. The beast blinks sleepily, staring at Yuexing with pure curiosity. A second later, Yuexing's eyes filled with determination as she boldly made a declaration. Let the entire Southern Territory witness who is truly worthy of wielding you in this era. After a tense wait, dusk finally fades as the full moon illuminates the sky. Reporters flash their cameras at the base of the Tiandao Ring, surrounded by a massive crowd of eager citizens. Just then, the host arrives on the scene. Holding her microphone tightly, she excitedly announces, "Hey everyone, Tutu is right here at the Heavenly Ascent race, the event the whole world is watching." Su Liang and Yuxing stand on opposite sides of the stairs, locking eyes as the host speaks. By Yuxing versus the Moon King. Who is truly the strongest beast tamer of this era? The live broadcast camera shifts to Kangyu. The online viewer count quickly skyrockets to 1 million amid bold claims that someone today might finally surpass the legendary Kangyu Great Emperor. Both Su Liang and Yuexing glare intensely at each other, their eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering determination to win this match. At this moment, the Firefly King asks with deep concern, "Su Liang, do you really want to attempt this heavenly ascent?" He remains completely firm in his reply. "Yes, I am certain I will conquer the absolute highest difficulty of this event." Staring up at the steps, stretching into the high heavens, he makes a quiet observation. Still, deep down, I have a vague feeling that something is waiting for me at the very peak, as if I am fated to be here. I have a powerful intuition that I will overcome every challenge in this place. To be precise, it is not just a feeling. Then, Su Liang declares with absolute resolve, "But the moment I saw that list, I knew I had to succeed." The Firefly King is stunned by his overwhelming determination. Utterly defeated, she sighs deeply and shrugs. "Fine, then. Let us stir up absolute chaos and make a massive scene together." Then, she reflects quietly to herself, "The reason I followed this guy, deep down in my heart, was I also hoping for some ridiculous miracle." Just then, Su Liang takes his very first step onto the celestial stairs. With that single step, he advances a full meter from the starting line. Suddenly, bizarre and mysterious currents of raw energy begin swirling violently from beneath the ground. Su Liang continues marching forward, a wave of invisible power erupting behind him. The spectators are forced to take a step back. A girl screams in terror, but luckily, the Kangyu Saint erected a protective barrier just in time. The violent energy continuously wraps around Su Liang's body. He mutters internally, "Did it really start with the sovereign level right off the bat?" Even so, his feet continue to climb as he calmly analyzes the situation. Makes sense. After all, there is a massive, world-ending difference between high-tier beasts and sovereign-tier beasts. The brilliant full moon suddenly reflects deep within Su Liang's eyes as a profound thought crosses his mind. If high-tier beast energy was the only challenge, anyone could walk up. Climbing to heaven would be as easy as taking a casual stroll. Over on Yuexing's side, she is also making her way forward step by step, her eyes burning with pure determination. After climbing a short distance, she glances back, quietly checking on her opponent's position. Upon seeing Su Liang still casually and slowly climbing up the distant steps, Yuxing whips her head back in pure irritation and aggressively continues to march forward with a heavy, annoyed stride. At this exact moment, the Firefly King delivers some news to Su Liang. "It looks like Bai Yuexing is paying quite a bit of attention to you, constantly turning around to check on your progress. Yet, he remains utterly indifferent, replying in a freezing, detached tone, 'Ignore her. My goal this time is to reach the peak. I am not here to compete with anyone. As for that blade spirit in her hand, we can deal with it later.'" Disappointed by his dry reply, she mutters about what a heartless, cold guy he is. Somewhere near the base of the Tiandao Ring, a voice mutters, "Wait, are we really just going to watch the Moon King ascend to heaven?" That voice belongs to Queen Mother Xuanu. The person ranks 7th on the leaderboard. She then continues to ask, what if he actually surpasses the previous Moon King? However, she is met with a highly hostile response. "What does that have to do with us? How many times must I say it? The Moon King and that Moonlight Rabbit have absolutely zero connection to our 3 moon eclipses." The dark silhouette of a long-eared rabbit beast looms, telling Xuanu that if her rank gets overtaken by the current Moon King, it will be nothing but an absolute disgrace to her name. Then, with a wicked smirk, It whispers a few highly sinister words. But if the Moon King fails to surpass 8,999 meters, it proves he hasn't fully mastered his overlord power. And when that happens, it will finally be our turn. He is the ultimate obstacle that the great moon deity must absolutely eliminate. Hearing this, Xuano was completely flabbergasted, standing there with her mouth wide open in utter shock. However, she quickly collected herself and gave a brief reply. Yes, my lord. Clenching her trembling hands, Xuanu thought to herself with a wave of sheer frustration. She never expected someone as mediocre as her to suddenly be chosen as an apostle by the triple moon eclipse. Raising her clenched fist, she vowed to make a name for herself and leave her mark on history today. Right then, a mysterious figure, wrapped in a black robe, with red lining silently emerged directly behind Xuan-O. The stranger slowly looked up, staring intently at Su Liang's back as he climbed up step by step, and then he silently came to a grim conclusion. The fall of Qi Huaji, Wushang Mingye, Lu Yue, and Yu Xing in the northern region was definitely the work of this Moon King. A sinister smirk played on his lips, completely confident in his dark theory. If he hasn't controlled the overlord power and fails to cross 8,999 meters, the full moon will fade, and his miracle will end right there. By now, Su Liang had climbed quite a distance, and the glowing moonlight was drawing closer and closer to him. At that very moment, Yu Xing stomped her foot down with immense force. She had finally reached the harsh threshold between 3,000 and 3,001 meters. An overwhelming pressure instantly crashed down on her. She had to raise both arms to shield her face and maintain her balance while crying out in shock. This supreme aura is just too powerful. Pausing there to conserve her energy, Yu Xing silently realized that this high-gravity zone was already pushing her to the absolute limit of summoning her battle pets safely. Glancing back over her shoulder, she suddenly wondered to herself, speaking of which, how far has that Moon King climbed anyway? Suddenly, her inner devil popped up to mock her, making her quickly turn away in embarrassment. Didn't she already decide to ignore him completely? He doesn't even spare you a glance. Looking back like that is just so embarrassing. But then, her inner angel immediately appeared to protest, arguing, but what if he is actually moving faster than her? She was just too curious, and one little peek wouldn't hurt. And so, the angel and devil inside her head waged an all-out war. Just a quick glance versus absolutely no looking at all. After a brutal mental battle, the inner angel emerged victorious, proudly holding up a giant sign that read win. With that, Yu Xing slowly peeked back, only for her eyes to instantly stretch wide in absolute shock at the scene. What on earth was going on? Su Liang was still taking deliberate, painfully slow steps, making her jaw drop even more. The Moon King had barely reached 1,000 meters. Down below, a female spectator sighed in disappointment. What is going on? He is too slow. Is this Moon King some kind of fake? Another girl piped up, I do not think so. His expression looks totally relaxed. I just cannot understand why he is dragging his feet like this. The first girl asked, but if Bai Yuxing actually makes it to 8,999 meters, will he miss his chance to place on the leaderboard? The other replied, that is right, maybe the Moon King has his own hidden agenda. Right at this moment, Su Liang reached the boundary between the floors. Instead of rushing ahead, he paused, waiting for something. Speaking through his pet space, he let out a tired sigh and asked Hu Zhongyue, are you finished yet? It turned out his slow pace was because on every single floor, the moon fox had thrown a stubborn fit, refusing to move unless it had absorbed almost all the heavy pressure from that level. After soaking up the immense energy at the resting point, the beast closed its eyes and slowly parted its jaws and slowly uttered the single word, evolution. Su Liang was completely taken aback by this development. Watching Hu Zhongyu release a massive surge of power, he asked in sheer shock, so the moon fox can actually evolve again? He seriously turned the matter over in his mind, knowing that as a high-grade beast, it was already strong enough to survive a direct blow from the sunken star Moonfeller. If it undergoes yet another evolution, what kind of monster will it become? Looking up at the massive, sky-piercing branch, he secretly rejoiced. If absorbing massive amounts of moonlight pressure was the exact trigger for its evolution, then this heavenly Dao ring was basically a dream training ground. As the full moon reflected in his eyes once more, a faint smile spread across his face with a sudden thought. There is still plenty of Emperor-level pressure waiting higher up. Down below, several onlookers watched his odd reaction in utter confusion, asking, what is he doing? Why is he still smiling? Meanwhile, a female cultivator from the Double Moon sect cried out in sheer panic, Sectmaster. Covering her eyes with sweaty hands, she trembled with anxiety, saying, if our lord loses to Bai Yuexing here, the honor and authority of our Double Moon sect will suffer a fatal, devastating blow. At that very second, high up in the clouds, Bai Si, dressed in her Feiyu robe, was also observing Su Liang's ascent toward the heavens. She watched him silently, keeping her thoughts completely to herself. Before long, Yu Exing's climbing footsteps finally crossed the threshold of 5,000 meters. She stood majestically with her twin blades crossed above her head as a brilliant, multicolored moon flared behind her to announce her presence. The Emperor-grade Moonlight attribute beast, Zhao Longyu, had arrived. The crowd down below was absolutely blown away by this massive milestone, shouting in unison, Bai Yuxing has already reached 5,000 meters. With the Emperor's blessing, his speed became even faster than before. Meanwhile, the women of the Double Moon sect collapsed to the ground in absolute despair. After that, everyone turned their eyes towards Su Liang, murmuring endless speculations. Having climbed only 3,000 meters, the Moon King said that before the full moon ended, Su Liang wouldn't even reach 7,000, yet he kept moving forward. Deep down, he actually agreed with their logic. Based on his current pace, there was simply no way he would break the limit tonight. Then, he gently closed his eyes, focusing to sense something. Right at that moment, a brilliant barrier began expanding rapidly right behind Su Liang. Still, he calmly thought to himself that if the fading full moon marks the end for everyone else, it is only the true beginning for him. Meanwhile, a massive crack started ripping across that colorful barrier. Su Liang reached the 5,500-meter mark, the exact spot where He Zhongyu had just shattered the giant barrier. Streams of water flowed through the air like silk ribbons. He Zhongyu had successfully evolved into a new realm, now a supreme-tier Moonlight System beast known as Jinghua Shuiyu. Combat skill, shield capacity increase. Refraction, capable of absorbing all surrounding impacts and vibrations, triggering a massive explosion once the limit is reached. Deflection, dispersing any incoming attack's power, reducing the impact to a mere 1% of its original force. That sudden flood of information left Su Liang completely speechless. His jaw dropped as he questioned his own eyes, wondering if he was actually seeing things. He stood frozen, staring at Jinghua Shuiyu in utter bewilderment. What on earth did 180 times even mean? Unbelievable. Still, he kept pressing forward, his mind racing as he analyzed the insane situation. This meant standard attacks from a supreme tier couldn't even chip away 1% of the shield's strength. What was even more mind-blowing was that even Emperor tier attacks could be blocked a few times in the future. Not long after, Su Liang finally stepped onto the 5,600-meter mark. Pausing on the next step, he waited quietly before casting a glance back to ask how it was going. Did it need to keep absorbing? Before he could finish, he saw Jinghua Shuiyu bloated to its absolute limit. He asked in disbelief if it wanted more, but after letting out a massive burp, the beast grumpily urged him on. He was told to hurry up. Su Liang stood frozen by Jinghua Shuiyu's words, silently marveling at its ridiculous speed. Right then, a girl gasped in absolute shock, wondering what was happening. The Moon King was dragging his feet at 3,000 meters, so how was he flying up the steps at 6,000? Another spectator quietly reasoned that the Moon King's first soul pet must have already emerged, though it was likely invisible to people of their lower cultivation levels. The girl from the Double Moon sect remained deeply anxious, repeatedly asking questions, but time was running out as the full moon neared its end. What on earth was the Moon King thinking? Meanwhile, Bai Yuhang had already cleared 8,500 meters. Soon, the flag of the Emperor-tier Moonlight System, the Emperor-tier Platinum Battle Soul and Soul Weapon of the Holy Bai clan, was seen fluttering proudly in the wind. Bai Yuhang was completely covered in wounds, her trembling body stained with blood. Exhausted, she slumped at the junction between levels, clutching the flagpole as she resolved not to give up there. Dragging her heavy feet, Bai Yuhang slowly forced herself upward. The moment she set foot into the 8,900-meter zone, an immense, crushing pressure slammed down, trying to throw her off. Even though her body was completely depleted of strength, she still gripped the flagpole tightly. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to force any words out of her mouth. Telling her sinking star crescent to watch closely as her endurance pushed its absolute limit, Bai Yuhang crawled up the steps, trembling as she vowed to surpass everyone. Reaching out with a blood-stained hand, she continued to boldly make her grand declaration that she would become the ultimate champion of this moon god festival. Slowly reaching upward, she silently promised her weapon, Yanyu, that it would follow her to greatness. As she finally planted her foot down, an announcement screen flashed into view immediately. The rankings updated on the screen. In 7th place was Queen Mother Xuano at 8,999 meters. 8th was Southern Emperor Kangyu at 8,999, and 9th was Western Gemini Bai Yuhang at the exact same distance. Seeing the latest updates on the screen, the spectators couldn't help but jump up with excitement, while Emperor Kangyu himself clapped to congratulate her. Looking up at the sky, Bai Yuhang slowly tumbled back, falling out of the Tiantao ring. She lay flat on her massive flag, a faint smile on her face. Despite being utterly exhausted, she managed to whisper that she had succeeded. Being ranked alongside Emperor Kangyu and Queen Mother Xuanu, the absolute strongest of this era, secured her eternal fame. The complete 9-rank leaderboard was finally updated. Turning her head slightly, she quietly asked how it was. Yanyu fell silent for a moment before sighing and asking if, after everything, she still couldn't reach the 9,000-meter mark. Looking down at the exhausted, sleeping Bai Yuhang, she contemptuously noted that she was, after all, a descendant of Lu Suxuan. If you are satisfied with just this level, I won't be able to hold back my urge to kill you. Then, Yin Yue cautiously glances in another direction, wondering to himself, but then again, where exactly is his final stopping point? Right now, Su Liang is calmly walking forward, already reaching the 8,000-meter mark. He then scratches his head, muttering in disbelief, is this really the 8,000-meter zone? From this point on, he is entering the realm of emperor-level powerhouses. Yet, Su Liang keeps pushing forward, surrounded by an absolutely terrifying, crushing pressure. He thinks to himself that, protected by Jinghua Shuiyu's barrier, he cannot feel any of that pressure at all. Frowning, a troubling thought crosses his mind. From 5,500 meters to 8,000, Jinghua Shuiyu's evolutionary progress is still under 5%. It seems achieving the Emperor stage here is completely impossible. Right then, the Firefly Queen voices her praise, startling him out of his thoughts. Impressive. I have never seen anyone ascend to the heavens so effortlessly before. Hugging her knees in the spatial void, she notes excitedly that the Jinghua Shuiyu inside him is ancient, a legendary being she has never even heard of. Before she can finish, a grumpy voice snaps. Are you calling me old? The Firefly Queen stands completely bewildered, letting out a confused huh? Jinghua Shuiyu crosses her arms in annoyance and demands, are you calling me an ancient relic? On the outside, Su Liang cannot help but feel stunned by their banter as he quietly analyzes the situation. He wonders if her communication has become this clear after evolving to the supreme stage, though she still seems to have some cognitive issues. Just then, the Moonlight Rabbit keeps chanting old timer, old timer, old timer, pushing Jinghua Shuiyu right to her absolute limit. Rolling around the space in pure delight, the rabbit giggles, old timer, old timer. Furious, Jinghua Shuiyu points dramatically at the rabbit and screams, you are the old timer. Su Liang sighs in exhaustion and commands his summons. All right, stop bickering, both of you. Down below, 2 shocked women are whispering. The short-haired one gasps, oh my god, why is the Moon King not stopping? He just passed 8,000 meters like that? The ponytail girl beside her adds, and he is moving so effortlessly. Could he actually be aiming for 9,000 meters? The short-haired woman immediately rejects the idea. How is that even possible? The full moon is fading fast. No matter how many trump cards he has hidden, once the moon disappears, he will be dragged back to reality. This is the fatal weakness of the moonlight system. Meanwhile, Kang Yue quietly gazes at the glowing full moon, anxiety filling her eyes as she agrees with that logic. Indeed, she knows one undeniable truth better than anyone else. Moonlight-type beasts, no matter how mysterious, cannot hide their limits once the full moon completely vanishes. Once daytime arrives, let alone reaching 9,000 meters, even maintaining his position above 8,000 will become near impossible. Her mind grows increasingly tangled in confusion. Whispering, even I cannot comprehend what he is doing. Staring at Su Liang's back as he casually ascends, Kang Yue softly wonders, what on earth is that man thinking? Su Liang waits with his head bowed at the 8,500-meter mark. Suddenly, a wild gale erupts, swirling pink energy into a towering massive tornado. Fentong manifests, unfurling her butterfly wings as she looks down from above. Recognizing her instantly, Su Liang speaks to confirm his suspicions. So, the pressure here at 8,500 meters was left behind by you? Fentong remains silent, only glaring down at him with an annoyed expression. Seeing her silence, Su Liang smirks and continues, even your true form couldn't defeat me. Don't show off here with simple pressure like this. Hearing this, she instantly shrinks down, completely losing her form. Zhang Yue appears directly behind him, opening its massive jaw and swallowing Fentong whole. Devouring her happily, it lets out a satisfied burp, then dissolves into nothingness, leaving only a few faint wisps of air. Su Liang looks around for something, staring silently up at the full moon. The brilliant moonlight casts a bright glow over the entire landscape. Suddenly, the moon goes dark, vanishing into the night and revealing a grand, long staircase leading to a strange, mysterious realm. Staring up at it, Su Liang quietly observes the path. Down below, the onlookers gaze at the sky in total confusion, wondering why the Moon King has suddenly halted. One of the women points and says, look, the full moon has disappeared. With daylight approaching, perhaps the Moon King is giving up. Suddenly, a woman in brown points at the sky and screams, look at him. The Moon King is actually sitting down. Instead of climbing the stairs, Su Liang sits cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate and plan his next moves. Firefly Queen, Moonlight Rabbit, Jinghua Shu Yue. Once I break through to the 6-star realm, we will talk. This is not my final destination. As his thoughts fade, the moonlight above continues to glow. After a long silence, a gray-haired woman mutters in disbelief, "Dawn is coming." Has he really given up? Another bystander chimes in, is the legend of the invincible Moon King really going to end in such an anticlimactic way? Unable to take it anymore, Manhwa furiously charges at Su Liang, screaming, "Prepare to die, Moon King." Standing nearby, Murong spots her and gasps in utter shock. "Huh, you!" But Manhwa acts fast, activating a skill that turns her into blinding light. She vanishes, leaving a bolt of lightning-like energy shooting straight up. Nearby, a cat paw hammock begins to tremble. Yuxing, who is severely injured and resting on it, weakly opens her eyes in a daze. She suddenly gasps at the sight before her. Watching those lightning bolts soar, Yuxing feels a chill and mutters, "How is this possible? Why did that person return?" Suddenly, the lightning bolts crash straight onto the meditating Su Liang, but he remains completely unfazed. Sitting calmly amidst the rising smoke, Su Liang slowly opens one eye as a mocking laughter echoes through the air. What a tragic sight! It is actually the Cloudstone Moonlight Rabbit, an Emperor-tier beast of the Moonlight element. It arrogantly sneers. "The current Moon King is about to be slaughtered by me before hundreds of millions of witnesses." Su Liang silently stares at the mysterious book before him as the system chime echoes, announcing that a new pet is unlocked, increasing his database entries. The system panel pops up, warning that this high Emperor-tier beast was the previous Moon Deity Festival winner. Its details cannot be read by the Book of the Moon. Keeping a totally straight face, he asks, "The Imperial Moon 7 stars? You might be weak, but you are still considered high-level in Taiyan. Is it not too early for you to throw your life away like this?" Grinding its teeth in pure rage, Yunshi roars, "What did you say?" It furiously yells back, "I am not some trash from the Imperial Moon 7 stars. The master I serve is the legendary Third Eclipse Sovereign, not that pathetic piece of trash, Bai Yuqing." The rabbit screams so loudly that Su Liang casually plugs his ear to block the noise. "Oh right, my bad." Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes flash with sharp authority as he asks, "Are you all alone here?" "Not quite. There is also an ant down there who has been buzzing since the start." Hearing this, Yunshi turns back, confused. "What?" Behind the beast, violent winds swirl into a massive vortex, and a mysterious cloaked figure slowly materializes right before them. Throwing off her cloak, she reveals a pitch-black body covered in bizarre patterns. This is Huang Quan, the destroyer from the Pyramid cult. The fourth dream. Overhearing their conversation, Xiao, he chimes in, "If you already know, then those deeds were indeed your doing." Step by step, she approaches Su Liang while declaring, "I am here." Before she can finish, Yunshi roars in a fury, "Back off, do not dare touch my prey." Suddenly, a massive spatial rift tears open nearby, crackling with terrifying purple lightning. Yueguan silently watches them from behind Kang Yue and whispers, "What now? Should we step in and stop this? A brutal fight is about to break out. If the Moon King meets his end here, our entire southern region will face absolute disaster." Looking ahead, she remains silent, closing her eyes to think for a few moments before calmly replying, "Let us wait." He has not called for help, which proves everything is still within his control. High above Su Liang, violent purple lightning crackles endlessly. A sudden, curious question crosses Kang Yu's mind. Could his slow pace from the beginning have been a trap to lure out his enemies rather than ascending to heaven? Slowly emerging from behind the dense smoke, Xiao, he issues a chilling warning. "The full moon has set. Whether it is the Moon King or you, the end is near. My patience is wearing thin." Hearing Xiao, his arrogant words, Yunshi glares at her with eyes filled with deadly intent. But suddenly, Su Liang bursts into a roaring laugh, leaving both of his opponents completely baffled by his bizarre reaction. Both of them stare in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend why he is laughing so hysterically. Pushing himself up, a mocking smirk plays on his lips as he asks, "Two mere ants actually dare to stand here fighting over who gets to face me." But in a split second, the smile on Su Liang's face completely vanishes. His expression turns icy, dripping with cold fury as he snarls, "You two useless mutts, get out of my sight in the next 10 seconds. Dumbfounded, Yunshi and Xiao, he can only stare. Xiao, he grinds her teeth in pure fury, asking, "What did you just say?" Yunshi explodes as well, screaming, "How dare you!" Instantly, it unleashes its Cloud Star technique. From high above, a barrage of devastating lightning strikes down, crashing directly onto the calmly meditating Su Liang. His silhouette glows brightly at the center of the blast. Down below, the deafening thunderclaps terrify the spectators, causing them to scream in panic. A cold sweat rolls down Yueguan's face. She nervously thinks that if a strike of this magnitude hit the ground, half of the southern region would be completely obliterated. But out of the thick smoke, the faint shadow of the Moon King slowly begins to emerge. Su Liang steps forward completely unscathed and spotless, showing absolutely zero damage from Yunqi's devastating attack. Dumbfounded by the sight, the beast gasps in utter disbelief, screaming. What? Above Su Liang, his system screen displays a remaining 95% on his mirror flower water moon shield. Smirking, he casually reminds them. 9 seconds left. Rendered completely speechless, Yunqi can only grind its teeth and hiss. You bastard! Xiao He is equally stunned, her eyes filled with resentment as she thinks, this is impossible. How could he survive a direct hit from an Emperor-tier beast like that? She charges forward, yelling to Yunqi, we need to team up now, no more wasting time. A twin moon sect member wears the legendary white silk flying moon robe, capable of saving the Moon King in an instant, which would ruin all their plans. Yet, he disgustedly rejects them, demanding, I told you to get lost, do you not understand? As he speaks, Yunqi points directly at the sitting Su Liang. As a moonlight beast tamer who made it this far, how could he run? Elsewhere, Bai Si uses a magic orb to secretly watch Su Liang's intense battle unfold. Yunqi flashes a wicked smirk, saying, if he's willing to stop at 8,500 meters, be rescued in pure humiliation, I would much rather watch that hilarious scene than simply kill him on the spot. Hearing this, Xiao He nods in agreement. It makes sense. If the Moon King retreats here, his final fate would be no better than death itself. Her gaze shifts to the silent Su Liang, who keeps his head down. Xiao, he feels completely certain that he has no choice but to fight us to the death. That previous blow pushed him a big step closer to the Luli Star realm. A few more hits will do, but he needs to provoke them further. With those thoughts, Su Liang looks up at them. Only 3 seconds left, he warns. Both of them widen their eyes in a mix of absolute panic and burning rage. By now, the moon is slowly sinking behind the towering peaks, and the night sky begins shifting to welcome a brand new day. The crowd below gapes at the sky as someone screams, look, the sun is rising. The spectators watch on in pure suspense as whispers continue to echo all around them, suggesting that 8,500 meters is indeed the Moon King's limit. Standing expressionless, Kang Yue silently listens to the crowd's frantic shouting. This is the ultimate showdown under the fading moon. Back on the field, Su Liang calmly warns 2 seconds left. Unable to wait a second longer, Yunqi glares in absolute fury. Gritting his teeth, he channels all his power to unleash his ultimate technique, Cloud Star. Massive black clouds roll in as Xiao He stands by, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. Her crimson eyes reflect the swirling celestial vortex. High above, thick black clouds gather like a chaotic symphony, swirling directly over his head. Down below, the spectators cower in terror as wild lightning strikes all around them. After taking Yunqi's devastating attack head-on, Su Liang's shadow slowly emerges from the pink smoke. Both Yunqi and Xiao He stare with their mouths wide open, unable to believe their eyes. Suddenly, the system screen shows the mirror flower water moon shield sitting at 93.6%. Su Liang is completely stunned. How is this even possible? 2 Emperor-level fighters combine their ultimate attack, and my shield barely lost 2%. As the thick smoke clears, his eyes suddenly widen in shock at the sight before him, only to see Yan Yue standing there, blocking the blow with her weapon. Amazed, he gasps, sinking star Yan Yue. Yue Xing cannot believe her eyes either, crying out in total disbelief. No, how is that possible? Sweat dripping down her face, she freezes, questioning. I was clearly the first to reach 8,999 meters. How could you choose him? Yan Yue turns and asks Su Liang, looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Instead of answering, he demands, sinking star Yan Yue, why are you here? Sighing, she replies, I felt the martial blade's aura, so I came to check on my previous master's useless child. Su Liang nods in understanding, turning his gaze upward to glare at Yue Xing sitting above. He asks, is that so? Are you completely disappointed now? Yan Yue replies, not just that, I'm taking back what she doesn't deserve to own. A realization flashes in Su Liang's mind. She's talking about Kang Yue Chang Hua's soul blade. Smirking, he pushes himself up and adds, well, regardless, your timing is absolutely perfect. Reaching his hand out, Su Liang invites her, sinking star Yan Yue, climb to the top with me. She stares back, completely caught off guard. Leaning forward, Yue Xing cannot believe her ears, demanding, what did he just say? Suddenly, Yunqi bursts into a mocking laugh. Sneering in pure mockery, you want to reach the peak? You are insane, something even ancient demigods couldn't achieve, let alone modern beast masters. Completely ignoring him, Su Liang calmly reads the flashing system screen. Yun Wu Hai Chu, Princess of Great Cloud. 9,999 meters. West Region First Gen Lovers, 9,998 meters. Anonymous Lu Su Xuan, 9,996 meters. Anonymous Celestial Maiden, 942 meters. East Region First Gen Ice Consort, 9,361 meters. Former Moon King of Taiyin, 9,300 meters. Spring Serenity Queen Mother, 8,999 meters. Kang Yue Great Emperor, 8,999 meters. West Region Gemini Bai Yue Xing, 8,999 meters. Yun Shi laughs hysterically. Surpass them? You are just a tiny five-pointed star who thinks he can surpass those legends? Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. Yan Yue accepts Su Liang's invitation, placing her hand gently on his. Suddenly, a dazzling, blinding light erupts and envelops the two of them. Holding Yan Yue close, both of them glare at the remaining crowd with eyes dripping with intense, murderous intent. As their deep connection sparks a massive gust of wind, a mysterious black gem suddenly manifests high above, radiating a brilliant, majestic aura. All right, you and I are about to see Yan Yue confusedly receive a mysterious black pearl. Staring at it, she gasps, unable to believe he actually got the blade pill from the Eastern Domain. Su Liang smiles, calling it just a deposit for his gift. Yue Xing watches in absolute disbelief, muttering, "What is happening? Is Shenxing Yan Yue actually teaming up with the legendary Moon King?" Yunxi and Xiao, he quickly put two and two together, shouting, "Is that a contract?" Su Liang confidently tells Yan Yue that once he reaches the summit, he will crush Bai Yue Xing and reclaim the blade pill from the Eastern Domain himself. He casually strolls past Yunxi and Xiao He, leaving them completely wide-eyed as they watch the duo walk away. This bold move makes Yunxi's heart skip a beat. Drenched in sweat, he leans back, gaping at the absolute insanity of it all. As the two steadily climb the stairs, Yunxi is left utterly baffled by their calm demeanor. Even though the moon has completely set, the Moon King still possesses incredible strength to climb. Soon, they reach 8,999 meters. Yue Xing stands completely speechless, stammering 8,999 meters. Remembering her past, she mutters that this is the peak Emperor's territory, home of the Jinghong Wing, where the pressure almost killed her. How is he walking so effortlessly, as if feeling nothing? Casually moving forward, Su Liang looks up and wonders. Pushing forward again, towards 9,000 meters. Suddenly, Su Liang senses something off, and he freezes right in his tracks. Right before him, the system warns that his mirror flower shield is down to 60%. Sweat starts dripping down his face. Now, you and I can see his panic as just a single glance of pressure dropped his shield from 93% to 60%. Suddenly, Xiao He and Yun Shi ambush him from behind. A voice echoes through the air, "Moon King, this is the end." Yun Shi throws a fist, shouting, "Out of respect for your moonlight heritage, I will let you choose your own grave." Xiao He charges in, yelling, "The full moon has set, and all light is gone." Shouting in unison, they launch a direct strike straight at Su Liang's back. No matter your past miracles, without a full moon, during the day you are just an ordinary beast tamer. Below, the crowd watches their every move with bated breath, while Yue Guan glances over, thinking, Great Emperor Kang Yue seems ready to intervene. Clutching her umbrella, her murderous gaze locks onto the fight. Bai Si also braces herself on this side, ready to step in and save him. Standing still on the steps, Su Liang merely smirks with his head lowered, scoffing, "What full moon, day or night? Do you actually call that pale, fake thing from earlier a full moon? That pathetic light is no different from everyday life." Hearing this, Xiao He and Yun Shi freeze in shock, while the crowd below gasps in sheer disbelief. They listen intently as Su Liang prepares to drop some truth, declaring, "From the very beginning, you were all wrong. Your concepts, your perception, everything is fundamentally wrong." Yue Guan gapes as Su Liang asks a question that wakes everyone up. Why do you think a fallen moon cannot rise again, or a vanished full moon cannot be restored? Kang Yue listens in shock as he adds, "What if I choose to make the moon rise again?" Bai Si's hands freeze midair as she listens. "What if I bring back the true full moon?" A mocking smirk plays on his lips. "You are all just ants, endlessly buzzing before me." Su Liang roars, looking down at them in mockery. "Open your eyes and witness the true moon from 10,000 years ago." Suddenly, golden butterflies swarm around him. Kang Yue instantly recognizes the sign, tilting her umbrella as the sky plunges into darkness. The air turns chillingly quiet as a heavy mist rolls in. Confused, the crowd below covers their ears and screams, "Why is it dark?" As a massive moon rises behind the sun. Panic spreads as someone screams, "What is that?" The colossal moon glows, causing the ocean tides to violently surge. The radiant moonlight illuminates Kang Yue's face. Her mouth drops open as she recognizes the moon from 10,000 years ago. The Aquarius constellation shines upon the moon, prompting Kang Yue to scream. That is the legendary lunar radiance of Aquarius. One of the seven wonders has revived Aquarius. Standing dangerously close to the giant moon, Liang knows the time has come. All right, let's begin, he declares, taking his final steps to the true summit before turning back with a cold warning. Do not let them disturb me. Immediately, the adorable light rabbit appears, blocking the stairs. At the sight of the creature, both Yunxi and Xiao He gape in shock. The cute light rabbit smiles, raising its soft paw before floating into the air as a blinding light and violent blue energy wrap around its body. Watch with me as it transforms into a human form. Emerald eyes slowly flutter open, revealing a pure white dress and a fluffy cotton tail, with two lightning bolt-shaped rabbit ears resting atop her snowy white hair. Guangtu transforms into an incredibly cute young girl wearing a daringly short, stylishly cut dress. Casting a murderous glare upward, Guangtu raises her fluffy paw to examine it, then slowly shifts her emerald gaze toward the side where Yunxi and Xiao He stand frozen, staring at her as if she were some kind of bizarre creature. A woman down below screams in shock, wondering what just happened, as a brief confrontation has already terrified an Emperor-tier powerhouse into fleeing. Kang Yue watches in absolute shock, realizing that this is actually a tamed beast transformed into human form. Staring at Guangtu's new appearance, she cannot help but wonder what level of power they are dealing with. Meanwhile, over in the southern region, a dark blur streaks across the sky as the snowy ground below is violently torn apart. It turns out, Xiao He is sprinting at supersonic speeds, her crimson eyes spinning wildly in dazed circles. Kang Yue glances over with her gorgeous eyes, silently marveling at how she reached the edge of the southern region in seconds. She then turns her focus back to Guangtu, wondering what kind of monster could terrify a high-tier emperor so easily. Who is this humanoid beast, really? Extending her fluffy white hand, she catches a cluster of golden butterflies before ruthlessly crushing them all inside her closed fist. A golden light resembling a sharp horn glows in Guangtu's hand. Winding up with immense force, she raises her arm and hurls the glowing object, sending it tearing through the sky at blinding speed. The force of her throw is so monstrous that a violent gale erupts, launching nearby onlookers into the air and ripping massive trees right out of the ground. That golden light streaks straight across the southern region boundary, quickly catching up to Xiao He. She looks back in utter shock, but it is too late as the deadly beam pierces straight through her chest. A catastrophic explosion rocks the heavens, completely vaporizing Xiao He. The sheer destructive force tears her to shreds, leaving nothing behind but a few scattered scraps of hair and clothing. Guangtu stands silently on the steps, completely expressionless. Witnessing this display of raw power, Liang thinks to himself in amazement that this must be the crescent moon form. It is the ultimate bloodline mentioned by Huo Yingwang, abandoning the moonlight to fully embrace the full moon in a state of ultimate evolution. With that target eliminated, Guangtu locks her gaze onto her next prey. Yunxi stands perched on a tree branch, his eyes wide with terror, too afraid to even breathe. Cold sweat pours down his face as Yunxi finally comes to a grim realization. His hands tremble with the terrifying certainty that any movement means instant death, leaving him no time to even utter a sound. In an instant, Guangtu vanishes beneath the glowing moonlight, reappearing right in front of Yunxi with her fist already hurtling toward his face. Staring down the incoming punch, Yunxi closes his eyes in despair, certain that this is his end. Suddenly, a beam of golden light flashes between them from afar, making Yunxi vanish in the blink of an eye. The golden beam shoots straight into the heavens, churning the dark clouds and easily shattering the protective barrier surrounding the city. Panic erupts among the crowd below as Yunxi's massive true form is projected onto the cracking barrier, with onlookers screaming that he is about to crash down. Kang Yue narrows her eyes, realizing her window of opportunity has opened, and leaps gracefully toward the ruptured section of the barrier. Reaching her hand out, she gathers her strength to unleash a massive burst of energy. The sheer force shatters the barrier completely, sending glowing shards raining down upon the city. She struggles desperately to block Guangtu's overwhelming golden light, gritting her teeth against the pressure, but her defensive energy dissolves into petals as the golden beam surges past her. A sharp, blue, crescent-shaped energy grazes Kang Yue's cheek, leaving a thin, bleeding cut. The destructive golden energy plummets directly toward the helpless crowd gathered on the ground below. Kang Yue turns in horror, screaming for Lord Dao Yuan, as the terrified crowd braces for impact, only for the golden light to suddenly veer off course. It slams violently into the neighboring forest instead, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. The onlookers look at one another in sheer disbelief, wondering how the attack could have possibly missed. Guangtu casts a cold, sharp glare downward at Kang Yue, who floats in the air, completely dazed. As a single flower petal drifts past her frozen face, Guang Tu simply turns away and departs without uttering a word, leaving the survivors unharmed. Back with Su Liang, he turns around to praise her, saying she did great. Gripping his Yan Yu blade, Su Liang notes that they are finally ready before stepping onto the staircase, leading the group toward the upper levels of the tower. With his eyes flashing a dangerous crimson, Su Liang gives the command, calling forth Huo Ying Wang. A tiny spark ignites above Su Liang's head and begins to swirl as he confidently declares that this is their era. Over at the northern border, the scrying orb goes completely dark, leaving Bai Si staring at it with her mouth wide open in utter shock. She wonders in disbelief if Huo Ying Wang is actually still alive, and what the true power of the Aquarius Palace could possibly be. Sending the Moon King to the eastern region originally was solely to secure the mineral veins there. Watching Su Liang move, a question crossed her mind: what exactly did the Moon King do in the eastern region? Meanwhile, his light steps were already reaching the highest sector. Suddenly, a glowing system interface materialized, radiating brilliant light. It displayed the first-generation Cloud Princess of Cloud Mist Sea at 9,999 meters. The Western Region First-Generation Lover at 9,998 meters, Anonymous Lu Suxuan at 966, and Anonymous Tian Nu at 942. The Eastern Region First-Generation Ice Concubine at 9,361 meters. Just as Su Liang stepped onto the 9,996-meter mark, a terrifying power erupted. He raised Yan Yu as weapon to form a protective barrier, trying to withstand the pressure, but it was useless. In just a single second, his barrier shattered into pieces. The impact blew Su Liang back several meters, forcing a cold groan from his lips. A crimson flame suddenly sparked above Su Liang's head, swirling rapidly before unleashing fiery blasts directly forward. A massive fireball exploded violently, scattering blazing embers across the surrounding area. Su Liang gritted his teeth, tightly gripping his weapon to defend against that terrifying force. It pushed his body backward, his dragging feet carving glowing tracks into the ground as rocks and dirt flew. Su Liang's heels finally stopped right at the very edge. Deep friction marks gouged the earth from his desperate struggle against that overwhelming power. His eyes locked onto the screen, showing the Moon King at 9,000 meters, the Evil Three Kings, Queen Mother Xuan Yu at 9,998 meters, and the Southern Region's Emperor Kang Yue at 9,998 meters. Below, the onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief, screaming, "Is this real?" The Moon King has actually reached the Overlord's domain. One woman watched with absolute adoration, shouting out, "I want to join the Double Moon cult right now. Moon King, please let me be your loyal dog." Yue Xing slumped on the ground, unable to believe his eyes. Nearby, someone yelled. So from the very beginning, the Moon King never even cared about Bai Yue. Sensing the pressure fade, Su Liang stood in silence for a moment, wondering with confusion, "Wait, is that all?" Su Liang rolled his shoulders to loosen up, thinking, was that really the strike of an overlord? Honestly, it felt way lighter than he expected. Standing nearby, Yan Yue quickly called out, "Well done, Su Liang. You have become the peak of this era. This is enough." Smiling at him, she added, "Since ancient times, only 9-star demigods have ever reached the 9,000-meter mark. For a 6-star stage cultivator like you to climb, this overlord's staircase is beyond my wildest dreams." Hearing her words, Su Liang remained silent, his gaze fixed forward with intense, sharp intent. Ying Wang stepped forward, her body ablaze with fiery light, and agreed, "Yes, try again once you break through to 9-star. There is no need to exhaust all your trump cards just for a few more meters." She emphasized, "If your ultimate goal is the summit, do not get obsessed with this single moment." Suddenly, a bizarre sound echoed from the distance. Confused, the three of them focused, listening intently to the noise. Su Liang looked up, asking, "What is that sound?" Out of the dark sky, a strange white object suddenly shot down, crackling with bizarre lightning arcs. That silk-like white object turned out to be the eyelid of a massive, glowing crimson demonic eye. Lightning flickered around it. Kang Yue gaped in shock, recognizing the aura immediately. This was absolutely unbelievable. An overlord! Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed out, startling her. Nearby, Manhwa also held her head in pure confusion. She gasped to herself, "This is the lingering spirit of Master Yu Tulu Xing after his physical demise." Yun Shi suddenly manifested, shouting out in manic excitement, "It is Master San Yue Shi." The full moon summoned by the Moon King loosened the seal on Master San Yue Shi. With a smug grin, Yun Shi added, "My death will transmit the exact coordinates directly to Master San Yue Shi. The Moon King won't be able to stay arrogant for long. You will face the ultimate wrath of an overlord." That demonic crimson eye was a secret ability hidden from the Moon Book. Belonging to the previous Moon God Festival champion, it was the Emperor-level Moonlight system. the Deep Moon Prison. Staring up at him, Kang Yu realized this caliber of power should never appear in the early stages of the Moon God Festival, yet it revived alongside that ancient full moon. Kang Yue turned her gaze back towards Su Liang. She wondered how exactly he was planning to resolve this chaotic situation. Looking up at the towering stairs before him, Su Liang spoke. I already said it. Today is my once-in-a-lifetime chance. Moonlight and miracles do not wait, so I will not hesitate or falter. My path was set the very moment I stepped onto Tian Tao Huan. Yan Yue and Ying Wang listened intently, their eyes widening in shock. Su Liang smirked confidently, declaring that no matter what happened, he would crush every obstacle and climb directly to the absolute top. Hearing this, the two looked at each other, utterly speechless. Yan Yue asked in confusion, but how? Must we recreate the Black Moon sect battle just to summon the Golden Butterfly Palace once again? Even then, that would only sustain the palace briefly, stopping San Yue Shi or letting you advance a few hundred meters. Su Liang smirked. That miracle from before? I was just playing around. I simply thought a tiny group like the Black Moon sect was under divine watch, so I had to lie low. Hearing this, she stood there in complete bewilderment. He stepped closer, gently patting Yan Yue's head while looking directly into her eyes. Su Liang narrowed his eyes and said, just watch closely. Shen Yue glared down with blood-red eyes as thunderous lightning tore through the sky. Yun Shi laughed hysterically, shouting with a wide grin, Our Lord is breaking free. The Moon King's reign is finally coming to an end. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the dark night sky. Shocked by the sight, he muttered, What is that? Manhwa stood frozen in confusion as a glowing yellow butterfly fluttered gently past her. The brown-haired woman suddenly looked up and screamed, Everyone, look above us. High in the sky, a swarm of golden butterflies fluttered, instantly recognized as the legendary light butterflies. The miracle of the Emperor's battle was happening again. Seeing his chance, Yun Shi let out a smug, triumphant grin. He roared, Now is the time. Right on cue, brilliant beams of golden light shot down from the butterflies above. They soared into the dark night, bursting into mini fireworks. Breaking a sweat, Yun Shi laughed mockingly and shouted, Hey Moon King, did you really think we came here unprepared? It looks like you have absolutely no cards left to play. You are nothing but a clown. At those words, Su Liang's face darkened. He closed his eyes, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Suddenly, Su Liang's expression completely shifted. Glaring with his full moon eyes, he confidently made his declaration. I already told you, I was only playing around. Hearing this, Yun Shi scoffed with disdain. Keep talking, big kid. You're just making a fool of yourself. Suddenly, the crowd began to whisper in panic. Hey, look over there. Startled, he glanced back and gasped, What? At that moment, everyone looked up to see the light butterflies swarming around the heavenly Dao ring. The crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. Not a single light butterfly had taken any damage whatsoever. Horrified, Yun Shi's eyes turned bloodshot as he clutched his head, screaming, How is this possible? They are just low-class creatures. How could they block an emperor's strike? Meanwhile, Su Liang just stood there, looking completely unfazed. Turning back with a cold gaze, he said, Like I told you, I was just messing around. The crowd was about to witness another mind-blowing spectacle. Look behind you. It wasn't just the light butterflies. A swarm of Flash Wings high-tier moonlight beasts was also arriving. Alongside them came the high-tier moonlight beasts, the new moon slivers. Witnessing this, Yue Guan muttered in shock, What? How are there so many high-tier beasts? Did he summon all of them? Standing beside him, Kang Yue kept her eyes closed and spoke in a heavy tone. No, she replied, looking to the side. It is far more than that. Even the supreme tier moonlight beast, the Lightwing King, has appeared. Yue Guan's eyes widened even further as he stammered, Another supreme tier beast? It was Hua Fei Yue, another legendary supreme tier moonlight beast. This time, even Yan Yue was totally stunned as the final creature made its grand entrance, the supreme tier golden abyss wing. Ying Wang watched in utter disbelief, murmuring, This is a true miracle. The scene unfolding before them felt like a literal miracle. The heavenly Dao ring seemed to come alive, with the Overlord's eye on one side and an ancient full moon on the other. Spreading his arms, Su Liang declared with supreme confidence, This isn't enough. I want to reach the very top. This power is still not enough. He issued an open challenge, shouting, Bring it on. Hearing this, Yun Shi froze in sheer disbelief. What? Did he just say there's more? Manhwa stared up from where she stood, stammering, He said, reaching her hand out to feel the energy. Her voice trembled. Suddenly, a pair of soft, snow-white wings materialized in the air. The legendary creature, Floating Life Silver Dream, had arrived, a high-tier moonlight beast of the Emperor class. The spectators gasped in awe. It's Floating Life Silver Dream, the true form of the Double Moon Sect headquarters, Sky Floating Island. I can't believe we get to see the actual legend. Watching this unfold, Bai Si was left completely dazed, unable to believe her own eyes. She could only let out a soft gasp of wonder. Back when the Double Moon Sect was founded, I invited him myself, only to be rejected. Yunshi, finally realizing his hopeless situation, laughed bitterly. It's over. I was the clown all along. Standing there utterly defeated, he screamed, "Run! Lord Lunar Eclipse 3, run!" Up in the sky, even the colossal eye froze, stunned by the endless wave of surprises. Unbothered by the chaos, Su Liang simply stood there with a confident smirk. Turning around, he took a decisive step forward. "Let's go. Ignore that thing in the sky." He added, "I need to put your power to use somewhere far more meaningful." Then, the golden abyss wings began to merge, forming a pair of massive wings on his back. With a single gentle flap, Su Liang vanished from the steps in the blink of an eye. At that exact moment, only a faint speck of light remained, flickering in the pitch-black night sky. Watching the live stream, the viewers quickly noticed his sudden disappearance and started buzzing with questions. The Moon King is gone. Where did he go? But just as quickly, his feet touched down once again. Yue Guan stared upward in disbelief, completely speechless. Shockingly, Kang Yue shared the exact same expression, utterly frozen by what she saw. Even Bai Si's jaw dropped in pure shock. Suddenly, the screen flashed with a blinding light as the leaderboards popped up. First generation Cloud Princess of the Cloud Mist Sea, 9,999 meters. First generation Lovers of the Western Region, 9,998 meters. Anonymous Lu Suxuan, 966 meters. Anonymous Heavenly Maiden, 9,422 meters. First generation Peng Fei of the Eastern Domain at 9,361 meters. Tai-In Former Moon King at 9,300 meters. Yueyao Moon King at 9,299 meters. The crowd watched Su Liang effortlessly climb to the sixth spot, chanting in unison, 9,299 meters. He stood there whispering to himself, hoping to take the final step to surpass this entire era. But just then, a glowing moon flashed inside Su Liang's eyes, causing him to freeze. The system chimed, alerting him that a new Moonlight special physique had been detected. Holy Moon, Crescent Moon, Absolute Moon, and Dual Moon physiques have all been registered. As for the Absolute Moon physique, it only permits contracting with Moonlight-type beasts, but it grants miraculous compatibility with Moonlight itself, potentially even earning the absolute favor of the Emperor. Next, the Dual Moon physique requires the host to possess a divine bloodline as a prerequisite, allowing him to freely control and guide the evolution path of his Moonlight-type pets. Lastly, a notification popped up stating that after unlocking all Moonlight special physiques, the host could choose to inherit one of them. Reading the details, Su Liang gasped in shock. The Absolute Moon physique? He quickly spun around and asked, who owns the Absolute Moon physique? Among these fluttering moon butterflies, one of them possessed the legendary Absolute Moon physique. Su Liang's sudden words left both Yan Yue and King Ying completely stunned in surprise. He paused for a second, realizing something was off, and summoned the Book of the Moon, which began glowing in his hands. Gently catching the book, Su Liang aimed it toward the pack of moonlight beasts waiting behind him. Immediately, a bright system alert popped up, confirming a special physique detection. Su Liang's eyes widened. The Absolute Moon physique had activated. He suddenly realized with a shock that he was the one who possessed it. Inside the space of the Tian Tao ring, a burst of loud laughter erupted. Su Liang was literally clutching his stomach, laughing hysterically. The watching crowd was instantly baffled, wondering what on earth had gotten into the Moon King. The Watcher and Kang Yue stared up in utter confusion. He covered his face, muttering that, in the end, this was the exact reason he became the Moon King. Looking up at the moon, he declared in a low, firm voice that since birth, all moonlight had gathered around him. With that, Su Liang flipped his robes back, a confident grin on his face as the moon shone in his eyes, telling them to move forward since they chose him. He coldly declared that he now had a duty to lead them all to the absolute peak of this era. No sooner had he spoken than he and his moonlight beasts pressed forward up the stairs. Instantly, the Tian Tao ring trembled as an overwhelming pressure crushed down from above. The crowd below shook violently, their voices filled with utter confusion and growing anxiety. Is it an earthquake? Will the Moon King collapse the Tian Tao ring? Yet, Su Liang's footsteps never faltered, carrying his burning resolve to reach the pinnacle of his life. By now, he had finally reached the 9,300-meter mark. Directly in front of him floated another moon shining with a blinding light, instantly unleashing waves of a mysterious, golden aura. Su Liang raised his hand to shield his face, squinting tightly as he let out a soft groan. He then opened his eyes, feeling rather puzzled. Emerging before Su Liang was a looming silhouette, a giant rabbit with a tiny figure sitting on its shoulder. The rabbit was Fushu Bai Yuqing, the eighth guardian of the 12 palaces of the Flying Rabbit Palace, while the figure on its shoulder was the former Moon King of the Taiyin faction. She wore a sinister, hidden smile behind her darkened face, while Su Liang's eyes flashed as he sensed something was terribly wrong. He felt a wave of anxiety, suddenly sensing a heavy, murderous intent. Nearby, Yan Yue and King Ying also glared toward them, radiating intense hostility. King Ying gritted his teeth, instantly recognizing the massive rabbit as the eighth palace of the origin Yueyao, now the leader of the 10 moon eclipses and guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace, Fushu Bai Yuqing. Yan Yue also scowled, keeping her eyes locked onto them with obvious displeasure, while the former Moon King with her lovely face just smiled back coldly. Meanwhile, Yuqing shifted slightly, raising its massive arm and pointing it directly at Su Liang with its eyes closed. A thin barrier suddenly formed at its fingertips, creating ripples like water. He could only stare blankly, completely caught off guard. By the time Su Liang snapped out of it, Yuqing's massive hand had already breached the barrier, stopping right in front of his face. Once again, Su Liang was pulled deeply into the depths of his own consciousness. A colossal blast of energy erupted, carving a long, brilliant streak of light across the night sky. The lake moon was violently blown backward by the blast, flying away in sheer pain as the mirror flower, water moon shield shattered completely. King Ying let out a sharp cry, raising his arms to block, but his flames were blown away and his fire barrier shattered. The moonlight rabbit suffered an even worse fate, losing half of its body. Yuqing's attack left a massive crater of destruction across the moon. Su Liang's eyes widened once more, the full moon in his pupils now fading into a mere crescent. As the golden aura vanished, his body went limp. Su Liang stumbled back to the very edge of the platform, about to plummet straight down. Kang Yue watched in absolute horror, matched by the stunned look on Bai Si as she clutched the orb in her hands. The crowd below gasps in shock, crying out that the Moon King is falling. Could he have actually failed? Even after pulling off such a mind-blowing miracle, could he still not surpass the previous Moon King? Everyone assumed that 9,300 meters was the absolute limit of this current era. Meanwhile, Su Liang was still free-falling through the air. As the crowd's mockery intensified, calling him a total disappointment, Su Liang suddenly spoke up. To him, the previous Moon King and the Fei Tu Palace were only at this mediocre level. Hearing those arrogant words, Bai Qian was once again left completely speechless in shock. Opening his eyes to look up, Su Liang confidently claimed that the Moon God Festival of that ancient era was honestly nothing special. Suddenly, magnificent golden wings sprouted from his back in midair. The crowd below watched in utter awe, reaching out to catch the shimmering golden dust falling from the sky. Kang Yue gasped in shock at the entity appearing before them. The second palace of Yu Yao, the guardian of the golden butterfly, the eight-winged moon sovereign. She stammered in disbelief, realizing this was no mere illusion but a near-physical entity. With those giant wings, Su Liang soared back up to continue his epic ascent up the tower. Sitting on Yuqing's shoulder, the former Moon King watched this unfold with a look of pure confusion. By now, Su Liang had returned to her level, standing tall to face her directly. With a smug smile, Su Liang admitted he actually wanted to feel the absolute strongest of the previous generation, only to be disappointed by such a pathetic, useless illusion. The smile vanished from the former Moon King's face as her eyes narrowed. Su Liang sneered, challenging her to face him with her actual, physical body next time if she wanted to stop him. The moment he spoke, a massive golden vortex erupted right where he was standing. It swept past Yuqing and the former Moon King, causing her image to fade away. Just like that, the gatekeeper's illusion shattered into pieces. Leaving the shattered illusion behind, Su Liang continued his climb up the stairs toward the next floor. Suddenly, the live broadcast screen flashed with a clear, undeniable announcement. Rank 6, Yue Yao, the Moon King, 9,300 meters. Rank 7, Tai Yin, the former Moon King, 9,300 meters. Under the shattered moon, a brilliant halo lit up the starry sky, acknowledging this historic milestone. By this point, Kang Yu was completely frozen in shock by Su Liang's overwhelming power. Far away in the northern region, Bai Qian looked equally stunned, while the eastern region's representative was also left utterly speechless. At the Moon God Palace, Zhao Yue stared blankly up at the moon, completely lost for words. Back on the Tiantao Ring, Su Liang ascended under the escort of the Golden Crow Heavenly Wings. Behind him, Ying King and Yan Yue stared at each other in stunned silence. Ying King realized that every single soul in the Moonlight system had probably felt this monumental shift. Yan Yue marveled silently. While for a true overlord, this height wasn't the absolute limit of the Fei Tu Palace, it was indeed the peak for the former Moon King, a demigod apostle. But Su Liang's steady steps made one thing clear. The legendary predecessor had officially been surpassed by the reigning Moon King of this era. Suddenly, Ying King called out to him, warning him to be careful. She reminded him that at the very peak, he would face terrifying existences. After all, the former Moon King and the Fei Tu Palace from 2,000 years ago were among the top 10 great kings. She added that if they were dealing with the era of monsters from 10,000 years ago, they would merely be low-level gatekeepers at the peak of the Overlord realm. As the massive gaze of the Shen Yue locked onto him with bloodshot veins, Su Liang suddenly froze mid-step. With a darkened face, he turned back to glare at the entity, muttering in sheer annoyance that this thing was getting on his nerves. Sensing his irritation, the eight-winged sovereign immediately understood. Its massive wings began to vibrate and glow, preparing for a devastating strike. Countless miniature golden moons began to materialize all over the surface of its massive wings. With a deafening roar, the eyes on its wings snapped open. Under the intense pressure, the Shen Yue instantly cracked, on the verge of shattering. The shockwave released by the eight-winged sovereign unleashed such immense pressure that the spectators had to cover their ears, screaming in agony. A system warning popped up, reminding everyone that overlords were strictly forbidden from attacking during this phase. The warning flashed right in front of Su Liang's eyes, but completely ignoring the system's rules, he let out an angry, defiant shout. "Shut up!" he roared, beating his chest with absolute confidence. Declaring himself the reigning Moon King and owner of the Book of Moon, he stood proudly before the lunar backdrop, arrogantly demanding who dared to judge him. Who could possibly be worthy? Who even has the authority to punish him? The massive Shen Yue shattered completely into fine dust, raining golden sparkles down from the sky until it vanished, leaving nothing but a thick blanket of dark clouds. As the clouds cleared to reveal a brilliant full moon, Su Liang stretched his arms, letting out a satisfied sigh now that the nuisance was gone. Looking up toward the peak, he noted there were only a few hundred meters left. Su Liang pulls up his beast control panel to investigate. Emperor tier Moonlight element, Boyi Moon Monarch, currently in a sealed state. Because his current realm is too low, the host must reach 7-star cultivation to break the seal. His low-tier Moonlight Light Butterfly is also restricted by his weak realm. He cannot summon them all, though a full moon allows 3 billion at once. Otherwise, the summoning limit is capped at 1 billion. Next are the low-tier Moonlight Jade-Tailed Rabbit and Jade Sword Minister. Then there are the high-tier Moonlight types, Flashwing and Crescent Moon Sliver. Moving up to the ultimate grades, there is the level 33 Hua Fei Yu, level 32 Light Winged King, and level 37 Golden Abyss Wing. Plus, the ultimate grade Moonlight Beasts, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, and Sinking Star Hidden Moon. And finally, the Emperor tier Withered Moon Firefly King and the spectacular Floating Life is like a dream. Su Liang thinks to himself that as his contracted beasts stabilize, he can feel their combined residual energy actively pushing his cultivation straight toward the 7-star limit. He knows that the exact moment he breaks through, he will stand at the absolute peak. Without a single shred of doubt, Su Liang clenches his fist in determination. All right, there is absolutely no reason to lose anymore. He strides forward, calling out to his beast, "Let us go and see what these ancient demigods are truly made of." Behind him, the Golden Abyss beasts begin to swarm, condensing into a single mass. Moments later, they form a glowing golden sphere behind Su Liang before morphing into a pair of majestic, radiant wings. Kang Yue looks up in absolute shock at the massive golden aura. Su Liang stands there with overwhelming momentum, his majestic wings glittering brilliantly under the light. In the blink of an eye, he rocketed upward, leaving a brilliant golden trail along the heavenly Tao ring. The onlookers gasps in disbelief. What just happened? He moved way too fast to even track. Reaching the next level in an instant, he slows down as his wings dissolve, stepping onto the platform at 9,361 meters. Standing behind him, the Firefly King speaks up. This is the ultimate limit of the first Bing Fei, a 9-star demigod from 26,000 years ago. Right as she finishes speaking, a blinding white light flashes directly before them. A freezing, ancient ice energy begins to condense, sending a biting frost spreading at a dizzying speed. As Su Liang stares in surprise, the Firefly King adds with her very first strike, she shattered the 7 mysterious bells. Right before his eyes, a radiant phantom slowly starts to materialize. This is the legendary first Bing Fei, the one who propelled the strongest bloodline of the Ice Feather Heavenly Scale Empress to absolute fame throughout the era. Stunned, Su Liang wonders, is this really one of the 7 miracle manifestations of the legendary Ice Feather Heavenly Scale Empress? Staring at the massive block of ice, he realizes that if she was this powerful 20,000 years ago, she must be truly unstoppable now. Su Liang chuckles softly. With my current level of strength, there is no way I can defeat them. But he is smart enough to realize this is just a demigod trial, and the figure before him is merely a shadow. Boyi's wings manifest once more, unfurling with an explosive, roaring momentum as an immense pressure begins to flood the entire area. Liang has a bold plan. He only needs to prove he can match her in battle. Instantly, the giant ice block shatters and the illusion of Bing Fei fades away. A split second later, wrapped in a brilliant flash of light, he shoots up to 9,422 meters. But unexpectedly, Liang bypassed this entire area, continuing straight upward. Kang Yue gasped in pure disbelief, wondering what was happening. The goddess's limit was at 9,422 meters, but Liang passed through without any resistance. The leaderboards appear. First place is Divide Miss C's first-generation Cloud Princess, reaching 9,999 meters. In second place, the Western region's first-generation Lovers at 9,998 meters. Third is the anonymous Lu Xuan at 9,966 meters. And fourth, Moon Radiance's Moon King at 9,965 meters. Known as the Eternal Star 9th-ranked demigod, the goddess's body has perished, but her divinity remains immortal. They say she has lived for over 100,000 years. She witnessed the disaster of the White Deer clan and the supreme mural tribulation in the Cloud Era, and even personally joined the very first Moon Goddess Festival. A few thousand years ago, she even personally sealed away the champion of the Moon Goddess Festival, who belonged to the Taiyin faction. The radiant light from Liang's upward steps continued to shine within the heavenly Dao Ring. Kang Yue looked up, jaw-dropping in absolute shock, never expecting him to shatter the goddess's limit of 9,422 meters. As for Liang, he remained completely calm, wondering why he could feel that the goddess had given up resisting, despite her only being a phantom shadow. Liang pondered, could it be because she had also stood as an enemy against the Taiyin faction? He closed his eyes, reflecting for a quiet moment, before opening them with fierce determination and declaring to himself, but no matter the reason, I will never hesitate or waver. With that, Liang confidently stepped onto the next level, but his eyes suddenly froze in pure surprise. He stared at the floor's guardian with wide eyes, immediately spotting a familiar shade of blue hair fluttering wildly in the wind. At the 996-meter mark, his opponent on this floor is a girl holding a massive blade. Right then, Yan Yue called out to Liang. Stepping forward, she quietly sighed, "Thank you for bringing me here again." Yan Yue continued, "Allowing me to remember those days from 10,000 years ago." He glanced at the blade with 3 spheres orbiting it, recognizing it as Shangshuan Moon Changhua. Liang remained completely focused. Standing right before him was the original master of Shangshuan Moon Changhua and the former owner of the Chenxing Yan Yue. This girl was Lu Xuan, a member of the Western region's 4 sacred clans. Born with countless chronic illnesses and an incredibly frail body, Xuan was destined to only live to age 26. Knowing her time was short and she would miss the next Moon Goddess Festival, she took Shangshuan Moon, Changhua, and Shangshuan Moon Lige with her. The one she defeated was the Gemini Temple's strongest guardian, Ban Yue Zhen Hun, triggering a fierce feud between Yue Yao and Qi Xuan. Looking at her, Liang was filled with deep respect. Her brief 26 years of life might seem like a mere blink in history, yet she still left a brilliant legacy before passing away. Yan Yue warned, "Stay sharp. She is on a completely different level than any shadow you faced earlier." He replied with a serious nod, "That much is obvious." Xuan, who had remained silent, stared down at her blade and finally spoke up. "What is the point of cultivation or gaining power, if we can never truly transcend our mortal limits?" With those words, Xuan spun her blade gracefully before slamming it into the ground, shattering the earth beneath her feet. The 3 orbiting spheres began dissolving into pure energy, spiraling downward to wrap tightly around the weapon's hilt. Could this technique be the famous second stage homing? The Shangshuan Moon Changhua blade dissolved, turning into a massive vortex right beside Xuan. Yan Yue frantically screamed for him to watch out. Liang's eyes widened as her warning echoed. Is it really a sword homing technique? From afar, looking at the heavenly blade ring at the 9,966-meter mark, 3 intimidating rings of purple, blue, and green light materialized. Suddenly, a colossal blade manifested high in the air, matching the scale of the heavenly blade ring itself. 8 wings was sliced in half, beginning to fade, while Liang spat blood from his nose and mouth. He collapsed heavily face first onto the cold ground, his blood splattering across the floor. Kang Yue was once again struck with terror. Bai Si stood frozen, completely shell-shocked, while Yan Yue stared blankly, speechless for a long time. But then, she gasped as she heard Liang's voice muttering, "So that is how it is." Pushing himself up, he whispered, "This is the true sword homing technique." As his golden wings flared behind him once more, Liang continued, "It was all thanks to the energy from his contracts completing." He stood there, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth and confidently announced that he had temporarily broken through to 7 stars. The slash across 8 wings healed immediately, while the giant blade's phantom slowly vanished. Letting out a relieved sigh, Su Liang murmured, "Thank you, I will remember this." Suxuan slowly opened her closed eyes, locking her gaze onto him one last time. Slowly, her spectral figure dissolved into nothingness. Su Liang thought to himself, a shadow from 10,000 years ago shouldn't harm reality, yet the Golden Butterfly Palace took damage. He suspected that the Heavenly Maiden had only felt a trace of this energy back then, causing her to stop and go no further. Su Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling immensely relieved. That was close. Without that 7-star breakthrough, he would have been a goner. Turning to 8 wings, he ordered, "Let's move." The Golden Butterfly Palace leaderboard updated once more. First place, the first-generation Cloud Princess of the Mist Sea at 9,999 meters. Second, the first-generation Lover of the Western Regions at 9,998. Third, the Moon King of Yueyao at 9,997. A streak of light shot straight up toward the heavenly blade ring. Su Liang stopped at the 9,997-meter mark. Glancing around, he thought, with his temporary 7-star breakthrough, his absolute defense physique's resonance had also grown significantly stronger. Su Liang could faintly sense hidden presences, like ancient moonlight overlords sleeping in scattered corners of the world. Closing his eyes, he muttered to himself that reaching the absolute peak was the only thing that mattered right now. This was truly the final stretch of his journey. Below, spectators pointed at the screen, shouting, "Look, the rankings just updated." The new Moon King, Su Liang, had officially claimed 3rd place at 9,997 meters. Just one more meter to 9,998, someone nearby cheered, "And our new Moon King will face her." Another bystander asked, "Her? Who are you talking about?" She snapped back, "Are you stupid? Obviously the one whose otherworldly beauty won her the legendary Joyous Garment, which is one of the 7 great miracles." High above on the upper tier, Su Liang's eyes went wide with pure astonishment. Standing right before him was a breathtaking girl wearing a stunning wedding gown, widely praised across hundreds of thousands of years as the most beautiful woman in history, the first-generation Lover. Legend says even the gods lost their minds over her beauty. You and I would surely love to catch a glimpse of her face, but for now, it remains completely hidden behind a veil. As the wind lifts her veil, her delicate face is partially revealed. Captivated by her gaze, an invisible connection makes Su Liang's face flush deep red. His fists clench and tremble slightly as they both just stand there, staring silently at each other. Su Liang wonders what is happening, questioning why he can feel his very blood boiling like crazy. Staring at her face and figure, he believes such peerless beauty shouldn't even exist. Even the famous 3 beauties couldn't compare to a single fraction of her elegance. No wonder the Lianren legacy lasted only 1 generation. After being worn by the first generation, the Shifu wedding robe probably couldn't accept anyone else. She and the Western region's 4 sacred clans' successors are like the bright moon in the sky, utterly flawless in every single way, which is likely why she caught the eye of the legendary wedding robe. In this moment, he looks completely and inexplicably entranced. Golden lightning crackles across his 8 wings as urgent calls echo inside his mind. "Su Liang!" Ying Wang screams out in sheer panic. "Su Liang!" She yells directly at him, desperately trying to snap him out of it. Finally, he snaps back to reality. Yan Yu steps forward to shield him, while Ying Wang urgently warns him not to get captivated. "You are in extreme danger right now. The very moment you stepped into that zone, you became a target." Surrounding the first-generation Shifu Lianren are dark silhouettes belonging to some mysterious beast clan. Realizing this, Su Liang mutters, "Who are they?" Ying Wang explains, "Those are the patriarchs of the Donghu and Haiti clans, along with the ancestors of the Western 4 sacred clans, the White Deer Patriarch, and even several Moon Kings." Su Liang thinks to himself, so that's it. Anyone charmed by Lianren's beauty has their power stripped away. He now understands why even the powerful 8-winged Moon Lord lost control and went completely wild earlier. This is the truth of the Shifu, one of the 7 great miracles. Crimson Purgatory Universe. Su Liang smiles and sighs. What a terrible combo. Confidence radiates from his face. Once he breaks free from her control, those shadows are nothing but a cheap illusion. This catches Shifu slightly off guard, while Su Liang closes his eyes and bows slightly, looking deeply satisfied. He stands there in pure content. After breaking through 7-star, he has finally reached the level of a true 9-star demigod. Bolts of lightning continuously rain down from his 8 wings. The golden thunder blasts the dark shadows, making them instantly dissolve. Within moments, only the first-generation Shifu Lianren remains standing there alone. She gives a soft, approving smile. A moment later, Su Liang calmly watches as Shifu begins to fade away. Suddenly, A voice echoes inside his mind. The demigod who emerged after 500,000 years. We will meet again soon. The last remaining remnants dissolve into the dark night air, leaving Su Liang completely stunned by her parting words. He can't believe his ears. No way, a mere leftover phantom actually possessed consciousness and spoke directly to me? Su Liang questions in disbelief. Not only did she know I reached the demigod realm, but she said we would meet again soon. What does that mean? He looks up in bewilderment with wide eyes, but Su Liang quickly closes them to let the mystery go. No, now isn't the time to dwell on this. He looks at the steps and the path ahead, regardless of the truth. The system displays his current standing. First place, Cloud Mist C, first generation Cloud Princess at 9,999 meters. Second place, Western Region's first generation Lianren at 9,998 meters. Su Liang is absolutely certain that nothing in this world can stop his determination to reach the very top. Closing his eyes, he exhales slowly and starts stepping upward. Su Liang silently traverses the final flight of stairs to reach the summit. Each step is heavy with deep thoughts and silent hopes. Suddenly, a strange pattering sound makes him freeze in his tracks. Su Liang halts, yet those weird pattering noises do not stop. He stares over in absolute shock. His body feels as if it is floating in mid-air. This is the mark of 9,999 meters. Extremely focused, he reminds himself this is the sea of clouds and mist. Legend says the first-generation Cloud Princess once pursued the first-generation Lianren. After failing, she was heartbroken but attained enlightenment. Ultimately, she joined forces with the White Deer Emperor to suppress the world for 10,000 years, remaining completely unmatched, only a single step away from reaching the stars. The White Deer clan travels without a trace, and today the Cloud Mist Sea is considered a sacred land. Walking through it, Su Liang wonders where the Cloud Princess and the true body of the Mural Tribulation are. Suddenly, a purple flash of light dangerously streaks right past his neck. Su Liang freezes as his entire body loses all color. Realizing what is happening, he wonders, is this a soul-splitting technique? This move is called the Boundless Eternal Spirit Journey. Su Liang falls flat on his back, sinking into a deep sleep. As he lies amidst the dark clouds, a mysterious voice echoes in the spirit realm. Dreams are eternity. Along with that enigmatic voice, a dark shadow descends into the middle of the Cloud Mist Sea. The first-generation Cloud Princess, at 9,999 meters. Su Liang's handsome face is shown. The first-generation Cloud Princess covers her mouth and giggles triumphantly. Breaking through to the divine star level is great, and mastering the golden butterfly bow is just as amazing. No one can break the mist of the White Deer clan's supreme mural tribulation. Saying this, she gently caressed Ji Yu's cheek. That voice kept echoing, urging him to sink into total despair while his entire body continued to freefall into the abyss. Suddenly, Su Liang spoke up, saying this was more than enough. The woman gasped in surprise as blue glowing squares materialized all around him. Su Liang commanded the golden butterfly bow to reboot, and those glowing blue dots slowly began to fade away. He glanced over at Ba Yi in her female form, asking if she had seen exactly how it operated. Su Liang strictly declared, if he encountered anything like this again, he would know exactly how to handle it. Ba Yi whispered in his ear, calling him a very tough opponent to handle. She continued, saying she never imagined that after her 10,000-year slumber, the White Deer clan would produce someone like this. Ba Yi muttered. The infinite eternal cosmic realm walk had been completely seen through. Then, blowing a playful breath, she asked if one of those two kids was already dead. He was completely speechless at her behavior, quietly thinking that her habit of constantly whispering in someone's ear during a conversation was incredibly strange. Staring into the distance, Su Liang mumbled about the first Princess Yun and her supreme mural tribulation. It seemed that if they truly fought to the death, neither side would easily emerge victorious. At that moment, the sky above remained heavily covered by thick, dark clouds. As Bai Yi kept blowing gently into his ear, Su Liang whispered that the golden butterfly bow could revive its host and itself countless times. With a smug smile, he added that even if his energy ran dry, she could automatically reboot her combat state first. Su Liang proudly declared, as the master of the full moon miracle, facing someone of your level, how could I ever be pushed into a corner? Suddenly, a glowing golden orb with a deeply dented surface materialized high up in the sky. The first Princess Yun remained completely silent, listening intently to his every word. In other words, in a death match, you'll run out of energy first. Su Liang looked up confidently, knowing the victory would belong to him. Standing before Ba Yi, he threatened, of course, if you fear this direct confrontation, you better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I will use every ounce of my strength to completely crush you, he warned. She mocked, with such big talk. Aren't you embarrassed to say those words? Su Liang said nothing, replying with a highly confident gaze. Standing beside Ji Yue, first Princess Yun challenged. Then let's decide to have a battle to the death the next time we meet. Suddenly, brilliant streaks of golden light began to weave through the surrounding space. It turned out that Ba Yi had transformed back into a blue butterfly to shield him from danger. The system chimed, announcing the moon radiance king of moons at 9,999 meters, and the cloud mist sea first Princess Yun at 9,999 meters, leaving everyone utterly shocked. What was happening? The White Deer clan's cloud mist sea had shattered, meaning the king of moons defeated the supreme mural tribulation. Kang Yue shrieked in shock, wondering if he had truly surpassed the ancient era, while Bai Si covered her mouth, whispering that he only needed a few more steps. Su Liang quietly told himself, with just a few more steps, I will see the exact landscape first Princess Yun once beheld. Looking at the endless flight of stairs stretching before him, he thought, even if I fail, I will still easily dominate this era and achieve worldwide fame. Su Liang kept his eyes fixed on the massive tree growing upward, filled with deep curiosity. But what if he actually succeeded? Would this entire world undergo a massive transformation? Lowering his gaze, he reminded himself that the journey along this path was only growing longer and more demanding. Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes widened as a shocking realization hit him. Looking at the two dark shadows ahead, he began to analyze the truth. It was not that the era had created the first princess and her lover, but rather, they had joined forces to build this era themselves. My dream was never to turn back time just to compete with those legends at their absolute peak, he thought. Su Liang asserted, I will have no regrets, as those figures are merely lingering after images. Clenching his fist, he thought, whatever happened 10,000 years ago does not matter. The present is what I aim for, and I will leave the entire world shocked and amazed. Su Liang marched forward without a single doubt, thinking, because I was born in this era, it will officially be the era of the Moon King. He roared, I am the Moon King of this era, and in an instant, Su Liang stepped through the shimmering barrier gate. But the moment he stepped inside, Su Liang's eyes widened in complete and utter shock. He found himself standing alone in a vast, unfamiliar white void when a mysterious voice suddenly echoed, catching his attention. An arrogant voice mocked, another intruder has arrived, as brown vines slithered before him, asking if a moon radiance had truly appeared. The voice noted, the last moon radiance brat to enter this place was 1 million years ago. As a puppet began to materialize, the time simply hasn't come yet. At least 300,000 more years must pass before 9 Beastmasters can finally be gathered in this very place. The puppet spoke up, claiming he wasn't qualified. It had nothing to do with him. The perfect opportunity simply hadn't arrived yet. Su Liang gasped in sheer shock, unable to believe his ears. The puppet then commanded him to return, rule this era, and leave his own legendary mark. In 300,000 years, I'll wake you again, the puppet said. Su Liang frowned and snapped. Wait. Su Liang tried to speak, but the puppet instantly vanished. In a flash, a powerful force sucked his entire body straight into the barrier gate. Desperate to stay and uncover the truth, Su Liang reached out, reacting with lightning speed to grab onto a tiny crack in the massive gate. Wearing a mysterious smirk, Su Liang made a bold declaration that would completely shock the puppet, regardless of whether he succeeded or not. Terrifying energy exploded from Su Liang's body as he marveled at the sheer power of the 8-star level. His eyes glowed intensely, with butterfly wings imprinted in his pupils. Well done, Lord of Fire, Su Liang called out, stepping forward cloaked in mysterious blue energy. Now this feels absolutely amazing. He stretched lazily, muttering to himself that, to him, this was only the 8-star level. Yet to the rest of the world, this power far surpassed a 9-star demigod. Su Liang wondered if his supreme moon physique was truly complete. The resting places of the Virgo, Gemini, and Peacock palaces were now deeply engraved into his memory. The puppet stood dazed, wondering how on earth a power transcending the 9-star demigod realm could exist in this era. The next era was supposed to be the Age of Heroes. Staring at his massive, terrifying energy, the puppet was deeply intrigued, since this shouldn't happen for another 300,000 years. Down below, ancient tree branches began to sprout, desperately stretching toward the brilliant golden ring glowing in the sky. People shielded their eyes in agony, cursing that the blinding light was making them go blind as they wondered what was happening. The brilliance was overwhelming, leaving everyone virtually blind. Even Kang Yu, with cherry blossom patterns in her pupils, was stunned. Staring anxiously at the massive golden gateway before her, she desperately wondered what Su Liang was witnessing inside. What could possibly be happening behind those doors? Meanwhile, the puppet was utterly speechless, asking how he had accomplished such a feat. Flashing a dangerous, confident grin, Su Liang stared back at the puppet as a voice began to echo in his ears. Hey, hurry it up, will you? Ying Wang grumbled, struggling to contain the wild spiritual energy. I'm seriously about to explode here. Swelling up like a massive balloon, she complained that absorbing the entire energy of the eastern ore lode had left her stuffed beyond belief and unable to take another drop. Su Liang felt bad for her, but he still needed to borrow every last bit of her remaining strength to pull this off. This was his key to temporarily unlocking 8-star power. Turning to face the puppet, he issued a direct command. Move aside, I'm passing through. I don't have the patience to sit around and wait for 300,000 years. The puppet froze at his words. Surpassing a demigod was basically his way of breaking down this door. Without wasting another second, he strode boldly forward. Walking right past the shocked puppet, Su Liang threatened in a low, cold voice that he alone would decide if this era was worthy. Besides, since the puppet was nothing more than a tiny, lingering remnant of the ancient past, it really needed to stop pretending to be some almighty deity. Left completely speechless and powerless, the puppet had no choice but to quietly follow behind as Su Liang walked away. He marched on alone through the absolute silence of the endless void until his silhouette finally faded into the distance. Moments later, Su Liang snapped his eyes open. Looking around in confusion, he realized he had climbed a whopping 10,000 meters to reach the summit. While the world outside seemed unchanged, his system suddenly flashed with a notification, identifying him as the Moon King. Moon Brilliance, 6-star realm, Supreme Moon Physique, activating Skill 1. The ultimate moon god sacrifice was a one-time reward for reaching the summit of the heavenly Tao Ring, lifting all limits of the Overlord upon activation. It would awaken every sleeping demigod, forcing him to stand as the sovereign and face every single challenger of this current era. Skill 2, the 12 Moon Brilliance Palaces, was another unique reward specifically earned by reaching the summit of the heavenly Tao Ring as a Moonlight Apostle. Activating this would summon the Golden Butterfly Palace and the Aquarius Palace from the legendary 12 lunar constellations. Furthermore, whenever he was standing on designated sacred ground, his temporary full moon power would instantly transform into an infinite, continuous buff. Staring at the system screen, he noted that he had suddenly acquired 2 brand new skills. Su Liang pondered, realizing that the first power offered him absolutely no immediate benefit. Activating it would turn the entire world completely upside down. However, he couldn't help but smile, as the second skill was a literal jackpot. Looking at the 2 maps before him, he knew that as long as he remained within these sacred lands, he would be completely invincible. With everything settled, he let out a long, exhausted sigh. Extending his open palm, Su Liang hesitated before whispering that the time was still not right. Staring down at his hand, he recalled that having fallen from 8-star back to 6-star, he stood absolutely no chance against those terrifying ancient 9-star demigods. Su Liang turned back to the system and whispered, not wanting to even mention those top 3 anymore. Then he realized, wait, he almost forgot, they weren't the top 3 anymore. The system announced Moon King Yue Yao in first place at 10,000 meters. Second was the first-generation Cloud Princess Yun Wuhai at 9,999. Third was Western Region's First Lover at 9,998, and anonymous Lu Suxuan in fourth at 966. Down below, a massive crowd gathered as Su Liang stood alone at the peak, looking down like an absolute king. The fangirls below screamed frantically, begging the Moon King to make them his loyal dogs. Whispers broke out. Did anyone know his reward for reaching the top? Many wanted to join the Moon Sect, claiming they always knew it was unmatched. Everyone gossiped in disbelief, wondering how this was even possible. With his talent, who would have thought he could actually conquer the peak? Under the crescent moon, those murmurs echoed endlessly. A woman sitting on the moon muttered, thinking it would take at least 100,000 more years for Yu Yao to return. But now, she could only prepare herself, adding that an era of absolute chaos was fast approaching. After all, that man's power could disrupt the hierarchy of the gods themselves. Meanwhile, Su Liang made his way down. Yue Xing clutched her flag, trembling in speechless terror as Su Liang shot a gaze filled with pure murderous intent her way. That razor-sharp glare terrified her to her core, but he simply walked past her in silent indifference. He suddenly whispered in her ear, giving her exactly 1 month. Shortly after, she woke up screaming in panic. She startled so hard she flew up, hitting the ceiling before free-falling straight back down a second later. Slumped on the bed, she clutched the painful bump on her head and cried. Then, freezing in sudden realization, she gasped. Reaching deep into her incredibly ample cleavage, she instantly pulled out a glowing red and blue sphere. With teary eyes, she stubbornly declared that the Chensing Yan Yu belonged to her, and no one would ever take it away. Screaming in despair, she swore that even if the Moon King was stronger than a demigod from 50,000 years ago, she would never hand it over. The scene shifts to a spacious courtyard, where Su Liang sat by the window, wondering if he was hallucinating someone calling his name. He turned to his system to load database files. Information on the 10th of the 12 palaces, the Peacock Palace Guardian, popped up instantly. Emperor Tier Moonlight Attribute, the Taiyu Province Yanming King. Basic info on the 10th Palace Guardian. The Peacock Guardian was sealed deep beneath the western regions by an alliance of 4 sacred ancestors. Paid details unlocked. Oh my gosh, she is absolutely gorgeous. Seeing this, Liang looked entirely baffled by the strange system message. He turned to ask the 2 women lounging on the bed if they knew anything about the Peacock Palace. Yanyu admitted she knew very little. Only after the Gemini Guardian was severely wounded did the Peacock and Aquarius palaces join the 12 constellations of Yue Yao. Resting her chin in her hands, Ying Wang added that she joined 3 moon festivals over 10,000 years ago, but got sealed early on. Apparently, the previous Moon King summoned her while on the brink of death, but for some reason, their contract ended up being completely dissolved. Liang rubbed his chin. This sounded like a real headache, but regardless, he knew he had to personally head to the western regions to check. Suddenly, loud running footsteps echoed outside as Kang Yue dashed in, shouting frantically that something huge had just happened. Panting heavily, she stopped at the door and asked if he had checked the online news yet. Candidates for the title of Cloud Princess had finally appeared, leaving Liang totally speechless. Holding up 3 fingers, she shouted that it wasn't just one person, but 3 different heirs to the Cloud Princess appearing simultaneously. Watching her panic, he couldn't help but ask if she was supposed to be the cool and silent type. Caught off guard, she quickly cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. Flipping her hair, she looked away, making excuses that Master Tao Yuan loved browsing social media and told her to deliver the message word for word. Even the dramatic tone was copied exactly. Liang could only stand there, completely dumbfounded by the whole thing. After a brief pause, he frowned with absolute indifference, asking what it mattered if 3 cloud princesses were born. As she looked down, a strange voice suddenly echoed, explaining that his ascent to the peak had shattered the limitations of this era. Monsters from the sacred grounds were now waking up. Bewildered, he looked around to find the speaker. Just as he wondered who was speaking, a peach blossom petal shot out from her chest alongside that same voice. Throughout history, the arrival of each era's sacred ground meant a brutal onslaught for the current Beastmasters. Landing right on her cleavage, it pointed a finger at his face, accusing him of causing all this mess. Our Moon King, Liang, twitching his mouth, points directly at that peach blossom petal, highly suspicious. Wait a minute, this guy's exaggerated tone is identical to earlier. Turns out she's Tao Yuan. This legendary peach blossom is one of the oldest wonders, a primeval force existing since the dawn of time. Rumors claim she is immortal, living for millions of years. Yet, Liang mutters, how is this legendary wonder just a bizarre, tiny creature? Outraged, Tao Yuan puts her hands on her hips with a loud huff. She scowls and warns, you better listen closely, Moon King. If you dare to unleash that forbidden power, I will absolutely never let you off the hook. Hearing this, Chang Yue can't help but ask, what power are they talking about? Liang's face instantly darkens into absolute silence. Liang straight up grabs Tao Yuan off her chest, squeezing the tiny guide. Startled by the sudden contact, Chang Yue instinctively recoils backward. You're supposed to manage the Tian Tao Huan, yet you're here leaking classified information? Squeezed so tightly that only her tiny arm flails, Tao Yuan frantically squeals. All right, I will shut up. Just spare me. Help me, I literally can't breathe. Save me, Chang Yue. Tao Yuan struggles to pop her tiny head out, pleading, just look out the window. There are so many innocent plants in the southern region, and they're all so gentle and adorable. If primeval monsters from 10,000 years ago wake up, do you think I have the heart to let my precious children participate in battle? Right then, both of them look out the window together, gazing at the ancient peach tree standing peacefully in the courtyard. She tries her best to persuade him, saying she only manages the Tian Tao Huan because she loves peace and hates useless bloodshed. Liang falls into deep thought. It is true that wars in the southern region are rare, which is exactly why their advanced technology and tourism industry have flourished so much. Suddenly, he opens his hand, letting Tao Yuan gasp for air, genuinely believing she was on the verge of death. Let us form an alliance, Moon King, as long as you agree not to activate it. Then Tian Tao Huan will help you seize the Moon God Emperor throne. Chang Yue stands nearby, eyes closed in silent agreement, as if she completely agrees. Liang glances over, wondering why the great Empress Chang Yu is not reacting at all to this proposal. Do they really have no intention of seizing the Moon God Festival? Chang Yue smiles warmly, meeting his gaze, and gestures outward, giving her reasons. No need to doubt us. We in the southern region always intervene in the Moon God Festival every single year, without fail. Historically, the Tian Tao Huan of our southern region and the 4th Palace of Yu Yao have been allies, even successfully managing the Moon God Festival 3 consecutive times. But after Yu Yao fell apart and the 4th Palace completely vanished, We had no intention of helping them ever again. Liang frowns, trying to connect the dots. The fourth palace, Huatian Palace, a flurry of thoughts races through his mind as he currently has zero reasons to unleash that ultimate power, meaning they actually have no cause to treat him with such intense wariness. Yet, Liang can't help but wonder if this era granted him such an overwhelming power, doesn't it prove he is destined to use it one day? Seeing his silence, Chang Yue speaks up. What is it? Still unable to decide? Still can't make up your mind? Tao Yuan hops back onto Chang Yue's chest and pipes up. I've got it. Let's arrange a marriage. Excitedly sharing her wild idea, she asks, Moon King, how about marrying Tao Tao? Wouldn't that be the perfect match? This absurd proposal leaves him completely flabbergasted, his mouth hanging open as he let out a shocked, huh. Half a month later, at the border of the western and southern regions, a blood-red light crashes into the vast sea. Sitting on a reef with her mermaid tail is Zhao Yue, a high-ranking Li Han emperor of the Taiyin faction's Moonlight system. She looks around in anger, wondering what happened. The seal is suddenly weakened. Could it be the work of Lord's seventh lunar eclipse? Zhao Yue instinctively looks up at the pitch-black sky crackling with endless red lightning, just as another wave of those crimson beams strikes the ocean's surface. High above, a colossal butterfly emerges, surrounded by a swarm of glittering light butterflies filling the entire sky. Standing atop the beast, Liang coldly orders his team to clear the obstacle below. Down on the reef, Zhao Yue stammers in absolute shock. What is this? Who could possibly possess such overwhelming suppressive pressure? Right then, a mysterious golden energy erupts from the mountaintop. He is the Moon King of this era. Not long ago, he even surpassed the first Princess Yun and his first love. A familiar voice continues, and is also the legendary figure who scaled the peak of Tian Tao Huan. Zhao Yue spins around with a shocked scream. What? The mysterious figure immediately aims his hand and spiritual energy right at her, emphasizing each word. You aren't guilty, Ying Wang declares, tilting his chin. You were simply born in the wrong era, that is all. Zhao Yue quickly retreats, exposing his identity. You are Ying Wang of the Withered Moon Lampwick Fire, who single-handedly defeated Bing. I've heard of your reputation. Zhao Yue growls a warning, knowing she likely won't survive the night, but the Taiyin faction will definitely. Suddenly, a blazing flame erupts violently from where Ying Wang stands, unleashing the destructive Huo Yue Hong technique. It is immediately directed to strike Zhao Yue right where she sits. Following that sudden impact, tiny ripples spread across the water's surface. Suddenly, she sensed a strange sound coming from right behind her. Using the unique power of her reddish-orange eyes, Ying Wang immediately assessed the situation. Without even turning around, she knew exactly who it was, realizing that they were still alive. Bai Si giggled, teasing that Ying Wang was only guessing. Did she come all this way just because she saw the power of the Aquarius Palace finally restoring itself? Bai Si playfully whispered that she simply missed her and wanted to catch up on old times. However, the response she got was a cold, harsh shout telling her to get lost. Sighing, Bai Si joked that her friend was still as fierce as always. With that, she decided to get straight to the point. Bai Si inquired if the Moon King's journey was not only to confront Bai Yuexing, but also to seal the Peacock Palace in the western regions. Ying Wang merely glanced away, hesitantly replying that she could not speak of it. Frowning, she warned her companion, asking why she had not reminded him of how dangerous the Peacock Palace truly was. After all, that monster had once killed the Moon King during the ancient Moon God Festival. During the final festival 2,000 years ago, the Flower Palace retreated while the Peacock Palace descended into absolute madness. The Flying Rabbit Palace and the Moon King rebelled, while Sagittarius abstained, leaving Aquarius and Virgo as their only remaining combat forces. Bai Si continued, explaining that Lord Shui Liantian ultimately refused to hand over power to the Flying Rabbit Palace. Instead, they chose to join the Millennial War, entrusting everything to the Virgo Palace and the Heavenly Maiden. She recounted that from then on, both Yue Yao and Tai Yang withdrew from that era. She added that they both knew the truth about how the Peacock Palace murdered the Moon King and forged the ancient records during the Moon God Festival. Hearing those painful words, Ying Wang stayed silent, looking away to avoid the subject. Before taking her leave, Bai Si made sure to deliver one final, heavy warning. Expressing hope that they would not repeat the same mistakes, she left Ying Wang standing there, completely lost in silent thought. Ying Wang suddenly vanished from the rocky ledge, quickly rushing to catch up with Liang. Her golden spiritual energy almost reached his glowing butterfly wings, yet she ultimately chose to stay back and watch him from a distance. Meanwhile, the young man listened closely to a message from Kang Yue, stating that the western regions had officially sent an invitation, and they would be heading there soon. The other major factions likely received it too. With the candidate for Princess Yun about to be revealed, he had to stay focused and avoid any distractions. Otherwise, His crucial showdown with Bai Yuexing might be delayed, forcing Su Liang to think deeply with a serious expression. He reasoned that after reaching the peak of the heavenly Tao Ring, the restrictions in this world should have weakened significantly, which explained why the sacred lands of the apostles had emerged so quickly. As Su Liang pondered this in his heart, he recalled Huan Yue's radiant smile and wondered if he would finally be able to see Xiao Lu again soon. Shifting scenes to the western regions. A figure was sitting on a tiny chair right next to a massive circular arena. It was none other than Xiao Hu, fast asleep, while Yuexing stood with her arms crossed. Closing her eyes in slight irritation, she seemed to sense a sudden presence and muttered to herself, asking if they had arrived. Still groggy, the little girl was woken by the noise and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She warned that another uninvited guest was approaching, as Xiao Hu looked up at the sky, telling her not to let her guard down. Years ago, when the first-generation Princess Yun emerged from the cloud mist sea, she was already an 8-star powerhouse whom everyone ignored at first. Yet, in just a few short months, she defeated 3 legendary masters to reach the very peak. Yawning, the little girl reassured her that Lord Hunsha would surely go all out to handle this situation. Placing one hand on her hip, Yuxing casually waved her hand to change the subject. She begged the patriarch to stop praising Princess Yun, admitting she would much rather hear stories about the first-generation lover. Utterly speechless, Xiao Hu could only sigh at her childishness before suddenly frowning and whispering that they had finally arrived. Glancing back, she watched as a massive, dark butterfly shadow suddenly materialized high in the sky above them. Its enormous wings slowly sliced through the thick clouds. Within seconds, Bo Yi descended right in front of them as a tense Yu Xing looked up. Leaping down onto the grandstand, Su Liang landed with a provocative grin, asking if this was the official arena for their duel. He casually remarked on how spacious the arena was, while Yuexing clenched her fists tightly, her entire body trembling with intense anxiety. Quietly watching the tense confrontation from behind, Xiao Hu recalled Yuexing's fierce vow when she swore she would never let the Moon King take away the legendary Chengxing Yanyue. But looking at her now, Xiao Hu could only sigh internally at how cowardly she was acting. Sitting cross-legged on her chair, the little girl got straight to business, asking the Moon King if a duel 10 days after the full moon worked for him. He quietly listened as she explained the rules, confirming that the winner would rightfully claim the legendary Chengxing Yanyu in front of everyone. Clearing her throat, she announced that most of the Western region's citizens would gather to witness this epic clash. She warned him to play by the rules, to which Su Liang simply smirked and replied that it goes without saying. Suddenly, a strange gray mist drifted toward him from out of nowhere, steadily gathering directly around the center of the arena. Out of the misty haze emerged a young woman with branch-like horns on her head. It was none other than Hai Yun, the second Cloud Princess. Pointing a thumb at herself, she arrogantly declared that she wanted this arena in 10 days and absolutely no one was allowed to touch it. Su Liang silently sized up Hai Yun, while a stunned Xiao Hu slowly got to her feet in surprise. She stepped forward to pacify her, explaining that their fight would merely be an opening act. It would not interfere with her duel against Lord Hunsha. Xiao Hu even hyped it up, calling it a light dessert before the main feast. Or rather, more like a quick palate cleanser, leaving Yu Xing completely speechless and jaw-dropped. Hai Yun crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Left with no choice, she simply looked away and grumbled that it was fine. Su Liang did not say a word, simply turning to leave. She glared at his back with provocation. She smugly warned the Moon King not to run away when the time came, declaring that once she defeated Hun Sha, he would be next. Su Liang shrugged it off with a cold chuckle. He looked back, giving her a mocking wink. He flatly stated he had zero interest in her, planning instead to meet the other 2 Cloud Princesses after the full moon event. Her face darkened instantly, leaving her speechless with rage. With a sharp gasp, Hai Yun erupted with an overwhelming wave of energy. Su Liang matched her pressure, unleashing a brilliant golden aura around himself. The 2 faced off directly, signaling an imminent, explosive clash of monstrous power. The other 2 could only stand frozen, watching in horror. Xiao Hu felt dizzy, her head spinning. She desperately wished someone would stop them, as both seemed ready to tear the place apart. A fierce tempest swirled around Su Liang, while Hai Yun's eyes flared with an equally terrifying pressure. Amidst the howling winds, they locked eyes in tense silence, until something suddenly caused the young princess to flinch. Pausing hesitantly, Hai Yun huffed, puffed her cheeks, and begrudgingly turned away to leave. She scoffed one last time, promising to return on the night of the full moon, before instantly vanishing back into the thick mist. The 3 companions stood dazed, entirely clueless as to why she had suddenly decided to retreat. Only then did Su Liang let out a sigh of relief. He frowned, wondering if she had received a warning from someone on the other side. One thing was sure, he had no patience for these spoiled princesses, mentally comparing the threat of Huan Yue with Hai Yun. To win the ultimate victory of the Moon God Festival, he had to defeat every Cloud Princess, just like Xiao Lu. He mused that Cloud Princess number 2 held little appeal. What truly intrigued him was the first princess's lineage, the Supreme Green Flame Tribulation. He also wondered if the third Cloud Princess, who possessed the Dream Oath lineage, might hold any clues about Xiao Lu's whereabouts. Turning around, he steeled himself for the grand battle on the night of the full moon. Before the Cloud Princess arrived, he needed to secure the blade's spirit and head straight for the eastern region. Glimmering butterflies began to flutter around Su Liang once more. He muttered that while Cloud Princess number 2 challenged Han Sha, the first princess would confront the Ice Queen. Within seconds, Su Liang vanished entirely inside their golden radiance. Gently landing on the back of the 8-winged beast, Su Liang remained deeply lost in his own thoughts. As long as the first Cloud Princess stalled the Ice Queen, he could infiltrate the Peacock Palace and claim the final piece of the star-sinking crescent blade in the eastern region. Yue Xing stared up at the starry night and whispered, "Has he already left?" Stroking her chin, she mumbled that it was incredibly strange. Rumors said the Moon King owned a beast from the Supreme White Deer clan, so why treat the Cloud Princess with such cold indifference? Xiao Hu shot her a look and chimed in, telling her to worry about their upcoming battle in 10 days instead of gossiping. Yue Xing smacked her fist into her open palm and confidently replied not to worry. They had scattered all the glimmering butterflies across the western region, meaning the creatures could not possibly gather back together in a short time. Under those conditions, the Moon King would never recreate his legendary butterfly miracle in the western region. She immediately envisioned that magnificent spectacle. Clenching both fists, she declared with utmost confidence, he would fail to reach the 7-star realm or wager the star-sinking crescent blade. With enough effort, she was absolutely sure she could fight him on equal terms. Xiao Hu was left utterly speechless, staring at her sudden burst of bravery, a complete contrast to her earlier cowardly display. Letting out a quiet sigh, the little girl muttered that she hoped so too. As both stared into the distance, they completely missed a glimmering butterfly hiding near a rock behind them. Through its senses, Su Liang heard every single word of their conversation. A subtle, knowing smirk played on his lips. Su Liang thought that while they were technically correct, they had no idea he still possessed an unused trump card. He scooped up the Moonlight Rabbit, plotting his next move. His true target was never Bai Yixing, but the sealed Peacock Palace of the Western regions. Su Liang gently stroked its long ears, setting his first goal. He would find where the Peacock Palace was sealed. When the time came, he would exploit Han Sha being pinned down by Princess Yun. Patting the Moonlight Rabbit, he muttered that he would unleash the true power of Aquarius and crush everything there. Su Liang called out softly to the Moonlight Rabbit, and its glittering eyes suddenly snapped open. Over the western regions, the crescent moon hung high as a swarm of shimmering butterflies fluttered deep into the forest. 3 of them suddenly landed on a branch near the dungeon of the Mo Sheng clan. The 2 female guards bowed in deep respect as Yu Wangmu, the ruler of the sacred 3 kings, spring of the Hai Chi clan, slowly approached them. This endless prison held the most ruthless criminals in existence, completely controlled and heavily guarded by Lord Han Sha. Every deceased emperor of the 4 sacred clans was buried here, their spirits forming an overwhelming, suppressing aura. The female guard urged her to be careful. She warned her to leave immediately after finding her target, without disturbing the ancient entities sleeping deep within. Among them lay the rebel emperor of the Donghao clan, the remnant soul of Qi Kong Qi Xuan, and the guardian of the Peacock Palace. She surely knew this already. Yu Wangmu quietly closed her eyes, pondering those warnings before giving her calm reply. Of course. If the previous Moon King hadn't caused a massive uproar thousands of years ago, the Peacock Palace would still be sealed in the 3 Kings' spring. She gently explained that she was only there to meet her clan's ancient ancestors and would leave immediately after. Apologizing for the intrusion, she watched as the 2 guards exchanged silent looks, signaling to each other. The gate swung open immediately to let her in, and the 3 of them quickly stepped inside. At that moment, a shimmering butterfly hitched a ride on Yu Wangmu's robe as they entered the incredibly gloomy prison. Chains hung everywhere amidst endless iron bars. She shut her eyes tight, trying to block out the painful groans echoing from behind. In an instant, Yu Wangmu's eyes grew heavy and somber. Just then, the guards turned around, warning her that they had gone as far as they were allowed to go. Pointing to the descending stairs, they explained that the domain below belonged to that emperor. She had no choice but to agree. Very well. She would go in alone then. The guards watched indifferently as Yu Wangmu slowly descended, completely calm and showing absolutely no sign of fear. After a short walk, Yu Wangmu spoke up, addressing the Moon King and asking if he truly refused to release the Peacock Palace's guardian. Looking at the shimmering butterfly on her robe, she smiled, remembering that butterflies couldn't answer her. Still, she knew the Western regions actually wanted the Moon King to free the Peacock Palace, which explained their lack of defenses. She muttered that the Moon King was simply too powerful for Bai Yixing to stop. Turning her head, she realized the only way to delay him was by letting him release the Peacock Palace. Yu Wangmu looked up and moved ahead, whispering that her time was short and she had said enough. Continuing down a narrow tunnel, it did not take long before Yu Wangmu stood face to face with a gargantuan fish. The massive beast stared at her with wide eyes, but Yu Wangmu met its gaze without a hint of fear. The giant fish roared, telling the little brat to turn back since she could never persuade him. He swore never to contract with anyone until he defeated Sanzu Bakshu, leaving Yu Wangmu looking utterly stunned. Staring at the pure white, yellow-eyed dolphin before her, Yu Wangmu gasped out the name, Bai Mo. This was Bai Mo Ji Hai, the supreme emperor of the Three Kings Spring. She stood quietly before his massive presence. Yu Wangmu recalled how the Three Kings Spring had once proposed a political marriage to win over the Ice Empress, pairing Bai Mo with Sanzu Bakshu. Back then, Bai Mo had taken a human form with white wings, dressed completely in white with a head veil. She remembered how the proud Bai Mo had deemed Sanzu Baishu entirely unworthy of his noble clan. Yet she suffered a crushing defeat and left the Three Kings Spring in utter humiliation, fleeing to the western regions. Yu Wangmu knew the western regions held no grudge against her. She was here voluntarily. Gathering her courage, she clutched her dress tight. Yu Wangmu spoke up, pleading for the great Bai Mo to finally return home. The Hai Chi clan needed her, and her old friends missed her deeply, but this only made her furious. Sighing, Bai Mo dismissed her as another boring messenger and told her to get out, leaving Yu Wangmu crying out in panic. With that, she swam away, leaving a desperate Yu Wangmu begging her to wait and not leave. Standing behind the glass, she looks completely lost, unsure of what to do. Bai Mo's cold reaction leaves Wangmu feeling deeply disappointed and utterly hollow. She walks away in a daze, muttering about her failure and how stubborn Lord Bai Mo is. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks if she is really that stubborn. Startled, Wangmu frantically looks around her surroundings and demands to know who is there. A glowing golden butterfly floating near her waist answers, wondering if she has absolutely no respect for the dignity of a high emperor. Looking down in shock, Wangmu gasps, "King of Moons." She tears up and asks what he means by that. She is already so heartbroken, and yet he still mocks her. The golden butterfly sighs, telling her she understands nothing and that such hollow words could never move anyone. Speaking through the insect from afar, Su Liang continues, what it really wants is to hear her declare that she would defeat the three elegances of Snow White, even if she has to face the Ice Queen directly. He asks if she gets it now, leaving Wangmu staring blankly at the glowing butterfly. Terrified by his words, Wangmu gasps, asking how she could possibly say that without offending the Ice Queen herself. She screams hysterically, accusing him of using her trust just to make her an enemy of Bai Mo Si, all for his own sick amusement, calling him a truly evil person. On the other side, Su Liang thinks to himself, wait, when did she suddenly get so smart? The golden butterfly flies right into her face and slaps her cheek hard with its wing. As she yells in pain, he snaps back, telling her to shut up and go check out the Peacock Palace area. He needs to see with his own eyes what the Peacock Palace truly is. Holding her cheek, she silently glares at the butterfly before finally giving a gloomy response. Nodding quietly, she continues making her way down the stairs. Watching her through the butterfly, he recalls an old rumor stating that the Three Royal Springs clan can never refuse a request from others. He wonders if it is actually true. Moving cautiously, Wangmu suddenly spots something that leaves her completely wide-eyed in shock. Standing before her are three massive doors, one of which is blue and marked with a snowflake symbol. The second is purple with a diamond enclosing a circle, while the third green door bears a simple circular emblem, leaving her utterly speechless. Watching from his end, Su Liang is equally stunned, realizing that this place holds much more than just the Peacock Palace. Two other legendary tyrants are locked up here. Behind the green door is Shangshuan Yue, an emperor-ranked jade extreme of the Moonlight type, whose ring is cracked. He notes that only the outer shell remains intact while the main body is ruined. Behind the blue door with the snowflake symbol is Bing Shilu Sha, a Moonlight-type emperor rank, showing the silhouette of a locked-up woman. He notes she is the Sinner Emperor of the Eastern Queen clan. After taking it in, Wangmu whispers that they cannot linger here, offering only to show him the Peacock Palace before quickly moving on. She heads toward the purple door, which appears completely empty at first. But as she gets closer, she spots the silhouette of a woman sitting deep inside, staring up at the sky. The woman sits in a complete daze, quietly gazing at the moonlight above. She is Taiyu Zhouyan Mingwang, an elite of the Moonlight type, emperor rank. Seeing her, she remembers that this guardian of the 10th Palace of Lunar Radiance holds the era's record for killing the most same-level tyrants. Zhouyan turns with a soft smile and asks if she is lost, pointing out that she needs to turn left outside to reach Bai Mo's cell. Taken aback, she mutters in absolute disbelief. Huh? Watching silently, He wonders why she is acting like this when legends claim she goes completely wild at the slightest disagreement. Suddenly, a pale hand grabs the bars of another cell as a voice asks if someone from the Three Royal Springs wants to form a contract. Looking over, Wangmu sees a pale, white-haired woman dressed in a very thin, flowing black gown. Introducing herself as an ice type, she tells them to bear with it. Su Liang recalls that before the Ice Queen was born 50,000 years ago, Bingshi Luxia ruled the East. He envisions her standing over mountains of corpses and continues to reflect on her dark history. Her insatiable hunger required devouring at least 50,000 humans daily, causing unimaginable suffering to all living things. This forced the three great sacred lands to unite and defeat her. In other words, this monster actually fought the first-generation Cloud Princess. Seeing this terrifying display, she stammers in pure panic. Wait, wait. Another voice suddenly echoes from the cracked ring inside the green door, telling her to stop dreaming since she is from the Three Royal Springs. The ring adds that such a well-behaved good girl would never contract with her. He reflects on the high-grade Shang Xuan Yue. Its damaged true body has only a shell left, meaning each attack inflicts irreparable self-harm, eventually forcing it into an eternal slumber. Su Liang realizes it was locked up here because it could not fully control its immense power. This caused far more innocent deaths than the ancient clash between the Ice Queen and the Flying Rabbit Palace. Bingshi replies, I was just speaking casually. That guy in the wedding gown guarding the western region, even if they form a contract with this kid, they won't get out. Wangmu watches silently, unsure what to do. Bingshi then suggests, still, it's been ages since anyone came here. Let's do this. She says, little darling of the Three Kings Spring, we won't make things difficult for you. Lai Huan remains completely silent, just listening quietly. Bingshi continues, just tell us what major events have happened outside recently, and that will do. Zhou Yan watches with a soft smile, nodding in agreement after hearing this. Wang Mu nervously thinks to herself that these three tyrants seem surprisingly gentle in tone and attitude, nothing like what the rumors outside say. If that's all, then telling them about the Moon King, Bing Ding, should be perfectly fine. There shouldn't be any issues. Outside the ruins, as night falls, voices whisper several hours have already passed. Ling Yue turns to the female companion guarding the door with her and asks, is Lord Yu Wangmu still not out yet? Her companion ponders. In the past, the girls from the Hai Teep clan would run out crying in less than 5 minutes. Hearing this, she feels incredibly anxious. She anxiously wonders, could Lord Bai Mo Ji Hai actually have been convinced by Lord Yu Wangmu? Meanwhile, Wangmu sits on a chair facing the three doors, recounting the major events that unfolded outside. After successively defeating the Aquarius Palace and Shang Xuan Yue Tianqi of the Seven Great Wonders, Feitu Palace and the final 4 tyrants of Tai Yu emerged as the winners of the next Moon Deity Festival. Wangmu continues, explaining how that day's grand celebration was suddenly derailed by a surprise raid from the Ice Queen, sparking a massive war that shook the entire central region. Bingshi listens with intense focus. Lai Huan does the same. Wangmu continues, hundreds of millions of lives perished, and the remaining 4 of the 10 moon eclipses were severely wounded. Zhou Yan listens in silence. Wangmu adds that the divine will finally intervene, forcing the Ice Queen to retreat to the eastern region. While Feitu Palace and the former Moon King recovered, they welcomed the Heavenly Maiden of Prosperity. Finishing her tale, she says, and that is what happened during the previous Moon Deity Festival. The three listen in absolute silence. Li Huan remarks, back when my main body shattered, Feitu Palace was new. To actually defeat Tianqi? Quite impressive. Bingshi scoffs loudly, 8 against 1 and 3 still died. What is so great about that? Shrugging, she adds, ultimately, the Moon Deity Festival is just a boring playground game. Whoever has the biggest crowd wins. Bingshi adds, however, I did meet one absolute powerhouse who could suppress every single faction. Gripping the door bars tightly, she says angrily, Tai Shangbi Huaji's infinite, eternal world of mist was truly flawless. Bingshi continues furiously, if I could, I would fight her again. Hearing this, Zhou Yan remarks, oh, so that rookie actually won the Moon Deity Festival? She sits back relaxedly, noting, even if it was through rebellion, they clearly have real talent. The former Moon King is indeed incredibly strong. Otherwise, they could not have raised hell at our Three Kings Spring and escaped completely unscathed. Wangmu nods in agreement. Suddenly, a golden butterfly flutters over her head, buzzing, hey, are you guys still not done chatting yet? On the other side, a bored Su Liang instructs, tell them to share some of their own past stories. He whines about how boring this is, so Wangmu agrees. She then completely blurts it out, he told me to tell you all to share your own stories. Upon hearing this, the three captives fall completely silent once again. Wangmu stands there utterly dazed. Su Liang facepalms in disbelief, then peeks through his fingers, urging, Just say it is the mysterious entity inside your body. Hurry! She quickly obeys, shouting out, he says it is the mysterious entity residing inside my body. Silence falls over the room once more. Lai Huan breaks it, asking, how strange. Is a tyrant of the High Teep clan actually curious about our past? Zhou Yan's face darkens in deep thought as she replies, little girl of the Three Kings Spring. Our stories are ancient history and not very interesting. Walking toward the door, Zhou Yan adds, why don't you continue telling us about the legends of the modern era instead? She literally steps right through the solid door bars and asks, the new Forgotten Moon Deity Festival has already begun, has it not? Wang Mu gasps in sheer shock. Seeing this, even Su Liang is completely caught off guard. Zhou Yan steps directly in front of her, demanding, who is the Moon King of this era? Standing face to face, she asks, and which palace of Yu Yao is backing him? Zhou Yan smiles, probing further. Has he already ascended to the Tian Taohuan? How far has he reached? Her expression froze as she thought to herself, how could someone locked away for 50,000 years still unleash such an overwhelming aura? She gently touched Wang Mu's face, saying, I mean no harm, and I won't hurt you. Zhou Yan then added, you just need to be good and tell me the answer. The rift ring inside the door watched in absolute silence. Beside it, the ice elementalist gripped the frame, observing quietly. She continued, tell me who the overlord behind the current Moon King is, and his rank on the heavenly Dao ring. Wang Mu tensed up, lowering her head to whisper, 10,000 meters. Zhou Yan asked, what did you say? Looking up, Wang Mu said loudly, half a month ago, the current Moon King reached the 10,000-meter peak. Outside, a violent wind suddenly whipped up, forcing Ling Yue and her team to gasp in shock. What is happening? Meanwhile, rocks began crashing down inside. Power surged from the ice gate as she released a wave of pure killing intent, whispering, is that so? This meant someone even stronger than the first princess had finally appeared. She was utterly shocked by the display, wondering how someone imprisoned for 50,000 years could still unleash such a terrifying, overwhelming aura. Zhou Yan grabbed Wang Mu's jaw and demanded, who is it? Startled, she could only stammer, what? Her face flushed with excitement as she pressed further. Who is the one protecting the current Moon King? Wang Mu replied, the second palace, the Golden Butterfly Palace, which has slept for hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing this, Zhou Yan's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, she bared a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and lunged forward, forcing a terrified cry from Wang Mu. Wang Mu squeezed her eyes shut, but nothing happened. Slowly, she opened them to peek at Zhou Yan. She saw Zhou Yan casually chewing a butterfly, muttering, do not mind me, I am just hungry. Where were we? Wang Mu froze in disbelief, squeaking, huh? Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted directly above their heads, catching Wang Mu completely off guard while putting Zhou Yan instantly on high alert. Both realized it was Hun Sha of the Seven Wonders, the purgatory cold ghost red chain, as a white veil emerged from the fading light. Ghost Wang Mu gasped, her eyes wide. Lord Hun Sha. Su Liang spoke through the glowing sphere, advising, Ghost Wang Mu, this is highly dangerous. Please leave immediately. Feeling uneasy, she quickly agreed and turned to go. With that, Ghost Wang Mu hurried away. Su Liang then questioned the remaining figure. I have warned you repeatedly, do not do anything unnecessary. Lend me your power, and in return, I will grant you your freedom. Shi Liusha strongly disagreed with that, sneering. As long as the first-generation lover still exists, it is not your turn yet. Stop having such wild delusions of power. A mysterious voice from a bracelet chimed in, asking, earlier, how many puppets did you say were destroyed when you entered? Zhou Yan leaned back casually, replying, 14 overlords, about 70 to 80% of them. Hearing this, the voice sighed in amazement. The sleeping first-generation lover had spent hundreds of thousands of years painstakingly gathering those powerful overlords. Yet, over 70% of that army was wiped out just like that. At your current level, you must still rank among the 7 Great Wonders. So, what is the current standing of the 7 Great Wonders anyway? She scoffed, you have been heavily injured for so many years. Seeing someone reach the peak has made you incredibly restless, hasn't it? Shi Liusha chimed in, if you do not absorb our power quickly, your position will be in jeopardy. At that moment, Su Liang's voice began to tremble. You all! Overwhelmed by fury, Su Liang unleashed his power, sending shards of pure ice directly at Shi Liusha. The nearby bracelet was also affected, vanishing instantly while Zhou Yan remained perfectly calm. Su Liang panted heavily after the strike, cursing inwardly that he really did not want to offend or kill them at this point. Originally, he had planned to take things slow, but the Moon King's sudden ascension completely shattered his plans, forcing him to join the final battle while at his absolute weakest and most vulnerable state. After a brief moment, his energy sphere slowly faded away into nothingness. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "Oh, is he gone already?" As a dark, gloomy aura began to radiate from her. Zhou Yan offered a faint smile. Meanwhile, at the Double Moon sect headquarters on Tianfu Island, Su Liang stood rubbing his chin in deep thought. He recalled the image of Zhou Yan devouring the butterfly, muttering, "Moon King, you will appear before me on the night of the full moon, won't you?" Su Liang thought grimly, realizing that this woman was completely impossible to read. She must have sensed Hun Sha's approaching aura, which was why she acted that way to avoid being detected. Otherwise, with the Western region's high vigilance, Hun Sha would have easily deduced that it was his own line of sight. More importantly, the Peacock Palace had likely realized his presence from the very beginning. It was only when Ghost Wang Mu mentioned the Golden Butterfly Palace that she finally confirmed the mastermind behind that radiant butterfly was indeed the current Moon King. Sensing someone approaching, Su Liang suddenly turned his head to look. Ghost Wang Mu snapped angrily, "Moon King, you actually hid far away just to watch the drama unfold?" Leaping off her jellyfish, she complained, "Do you know how dangerous that was? I was almost eaten alive by that terrifying monster." Stepping closer to him, Ghost Wang Mu continued to complain endlessly. "If Lord Hunsha had not arrived in time, she would have devoured me instead of that radiant butterfly. You almost got me killed." Su Liang could only gape in disbelief. "Huh?" He snapped back. "Was that not your own fault? I asked you to deliver a message, not to read it aloud, like a literal teleprompter. Saying such foolish things, of course they would suspect you." Scolded, Ghost Wang Mu froze in shock. Foolish? Her hair literally stood on end in sheer anger. "I am truly furious now." Frowning, he quickly urged her, "Anyway, hurry up and give me the information on the Peacock Palace." Su Liang demanded to know why the Western region wouldn't mind him releasing the peacock bow. He told her to stop beating around the bush and lay out the facts clearly. Yu Wangmu froze in shock, trembling as she softly replied that her family simply couldn't refuse anyone. Turning her face away, she explained that according to their clan elder's analysis, doing this would bring harm to the entire world. Even worse, it would affect him the most. Naturally, Lord Hunsha had no desire to set the peacock bow free, as doing so would drastically lower Su Liang's chances of winning the Moon Goddess Festival. This made him frown deeply. She added that the peacock bow's wild, unpredictable nature was the only threat capable of breaking his current invincibility. He growled, demanding to know if this meant that even after signing a contract, he still couldn't control the peacock bow and would have to pay for its wild actions. Instead of answering, Yu Wangmu simply nodded. Su Liang's face darkened. Of course, there was a catch, but he shrugged it off. Compared to the terrifying enemies ahead, this dangerous variable was barely worth worrying about. With the 12 lunar palaces sealed right before his very eyes, how could he, the Moon King, fail to rescue them? Even if a trap laid ahead, this was a trial he had to face. So, no matter what, the peacock bow had to be set free during the upcoming full moon. Then Su Liang smirked, asking why she couldn't have just explained it clearly from the start. This left Yu Wangmu looking incredibly hopeful. She practically begged for praise with her eyes, but he dryly noted that her explanation actually made her sound somewhat intelligent for once. He teased if she had been playing dumb all along. Shattered by his words, Yu Wangmu wept, dramatic over her ruined reputation. She cried, complaining that the Moon King was bullying her, but Su Liang suddenly reached out and tapped her forehead. He gently told her that since he was training nearby, she had to watch his back if things went south on the full moon. Su Liang ruffled her hair, promising that if the Samwang Spring ever got into trouble in the future, he would return the favor. He looked at her with pure sincerity, asking if she understood. Caught off guard, Yu Wangmu immediately blushed in pure embarrassment. She quickly agreed. Only 10 days remained until the next full moon, the fateful day of the battle that would shake the world. On the night of the full moon, at the Western Region Arena, the crowd roared with excitement as a massive white flag was slammed onto the stage. Spectators gasped, pointing out that it was Bai Yihang's legendary Platinum War Soul. The clash was about to begin. Stepping onto the stage with overwhelming confidence was none other than Yu Hang herself. As she stood proudly beneath her flag, Su Liang's energy sphere suddenly materialized before the crowd. He announced to the arena that as Lord Hunsha, he would be personally officiating the entire duel. He added that, as many had already seen online, they had also invited second Princess Yun, Lady Yu Wangmu of Samwang Spring, and the mighty Empress Kangyu of the Kangyu sect. These legendary figures would represent their respective regions to ensure the battle remained completely fair. The crowd went absolutely wild as the two absolute beauties stepped into view. Hearing the fans' overwhelming praise made Yu Wangmu blush hard as they gushed over how beautiful she was in her very first public appearance. Whispers spread that she looked 100 times better in person than in her selfies, being a true descendant of the legendary Three Beauties clan. In stark contrast, Empress Kang Yue remained entirely cool and composed. Others cheered for her stunning, goddess-like beauty, screaming that the legendary empress would forever be their one and only idol. Left in the shadow of these legendary beauties, Yu Hang pouted, feeling like a plain background character in comparison. With an annoyed huff, she glared forward and shouted, challenging the Moon King to finally show his face. With the Sanwang Spring disciples, the Heavenly Blade sect, and Lord Hunsha all watching, the stage was set. She vowed she wouldn't let him walk away with the star-sinking crescent blade. Suddenly, dark clouds began rolling in, blotting out the sky. Glimmering golden light pierced through the darkness as millions of glowing butterflies descended upon the arena in a breathtaking display. Descending from above, a mysterious figure walked gracefully along the path of glowing butterflies. The crowd gasped in awe as the legendary Moon King, Liang, stepped onto the arena floor and stopped. With a simple snap of his fingers, the butterflies vanished. Swooning girls in the crowd screamed, totally captivated by how cool and handsome he looked. They cheered for him to show those country bumpkins of the western region some real power. Yu Hang scoffed at their comments. Suddenly, a small, glowing sphere emerged from her chest and floated into the air. She offered it to Yu Wangmu, presenting it as the blade soul of the Xuan Yu Changhua. Gazing in wonder, Yu Wangmu carefully accepted the glowing orb. Su Liang noticed this and slowly began walking over toward the two. In a flash, the star-sinking crescent blade materialized in his hand, and he calmly offered it to Empress Kang Yu. Su Liang smiled, asking her to hold onto it for a moment, promising he would get it back soon. Leaning in close, he whispered to keep a close eye on that White Deer clan member so they wouldn't steal it. Kang Yu smiled gently, promising to wait for him. Without another word, Su Liang turned around and walked away. Down in the crowd, everyone was completely bewildered by this intimate vibe. Weren't these two supposed to be bitter rivals with a 3-year pact? Yu Wangmu cast an uneasy glance at Kang Yue, just as Su Liang loudly announced that it was time to begin. He unleashed a wave of pure killing intent straight at Yue Xing, catching her completely off guard. Yue Xing reacted instantly, raising her hand to unleash her ultimate White Saint fist, summoning a massive blue vortex. A shocked onlooker pointed, realizing she was indeed the current White Saint of the White Saint clan. Su Liang realized what was happening. To keep the Chenxing Yan Yue blade in the western region, they actually humbled themselves to sign a contract with Bai Yue Xing. Too bad. He expected a first-generation White Saint to counter an Emperor-class beast selected by the Western Region King for the Moon Sacrifice Festival. It turned out this opponent's power was incredibly close to the level of Hongfen Feiyang. With a quick shout, Su Liang summoned the Moonlight Rabbit, which materialized looking rather exhausted. Yue Xing urged her guardian, Lord Jun, to test the enemy's strength first, insisting there was absolutely no need to worry about her safety right now. The swirling vortex of energy grew increasingly violent, yet the Moonlight Rabbit stood firm against the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The Guardian of Aquarius Palace was deployed, successfully suppressing the Blood Moon physique. Its active duration plummeted from 480 minutes to just 10. Su Liang smirked, realizing they were trying to test his limits. It was honestly hilarious. He never intended to engage in a proper duel. Simply standing there would bring the whole fight to an end. As Yu Xing's destructive vortex rushed forward, the Moonlight Rabbit narrowed its eyes, preparing to block the incoming strike head-on. Su Liang noted that her unique Waning Moon physique only had 10 minutes left before running out. A ring of brilliant light encircled the rabbit's waist. Within these 10 short minutes, her power and presence would soar to unimaginable heights. In time, she might even reach the absolute peak of power that the legendary Guardian of Aquarius Palace once achieved. Raising its arm, the Moonlight Rabbit pointed directly toward the heavens before suddenly slashing down, unleashing an absolutely massive, world-shaking explosion. The blast sent a colossal mushroom cloud of smoke into the air, and when it cleared, everything nearby lay in absolute ruin. Someone gasped in disbelief, shocked to still be alive, while Kang Yue watched, knowing the battle's end was decided the moment it began. Yu Wangmu stared wide-eyed in absolute disbelief, recognizing that this devastating strike possessed the true power of an overlord. Yue Xing sat there in a daze, recalling that since ancient times, only the legendary 7 beast tamers had ever stepped into this realm. Looking up, Yu Xing spotted a girl in a wedding dress and called out to Lady Hunsha. It turned out that Lady Hunsha had blocked the terrifying blast, allowing so many of them to survive the shockwave. She realized this was indeed the legendary Moon King. Meanwhile, Su Liang wasted no time, simply turning around and walking away. He approached Kang Yue and Yu Wangmu, reclaiming the Chenxing Yan Yue blade while calmly declaring that the fight was over. He reached out and snatched the crystal right out of Yu Wangmu's hand before she could even react, leaving the wedding dress-wearing girl cursing in frustration. If Bai Yue Xing had actually won, there would have been a way to avoid fighting and trade the blade lock with the Ice Queen. Simply sealing the Shangwang butterfly meant they had severely underestimated the raw power of the Moon King. Suddenly, Su Liang called out to Hansha, stating he was off to free the Peacock Palace guardian, giving her the choice to ignore him or try and stop him. His gaze turned icy as he challenged her to try, leaving the wedding dress girl visibly shaken and demanding to know what he just said. Was he declaring war? Alone? She scoffed, saying she wouldn't stop him, but dared him to try right in front of her. Wang Quan and Tian Tao Wan quickly stepped in, swearing they would never let him leave the western region alive. Suddenly, she stopped as the clouds swirled into a massive vortex. A majestic deer appeared, laughing and admitting it had overslept and arrived late. She realized this was the ancient emperor of the White Deer clan, Shiju. Transforming into human form, Haiyun wondered if the fight was already over. Seeing it was just an appetizer, Su Liang spared a quick glance at the little girl before turning and leaving without another thought. Deep inside the infinite prison of the western region, some girls gossiped, asking if everyone had heard that massive explosion earlier. Another girl wondered aloud, eager to know whether the legendary Moon King or Bai Yue Xing had emerged victorious. The third girl confidently stated it had to be the Moon King, wondering what the Western Region King was planning to do next. They wondered if Lady Hansha and Princess Yun were clashing, wishing they could witness the battle. The guard opposite shrugged, pointing out that guarding this place was pointless since they would not be the first to die anyway. Sensing someone approaching, one of them turned to find Su Liang walking up with an icy expression, leaving the trio utterly speechless as they recognized the legendary Moon King himself. Just walk right past them and run a bit further away. Su Liang slowly steps inside, leaving the stunned girl completely speechless. It doesn't take long before all three of them turn and run. Hurry! And run back. As for Su Liang, he keeps heading deeper inside until three different gates appear at the end of the path. He frowns as he observes the gates. Behind one of them sits Zhou Yan, smiling. Holding up three fingers, Su Liang states his three demands. She smiles faintly and tells him to speak. Without hesitation, he says his first condition is that she must never attack him, no matter what. Second, no innocents can be harmed during battle. And third, he must have direct, physical contact with her. Confident, Zhou Yan replies that it is simple. She approaches the barrier and smoothly steps right through without any trouble at all. Zhou Yan pulls out a sharp, glowing feather, kneeling down to respectfully present it to him. Su Liang reaches out to accept it. Seeing this, Zhou Yan cannot hide her joy and smiles warmly. Sudden beams of light shoot into the night sky, colliding with each other to create a shower of miniature fireworks. Below, the crowd looks up in disappointment, complaining that everything happened way too fast to see clearly. Kang Yue stands silently, watching as Haiyun and her mascot summon their power to reinforce the automatic barrier's defense. The little girl believes that no matter how terrifying the incoming attack is, it will instantly vanish the second it touches her. Yu Wangmu quietly observes the crowd gathered in front of her. She silently analyzes the glowing gem floating among the four brides, the absolute defense of Lord Hansha. That gem is actually a rapidly shrinking halo of light, backed by a defense network of armor scales that resembles an incredibly solid, impenetrable turtle shell. Standing thoughtfully next to Kang Yue, Yu Wangmu realizes a winner won't be decided anytime soon. This delays things, causing Haiyun to click her tongue in annoyance. Su Liang props himself up on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Clutching his neck in sheer agony, he wonders how the Book of the Moon's info could be so wrong. Suddenly, those beautiful brides transform into rotting skeletons in tattered clothes. With a simple snap of Haiyun's fingers, the skeletons instantly revert to their original, pristine bridal forms. Frowning in frustration, the little girl realizes this opponent is tough. Watching the halo shrink, Haiyun wonders if this is a partial possession of the host rather than a true descent. The white-veiled woman silently notes that this is an ancient tactic used by the White Deer clan. Still, this will severely test the beast tamer's raw skills. Sighing with an anxious heart, she turns her gaze toward the distant, glowing light. The brilliant full moon shining in the pitch-black sky seems to comfort her heavy heart. She wonders if the Moon King has arrived. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan remains on one knee while Su Liang holds the feather in his hand. As Su Liang holds it, he begins to feel the surging power within. Suddenly, glowing specks of light dance around him, catching his eye. The system screen flashes with Zhou Yan's profile, Taiyu Zhou Yan, the Moon Attribute Underworld King at Emperor level. Guardian Skill, Peacock Palace. Core abilities, Invisible Veil and Underworld King's Dance. Su Liang silently evaluates her stats, wondering what's next. Though the Peacock Palace boasts terrifying raw power, her tactical skills are a different story. He reads the screen repeatedly, concluding that her skills lack versatility and pose absolutely zero threat to him. They all seem to be basic, ordinary skills meant strictly for close-quarters combat. Looking warily at the woman kneeling before him, he finds this legendary 12-Moon Palace's guardian surprisingly ordinary. But then, a thought strikes him, maybe that's actually a good thing. This likely means the Peacock Palace's special powers won't ever be able to pose a real threat to him. The system screen goes black along with his unfinished thoughts. If she only cares about starting wars and wreaking havoc everywhere, she doesn't deserve such a legendary reputation. What could have possibly happened to make the previous Moon King dissolve their contract with the Peacock Palace? Zhou Yan bows her head slightly, showing her deep respect to Su Liang. Zhou Yan speaks softly, asking if the Moon King has made his decision. Su Liang remains silent. His mind is racing, but he tightly clenches his fist in determination. Things have gone too far, and there is absolutely no turning back now. Su Liang quietly agrees to form the contract. As they reach out and touch hands, a sudden spark of lightning crackles between them. Zhou Yan begins to glow with an intense, blinding light. Su Liang squints in deep curiosity. A system notification pops up. Book of the Moon error detected, currently recovering. The system interface gradually glows a dark purple, modifying the data for the Peacock Palace. It displays the newly unlocked skills once again, showing the invisible screen. Underworld King's Dance Prelude, Field Displacement, followed by Amethyst Throne, Second Phase, Absolute Order. Zhou Yan lets out a strange, subtle smirk. Realizing something is terribly wrong, Su Liang's eyes widen in sheer shock. A violent explosion suddenly erupts, sending massive boulders flying as a blinding light fills the sky. When the smoke finally clears, a massive crater is revealed. Zhou Yan stands calmly in the middle of the crater, while Su Liang is left coughing uncontrollably on the other side. Su Liang clutched his neck in utter confusion. How could the Book of the Moon's information be wrong? Su Liang warily watched Zhou Yan, who glowed with a strange blue light. This opponent possessed far too many combat skills and an absolutely overwhelming aura. Zhou Yan scoffed as she looked down at Su Liang, comparing him to that weakling from the Flying Rabbit Palace. She mocked him openly. So the top king is nothing special. Su Liang struggled, clutching his throat and trembling just to stand. Their compatibilities were complete opposites. Honestly, it was a miracle Su Liang had not died right then and there. Zhou Yan sighed with mock disappointment, saying it was a pity they could not fight together. She concluded, everyone should just accept their fate. With sweat pouring down his face, Su Liang suddenly sensed something incredibly wrong. His 6-star power was actually starting to drop. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan stared up at the full moon, declaring she had one last important task before leaving. Su Liang forced himself up with all his strength and yelled, "Wait, you crazy woman, what did you just do?" But Zhou Yan instantly vanished into the void, reappearing in another dimension. She scanned the area as if searching for something, while the brilliant full moon illuminated the sky. With a light smile, she located her target. Zhou Yan's face twisted into a sly grin as she yelled, "Tear apart, invisible barrier." Hai Yun and the Veiled Bride faced off right over the crater from the recent explosion. The Veiled Bride muttered about dealing with a troublesome kid, but Hai Yun just smirked. Suddenly, the young girls sensed something dangerous behind them. The ground behind them shattered and began to collapse, leaving the Veiled Bride stunned by the sudden destruction. As the sky turned a deep purple, Zhou Yan's voice echoed aloud. She complained about how hard it was just to secure a spot in the Seven Wonders. Reappearing with a smirk, she accused them of never giving her a fair, one-on-one duel. The Veiled Bride had anticipated this worst-case scenario. The confrontation had finally arrived. With supreme arrogance, Zhou Yan warned Hunsha that if she dared to run away again this time, she would slaughter every single person present. But then, she hesitated. Zhou Yan suddenly remembered Su Liang's strict warning about never harming innocent bystanders during a fight. Wavering slightly, she suddenly snapped her fingers, and her face shifted into an expression that was infinitely more sinister. If everyone here is an emperor, they do not qualify as innocent, do they? Hearing this, Yu Wangmu trembled in absolute terror, while Kang Yue silently observed and the Veiled Bride stood completely motionless. Inside, she felt deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, Su Liang lay defeated on the cracked earth, realizing the Book of the Moon was not there. Sweat dripping from his brow, he weakly muttered, wondering if he was really going to pass out there. With a helpless laugh at his ridiculous situation, Su Liang slipped into unconsciousness just as a dark shadow approached him. Still lost in thought, Zhou Yan figured the opponent was just an empty shell who would easily collapse once her energy drained completely. Staring at the brides, she knew she just had to wait patiently until the Moon King's power was completely depleted. Then, everything would end. But a sudden, furious shout from behind shattered her concentration. Furious that anyone would dare disrupt her battle, Hai Yun rocketed forward at extreme speed, screaming that she would absolutely never forgive this arrogant peacock. But a lightning bolt suddenly struck the young girl, catching her completely off guard. A brilliant flash of fire erupted from the pit. Pinned to the dirt and groaning in pain, Hai Yun trembled weakly under Zhou Yan's harsh mockery. Calling her trash, she warned that someone who had not mastered the eternal mist realm should not face her. Zhou Yan mockingly boasted that she had slain emperors of the White Deer clan before, but declared Ha-Yun the absolute weakest of them all. Glaring with pure hatred, the young girl struggled to push herself up. She glanced to the side, whispering softly. Hearing this, the veiled bride took a deep, steadying breath, fully prepared for what was coming next. She instantly split into multiple clones, and the other brides followed suit, surrounding the glowing crater in unison. Ha-Yun quietly told herself to stay calm, urging herself to focus and sense her opponent's invisible presence. Looking up at the impending clash, she noticed the veiled bride sending her a subtle, knowing signal. The final blow was now hers to deliver. Nodding in agreement, Ha-Yun felt a massive surge of power begin to envelop her. Reaching out, she began to channel the raw energy. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open with absolute determination. She could track it now. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan stood with her back turned, still processing how she had been blown back earlier by that single hit. Trembling but resolute, the young girl forced herself back upright. If she could track her target, she could still fight even without mastering the Eternal Mist realm. Above her, Zhou Yan unleashed a swift, lethal strike. Peacock's tail. As the brides stood frozen in absolute shock, Zhou Yan charged directly at them. Out of nowhere, brilliant pink streaks flashed through the air, shooting straight toward the brides and instantly piercing right through the veiled bride's body before she can even react. Blood immediately sprays from her mouth. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yan locks her hand tightly around her arm. The veiled bride screams in agony as Zhou Yan hits her with a brutal barrage of attacks. Then boom, a massive explosion shatters the already cracking ground. Watching the thick smoke billow before her, young Ha-Yun stands frozen in disbelief. How could anyone ever hope to defeat a monster of this level? Meanwhile, Su Liang lies motionless on the dirt, blood dripping down his face and soaking his entire chest. Dongxi Liuxia sighs from the sidelines. Now, the boy must understand why the previous Moon King back then was forced to sever their pact just to survive. The peacock bao literally feeds on its host's life force for energy. As Zhou Yan attacks with even greater ferocity, Dongxi Liuxia explains the dark truth. Every single time she unleashes that ultimate move, the host's life force grows dangerously weaker. Trembling, Su Liang reaches his hand out into the empty air, his eyes filled with absolute regret. Is this really how it ends? Did everything we did just go down the drain? Just then, a faint wisp of pink energy drifts right in front of him. Collapsed on the ground, Ha-Yun gasps for air in sheer panic. The attack landed. She saw it. It was a direct hit. The brides have withered away into dry bones, yet their pressure remains as terrifying and bottomless as the darkest abyss. Staring at Zhou Yan's godlike power, Ha-Yun's spirit begins to shatter. No matter how hard she tries, she simply cannot summon the courage to fight. Her hands tremble, her mind in chaos. But running away now means she can never become the official Cloud Princess. Suddenly, a supportive voice echoes, telling the terrified girl, "Hey kid, don't lose your nerve just yet." Reassuring her, the veiled bride says she will draw Zhou Yan's attention. That peacock bow is bound to hit its limit soon. Use your absolute strongest technique, she softly urges Ha-Yun, and end this fight once and for all. Nabbing her resolve, the young girl closes her eyes in prayer, pleading, "Great 19-colored moonwalker, please lend me your divine strength." Unleashing the ultimate realm walker step, the girl instantly vanishes from the battlefield entirely. Pulled into another dimension, the veiled bride's damaged body is miraculously restored to its pristine state. Looking ahead, Zhou Yan scoffs, noting that attacks of this caliber could never actually bring her down. She glances away, feeling a sudden spark of respect for Su Liang. She never expected the brat to last this long, making her hesitate to leave him. Closing her eyes, Zhou Yan mutters that her time is running short. Soul carriage, next move, flashing her eyes open. Her face twists into a bloodthirsty grin. "I'm wiping you out." The gloomy Queen Mother weeps in terror as her brides scramble to defend. Drunk on her own limitless power, she wears a smug grin. But suddenly, her eyes shrink in horror as a blinding flash rips right past her. The entire sky literally tears open, shattering into a massive rift. As the crack rapidly fractures across the sky, Ha-Yun tumbles out and crashes to the ground, completely exhausted. Borrowed power is a one-time deal, but traversing dimensions has taken everything. Still, a satisfied smile spreads across her face. Even if she's far from mastering the legendary Eternal Realm Walker step and is still leagues away from that level, this single strike is more than enough. Suddenly, danger closes in. Trapped and unable to move, she looks around in absolute disbelief. How on earth is this even possible? Emerging from the thick clouds, an even stronger Zhou Yan sneers down at her, mockingly asking how such a pathetic, low-level realm walker step could ever hurt her. Jaw-dropping in shock, Ha-Yun wonders if armor condensed from pure spiritual energy could actually block her legendary realm walker step. Zhou Yan mockingly reminds her of her past battles with the White Deer Clan's emperor. As she raises her hand, her overwhelming energy completely binds the helpless girl. Even if I were to just stand perfectly still, she sneers. A brat like you could never scratch me. With a vicious clench of her fist, she crushes down on Hai Yun, forcing a sharp scream of agony from the girl. Out of nowhere, a mysterious slash tears through Zhou Yan's binding rope, prompting her to warily glance back over her shoulder. Stepping in to stop the madness, Kang Yue calmly warns her to stand down, stating that the peacock bow's rampage ends right here. Throwing her head back in arrogant laughter, Zhou Yan sneers, asking if this weak bunch actually expects to defeat someone like her. If that's your attitude, then all four of you bring it on. But mid-threat, her glowing pink thread suddenly snaps. Zhou Yan freezes in shock as her power cuts out, while the trembling, gloomy Queen Mother watches in utter confusion at what just happened. Why does she suddenly freeze up? Kang Yue quietly points out that the peacock bow's energy feed has completely shut down. Her thoughts immediately drift back to Su Liang. What on earth is happening over on the Moon King's side right now? Over with Su Liang, he lies rolled over as his blood slowly turns a strange blue color. Dongxi Liusha quietly reaches into his shirt. Weakly opening his eyes, Su Liang croaks out, "What are you doing?" "All right." As we dive in, Lu Sha snatches the phone from Qingming, claiming she only wanted to see if he would recognize an ice-type beast tamer. Then, she suggests texting someone to call for a ride. Glancing at Su Liang's friend list, she groans in frustration. Honestly, every single contact is a Moonlight user. How completely boring. Suddenly, a strange sound in the distance catches Lu Sha's attention. She turns her head, highly confused about what could be happening. Su Liang closes his eyes, letting his body go completely limp, only to suddenly wake up, surrounded by endless blue skies and soft clouds. Wondering where he is, Su Liang feels a gentle hand brush against his cheek, prompting him to slowly reach up and touch it back. His eyes shoot open as a sudden wave of familiarity hits him. He instantly bolts upright and shouts, "Is that really you, Xiao Lu?" Searching frantically, Su Liang asks when they first crossed paths. Could it have been all the way back during the Tianduo Ring incident? Staring into the vast void, he wonders if she was always there. As he reaches forward, a mysterious voice suddenly answers back. "Yes, but we cannot talk now." Her urgent words make Su Liang freeze in place, his outstretched hand hanging in midair. With the western regions falling into chaos, she must intervene, and he immediately agrees to help. "Let us go together." In a flash, a blinding beam of light erupts, abruptly cutting off their conversation. Staring blankly into the vast sky, Su Liang suddenly loses all his strength and falls backward, lying completely unconscious amidst the soft, pillowy white clouds. Waking up in his subconscious, Su Liang immediately realizes that his vital connection with the Peacock Palace is completely severed. He decides to let go. After all, this place is far from the real world now. Suddenly, the surrounding white clouds swirl into a massive vortex behind Su Liang. "Welcome to the Mist Realm." His eyes snap open. Su Liang bolts upright, absolutely startling Lu Sha, who is sitting nearby. Talk about a jump scare. The phone drops right next to Su Liang's hand, and he quickly glances down to read the message that was just sent out. The text claims he is the White Moon King, stranded in the Western Abyss prison, drawing his absolute final breath. So, quickly send a top 9-star Ice-type Beast Tamer and a 9-star Moonlight Beast Tamer to collect my body. Su Liang stares helplessly at Lu Sha as she avoids eye contact, asking her in a highly suspicious tone. "Do you guys seriously not know that there are currently 0 9-star Beast Tamers in this entire era?" Since she wants to leave so badly, he asks if she can grant him one request. Lu Sha glances back, turning around to ponder. She wonders how he managed to sever his connection with the Peacock Palace. What she sees next leaves her absolutely speechless. A glowing golden feather suddenly materializes right before Su Liang, leaving Lu Sha completely stunned. How is this even possible? "Now watch this," she gasps as the White Deer Clan feather merges into Su Liang, forming massive wings for the legendary Infinite Eternal Mist Realm Walk. Meanwhile, high above the western regions, a massive, brilliant full moon shines down. The Ghost Queen Mother glances at Kang Yue, signaling. At this exact moment, everyone present can feel a massive shift. Suddenly, Zhou Yan loses consciousness, her head silently dropping down. With the Peacock Palace's energy source severed, even maintaining their form is nearly impossible. Kang Yue looks up and calmly declares, "It is over." The veiled bride speaks up coldly, telling them to surrender if they want to be spared. Trembling as she looks at Zhou Yan, Kang Yue, and the veiled bride, the Ghost Queen Mother musters her courage to demand what they did to the Moon King. In response, Kang Yue and the veiled bride suddenly turn their heads. Kang Yue wonders if she is the High Tai Princess, while the veiled bride questions her connection to the White Moon King. The Ghost Queen Mother quickly covers her mouth, her mind suddenly flashing back to Su Liang. She looks down in embarrassment, but a sudden, booming laugh quickly grabs her full attention. Kang Yue and the Veiled Bride also immediately pivot their gaze toward the source of the laughter. Landing on the ground with a wild laugh, Zhou Yan arrogantly sneers, mocking them for celebrating over a simple, severed energy source. Though her body is entirely drained of energy, she forces herself to stand, promising to plunge them into absolute despair. Looking up, a massive cloud of black toxic gas erupts from her mouth before she collapses face first onto the ground. Kang Yue watches in confusion, while the Ghost Queen mother behind her wonders what this could possibly be. Is she charging up a massive attack? Kang Yu analyzes the situation, noting that her energy signature is actually dropping rapidly. Suddenly, Zhou Yan screams in absolute agony as brilliant streaks of light begin erupting right behind her. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the Veiled Bride visibly panics. Having never witnessed this move even 2,000 years ago, a bad feeling arises as young Ha Yun struggles to stand, staring at Zhou Yan in confusion. The blinding light forces Ha Yun to cover her eyes, leaving us wondering how they will ever survive this. She slowly lowers her hand to check. Queen Mother Yu widens her eyes in pure shock. You and I can see Chang Yu trying to analyze this. The Veiled Bride watches anxiously as the mist-shrouded moon creeps closer to the earth. The full moon is way too close. The Veiled Bride stares in absolute terror at this monstrous power. Zhou Yan used every ounce of her remaining strength to pull the moon down. She struggles to stand, smiling with deep satisfaction. This distance will do, she whispers, turning around. Suddenly, her eyes flare with light as she issues a deadly, chilling threat. I will kill every last one of you. She channels her inner energy, pulling a massive vortex of power around her. Phase 2 activation. Ha Yun gets blasted backward while Queen Mother Yu barely manages to hold her ground. The Veiled Bride whips her head around and screams at Chang Yu to call Emperor Tianda for backup, because otherwise, everyone is dead. Chang Yue struggles in silence, her mind in utter chaos. Emperor Tianda recently formed an alliance with the Moon King, so getting backup will be extremely difficult now. Feeling helpless, Chang Yue wonders how just the 4 of them can possibly stand a chance. They definitely can't stop the Peacock Palace alone. Suddenly, the water in the crater completely evaporates, leaving Chang Yu deeply confused. A mysterious voice echoes through the rising dust, asking what is going on here. Just woke up from a nap, and the world has completely changed. Time suddenly freezes, leaving Chang Yu utterly bewildered. The Peacock Palace halts. Everyone tenses up, on guard against this stranger. As silver hair emerges from the dust, Chang Yue feels a sudden shock of recognition. The Moonlight Rabbit grabs Zhou Yan by the neck and slams her down. A green jade ring hovers in the air, glowing intensely. Liang yawns, saying he has never felt more refreshed than he does now as he strolls forward. The Veiled Bride gasps in disbelief, wondering how they could ignore the Peacock Palace. Pointing at Shangshuan Moon and Lu Sha, she screams in anger, asking the Moon King if he has completely lost his mind. Are they planning to wage war against the entire world? The Veiled Bride panics. She left the dungeon unguarded only because the true seal was supposed to be unbreakable. But the green jade ring is cracking, secretly draining the life force inside both of them. It is constantly consuming their very life energy. Her eyes dart over to Lu Sha standing right beside Su Liang. Now, you and I are probably wondering how the Moon King achieved this without a pact. Ha Yun stares in complete shock. She slowly mutters the name of the infinite eternal mist walk technique. Ha Yun stares at Su Liang in sheer disbelief, asking how that is even possible. Is there actually someone left in the White Deer clan who can perform this? The green jade ring flares with surging power. The Moon King's cloud-weaving technique has implanted a clone into their bodies. Ha Yun's thoughts race as she observes Su Liang and Lu Sha. This temporarily grants them infinite life activity, allowing them to operate endlessly without needing any external energy to sustain themselves. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shoots straight down into the crater. The Moonlight Rabbit spots movement below. Struggling to break free, Zhou Yan screams to be let go as she thrashes, looking up toward the moon. She smirks triumphantly, wondering if the master of the white silk flying moon treasure is also here. Slipping past her senses during teleportation shows some real progress. She sneers, challenging him. But that trick won't work on her a second time. Suddenly, Zhou Yan freezes mid-sentence. Her body gives out, and she collapses face first onto the ground. Su Liang strolls over. Zhou Yan lies there, unable to move a muscle. Kneeling beside her, he sighs that she really is a disobedient child. Gently placing his hand on her head, he murmurs that total taming will take some time, so they should call it a day. Zhou Yan can only whisper under her breath, expressing her intense hatred. Sudden rings of light erupt around the group. The Veiled Bride watches in shock, realizing it is the white silk flying moon treasure teleportation. The Veiled Bride points and screams that she hid these 3 peerless overlords for thousands of years, and she will not let him take them. Glowing symbols erupt from beneath her feet. A massive puppet quickly manifests from the shadows. This is the legendary overlord puppet, created by the Four Sages tribe led by Queen Mother Yu, who sacrificed her own flesh. Next, a cat-like beastman appears, the beloved White Sage. Right behind comes a woman with bizarre swirling hair, the beloved Ink Sage. Right on her heels is a girl dressed in deep blue, the beloved Spirit Sage. Finally, a warrior cloaked in raging flames emerges, the beloved Flame Sage. The veiled bride smirks, feeling victory within her grasp. Each of these summons possesses power rivaling the ancient overlords. The Peacock Palace has officially pushed them to their absolute limits. The puppets charge forward, their attacks locked directly on Su Liang. Instantly, the green jade ring behind him erupts with blinding light. A brilliant emerald beam of energy shoots straight up into the heavens. The puppets freeze. A split second later, the battlefield is completely wiped clean. Stick with me, because that epic emerald jade domain just cracked the jade ring. Bai Si gasps in shock, covering her mouth with just seconds left before space warps. The veiled bride screams out an order. Stop him now. We are out of time. She points directly at Yu Wangmu, yelling, "You still owe me a favor." Yu Wangmu glances at Kang Yue and calmly asks, "What favor would that be?" Suddenly, a beam of light shoots straight into their chests. Kang Yue touches her heart, sighing in relief. Guess she was not talking about us. The sea iron sprite charges forward to pursue them. Tao Yuan follows close behind, whispering, "We owe a favor, so we must play along. Please go easy on us." Lu Sha speaks mockingly, "I would love to fight with Hai Tai or Tao Yuan, but dealing with flawed wills is pointless." She holds up her hand, revealing a completely crushed gemstone. A massive, jagged wall of ice erupts instantly as Lu Sha delivers her chilling threat. "Stop wasting my time." The veiled bride is instantly surrounded by razor-sharp ice, crashing straight to the cold ground. Going against the entire world? This is actually getting interesting, Su Liang mutters, turning back toward the fallen bride. "So, the next time we meet." He pauses, slowly finishing his sentence, "Let us finally bring this moon goddess right to an end." Somewhere at an unnamed mining camp in the eastern domain, heavy snow falls, completely burying the rugged landscape in white. Weary laborers struggle to push heavy ore carts through the deep snow until something strange suddenly catches their attention. 3 massive explosions rock the sky, lighting up the clouds with spectacular bursts resembling beautiful fireworks. As the brilliant lights fade, 3 figures crash heavily into the snow. Lying there on the ground is none other than Su Liang. He thinks to himself, "That was too close. I barely made it. Thankfully, my acting fooled them, but I am totally drained." It is a miracle Hun Sha backed down. If a single monarch-level threat had shown up, they would have been completely destroyed. Not far away, Dong Shi Lu Sha desperately tries to stand, but her exhausted body refuses to cooperate, forcing her to yield. Beside her, Zhou Yan is completely sprawled out, fast asleep like a lazy pig. Bai Si walks over, quietly approaching the spot where the 3 crashed. She kneels beside Su Liang, whispering, "Rest up for now. Once you awaken, there is a harsh reality we will have to face." Over in the western domain, Yu Wangmu works on repairing the battle craters, while Kang Yue funnels energy into the ancient Tao Yuan tree. Hun Sha sits at the cliff edge, hugging her knees and weeping miserably. Tears streaming down her face, she looks up and wails in frustration. "It is all gone. The Moon King stole every single treasure I saved over tens of thousands of years. I do not want to live anymore. There is no point, oh my goodness." In the distance, Xiao Hu and Yue Xing freeze in absolute shock, startled by her dramatic, hysterical wailing. Sobbing softly, Hun Sha wipes her eyes and realizes the dark sky is cleared, the moon fully restored. Suddenly, the original lover steps out of the shadows, walking towards her as Hun Sha freezes in utter disbelief. She speaks gently, "Did we not have a promise? You swore you would never cry again, remember? I hope to wake up and not find you in tears. You are completely embarrassing the 7 wonders with this display." Faced with the original lover's warmth, Hun Sha bursts into tears again, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. "They bullied me, Mom." Hearing this from afar, Yue Xing looks completely baffled. "Mother?" he gasps, while Xiao Hu coldly nudges him. "Whatever, probably just a weird nickname between partners. Nothing unusual." But then, the boy freezes in realization. Wait, that makes no sense. If that is true, how could someone from 50,000 years ago exist today? The first-generation lover herself? Meanwhile, in the dense, swirling fog of the mist sea, a white coffin adorned with deer antlers rests in silence. Suddenly, the entire casket begins to violently shake. Su Liang opens his eyes groggily, but they snap wide open when he realizes where he is. He is floating on thick mist, right beside Huan Yue in her beast form. She places her paw on his face, nudging him. "Su Liang, I never expected you to grow strong so quickly. It is truly impressive, but you must be careful. The first Cloud Princess has awakened, and the boundaries of the Mist Sea are beginning to fade. He desperately grabs Huan Yue's paw, trying to hold onto her. But her form dissolves into the mist. Her voice echoes from the fog. Who knows? We might meet again sooner than you think. Su Liang yells, wait, but grasps nothing but empty air. He snaps awake from the dream with a gasp, his hands still reaching forward as if trying to hold onto Huan Yue. He wonders if he just met Xiao Lu. This sensation is far too realistic to be just some ordinary, random dream. Hearing him stir, Bai Si quickly steps inside the room. Bowing deeply, she greets him. Sect Master, you are awake. She reports that they are currently at a hidden Mist Sea camp in the Eastern Domain. It is completely deserted, making it impossible for even the Ice Queen to trace them. Meanwhile, Shang Xuan Yue, Yu Ji, and Dong Shi Lu Sha are resting comfortably in tents nearby. In a separate room, Dong Shi Lu Sha is sleeping soundly, with her jade bracelet resting close beside her. Su Liang sits up, trying to discuss the situation with her. Feiyu's sect leader praises Bai Si, thanking her for saving him, and asks how the situation looks. Bai Si answers bluntly, telling her lord that they have no choice but to cancel this operation. His health is in terrible shape. Not only is his beast energy completely drained, but his mental strength is also entirely exhausted. For a beast tamer, this kind of condition is absolutely critical. While ordinary beast tamers would need years of recovery, he only needs 6 months. Even so, they have no choice but to abandon their plan to steal the scabbard this time. He looks at her helplessly and asks, what about the first Princess Yoon and the Ice Queen? Avoiding a direct answer, she tells him it is better to see it for himself. She casts a spell, summoning a floating projection sphere. Su Liang watches the projection and realizes this is not the Bronze Realm at all. It is a cosmic battlefield just outside the planet. Out in the cosmic void, intense clashes erupt in blinding flashes of light, shattering meteors into pieces that drift through space. He is amazed by their power, realizing this fight is on a completely different level compared to Hunsha and the second Princess Yun. Bai Si notes that the first Princess Yun is incredibly powerful, even capable of summoning the incomplete form of the Taishang mural tribulation. Yet, the battle is incredibly one-sided. Early on, Princess Yun is completely overwhelmed and suppressed. Only when the Peacock Palace pulled the moon closer could she barely hold her ground, but once the moon returned to its orbit, she hesitates to finish her sentence, but Su Liang understands and tells her he already knows. Looking at the current conditions, he realizes that the planetary cloud cover has become unnaturally thick. It is because the first-generation Princess Yun has finally awakened, just like Xiao Lu said. Bai Si pleads with him to understand. In his current state, there is absolutely no way he can interfere. Unwilling to give up, Su Liang tightens his fists until they tremble, declaring he cannot quit when he is just one step away from the final piece of the Shangsuan moon flower. No matter what, he must obtain the scabbard. Forcing his exhausted body to stand up, his eyes burn with pure determination. She rushes after him in worry, but he just grips his cloak tight, deep in thought. His beast's energy is drained, his mind is weak, his team is completely exhausted, and his main combat beasts are out of commission. But those are just excuses. None of that changes the reality of his ultimate goal. Today, Su Liang, the Moon King, will face the Ice Queen. Putting on his cloak, he pulls back the curtain and steps outside. Meanwhile, on the cosmic battlefield, the first Princess Yun emerges from the mist, taking on her cloud-treading, moon-chasing form. Tense and anxious, she realizes the Ice Queen hasn't even shown her true power yet. She is just playing with her. Suddenly, Huan Yue is startled. In the distance, she sees a blinding beam of light rushing toward her, surrounded by massive meteor fragments hurtling through space. Panicked, she tries to turn and flee, but in an instant, countless space rocks of all sizes close in around her. She closes her eyes and forces herself to stay calm, trying to sense her opponent's presence. Sensing a thread of light weaving through the debris, Huan Yue opens her eyes and locks onto it. Ready to strike, she unleashes her mist realm dispelled. A swirling vortex of mist erupts outward as Huan Yue reaches out, desperately grabbing onto that streak of light. She rejoices, thinking she finally caught the real body, but her smile freezes as she sees a hand pointing right at her forehead. The Ice Queen notes that during her attack, there is a split second where the mist realm lags. Huan Yue can't believe her eyes as the Queen delivers a crushing blow, sending her crashing down to the nearby planet. A massive explosion occurs as she hits the ground. As the smoke clears, a giant crater is revealed. Lying broken inside, she realizes this is the power of the Ice Queen, one of the 7 great wonders. It is over. With that final thought, Huan Yue slips into unconsciousness. The Ice Queen slowly descends to the ground. An exquisite crown of ice rests on her head, her eyelashes frosted with a thin layer of snow. Standing at the edge of the crater, 3 streaks of light descend behind her. The pink beam reveals Fei Ying Fentong, one of the 3 Bai Xiaos. The second silver flash is Pianyi Jinghong, and the final white streak reveals Sanzu Bashu, completing the trio of the three Bai Shaos. The Ice Queen glances at the three of them. From another direction, a girl comes running toward her with a loud laugh. She is the current Ice Consort, but mid-run, she trips over a rock and faceplants right at the feet of the Ice Queen. Finding this embarrassing scene all too familiar, the three Bai Zhaos are left speechless. Jinghong snaps, "What on earth are you doing? Hurry up and order someone to clean up this place." Lying on the dirt with a filthy face, the Ice Consort groans in pain. The Queen raises her hand, shielding the girl. This sudden gesture surprises Jinghong, who regains her composure and asks what her instructions are. The Ice Queen coldly announces a new challenger has arrived. Following her gaze, they spot a dark figure slowly emerging in the distance. She says he is here. As the dust settles, the figure is revealed to be Su Liang himself. She realized this was the true master plan of the Cloud Mist Sea, sacrificing three peerless overlords in battle just to awaken a legendary figure from tens of thousands of years ago. But for a 9-star demigod to finally be allowed to leave the sacred temple, one critical condition must still remain. Though that condition remained a mystery, the one who climbed the 10,000-meter heavenly island ring definitely knew. Only 1 hour remained before the full moon faded. With his battered body, the Moon King was about to challenge the strongest overlord of this era, the Ice Feather Heaven Unicorn Empress. Gritting his teeth, Su Liang forced his exhausted, broken body to move forward. Two massive shadows loomed ahead of him, one belonging to the Thunder Emperor, a Sky Attribute Emperor-class beast. The other belonged to the Sky Attribute, Emperor-class Ice Sea Falcon. He struggled to push past them under an absolutely crushing weight of pressure. Streaks of blinding light zapped and surged around Su Liang's body. The Thunder Emperor watched him, sneering. "Why is the kid who slunk away a month ago returning? Are you just eager to die? In your pathetic, half-dead state, you should really just stop." Ignoring the mocking words, he kept dragging himself forward step by step. The Ice Sea Falcon chimed in. Maybe he wants to drop dead in front of the Ice Empress to frame her. Standing before these two colossal birds, Su Liang showed no fear. He barked, "Move! I am here to challenge the Ice Empress." Stunned by his sheer audacity, they stood frozen as Su Liang silently walked past them. The Thunder Emperor and the Ice Sea Falcon realized that if the Moon King had truly reached the peak, then, based on his status and legendary achievements, he indeed earned the right to go all out in a battle against the Ice Empress. But was he seriously out of his mind? Did he really expect to fight her in this miserable state? He was challenging one of the 7 great wonders, the Ice Feather Heaven Unicorn Empress, who stood at the absolute pinnacle of this era. Su Liang said coldly, "Absorb as much as you want, even against the Peacock Palace, the East Stone Flowing Sand, Jade Zenith, or Soul Sand. I never let you waste any energy, saving it up in secret just for this very moment." Now, the 12 heavenly shields, the 3 emerald flutes, and the Ice Empress were all here real flesh and blood, unlike the phantoms on Heavenly Island Ring. Su Liang commanded, "Show me the absolute limit of your evolution. Mirror Flower, Water Moon." Finally, standing before the Ice Empress, Su Liang gasped heavily for air under her staggering, oppressive pressure. Directly opposite him, the Ice Empress stood at the front, with the 3 emerald flutes arrayed behind her. A freezing gale blasted from her entire body, forcing him to shield his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Su Liang struggled desperately to stand his ground. The 3 emerald flutes exchanged silent glances, but the current Ice Princess couldn't remain calm like them. Stepping forward, she yelled, "Moon King, how dare you!" Jinghong quickly grabbed her and covered her mouth, stopping the current Ice Princess from saying anything more. With a sudden flash of light, everyone vanished instantly. Su Liang said, "In 1 hour, if you fail to take my life, you must agree to one request unconditionally." The Ice Empress replied coldly, "Moon King, if you came here to insult me, you should leave now. Our battle will be over in a single second." He summoned a weapon into his hand. As the weapon fully materialized, Su Liang declared, "Come at me. How long this fight lasts is entirely up to me." Her crown trembled slightly, and the Ice Empress instantly vanished into a beam of light. Su Liang closed his eyes, focusing his senses. As snow began to fall, a violent flash of light suddenly struck with blinding speed, catching him completely off guard. The brutal impact smashed into Su Liang's body, sending him flying backward. The impact launched Su Liang off the earth like a shooting star. With just a single strike, the Ice Empress blasted him all the way to the moon. Circular ripples spread across the ground as she slowly materialized at the very center. After effortlessly dealing with Su Liang, the Ice Empress blew gently on her hand, signaling that defeating him was too easy. Before her, the landscape slowly returned to its original state. The Ice Empress muttered, "It seems the miracle of the moonlight ends right here today." Suddenly, she heard Su Liang's voice echo, "Is that all your full power strike can do?" The Ice Empress immediately glanced up toward the moon. On the moon, he stood at the center of a giant crater, looking back toward Earth. Earlier, Liang had been hit so hard that his body blasted from Earth directly to the moon. Not stopping there, the blow sent him crashing straight through the lunar surface, stopping only when he slammed into a massive asteroid. The violent collision triggered a massive explosion, completely shattering the giant space rock into dust. Seeing that Liang survived, the Ice Empress thought, "I have never witnessed an existence like this. Truly, nothing like him has ever existed in history." This was a being who defied all common sense and logic, an entirely new kind of emperor. The Ice Empress charged straight ahead to battle Liang, triggering a series of violent explosions all around the moon. Watching the cosmic duel unfold from Earth, the three Emerald Flutes wondered, what on earth is the Moon King even using to fight? Jing Hong wondered how his battered, exhausted body could possibly withstand the Ice Empress's devastating attacks. Suddenly, another massive blast lit up the sky. Clutching his blade tightly as the smoke cleared, he whispered, 58 minutes left. Liang swings his Star Slasher crescent blade forward. Deep down, he knows this weapon is just a cover. There is no way he can directly face the Ice Queen with this alone. Closing his eyes, he reminds himself that his true, ultimate fighting power lies sleeping deep inside his own body. Suddenly, Liang's eyes lock in with absolute determination. He can feel it in his gut tonight. They're going to pull off a genuine miracle. Oblivion Shield. The system announces the activation of the Imperial Moon Element, a legendary barrier capable of absorbing all nearby attacks and shockwaves. Pushing it past its limit means instant death by body explosion. But in return, his personal defense is boosted by an insane 532,000 times. It refracts and disperses any incoming impact. Once the cube is finally opened, only 1% of the attacker's original strength will remain. The Oblivion Shield completely erases all injuries within 60 minutes. The moment he exits this state, every single ounce of accumulated damage gets transferred directly to his opponent. With a 30-day cooldown, this power from the moon and the lake to mirror flower water moon completely sacrifices any form of offensive capability. But that sacrifice means one thing: its defense has evolved to the absolute extreme. At this very moment, there's absolutely no reason to lose. A smirk plays on his lips as Liang floats gracefully amidst a storm of cherry blossom petals. He looks straight at the Ice Queen and throws down a bold challenge. "Ice Queen, come here and try to defeat me if you can." She glares back at Liang, silent and cold, as her body slowly begins to turn completely transparent. She transforms into a blinding beam of light, tearing through the petals to strike him head-on. But inside his Oblivion Shield, Liang takes absolutely zero damage. He calculates that during this 60-minute invincibility window, he is totally safe. All he has to do is wait for the very last second, redirect all that massive damage back, and end her in one single blow. Even so, something still feels incredibly off about this. Despite being dozens of times closer to the moon now, he can feel the lunar energy circulating inside his body growing weaker and weaker. A sudden realization flashes through his mind, so that is what is going on. Could the moon hanging in this starry sky be nothing but a fake? In all likelihood, the true source of the Imperial Moon energy actually belongs back home on their own planet. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the Ice Queen finally mocks him. "How leisurely, Moon King. Do you really believe you can survive until the very end purely on defense?" Yet, she cannot help but offer him a word of praise. She claims his shield is thicker than the legendary turtle shell from the Seven Wonders. Liang freezes in shock. Wait, is that myth actually a real thing? The so-called Seven Wonders are not about possessing the highest raw combat power, but rather performing absolutely mind-boggling, awe-inspiring feats. Once these achievements reach legendary renown, they are naturally crowned as the seven great wonders of the world. The first wonder is the Snow Wheel Flower of Eternal Farewell. Next is the Goddess of Love's Wedding Veil, followed by the Crimson Chain of Hell and the tailless seven-stringed River of Extinction. Then comes the Moonlight Aquarius's Frozen Lotus, and the Terror Pearl Sea's legendary Iron Sea Sparrow, and the Celestial Wonder, the Ice Queen, Empress of Ice Rain. Finally, the Miracle of Eternity. Could the Ice Queen be dropping hints about this final, ultimate wonder? But humanity only knows of its existence. As for what the eternal miracle actually is, nobody in the world has any clue. Liang lets out a heavy sigh. None of that matters to him right now. Focusing on the fight, he warns her, "Ice Queen, you only have 40 minutes left." She replies indifferently, "Oh, Moon King, you really are a worthy opponent. You are much stronger than that little cloud and Miss Brat, but it is still not enough. It is not enough to fill the massive void left in my heart after my duel with Aquarius." The ice crown on her head shrinks back as she whispers, "Very well then, let me see." Shards of ice materialize around her as she enters her transformation. Her armor tears open, releasing an overwhelming torrent of raw, majestic power that completely saturates the air. Then, A massive pair of wings erupts from her back. She demands to know what qualification he has to inherit Aquarius's legacy. Unleashing her limit realm at 10% release speed, she instantly encases all the surrounding giant meteorites in thick, heavy sheets of ice. Hovering high in the air, she coldly delivers a warning. Moon King, since you are the one who awakened this era, you had better not die too early on me. This devastating display of power leaves Su Liang utterly stunned. In a flash, she transforms into a blinding streak of light and slams directly into his Oblivion shield. The terrifying force sends him hurtling through the vacuum of space, flying straight toward the sun. Their collision with the sun triggers a massive blinding explosion. Once the smoke finally clears, a thick sheet of solid frost is revealed, coating the fiery surface of the sun. From a distance, a colossal crater completely frozen over is clearly visible on the sun's surface. Backing away to observe, the Ice Queen declares, "This is my power. Moon King, you are now trapped inside the core of the sun, and I have completely sealed the surface. There's absolutely no way you are getting out alive." While this did spark a brief flicker of excitement in me, in the end, it was nothing more than a disappointment. But she suddenly senses something off. Casting a tracking spell around her, she realizes with utter shock that the life force of the Moon King is still actively burning. Near the sun's raging flames, a tiny speck of light appears. Within that glowing halo, Su Liang stands tall, completely unharmed. Su Liang analyzes the situation, calculating that escaping the sun will take 30 minutes while lethe autumn water continues absorbing the energy. At the final decisive moment, he intends to return everything to the Ice Queen, marking the epic climax that ends this entire era. Across the vast galaxy, thick frost begins to spread. The Ice Queen quietly expands her freezing power to coat the entire surface. Su Liang walks slowly near the burning surface, counting down the minutes 30, 20, then just 10 left. During the final minute, the swirling cherry blossom petals surrounding him grow incredibly dense. Facing Su Liang, the Ice Queen wonders if this man might actually reawaken her long-lost fighting spirit. She spreads her wings, unleashing 20% of her ultimate domain. Raising his star-sinking glaive, he prepares for battle first, crush the Ice Queen, then absorb the sun's heat for another half hour. Honestly, even he has no idea how terrifyingly powerful this final strike is going to be. Cracks begin fracturing the deep ice surrounding the sun. Stunned, the Ice Queen spreads her massive wings to meet his incoming strike. As the countdown hits 0, he swings his blade, roaring for the Ice Queen to bring it on as he unleashes his ultimate lethe slash. The Ice Queen detonates in a blinding flash of light. Down on Earth, humans look up to see a massive explosion illuminating the sky. Thousands of deadly fragments hurtle through space, crashing into nearby planets and blasting massive craters deep into their rocky surfaces. Sam Bixiao quickly flies upward, dodging the stray debris and brushing aside the thick dust. Jing Hong wonders what tier this battle even belongs to. Suddenly, she gasps, watching a blinding streak of light plummet down toward Earth. Su Liang floats right in the center of the destruction, completely unscathed. Looking around, he realizes the frozen zone is larger than a dozen Emperor stars combined. Is this the true strength of the Ice Queen? Yet, even after finally breaking free from his ultimate lethe state, his lethe autumn water shield absorbed the brutal impact, with its total energy dropping by only about 10%. Realizing he won was Su Liang's final thought before losing consciousness. Suddenly, a pale hand reaches out to catch him as he falls. The Ice Queen catches Su Liang before he hits the ground. Looking down at him, the ice crown on her head shatters and instantly reforms. She sighs, realizing he nearly killed her. Caressing his cheek, she whispers that this strange, thrilling sensation is absolutely magical. She declares that the Moon King must stay with her forever, refusing to let him leave her side like Aquarius did. 3 days after the full moon, Princess Yoon returns home in an absolute battered mess, shocking the entire world. It proves that the peerless overlord is still the absolute strongest entity in existence. She simply is not a monster that this new era is ready to challenge. But since that night, a massive shift ripples through the world's atmosphere as the number of emperors in the western regions surges at an unbelievable pace. Even Princess Yoon keeps completely quiet, refusing to leak any details about her devastating defeat. Meanwhile, inside an ice cave deep in the eastern regions, Su Liang slowly opens his eyes and wonders where he is. His body is completely bare, and his hair has grown noticeably longer. As he checks his state, realization hits him. Wait, did one long sleep actually heal all the physical damage he took from that non-stop, brutal combat? Not only that, but his battle pet's power has surged dramatically, reaching mid-6-star rank already. Even stranger, he is totally naked in this freezing cave, yet feels zero cold. Suddenly, the Book of the Moon system begins scanning him. System alerts state that host Su Liang possesses the rare and special absolute moon physique. This grants him complete immunity to sub-zero temperatures down to -200 degrees, leaving him utterly baffled by what happened. He suddenly remembers the Ice Queen. Is she still alive? Searching the cave for her, he suddenly freezes in shock. Liang screams in pure panic, recognizing the Ice Queen. Finding her lying completely naked right next to him, he panics, desperately trying to figure out why they are sharing a bed. Unable to believe his eyes, he wonders if he got transmigrated again or if the world simply went completely crazy. He stares at her suspiciously, wondering how she survived that devastating final blow unscathed before spotting something highly unusual. Looking into a nearby reflection, he gasps, "Is that really him?" He is instantly petrified by his own appearance. He immediately commands the Book of the Moon to search his physical status history, and the system instantly complies. A massive interface screen pops up, displaying a series of notifications about absorbing the blood of the Frost God. His ice affinity has risen, his genetic activity has surged, and his overall frost resistance has dramatically improved. Finally, the system warns that his absolute moon physique has severed any conflicting frost compatibility due to the god blood. The ice system upgraded, body gene activity boosted, and his overall ice resistance shot up significantly. System alert: ice compatibility was severed 999 times by the absolute moon physique. Alert: obtained a special physical trait, ice resistance. Liang stared at the screen in utter shock. What on earth was this? He started putting the pieces together. Even though he had no clue what the Ice Queen just did, his crazy transformation was clearly driven by divine blood. Stepping slowly toward the Ice Queen, Liang analyzed her expression. This whole thing seemed to be a win-win situation. Still, Liang remained completely baffled by her true motives. Suddenly, an invisible chain wrapped around his wrist, pulling him forward as a look of sheer confusion washed over his face. Huh? Liang tripped and wiped out, falling flat on his back with his legs in the air. He landed right on top of the Ice Queen. She opened her eyes, and as they locked gazes intensely, Liang broke into a cold sweat out of sheer panic. The Ice Queen stared at him for a long moment, biting her lip as if craving something, while Liang watched in pure confusion. Gently reaching up to touch his face, she pulled Liang close and suddenly locked her lips onto his. Caught completely off guard, Liang blushed furiously as their kiss grew deeper and more passionate. A system prompt popped up, confirming he had absorbed the ice divine blood, drastically boosting his ice powers and rapidly accelerating his gene activity. His ice resistance skyrocketed, but another alert warned that his ice compatibility had been severed by the absolute moon physique. Snapping back to reality, Liang abruptly pushed the Ice Queen away, coughing and covering his mouth in shock as the system kept sending alerts. The concentration of divine blood had shattered the limit, unlocking a powerful new ability called Sky's Blessing. This Sky's Blessing divides his life force into 7 distinct stages. Whenever the damage he takes exceeds 1/7 of his total health, all that excess damage gets completely nullified. Each broken stage will naturally restore itself every 10 days. Reading through it, Liang felt highly skeptical. Looking up at the life bar above the Ice Queen, he suddenly realized that he hadn't actually defeated her at all. He realized with a shock that he had only managed to shave off 1/7 of her total health. He wondered why she would give him such an insane power. Touching his lips, he also realized with a blush that his first kiss had just been stolen. The Ice Queen spoke up, "Moon King, do not panic. You have already won." She cheerfully reminded Liang of their prior agreement, offering to grant him absolutely anything he desired. Without a single moment of hesitation, Liang immediately made his demand. Asking for the Chengxing Yanyue blade holder, Liang waited, but the Ice Queen casually agreed without a second thought. "Of course, that is why you came here, right? I will personally guide you there in just a moment." She added that the sky power was useless to her anyway, and she simply wanted to keep it away from the Wasteland Palace and the previous Moon King. However, Liang still had questions. He asked her directly, demanding to know why she had decided to gift him such incredible power. The Ice Queen smiled softly, leaning forward as she stepped closer. Since the Wasteland Palace was about to appear, he would definitely need to go there, right? She explained that because she had to guard the eastern region, she couldn't accompany him on his journey. Therefore, she had to boost his combat strength as fast as possible. Dragging her feet slowly, she hesitantly mentioned that the Aquarius Palace had rejected her back then. She added that she had waited 1,000 years just to meet him, leaving Liang completely stunned by her confession. His absolute moon physique could purify any impurities, meaning that no matter how wicked her aura was, his attributes would never be corrupted. Flirting with Liang, she teased that she had yet another ice system power she could hand over to him for absolutely free. Leaning close, she whispered that she had one minor request. Gulping nervously, Liang stuttered out, asking what it was. The Ice Queen made a shocking proposal. She wanted to leave behind the strongest hybrid bloodline on Earth, combining 3 distinct powers, the Moonlight, Ice, and Sky systems, asking if he would agree to it. Hearing this, Su Liang completely froze in shock, his mind racing wildly. To be completely honest, even in his wildest fantasies, he had only ever occasionally thought about being with Xiao Lu and Shenqing Yanyo. Scratching his head, Su Liang thought it over, realizing the sky and ice systems didn't match well. The two powers were just way too different. Seeing his hesitation, the Ice Queen quickly asked what was wrong. Trying her best to entice Su Liang, she leaned in and whispered directly into his ear, saying that as a unique absolute moon physique of 1,000 years, he surely knew this wouldn't affect anything. Su Liang hesitated, stammering that he was simply thinking about it. Holding the Ice Queen close, Su Liang asked how powerful this descendant of hers would actually be, wanting to double-check her claims about their future offspring. Showing a hint of curiosity, he asked if they'd truly be strong, making the Ice Queen smile once more. She turned the question back to him, asking if he had ever heard of the legendary Taishang Bihaoji. She then mentioned that 50,000 years ago, Taishang Bihaoji actually produced an heir with another white deer emperor, but she paused before continuing her story. After that, they vanished completely without a trace. Asking him if he could guess why, she visualized a majestic goddess with long horns on her head. The Ice Queen explains that from the very beginning, no one has ever witnessed that entity's existence. It must have been sealed away until now, after tens of thousands of years, to end this era once and for all. The true assassin is the White Deer clan, a hybrid powerhouse condensed from the blessings of multiple gods, possessing the sheer power to end this entire era. It is highly possible that this entity has already quietly awakened, making the Ice Princess's throne nothing more than a mere shield. The Ice Queen turns to look at Su Liang with a puzzling gaze, leaving him wondering, the power to end this era? Internally, the Ice Queen thinks that relying solely on the four peerless overlords of the Golden Butterfly, Aquarius, Peacock, and Sagittarius palaces is still far too weak. But what if they form an alliance right here with the Winter Queen herself? She asks Su Liang, "What do you think? Are you tempted yet?" Whispering directly in his ear, the Ice Queen promises their future child will have power that easily matches her own. To charm him further, she gently strokes Su Liang's face, mentioning a contract with his absolute moon constitution. Su Liang closes his eyes, reflecting. He decisively grabs the Ice Queen's hand, his face blushing slightly. "All right, I agree. Let's begin." Hearing this, the Ice Queen is absolutely thrilled. Wonderful. She wraps her arms around Su Liang's neck, saying, "But before we breed, I must first transfer some of my ice attribute powers to you." Right after that, the Ice Queen gives him a passionate, deep kiss. The system screen pops up, announcing he has absorbed the blood of an ice deity. His ice compatibility has leveled up, his body's genetic activity has upgraded, and his cold resistance has increased. Notification: the ice attribute compatibility has been absorbed by his absolute moon constitution. The two stay together from late night until the next morning, as a new day begins. The system screen pops up once more, announcing he has successfully absorbed the ice deity's blood. His ice compatibility levels up, his gene activity is enhanced, and his cold resistance has upgraded to 19,999. Notification: his ice compatibility has been assimilated by the absolute moon constitution, multiplied by 99. The divine bloodline concentration has broken past the limits, unlocking a new power, the Absolute Zero Realm. The Absolute Zero Realm is initially 99% sealed, retaining only 1% of his normal power. Once unleashed, the power scales up gradually, reaching a maximum of 300%. Now, only heavy, exhausted gasps echo throughout the cave. Su Liang lies down, thinking to himself, "Ha, after a whole day, I am finally free." It seems that falling into temptation is never just a one-off thing. At this point, no matter what the Ice Queen demands of him, he probably will not be able to refuse. The Ice Queen sits up and says, "Su Liang, we can finally begin the final step now. This process will take about half a month." She asks, "Are you ready?" Su Liang asks in sheer panic, "Wait, what did you just say? Half a month?" Meanwhile, a single drop of blood drips into the pool. Su Liang is dumbfounded. "Wait, is this what you meant by giving birth to our offspring?" He asks, "Do we really have to drip blood here for 15 days? The Ice Queen replies, "It will be ready soon. I will dive down shortly to hatch these essences. During these 15 days, you can freely wander around my cave as you please." Su Liang, however, is still completely lost and confused. "Huh? We can have children just like this?" The Ice Queen replies, "Of course we can. Did you honestly think we would use the primitive method? If we did, we could never overcome reproductive isolation or even gender barriers." Su Liang blushes with frustration, feeling unconsciously disappointed about missing out on the 18-plus action. "All right, fine." Seeing his reaction, the Ice Queen smiles softly and asks, "Oh, what are you thinking about?" She hugs Su Liang from behind and explains, "It seems you still do not understand our relationship. In human terms, This is what you would call lifelong partners. Even if you demand something completely outrageous from me, who knows, I might not even refuse. Blushing heavily, Liang hesitatingly stammers, "I." But the Ice Queen cuts him off. "Well, let us save those things until after I finish hatching the eggs." She whispers sweet words. "The scabbard is right next to you. Feel free to take it, darling." Liang does exactly as she says. The system announces, Host and Moon King Liang, unique constitution, absolute moon constitution. Ice resistance power activated, ultimate moon deity sacrifice used once, 12 palaces moon flare used once, heavenly blessing. The absolute zero realm unlocked. He thinks to himself, either way, this harvest is massive, the heavenly water of myriad oblivion, the Ice Queen's authorities, and so much more. Suddenly, Liang notices something and steps into a magnificent space where the Blade Throne appears right before his eyes. As Liang touches it, he realizes that compared to this, the Ice Queen's computer is actually far more concerning. He stares at it, deeply curious. Liang sits at the computer, telling himself that since they are partners now, it should be fine to explore her inner world a little, right? He gains access to the Ice Queen's computer. Liang gasps in surprise. Wait, the computer screen displays Super Beast Taming. The ID is prettiest of the Winter Queen clan, with top-tier whale spending history, low-grade pet food, and the server's #1 rank. Liang wonders in absolute shock, is she actually a severely addicted internet gamer or what? Everyone said there was no signal in the eastern region, but it turned out to be the Frost Queens. Suddenly, a strange notification popped up, leaving Liang slightly confused and caught off guard. The screen displayed today's hottest news, a major announcement from the Moon Priestess of the Taiyan faction to the entire world. The Guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace will awaken on the next full moon. Powerful masters from all factions are invited to the central region to welcome the king's return. Checking the details, Liang was shocked to find more secret posts about the Moon Priestess on this very website. According to the computer, all 3 princesses who challenged her had returned in crushing defeat, proving that the current tyrant of the Snow's supreme position remained absolutely unshakable. Trending now, the Moon Priestess personally suppressed the Western Desert Soul Fiends and locked 3 corrupt emperors in the Endless Abyss. Many are calling for an immediate attack on the Twin Moon sect. Another trending post covers the Moon King climbing the 10,000-meter high peak of heaven, causing the Twin Moon sect's followers to explode 16 times over the best record of the past month. The post even featured a photo of the Moon Priestess single-handedly sealing the Western Soul Fiends and dragging 3 corrupt emperors to prison. Liang thought to himself that this photo looked incredibly majestic, showing a hilarious contrast to his current situation. Comments flooded in, screaming, "Moon King, let me be your pet. Attack the Twin Moon sect. Stop joking and shut up already." In this strength-based world, since the Moon King conquered the West, those losers shouldn't be crying for sympathy online. He mused that the West probably never expected this invasion to boost the Moon King's reputation even higher. Brainless Twin Moon sect fanboys need to stop flexing. If their precious Moon King has the guts, he should go challenge the Frost Queen of the Eastern region. Yet he still dares to call himself the strongest of this era. What a joke. Liang was speechless. Who could have guessed that he and the legendary Frost Queen shared such a shocking, intimate relationship? Back inside the freezing ice cavern, sharp, glowing icicles hung everywhere, illuminating the entire frozen chamber. Liang called out, "Ice Queen, the Flying Rabbit Palace is about to awaken, so I'm heading to the central region to investigate." The Ice Queen snapped back. "What did you just call me?" Liang froze in place, thought fast, and quickly changed his words. "Wifey." The Ice Queen cheered happily. "Good boy, off you go." Liang sighed helplessly as the ice path stretched out endlessly ahead. Just ahead lay the cavern's exit, where a blinding light flashed from the outside world, forcing him to shield his eyes. Stepping out, he saw 4 women kneeling before him. Jing Hong bowed with absolute reverence, while Bai Shui maintained a fierce, deadly expression. Fentong silently forced the current ice concubine's head down. Liang spoke up. "All right, girls, let's take a little trip to the central region." Over at the Cloudy Mine camp in the eastern region, thick layers of snow buried the frozen landscape. 3 young girls huddled together, sobbing and begging, "Please don't eat us. We taste terrible, we promise." Bing Shilu Sha tried to calm them, saying, "I already told you I won't hurt you. I'm only stopping you from telling the Ice Queen. Besides, I've never eaten ice folk. I only spread those wild rumors to force a battle with the supreme mural tribulation." The 3 girls kept crying, completely ignoring her. Losing her patience, Bing Shi Lu Sha roared, "Are you even listening to me?" "Listen to what?" A loud laugh echoed nearby. Furious, Lu Sha snapped, "Hey, shut up, don't you dare laugh at me." Floating above a nearby boulder, Bai Si anxiously realized there was still no news of the Moon King. These two tyrants, especially Bing Shilu Sha, who belonged to the Ice Queen's clan, were regaining their colossal powers at an incredibly rapid, visible pace. Bai Si worried that as a mere high-level emperor, she would be completely powerless to stop them if they decided to trash the eastern region. Suddenly, she sensed a massive presence approaching. Staring toward where Lu Sha stood, Bai Si flew down and demanded, "Who goes there?" "Wait, the Sand Big Xiao," she gasped, shocked to see that even the current ice concubine had accompanied them. But would that supreme, all-powerful entity realize the true intention behind this gathering? As tension peaked, the ice cracked open, dividing them into two sides. Suddenly, a figure emerged through the mist. Su Liang had arrived in spectacular fashion. Stunned, Bing Shi Lu Sha stammered, "You're the Moon King?" Bai Si froze, wondering why the Ice Queen hadn't shown up instead. Su Liang calmly commanded, "Ice Concubine, take San Bixiao and Bing Shi Lu Sha and set off from this point first. As for Shang Zuan, Yue Ji, and Bai Si, you two follow me." Laying out the master plan, he announced they would split their forces into two separate groups, marching to the central region to confront the Flying Rabbit Palace and the Ten Moons Axis. Jing Hong and Bai Shui bowed, shouting, "Yes, master." Bai Si stared at Su Liang, utterly astounded by his majestic presence. She wondered, what on earth did the Moon King do during these past 2 weeks? Meanwhile, over the Ten Moons Axis, the moon had already reached its peak. The messages are flooding in. "The king has returned. Sorry, but this is the era of Moon King Su Liang now. The Taiyan faction should just accept their defeat." Just asking out of curiosity, but what exactly was the former Moon King's rank on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard? "You Taiyan faction dogs need to beat the Moon God Palace first before crying to the Moon King. By the way, is there anyone in this entire world who can actually defeat him?" Someone spoke up, sounding absolutely furious about it. "Nice move. Twin Moon Sect, cyberbullying me like this. Since you want to play dirty, you better watch your backs from now on." She threatens that under tonight's full moon, the 10 eclipses will tear this world apart. With forces this weak, did you really think the Moon King stopped fearing them? Determination flashes in her eyes. "Let's begin," she commands coldly. The remaining 5 seal pillars are completely shattered. Over the 10th yin pillar, the sky turns a freezing, ash-blue color. A pale full moon casts its eerie light over the desolate wasteland. Breaking the silence, a group of figures in white robes silently slips in. Their shadows stretch long under the moonlight. Towering stone pillars loom ahead, their ancient marks radiating a sacred and mysterious energy. Big Sister speaks up, asking, "Is it really okay to abandon all the other areas just to protect this 10th yin pillar?" Further ahead, thick sheets of ice begin covering the ground, stretching all the way to the horizon. She rushes over with an urgent report, shouting, "The 7th yin pillar has fallen. The enemies are 2 high-level emperors." Massive beams of light shoot up one after another. Big Sister cries out another report. "The 6th pillar is shattered. It is the Overlord." The Overlord's cold voice echoes, noting how the 10 eclipses minions have fully joined forces. Descending from the heavens, she lands gracefully. It looks like the Fengyu sect is truly desperate this time, which is why they hastily released Fuxiu by Yuqing in a panic. "We can ignore the other zones. Our only job is protecting this last sealed spot." Little Sister and Big Sister shout in unison. The Overlord lands right in front of Zhao Yue, bowing her head in deep respect. "My lord, thank you for guiding me all this time. But my strength alone isn't enough to stop this absolute chaos." Her face grows dead serious. The Overlord continues, "At this critical moment, I must ask you to sacrifice yourself." They stare at each other in silence. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes directly inside Zhao Yue's mind. "Just tell her you understand." Under the faint moonlight, Zhao Yue tilts her head, looking distant as she listens to the voice deep inside her head. Her lips part to speak, but she hesitates, holding back. Her expression clears up, and she calmly responds as if she finally understands. "I understand." The Overlord replies happily. "Hearing you say that puts my mind completely at ease." The Overlord then glances back, adding that the others will arrive shortly. Elsewhere, 3 brilliant beams of gold, blue, and crimson light erupt together. Ah Fei screams, "Who's there?" Another voice gasps in shock. "Is that Great Emperor Kang Yue?" Glowing cherry blossom circles swirl around her as Ghost Queen Mother bows gracefully, introducing herself as Yu Wangmu of the 3 King Springs. Next is Xiao Hu of the Western Holy Clan, King of the Western Region, and finally, the White Deer Clan of the Bad Divine Tribe, the 3 Cloud Princesses. Winking, the Overlord admits she spent half of the Moon God Palace's resources just to recruit them. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the barren gray earth below glimmers beautifully with countless diamond-like sparkles. She continues, "It is a pity the eastern region is completely sealed off. Otherwise, the Ice Queen would have joined us too." An explosion erupts in the distance. Glancing over, the Overlord says. With this lineup, even the eclipse won't stand a chance. Lightning tears through the sky, casting a cold glare over the dead land. Deep thunder rumbles, sounding like the prelude to a massive storm. The Overlord adds, even the former Moon King would probably have second thoughts before making a move against us now. A phone is held up as Ah Fei cheers excitedly. Whoa, the actual great Emperor Kang Yue is right here. Comments flood the phone screen. Why isn't the Moon King here? Unbelievable. Even the 3 reserve Cloud Princesses and Yu Wanwu showed up. The Holy Ground Apostle was resurrected recently. Look at that funny outfit. Is that really the Holy Maiden Zhao Yue? She doesn't look like a powerhouse at all. Another comment reads, clueless here, but let me ask. They invited this many powerhouses just to fight the Moon King? Someone replies, can someone explain? Is the Moon King really that insanely powerful? Ah Fei shouts, 666. Guys, look! Suddenly, a foot kicks her right in the face. Smack! Ah Fei screams, hey, who did that? The Overlord glares at her with a stern face. Putting her hands on her hips, she demands, third consort, what on earth are you doing? Ah Fei quickly holds up her phone, pointing at it. This is a live stream. Do you get it? The Overlord stares back, looking completely puzzled. On the phone screen, her face pops up alongside a flood of comments. Wow, the Overlord is absolutely gorgeous. The Moon God Palace actually has a beauty like this? Wait, no, they have an Overlord who is this insanely strong. I can see it too. Ah, she is so cute. I can't take it. Move over. I am claiming the top comment spot. She chirps, happily. Palace Master, times have changed. Just the rewards from these few hours alone can cover the entire cost of requesting aid from the Moon God Palace. A Bai's voice echoed, asking if he wasn't doing all of this just to secure funding for the Moon God Palace. Kang Yue watched in silence as sudden bolts of lightning began raining down from the heavens. An explosion erupted, filling the screen with a blinding white flash. Kang Yu, Xiao Hu, Wu Jingmu, and the 3 Yun princesses all watched in sheer shock. Hooded, white-cloaked figures suddenly appeared, floating silently high up in the darkened sky. The 3rd lunar eclipse had been severely injured by the Golden Butterfly Palace and still hadn't awakened. The 10th lunar eclipse lacked the power to break the seal. Then, one of them began pulling back their hood, declaring they would use their combined strength to destroy everything. The Overlord realized with shock that this was the exact event that transpired at the Moon God Festival 10,000 years ago. Was this the mastermind who had ended the consecutive 4-time victory streak of the Moon King of Flower Fairy Palace, forcing the Flower Fairy Palace to retreat? Xingxing cast aside her cloak, gazing down at them as her intense thoughts echoed aloud. The 2nd lunar eclipse of the lunar faction, Tian Xingqi. Elsewhere, Su Liang hurried forward, knowing Blizzard Ear, San Bixiao, Bing Fei, and Bing Shiliusha had already arrived, meaning he had to move fast. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes widening in shock. Looking back, Su Liang sensed a strange presence. Staring at the 2 figures blockading his path, he realized he was in for a tough fight. Standing before Su Liang was a red, 4-limbed monster sporting a single giant eye, bearing its sharp teeth in a sinister grin. Right beside it floated an empty white cloak, trailing heavy chains from underneath that looked like writhing octopus tentacles. The floating cloak spoke, calling him the Moon King and declaring this their final chance. The red beast added that the power of their Paramita sect was nearly depleted, leaving them no choice but to eliminate him here before the 10 lunar eclipses could invade the central region. He calculated that the Paramita sect was truly backed into a corner, and these 2 had absolutely no intention of leaving this battle alive. Sighing, Su Liang took a step forward and flatly stated that he had absolutely no idea what they were actually trying to achieve. He coldly remarked that he simply couldn't comprehend what went through the minds of pests that were eager to throw their lives away. A massive glowing eye suddenly manifested in the dark sky, its intense gaze piercing through space as if tearing reality itself apart. A vibrant blue ring hovered in midair, emitting a soft yet incredibly potent aura of raw celestial energy. The cloaked figure and the red beast stared in absolute terror, trembling as they muttered that this pressure felt like their bodies were being torn to shreds. An orb of light radiated a quiet yet overwhelming force, as a mysterious voice echoed softly throughout the surrounding area. Exactly. Transcending space, time, and countless years. Today, after 26,000 long years, the moment had finally come. Brilliant blue lightning began crackling wildly around Su Liang as his silent, focused thoughts echoed once more. The sinking star crescent blade had finally restored its original form. As Su Liang held the weapon, a mystical blue glow enveloped both of them like a shroud of fog, exuding a truly divine aura. He marveled at how much larger the sinking star crescent blade had grown after its scabbard was finally reunited with the blade. The red beast and the cloaked figure could only gape in absolute horror, utter shock painted all over their trembling faces. He stood tall, hovering in midair, a swirling blue vortex of energy spinning around his body alongside three glowing orbs that rotated slowly, awaiting his ultimate command. Witnessing this, he realized that the scabbard was actually made of pure energy, serving as a powerful protective shield. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He wondered if this was the complete seven mysteries, as a massive tempest whipped around him. She has now far surpassed the majority of emperors, possessing the strength to go toe-to-toe with the Gemini Palace. Staring blankly at this incredible display, the jade ring nearby wished its true self could be here as well. The white cloak lunged, screaming for the Moon King to finally settle this battle. Casting a side glance, Su Liang calmly remarked that they were making too much noise, declaring he wouldn't let them disturb the Frost Empress. The ground split open as a radiant pink light erupted like molten lava, forming a majestic aura of energy. A purple energy ring wrapped around him, its swirling light forming a constantly shifting magic circle. The red monster shrieked in panic, and the white cloak gasped in shock, demanding to know what was happening as pink magic enveloped them. As Su Liang marched toward them, the two trembled, wondering how they, the supreme rulers of all things, could feel such fear. Could they actually be terrified of a mere human? He casually swept past the white cloak and the red beast. Pink magical energy similar to his own suddenly bound both of them. To their utter disbelief, his voice echoed right beside their ears. It was finally time to say goodbye to the remaining dregs of the Paramitas sect. Leaving his enemies frozen in his wake, Su Liang kept walking forward, preparing to sever every lingering tie with a single final slash. He raises it high as a blue halo flares. With a sudden strike, Su Liang slams it down, shattering the earth. Amidst the swirling space, glowing energy petals drift outward, forming a luminous ring that floats right around his body. As the deep star crescent blade stabs down, raw energy surges through the stone, splitting it wide open. Golden light leaks from the cracks, spreading like wild lightning. Off in the distance, the red monster's face twists in pure panic as it shrieks in shock. That desperate strike seems to take him back to that fateful year. He stumbles back, utterly bewildered by this sudden, overwhelming eruption of power. The Gemini Guardian, Half-Moon Soul Queller. High above, a massive pillar of emerald light pierces the earth with an earth-shattering roar. The sky seems to tear open at that very moment. Waves of energy ripple from the impact zone, violently shaking the dark mountains stretching out beneath them. Rocks shatter instantly as dense dust clouds billow up. Meanwhile, the faint silhouette of Hui Fei Yan Mi slowly dissolves into the blinding, radiant light. Trails of light scatter in all directions, fading into thin air. Standing tall amidst the swirling pink light, Su Liang looks over the barren land and mutters, "Had I known, I would have used only 1/10 of my power." This was basically a nameless strike. Bai Xian looks down at Su Liang, completely speechless and trembling in shock. She whispers, "My lord, you are truly terrifying." Staring at the tiny cracks forming on her floating jade ring, Bai Xian falls into deep thought. The Moon King himself took the brunt of that single strike. Otherwise, let alone the sacred treasures of the emperors, she herself would have been completely erased from existence. He calmly tells her to head for the central region. Startled, she replies that there is no need to teleport. They can easily reach it by day. Su Liang sneers, muttering that to him now, whether it is a full moon or broad daylight makes absolutely no difference anymore. Meanwhile, beneath the tower, the group looks up at the sky where lightning weaves together like a massive net. Zhao Yue stands in silence, and nobody speaks. Red Hair stares blankly, muttering under his breath, 77 overlords. The overlord sneers, remarking that this welcoming committee seems a bit too formal. Beside him, the remaining members hold their breath in anticipation. Xing Xing looks down, teasingly noting that nobody seems to want to fight her. But as she speaks, she suddenly freezes, sensing something strange. Kang Yue suddenly steps forward to face her, pulling a delicate pink umbrella right out from her robes. Under the dark lightning-torn sky, Kang Yue stands quietly in the distance, clutching that pale pink umbrella in her hand. Staring up at the figures floating in the sky, the overlord is stunned, realizing that umbrella easily surpasses the weapons of both Emperor Nala and the leaf lotus itself. She speaks, her aura radiant. The Tiantuo Huan has never taken part in any major battles during the Moon God Festival, nor have they ever picked a side. Xing Xing looks down as Kang Yue continues, stating her involvement is purely due to her friendship with the Flower Fairy Palace disciple. Her gaze turns icy as she adds that since she is an ally of the Flower Fairy Palace, she must return the favor. Hearing those words, the young girl covers her mouth, giggling before bursting into a hysterical fit of uncontrollable laughter. She laughs, mocking her claim of friendship and telling her to just admit she wants revenge for her mother. Kang Yue stands there, speechless. Up in the air, Xing Xing suddenly dives down, her hair flying wildly as her face twists with pure malice. She screams, challenging her to fight, eager to test the power of the Moon King who won 3 consecutive championships back in the day. A beam of blue energy slams down, ripping the ground apart into a brilliant, swirling vortex as her voice echoes through the thunder. Wondering how pure her bloodline really is, she unleashes a massive mid-air explosion, sending dust and debris raining down everywhere. The brilliant flash blows back the Overlord's hair as she reflexively shields her eyes from the intense, destructive shockwave hitting them. Everything below collapses into ruin, as if a massive earthquake has just torn the land apart. As the warriors collapse in the rising dust, Red Hair turns to the Overlord in panic, asking where Emperor Kang Yue went. She answers coldly, explaining that they teleported instantly and are already locked in combat. Over in the central region, near the South Sea, a massive explosion erupts, sending Earth flying as a blinding light flares in the center. Kang Yue snaps open her cherry blossom umbrella in defense, releasing a storm of petals that shields her from the blinding onslaught of light. With a cold sneer and a sudden surge of lethal intent, Xing grunts and charges straight into the fray. 2 opposing lights tear through the night sky like colliding stars, shaking the air as a violent vortex of energy erupts around them. Watching the chaos unfold, the Overlord quickly makes her decision, stating that since the war has started, they must choose their targets and join the fight. Suddenly, snow falls heavily, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. Amidst the ruins of once magnificent structures now reduced to rubble and dust, a massive pillar of ice rises into the sky, looking incredibly cold and sharp. High atop the ruin, Dongxi Lu Sha stands alongside Bing Min and Jing Hong, silently gazing down. Elsewhere, Kang Yue and Xing suddenly pause their battle. She couldn't help but wonder if this terrifying pressure belonged to the Eastern Empress clan. Suddenly, Ice Stone Lu Sha shouted, telling everyone to stop fighting and look at her because she had a major announcement to make. The Overlord, Dark Queen Mother, and Ji Yu were left utterly confused. Lu Sha just laughed mockingly, calling them all a bunch of fools. The legendary Sanbi Xiao finally appeared on the mirror's surface in the flesh. It seems even these powerful rulers are incredibly handsome. But why is this snow girl as pale as a corpse? It makes no sense, and her intelligence seems a bit lacking too. That's just how the Three Beauties tribe is. But the legendary Ice Queen is bound to be even more breathtakingly stunning. Xiao Hu and the Dark Queen Mother stared ahead in silence as the young girl pondered deeply about their situation. They should be following the Moon King. Why are they dealing with Sanbi Xiao of the Eastern Territory instead? Where on earth was the Moon King teleported to back then? Meanwhile, Lu Sha and Wei Er faced off against the Overlord. The Overlord didn't care at all, smirking in utter disdain, declaring she could easily handle them even if they all attacked together. The massive pillar wrapped in iron chains began to tremble violently as the white hooded figures watched the chaos unfold from above. One of them spoke up, warning the others not to act rashly before stepping forward to handle this troublemaker personally. Lowering the hood, the leader ordered the others to monitor the situation and use the ongoing chaos to their advantage. Their goal was to eliminate the Overlord of the Moon God Palace. With a sudden burst of blinding light, they charged directly at Lu Sha. The sheer power shredded the robe to reveal the 4th lunar eclipse, the heavenly martial war god. The girl beside the Overlord gasped. She couldn't believe it. Is that really the 4th lunar eclipse? Why does she look so gravely injured, almost on the verge of death? The Overlord observed the wound and sighed, noting that even 1,000 years hadn't been enough for this simple scar to fade. Trembling with absolute rage, she touched her scar. This was the painful mark left behind by the Ice Feather Heavenly Quillin. Pointing at the lunar eclipse, Lu Sha burst into mocking laughter, teasing her for being a pathetic loser defeated by the Eastern Empress clan. Her mockery immediately ignited the enemy's murderous intent. A massive torrent of energy poured from high above, channeling straight into the stone below. Lu Sha walked calmly through the raging vortex. With a gentle blow of her breath, she sent a sharp gale piercing through the storm. As the vortex vanished, Lu Sha emerged completely untouched. The lunar eclipse ground her teeth in absolute, helpless frustration. Desperate to strike back, Lu Sha raised her hands like sharp claws, gearing up for what looked like a deadly attack. But wait, she was just stretching. Now, let's see how the confused Dark Queen Mother reacts to this bizarre behavior. Before anyone could make sense of it, a massive boulder came flying straight toward the Dark Queen Mother's group, freezing them in shock. Lu Sha cheered in excitement at the result, while below, Hai Yun yelled angrily, demanding to know what she thought she was doing. Huan Yue quickly intervened, warning them not to fall for her trap since this opponent once fought the first generation itself. She suggested they focus on dealing with the Taiyin faction. Suddenly, Huan Yu looked up at the sky in pure terror. The 3rd lunar eclipse, the sunken moon prison lord, descended. The 4th eclipse remarked that his injuries had finally healed, and his eye could open this wide now. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the stone, calling them useless trash, wasting time. He demanded they kill the target and end this. The Overlord watched warily as the third lunar eclipse unleashed a sudden, devastating strike. She raised her hands, throwing everything into blocking the attack, but cracks quickly spread across her defensive energy shield. Smiling weakly, she accepted her fate. With her current level of strength, holding out this long was already her absolute limit. Quietly praying for her master's arrival, the shield shattered, and the devastating energy pierced straight through the Overlord's chest. She collapsed onto the cold ground, a smoking hole in her chest. The Dark Queen Mother screamed in sheer disbelief and panic. No way! The famous Moon God Palace Overlord couldn't even survive a casual blow from the third lunar eclipse? Xiao Hu explained that rumors claimed the Moon God Palace Master was weak, despite ruling the strongest faction in the Central Territory. With blood dripping from her lips, the Overlord's eyes grew dull, but right as her vision faded, a familiar figure appeared. It was Zhao Yue. Filled with sudden joy and relief, the dying Overlord whispered, asking if her master had finally come for her. Gently patting her head, Zhao Yue praised her for successfully keeping the Moon God Palace prosperous for 1,000 years. Leaving the rest to her master, the Overlord vanished completely. The Dark Queen Mother could only gasp in absolute shock. That looked exactly like a pet returning to its pocket dimension. But that should be completely impossible in this world. Could the 16-year-old Holy Maiden of the Moon God Palace actually be the true master of the legendary Overlord? Hai Yun and Huan Yue stared in disbelief, while the third lunar eclipse roared that this contract made no sense at all. The contract isn't with her, so who on earth could it actually be? Suddenly, a strange mist poured directly from Zhao Yue's eyes, and a human figure slowly materialized right before everyone's eyes. Shocked by the mysterious figure, everyone cried out in disbelief, Tianu, while Yushi gritted her teeth in sheer anger. Has that damn old hag still not kicked the bucket yet? Just how much longer can she possibly survive? As Tianu floated there after leaving her physical hosts, both Wu Wangmu and Hai Yun watched in complete, utter disbelief. She casually looked around, advising them to finish this quickly since they only had 27 hours left before the grand 10,000-year event. Taking a slow step forward, Tianu made it absolutely clear that every single second of her manifestation was incredibly precious. She then looked down at the motionless body on the ground, saying, "Little Zhao Yue, do me a favor and back away for now." With those words, the body stood up on its own. Zhao Yue raised her right arm as energy swirled, slowly summoning a magical flute. Everyone gasped when they saw the instrument in her hand, while Wu Wangmu quickly covered her ears in terror. Tianu simply commanded, "Play Phoenix Song." The 7-string Phoenix Song echoed, its melody piercing through the entire space so that absolutely no one could escape its reach. Covering her ears, Yushi panicked, realizing it was the Shangxian Moon Phoenix Song as the melody shifted, burning with a blood-red glow. Yushi cried out in panic, explaining that as she manifests, 50% of the power from any beast hearing that flute is forcefully drained away. She spoke with complete confidence, totally failing to notice the phoenix growing massive as it absorbed all that stolen power. Basically, the more people who heard the music, the stronger the phoenix became, meaning its final manifested form would be absolutely unstoppable. But it is fine. It does not matter if ordinary folks hear it, as long as none of the overlords are listening. Even if 10 billion low-level beast tamers are gathered here, their combined energy only equals a handful of Emperor-class fighters. So, there is no way the Phoenix Song's final form can grow to a ridiculous level of power. But when Yushi actually looked at the beast in front of her, she shrieked, "Are you kidding me?" Which idiot overlord forgot to cover their ears? A loud laugh from behind caught Yushi's attention, teasing that this was highly entertaining. The Yusha joked that watching his beast's power drain away felt rather refreshing, lying there lazily and letting his energy fade without a care. Suddenly, the phoenix soared high into the sky, diving straight toward the third eclipse. A massive explosion erupted, lighting up the entire heavens like endless burning fireworks. The giant eye of the third eclipse shattered into 1,000 pieces, slowly fading away into thin air. Hayun could barely believe it, defeating the third eclipse in just a single blow. Is this the power of a 9-star demigod from ancient times? Tianu played a final note, controlling her music. She lowered the instrument, glanced ahead, and quickly made her magical flute vanish. She then rushed off, leaving everyone standing there completely baffled. Grabbing Zhao Yu, Tianu ran while yelling back, "Hurry up! If we delay, we won't make it." Right then, an enormous pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. Worried, Hayun asked, "What on earth is happening? Was she just bluffing earlier, and now she is completely out of power?" Wu Wangmu pointed and shrieked, "Look over there! A strange hole has appeared on that iron staff out of nowhere, and it's unleashing an unbelievable power." She shrieked a warning. The guardian of Feitu Palace, Fushu White Jade Chime, is about to wake up. Still running for her life, Tianu muttered under her breath, "That is absolutely terrifying." Moon King, if you keep lingering around there, you will lose your royal right to the Moon Goddess Festival. Zhao Yu slowly opened her eyes, utterly confused. Just how powerful had that little monster grown? An endless beam of brilliant light shot straight toward a single direction. Over on the east coast of the mid-domain, Liang sensed that the presence of the Gemini and Virgo temples was moving rapidly toward the west. Could they be trying to avoid me? Closing his eyes, a dark eye-like mark slowly materialized on his forehead. The eye scanned the area. Spotting his target, Liang muttered to himself, "They almost managed to escape my sight. Just a few more seconds and they would have been gone." He stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. Since Gemini and Virgo are moving together, could they actually be controlled by the exact same beast Tamer? Somewhere near the west domain, Tianyu and Zhao Yue stood on a cliff and sighed in relief, glad to have finally escaped his tracking range. Confused, Zhao Yue asked, "Master, what are we running from? Even if Feitu Palace is powerful, they couldn't possibly wipe us all out. Are we really just abandoning the Moon Temple like this?" Hearing her confusion, Tiana replied, "Feitu Palace? You have it all wrong. Little Zhao Yu, you misunderstand. I showed up fully prepared to fight Feitu Palace, but an unexpected wild card has completely changed the situation." With a worried expression, she added, "An actual monster has infiltrated the mid-domain. I could not let you stay there. I have a bad feeling that if you saw it yourself, you would lose all will to fight, ruining your chances at the Moon Goddess Festival." Zhao Yue pondered. As the champion of the Moon Goddess Festival, what kind of terrifying powerhouse could make her instantly lose her will to fight? At that exact moment, a violent bolt of lightning struck the stone pillar wrapped in heavy iron chains, shattering it completely. As a figure emerges from the dust, Yu Wangmu and Xiao Hu stare in absolute terror. Hai Yun's group is equally stunned, while Yushi and the white-clothed faction salute with deep respect. Behold, Bai Yuqing, the 8th Yueyao Palace Guardian of Feitu Palace and the ultimate leader of the Taiyan 10 Eclipses. Kang Yue and Xing Xing face off in intense tension, but the young girl suddenly freezes in shock. Xing Xing immediately snaps her head back and vanishes, leaving Kang Yue completely dumbfounded. Confused, she wonders why her opponent abruptly stopped fighting. Has something major happened over there? Standing tall, Yuqing takes a massive breath and roars, "Ice Empress Heavenly Maiden," immediately summoning violent lightning to strike the earth. Xiao Hu gets blasted by the lightning, completely helpless. As the storm clears, she collapses unconscious. Yuanmu frantically wraps herself in dark energy to shield against the blast. Watching from the cliff, Lu Sha licks her lips in excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent. Suddenly, a hand gently touches Yu Qing's shoulder. The Taiyan faction's former Moon King appears right behind her. Snapping her fingers, she says, "All right, now that you're out, don't be so angry." She chuckles, "Look around. Aren't there plenty of old friends here to welcome you?" Tao Yuan Haiti. Then looking at Lu Sha, she asks, "Oh, why is the Donghu clan here too?" She waves a friendly hello. Xing Xing suddenly arrives and cries out happily, "Lady Bai Yuqing." Silent, Yuqing ignores the call, staring at the sky. Is this the moonlight of this era? Staring intently, she opens her mouth wide to gather immense energy, catching the former Moon King's eye. Watching in complete confusion, Bai Shui asks anxiously, "What on earth is she trying to do?" She replies with a playful grin, "Honestly, I have no clue. This kid is so hot-tempered that even I can't stop her when she's mad." The gathering energy swells massively until she blasts it into the heavens, violently shaking the entire world. That beam collides directly with the moon, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Everyone below watches the fragments rain down. It is an unbelievable sight. Their jaws drop in pure shock, completely stunned by this unprecedented, monstrous power. Jing Hong gasps, "Unbelievable. This level of raw power is completely beyond our comprehension." Su Liang stands frozen in silence, grinning with pure excitement. This truly is an unavoidable destiny. Suddenly, the Book of the Moon registers a new acquisition, by Yu Qing's Zhongyu physique. Currently registered moonlight physiques include Blood Moon, Holy Moon, and Waning Moon physiques. For acquiring the Zhongyu physique, the reward is choosing one inherited bloodline physique. The Holy Moon physique converts a beast tamer's energy into moonlight essence, allowing beasts to unleash peak power anytime, anywhere, even maintaining full strength during the day. It doubles their combat power at night, with special enhancements during a full moon. Meanwhile, the Waning Moon physique peaks during full moons but loses all combat power otherwise. With the Waning Moon physique, you can only contract moon attribute beasts in this life, but its terrifying charm naturally draws countless moon beasts directly to you. As for the Zhongyu physique, it requires a divine bloodline as a prerequisite to manifest. It grants absolute freedom to manipulate the evolution path of one's moon beasts. Su Liang stares at the Book of the Moon, realizing that the Zhongyu physique's true meaning can't be grasped by description alone. He starts calculating. In other words, he must witness the Feitu Palace Guardian's evolution firsthand before making his final choice. Su Liang weighs the waning moon against the Zhongyue physique. Which path will lead him to the peak of evolution? Turning back, he commands, "Go test her for me. Let's see the true power of Feitu Palace." The cracked jade bracelet trembles in disbelief. Is he actually directing that order at me? It worries that its original body is long gone. With this broken shell, how could it ever defeat Bai Yu Qing? Ignoring the complaints, Su Liang calls out, "Book of the Moon. I want to draw my reward now. You know exactly what I'm looking for, right? I am only drawing once, so make it count." He warns, "How I treat you in the future entirely depends on your performance right now. You only get one shot, so don't waste it." Immediately, the book flips pages, unlocking a brand new library. Su Liang praises it. "Good boy, that's more like it. I'll reward you later." Suddenly, a strange aura manifests. Impossible. This aura is Yuji's true form, the Supreme Moon type, White Jade, Deep Spirit, Seven Mysteries, Crescent Moon. 70,000 years ago, Yuji's true form was destroyed by the miracle in action Crescent Moon Xiao, one of the 7 great miracles of severance. The jade ring trembled and gasped. 70,000 years later, it is finally back. It rushed toward Yuji, shattering completely on contact, as a massive ring of pure energy wrapped around her body. He ordered her, "Go and test the current strength of the Flying Rabbit Palace for me." Yuji stared straight at Su Liang, walking close to him. Yuji lightly pressed her lips against Su Liang's, leaving him completely speechless, with absolutely no idea how to react. Meanwhile, chaos erupts near the shattered moon destroyed by Yu Qing, with everyone keeping a highly defensive guard up. Xing realizes this is the protector of Flying Rabbit Palace, Fu Shu Bai Yu Qing, the terrifying figure who was once feared as the legendary Moonlight Demon God. Behind a rock, a girl watches in utter shock, wondering if anyone actually possesses the power to defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace. I mean, even the great Emperor Kang Yue himself cannot possibly shatter the moon like that. She sinks into despair, wondering if any living being can stand against the Flying Rabbit Palace and the former Moon King. But right then, the former Moon King spots a strange blue light suddenly flashing. Yuji appears smiling, making Huan Yue ask Hai Yun, "Who is that?" The girl says she has no idea. Xing and the cloaked figure are equally clueless, while Lu Sha stands there completely stunned. Yuji flies right up to Yu Qing and remarks how these new punks have gotten so arrogant after tens of thousands of years. She barks out, "What on earth is this thing?" She smilingly replies, "Never mind that. I have been around since 70,000 years ago anyway. Only 4 people in this entire world still actually know my true identity. Kang Xuan Yue, Nai Luo, and Emperor Kang Yue's hand, and the goddess watching from afar." Meanwhile, Lu Sha and Yu Qing grit their teeth in pure fury. "What?" Yu Qing screams out, utterly furious that she is being lectured like some misbehaved child. Charging up her power, Yu Qing lunges straight at Yuji, but our newcomer does not flinch at all, merely offering a calm, knowing smile. The attack cannot even touch Yuji. Everything above her, including the massive debris, suddenly freezes solid in midair. The former Moon King wonders if time itself has stopped, but the Spectre Queen Mother screams out that something else is going on. Emperor Kang Yue explains that time is fine, but the space around Yuji has actually been infinitely stretched out. Yuji floats up gracefully. Yu Qing screams at her to stop, realizing too late that Yuji's foot is already resting gently on her white fur. Yuji smiles and teaches her a lesson, telling the brat to show some basic respect when standing before the moonlight. Hai Yun screams in recognition of the mighty Yu Qing, while the girl behind the rock cannot believe she is being suppressed so easily. The former Moon King grimly recalls having a bad feeling early on, which is why she ordered her forces to hold back. Looking at things now, dealing with that Moon King is going to be incredibly difficult to handle. Her laughter catches Yuji's attention, who mocks her for hiding her face and asks if today's Moon King is just a weakling. She guesses the former Moon King was sent to scout simply because their master is cowering inside the Flying Rabbit Palace. Everyone just stares at her, completely speechless after hearing such an incredibly foolish statement. Feeling embarrassed, the former Moon King asks if he is really that strong, then demands to know if Yuji is from Gemini, Tian Kuei, or Sagittarius. Yuji calmly replies that she belongs to none of those, adding that the Moon King is not afraid of her. He simply wanted to see if your current strength is even worth his time to step in. Furious, she grits her teeth. Yu Qing quickly sends a mental transmission, advising her boss that they should make a temporary retreat based on what the Moon King said. The current Moon King is actually the contractor of the legendary Golden Butterfly Palace. Not long ago, he even surpassed the first Princess Yun to reach the highest point of the Heavenly Peach Ring. The former Moon King remains silent but defiant, though she grows deeply worried seeing Yu Qing trembling so violently beside her. She frantically asks what Yu Qing is doing, asking if she holds a grudge. Yu Qing wildly replies that she does, but the divine blood concentration inside that palace is the absolute highest. Suddenly, Yu Qing begins listing off their bloodline percentages. My own concentration is 177%, the Ice Queen is 180, Tao Yuan is 190, and the Golden Butterfly Palace has already surpassed a massive 195%. Bloodline levels do not dictate raw combat power, yet the reigning Moon King remains deeply connected to that butterfly bloodline. She wonders if this is Yue Yao punishing them for their betrayal, leaving the former Moon King completely stunned by the realization. Yu Qing firmly believes that this current era will soon meet its end, but before that, no matter what happens, she must wage a full-force war against the Golden Butterfly Palace, feeling her divine blood boiling with intense power. Unleashing a massive wave of energy, Yu Qing is absolutely thrilled, declaring she cannot wait any longer to quickly crush the obstacle standing right in her way. Saying this, Yu Qing charges forward with all her might. Their clashing powers trigger a massive explosion and blinding light, yet Yuji effortlessly raises a single arm to block the strike. She warned them not to waste their energy if they truly wanted to meet the Moon Queen. Extending her hand, she condensed her raw energy into a massive hammer. Yuji unleashed a flying strike straight toward Yu Qing, demanding her rival to finally show off her true, unfiltered strength. The attack slammed directly into the protective barrier, causing it to crack. Sensing the danger, Kang Yue urgently called out. Even the grand barrier set up by Lord Tao Yuan was failing. The former Moon Queen looked incredibly grim, remaining completely silent. She ordered them to go all out for a swift victory. Seeing the grim situation, the former Moon Queen wished a legendary overlord had arrived instead, sparing her from wasting so much of her own strength. Watching Yuji casually unleash attacks, she lamented how a prestigious member of the Seven Strings could end up risking her life for the Apostle of the Moon Brilliance. Gritting her teeth, the former Moon Queen commanded them to release everything and end this fight immediately. With eyes dripping with killing intent, Yu Qing grinned with wild excitement as overwhelming power began to erupt from her entire body. As the clock hand struck 12, a terrifying shockwave of power rushed straight toward Yuji. Hai Yun gasped upon seeing its true, final form, while Lu Sha noted with excitement that it almost rivaled the Ice Queen, right as Yuji's defensive shield shattered. Smiling gently, she whispered an apology to her master, admitting that she had reached her absolute limit. Yu Qing felt a pang of regret, disappointed that her current strength was not enough to force out her opponent's legendary double moon form. Watching from afar, Su Liang calculated his next moves, noting that because they had not officially contracted yet, Yuji and her power had not fully fused. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, the terrifying, suffocating pressure radiating from the Flying Rabbit Palace could be felt with absolute clarity. He quietly reflected on how his past self would have probably wet his pants in sheer terror from this insane pressure. Su Liang reassured her that she did an amazing job and should rest, while Yu Qing bared her fangs like a beast ready to devour Yuji. Sharp claws were inches from Yuji's face, yet she showed no fear. Suddenly, Yu Qing's expression warped in panic, forcing her to violently pivot away. Yu Qing threw herself forward to shield the former Moon Queen, who looked up at the sky in complete confusion. Yu Wangmu wondered why Bai Yu Qing had suddenly stopped her attack, but before she could finish that thought, a chilling realization hit her too. As the legendary sinking star crescent blade descended, Dao Yuan complained about the Moon Queen's complete disregard for their safety in this chaotic battle. Panic swept through the crowd as a true, complete Seven Strings weapon manifested, prompting the Crescent Flower Heavenly Maiden to scream in absolute disbelief. Wasn't the sheath of the upper crescent moon crest flower supposed to be held by the Ice Queen? Covering her face in utter despair, Yu Wangmu panicked, realizing that if that massive weapon fell, everyone present would be obliterated. The blade hurtled straight toward Yu Qing, who desperately threw her arms out to protect the former Moon Queen. A massive, blinding explosion rocked the entire area, forcing Yu Wangmu to shut her eyes tightly before slowly opening them to witness the shocking aftermath in front of her. Yu Wangmu couldn't believe they were saved, all thanks to Kang Yue's immense power protecting everyone, her steady gaze remaining completely unshaken. With an enormous aura swirling around Kang Yue, the Celestial Maiden wondered if the Flower Fairy Palace had officially sided with Emperor Kang Yue. Things were getting incredibly complicated. If the Guardian of the Flower Fairy Palace had awakened, then the resurrection of that legendary figure was surely drawing near. The supreme powerhouse who dominated the Moon Deity Festival for 3 consecutive eras. He was known as the strongest 9-star demigod in history, holding the Holy Moon Body, the legendary King Tao Yue, while Jing Jing's group lay unconscious nearby. With her voice trembling, the former Moon Queen questioned if the current Moon Queen had actually stolen the sinking star crescent sheath from the Ice Queen. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she weakly warned her boss that the former Moon Queen had been severely injured by that last devastating strike. Mumbling Xiao Bai's name, the former Moon Queen stared forward in utter shock. The sinking star crescent blade pointed directly at her face, and though Yu Qing used all her strength to hold it back, her power was vastly outmatched. As the sinking star crescent pressed closer, the former Moon Queen frantically cried out for Xiao Bai, her entire body trembling in complete helplessness. Struggling to stand, the former Moon Queen seethed with anger, noting that even the Ice Queen never pushed them this far, especially without even showing her true form. She commanded Xiao Bai to unleash her maximum power immediately. Closing her eyes, Yu Qing activated the spinning halo of energy above her head before raising her hands to blast her full force directly at the incoming blade. A deafening boom echoed as the massive shockwaves slammed into the earth, causing everyone to scream upon seeing the sinking star crescent firmly planted in the dirt. Wondering if it had pierced through, Kang Yue coldly confirmed that her rival's ridiculously dense bones had actually managed to deflect the devastating strike of the blade. Although the sinking star crescent struck near Yu Qing's neck, it failed to break through, and she snapped open her icy eyes. Yu Qing unleashed another terrifying burst of energy as the crescent blade surged forward, its green metal edge glowing with an eerie, mystical light. Yu Qing desperately held her ground as both forces locked in a fierce, brutal struggle. Gripping the crescent blade tightly, she struggled to force it away, creating a violent clash of orange and green energy that illuminated the entire battlefield. As Yu Qing released her grip, the ground trembled, leaving Yu Wangmu in complete shock that someone could actually repel the legendary blade using nothing but her own raw aura. Yu Qing slowly channeled her inner energy, causing flames to erupt all around her. Her energy gathered rapidly as the divine blood purity surged to 180%, then 185%, then 190%, the conversion rate accelerating faster and faster. White Cloud's pure white fur slowly transformed into a brilliant bright gold. She kept counting, 195%, 199%, and finally 199.9%. White Cloud waved its paws as its entire body completely changed color. Standing on the cracked earth, Yu Qing raised her hand and unleashed a beam of light straight ahead. It shot into the dark sky, clashing with the pitch-black night like smoking darts. The moment the light hit the bullseye, a massive, shattering explosion erupted. Kang Yue stared at the sky, silently wondering who this attack was targeting. On the opposite cliff stood two girls, one tall and one short. Confused by the chaos, Tian Nu watched blankly. She struggled to drag herself away, completely ignoring Zhao Yu, who was desperately trying to help her from behind. She clasped her hands together, preparing her next move. Suddenly, a heavenly gate materialized before her. The gate glowed against the dark sky. Suddenly, an explosion shook the bushes, and she vanished entirely into a thick cloud of white smoke. Staring at the empty gateway through the lingering smoke, Tian Nu grew so incredibly tense she could not utter a single word. Over on Yu Qing's side, the devastating impact of her strike left three massive, jagged trenches carved into the ground. The former Moon King stepped forward, clutching her injured hand. She hissed that not a single soul would escape today, declaring they had forced her hand. If this form has already been exposed, then Yue Yao's combat power should have definitely plummeted by now. Yu Qing kept pressing her attack through the ruins, completely unfazed by any of their words. Glaring through her messy hair, her eyes filled with pure rage. She growled, demanding that Tian Nu, the Huaxian Palace, and the Moon King all die right here. The Dark Queen Mother gasped, covering her mouth. How could she possibly know? Without even turning her head, Yu Qing replied coldly that once awakened, every single aura in the central realm was in the palm of her hand. Tian Nu struggled to withstand her cruel mockery. No matter how far that weak girl tried to run, or if the Moon King was hiding near the shores of the East Sea, she warped the surrounding space, smugly declaring that absolutely everyone was well within her divine range of perception. Yu Qing unleashed a brilliant beam of energy that shot forward like a meteor, slowly fading along its path. Suddenly, an unexpected shift left Yu Qing utterly baffled, leaving Kang Yue completely shocked as well. Materializing right in front of Yu Qing's hand, Su Liang appeared and glared at her with freezing eyes. As the former Moon King stood frozen in shock, Su Liang materialized right behind Tian Nu, quietly reviewing his strategic calculations. He had just signed a contract with Yu Ji, pushing his extreme cold ice type abilities to 120% unlocked. Smiling, Su Liang realized that even though the Wangshu water was frozen solid, it would still be more than enough. Standing tall with his short hair blowing in the wind, Su Liang asked mockingly if they were really that shocked. He casually added that he was actually quite disappointed by the double moon physique, as it merely boosted the divine blood concentration inside the body. To a human like him, it meant absolutely nothing, and those arrogant words successfully pushed her over the edge. Su Liang dismissed the double moon physique entirely. Furious, the former Moon King snapped that it was a legendary physique recorded in the Book of the Moon. She told him to stop dreaming, claiming the Juyu physique had been extinct for eons, even if he gathered all three components. But mid-sentence, she froze as she sensed something was terribly wrong. Staring at him, the former Moon King wondered if this young man was actually one of the rare Moon Kings from ancient history. Could he actually possess the legendary Juyu physique? Her gaze turned deadly serious. Had he truly gathered them all? The former Moon King shrieked to warn her ally, calling out to Xiao Bai. Yu Qing lunged, swinging her arm to obliterate Su Liang on the spot. A blinding orange light erupted across the ground as a dazzling magic circle formed right before her. Yet Su Liang stood calmly in the smoke, completely unscathed. Yu Qing stared in absolute disbelief at his unharmed body, while Su Liang quietly focused on channeling his ultimate technique. 3 black lines and jagged markings formed on Su Liang's hand as he locked onto his system panel, waiting for the perfect moment. The time had come to choose his final physique, with his extreme cold ice-type power now sitting at 120% unlocked. Su Liang closed his eyes and made his final choice, unleashing a blinding flash of light that completely obscured everyone's vision. As Yu Qing's expression turned grim, he hovered in midair with glowing eyes, leaving the former Moon King gasping in sheer disbelief. It was impossible for someone without the double moon physique, wielding a mere holy moon physique, to do this. How could he possibly reach such a ridiculous level? What kind of inheritance did the Moon King actually receive? Su Liang keeps quiet, closing his eyes before snapping them open to ask if this is the Sacred Moon physique. No, this is definitely not the Sacred Moon physique. The system alerts that host Moon King Su Liang now possesses a unique physique, the Absolute Moon, Absolute Celebration Ice, Lunar 12 Palaces, a Heavenly Blessing, and the Polar Cold Realm. With the new dual Supreme Moon power active, his compatibility with the lunar element is pushed straight to the absolute limit. It completely removes all realm restrictions, letting him summon any beast at any rank unconditionally, though having multiple active beasts means they will no longer resonate directly with him. Instead, each summoned beast gets its own independent energy bar right alongside their master. Once that energy is completely drained, the beast must return to its pocket dimension to recharge. Staring intensely at the object right in front of him, Su Liang asks himself a silent question: who actually decided that inheriting the Absolute Moon physique once means you cannot get it again? Backed by this brand new power, his energy spikes instantly, unleashing a massive aura that makes him look and feel just like a literal demigod. He stands tall, completely unfazed, with a relaxed smile on his face. Watching this happen, Kang Yue falls into a stunned silence while the former Moon King remains too stubborn to accept reality. They refuse to believe it, insisting that none of the 4 legendary physiques should ever be capable of producing such a ridiculous effect. Su Liang casts a casual glance at the distant woman, asking if the legendary Celestial Maiden is actually the first apostle of the Virgo Temple. He turns back to her, half joking and half teasing, pointing out that constantly suppressing her active time like this is just a bit too childish. Still, her ambition is impressive, carrying the fragmented energy of the Gemini Temple inside her, along with the legendary 7 strings Phoenix melody. His teasing attitude only makes her more annoyed, and she clearly has no interest in arguing any further. Turning to Kang Yue, he casually asks, "And what about you? Is it really that fun for the Flower Fairy Palace contractor to keep hiding inside their descendant? Or do the 3 of you from the Flower Fairy, Tao Yuan, and 7 Strings Naluo Sex want to jump me together?" He definitely hit a sore spot. It seems your Grand Master plans to end the conflicts of this era are just as complex as those of the White Deer clan. Surprisingly, the entire crowd instantly falls dead silent, and absolutely no one has a comeback to throw back at him. In the end, it is Su Liang who shatters this heavy, frozen silence once again. Mocking their so-called 10 Suns eclipse as an eyesore, he stands firm, looking more stable and confident than ever. Showing how surprisingly generous he can be, he tells them that if they do not want to fight, they can leave. Instead, he decides to focus on wiping out the low-life Tai Yin faction trash first. With glowing eyes, he takes off into the sky, followed closely by a swarm of glittering golden butterflies. First comes the guardian of the 2nd palace, the Golden Butterfly Palace, known as the 8-Winged Moon Lord, appearing in a flash. Then, the guardian of the 10th palace, the Peacock Palace, Taiwu Zhou Yan, the Dark King. The green-haired beauty is the 7 Strings Crescent Changhua of the Bai Xiao Heavenly Palace. Soon, 4 girls completely surround Su Liang. He notes that the Polar Cold Realm boosts beast power by 200%, which is more than enough for now. There is no need to reveal his entire hand today. Meanwhile, a short-haired girl cowers behind a tall rock in pure terror. Sweating profusely, she mutters to herself, wondering if this insane spectacle is meant for mortal eyes and if the Moon King will kill her. The former Moon King looks on in absolute shock, wondering how a low-star summoner could possibly sustain the insane energy consumption of 4 massive overlord beasts. Yu Qing quietly watches Su Liang's group flicker in and out of view, remaining silent and choosing not to say a single word. Zhou Yan cheerfully waves at the former Moon King, teasingly calling him a big brat. But mid-sentence, something catches her off guard, and her playful grin instantly freezes right on her face. Su Liang is radiating absolute bloodlust, and under his cold, unforgiving stare, she quickly tones down her playful attitude. Getting straight to the point, Zhou Yan tells him that from now on, she will accept any punishment without holding even a single shred of resentment. Asking if that satisfies him, she waits. Su Liang stares at her intently before dropping a cold, blunt response. He tells her to do as she pleases. As they walk in opposite directions, Su Liang begins making his own calculations. After all, with the dual Supreme Moon power now active, his beast's massive energy consumption will never drain him again. Watching her walk away, he feels an overwhelming surge of self-confidence. Since she still has to rely on him as a charger when her energy runs out, she will never leave his side. Now, Zhou Yan is ready for battle, so let's get this started. A glowing, crescent-shaped halo slowly rises from behind the jagged rocks. Blazing purple light erupts behind her as she triggers her three-stage tail fan skill, unleashing relentless energy waves that cause massive, violent tremors across the battlefield. Onlookers scream at each other to fall back as they desperately scramble forward to escape the devastating light beams and avoid getting caught in the blast. The green-robed figure is blasted by a purple beam of light. Its destructive power is absolutely terrifying. As the green fabric fades away alongside a look of pure agony, Yu Qing turns around in annoyance. She mutters, "Can these useless trash not even dodge a single hit?" She realizes that letting this loose cannon run wild will only lead to more unnecessary casualties on their side. First, she needs to deal with this annoying idiot. Yu Qing unleashes a bright ring of fire that condenses into a glowing sphere, which then suddenly vanishes entirely. Swallowing the sphere back down, she clutches her neck, gagging in pure disgust. Looking ahead, Yu Qing wonders what is happening. She opens her mouth to channel her energy, trying desperately to manifest the flame again, but it completely fails. Yu Qing looks up and spots her enemy. The blonde girl has finally arrived at the Golden Butterfly Palace. Purple energy ripples violently across the shattered ground. Xing charges forward with absolute fury, landing a massive and devastating direct strike right into Zhou Yan's stomach. It is all over now. She flashes a wicked smirk, leaving the young girl to turn back in utter shock, gritting her teeth. Wooden debris flies through the darkening twilight sky as Yu Qing clenches her fists. Flames erupt from her hands, preparing to unleash her true, devastating power. The lunar power makes her completely immune to all mystical elements and energy fluctuations. Only physical attacks can actually deal any damage to her. Zhou Yan looks back, completely oblivious to the danger that is heading her way. Tilting her head back, Yu Qing unleashes a massive, blinding beam of light, her star ring of destruction skill. Zhou Yan cannot hide her smirk, finding this incredibly interesting. Zhou Yan counters with a powerful skill from the Star King throne, slamming a brutal attack straight down. A massive purple fireball rises high from the earth, wrapped in a gigantic, glowing orange ring, while the rest of the warriors continue their fierce aerial battle overhead. Amidst the devastated ruins and rising plumes of white smoke, Xing and Yu Shi's group sit battered on the ground, clutching their injured arms while others lie completely collapsed behind them. Looking utterly dazed, Yu Shi asks if the battle has finally been decided. Suddenly, something startles her. A massive crater now scars the battlefield, and Zhou Yan is seen hovering calmly right above it. She offers a reassuring smile, while Yu Qing desperately tries to manifest another glowing orange energy sphere to fight back. Su Liang warns her to stop, explaining the enemy is immune to energy attacks. Looking over in shock, Yu Qing activates her Supreme Emerald Jade Kingdom. The entire sky turns a sickening shade of green, draining all the strength and life out of Xing and Yue Shi. She struggles to stand, cursing under her breath. Her body feels completely paralyzed, her hands glued to the cold ground beneath her. Xing grits her teeth, fighting the pressure. Meanwhile, Yan Yue hovers above with her massive blade, her eyes burning with rage. As green energy slashes the sky, Yue Shi screams out in terror. In an instant, she and Xing are brutally sliced clean in half by the attack. The beasts slowly dissolve into ash and stardust. The former Moon Queen looks back, hoping that at least Xiaobai is safe. She remains standing tall, her body glowing intensely. Yu Qing grits her teeth, a nasty streak of crimson blood running down her forehead. Clutching her painful wounds, Yu Qing refuses to back down. She snarled that this was far from over. With a twisted, manic grin, she declares she will never stop here because she is destined to be the absolute strongest. The Celestial Maiden stands back with crossed arms. Watching Yu Qing stubbornly cling to her pride in the magic circle, she coldly reminds her that it is over. No matter how high her power rises, she could never surpass those four legendary overlords. Glancing at Su Liang nearby, the celestial maiden mutters a warning before stepping directly before the Moon Queen. Fine, the choice is yours to make. Since you were once a member of the Moon Radiance, let us give her a proper send-off. I will allow you to make this final moment truly spectacular. Thank you so much. Brilliant golden butterfly wings illuminate the gloomy sky. One by one, the summoned beasts slowly dissolve into nothingness, leaving behind only faint, lingering wisps of smoke. Su Liang tells Zhou Yan that she can make her final strike spectacular, to which she softly whispers her thanks. Zhou Yan clashes directly with Yu Qing. Both transform into blinding beams of light, their massive collision sending tremors through the earth with a brilliant flash. Su Liang watches the clash, but suddenly spins around to find the Moon Queen charging directly at him. She wonders if this boy has another hidden trump card, while he stares back at the former Moon Queen, utterly confused, wondering if she actually wants a direct one-on-one duel. Su Liang is highly skeptical. With the sealing artifacts still active in this area, what tricks could she possibly have left up her sleeve? A magical, glowing circle pulsing with petal energy suddenly manifests in the pitch-black sky. Before the former Moon Queen can strike, she raises her hand high, declaring they will absolutely not meet their end like this. She raises 2 fingers in a solemn vow, then thrusts her palm forward with lethal magic, screaming for them to die as a shockwave sweeps the land. Su Liang turns pale. Did the sealing artifact just overload and explode? Suddenly, the system chimes, notifying him of the Imperial Moon lineage's lunar ring. The moment the lunar ring touches its target, all living beings are instantly sentenced to death. He cannot summon any beasts without his Tamer powers. As she grabs his arm, Su Liang's eyes suddenly fade, turning completely soulless. His dark pupils are completely devoid of life. Kang Yue and the Nether Empress shout in pure panic, demanding to know what the Moon Queen has done. The former Moon King slammed him to the ground. Su Liang opened his eyes in shock. Was he dead? The former Moon King laughed aloud at the fallen Su Liang. Kang Yue and the Nether Queen Mother watched, completely paralyzed in absolute shock. A smug grin plastered her face, but mid-laugh, she froze. Mysterious blue meteor fragments suddenly began to glow brightly, right above Su Liang's head. The system announced a divine blessing from above, splitting his lifespan into 7 separate stages. Whenever any incoming damage exceeds 1/7 of his total health, the excess is completely nullified, and one stage regenerates after 10 days. A powerful gust of wind swirled around his body, completely shredding Su Liang's clothes in a massive explosion. Amidst the fading, blurry streaks of light, he opened his eyes. Su Liang suddenly sat straight up and scratched his head. If it was not for the Ice Queen's incredible blessing, he would have definitely been done for this time. Standing up, he glared at the former Moon King, never expecting her to pull off such an underhanded, cheating stunt. Su Liang's totally naked body made the former Moon King blush uncontrollably in pure embarrassment. He chuckled, knowing his own tricks were still far more shameless. Watching this unfold, the Nether Queen Mother and Kang Yue were utterly speechless. Tao Yuan popped out from Kang Yue's chest to comment, exclaiming that both of these Moon Kings were ridiculously massive. Hearing this, Kang Yue looked down, asking if little Tao herself was not also a Moon King. Or did she possess something shockingly huge she was hiding? Little Tao snapped back, telling her to get lost, while the furious former Moon King clenched her fists, stuttering in rage. You. The former Moon King raised her hand, desperately trying to do something. He stepped back, making her lose her balance entirely. Falling forward from the momentum, she let out a miserable scream. Su Liang grabbed the former Moon King's hair, lifting her straight into the air. Blushing deeply, she gritted her teeth as tears welled up. Curses, it hurt so bad. Why was his body as hard as steel? Then, she suddenly noticed something below. Wait, could she aim there? The former Moon King kicked straight at his crotch, prompting Su Liang to issue a gentle warning. Reminding her they were in public, Su Liang asked if she was done. As beast tamers, they should let their pets settle the score. Dropping her to the ground, she rolled away in pain, the Crescent Moon King's cheeks flushing a deep, embarrassed red. The Celestial Maiden commented that he truly lacked any chivalry, missing such a perfect opportunity to finish her off. If it were her, she would have ended the woman right then and there. Standing nearby, Zhao Yue was completely speechless, but she soon rested her chin on her hands to gossip, thinking that publicly humiliating an old enemy like this was actually quite entertaining. Zhao Yue silently resolved that she would never buy the Celestial Maiden those trashy manga books ever again. Activating the power of the golden butterfly bow, Su Liang immediately restored his clothes back to normal. He mused that ancient overlords probably hated wearing clothes simply because their garments would always get blown to pieces during battle. Su Liang stared up at the sky, observing the chaotic, overlapping beams of light. He realized that after an entire night of chaotic battle and the destructive strike of Wanyu Changhua, The stamina and beast energy of Flying Rabbit Palace had reached their absolute limit. Yu Qing continued to glow, refusing to give up. Her eyes snapped wide open before suddenly shutting as the bright light pierced straight through her body. Right before Zhou Yan's eyes, her body exploded, leaving her to mutter a single phrase, "It is over." Suddenly, a grand announcement echoed through the space. Flying Rabbit Palace is defeated, disqualifying the Taiyin faction from the Moon Deity Festival. The former Moon King slowly sat up. She listened closely to the voice repeating that the Flying Rabbit Palace was defeated, losing all access to the Moon Deity Festival. He stood tall amidst the ruins as the announcement echoed once more, declaring the defeat of Flying Rabbit Palace and the disqualification of the Taiyin faction. Su Liang realized the Moon Deity Festival was ready for the next phase. Spreading his arms wide, he decided it was time to activate it. The Moon Deity Festival finally unleashed its ultimate power, plunging the quiet space into absolute silence. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land of the Cloud Mist Sea, thick mist enveloped the lighthouse as the moon rose high. At the Holy Land of the Three Kings Spring, the water level gradually receded like a low tide. The system announced the ultimate Moon Deity Festival power, a unique reward for reaching the peak of the Tiantao Ring. Upon activation, this power will lift all restrictions on the Supreme Overlords, awaken every single sleeping demigod, and force them to face the challenges of this era as true kings. Should the host emerge victorious, the divine order of the gods would be shattered. The celestial maiden stared at her hand, activating her skill with a hint of deep regret. The 10,000-year restriction on activity has now completely vanished. Could the established rules be on the verge of total collapse? Tao Yuan angrily protested, demanding to know what he had done, pointing out that he had promised not to activate it. Doing this will cause the most catastrophic loss of life in the history of this entire world. Su Liang casually asked, "So what?" Since the end of this world was inevitable anyway, bringing the final apocalypse forward by 300,000 years would not make much of a difference. Dark clouds slowly gather in the sky as Su Liang gazes into the gloomy distance. If no one before him could reach the peak of the heavenly Dao Ring, then what does it even matter if someone climbs it after he is gone? The heavenly maiden and Tao Yuan listen in silence, their expressions turning grim. He continues, saying that even if the gods predict some terrifying monster will appear 300,000 years from now, it has absolutely nothing to do with him. Since he obtained this power, he has every right to unleash it. Meanwhile, in the desolate eastern region, water slowly trickles down a ravine, forming a long, winding stream. The water flows directly into a quiet lake where Bing Fei is soaking with her eyes closed. Slowly opening her eyes, she rises to the surface, wondering if she can finally leave the eastern region. Elsewhere, after a brutal clash, the crowd still lingers on the battlefield. Kang Yu sneers, calling him a foolish brat who has no idea what he is up against. She demands to know if he truly believes defeating the Flying Rabbit Palace gives him enough power to take on the entire world. She continues to mock him, pointing out that even the first-generation Cloud Princess and the Great Fresco Tribulation are not the strongest. There are countless unrecorded overlords out there, mainly because almost every living soul from that ancient era was completely wiped out. She continues to spit out extremely harsh insults. Su Liang calmly retorts, asking if they allied together just to stop the world from being wiped out. Or was it just to monopolize the Moon God Festival 3 times in a row? He calls them out one by one, starting with Tao Yuan, then the Seven Strings Naraka, the Flower Fairy Palace Guardian, and finally, the Peach Moon King. Left completely speechless, she falls silent before finally responding with a reluctant and heavy sigh. She mutters to forget it, noting that now is not the time for a civil war. Suddenly, the strange object in Kang Yu's eyes completely vanishes. The Heavenly Maiden silently reflects that, although she has no intention of starting a war right now, she is deeply bitter that the master plan she spent thousands of years crafting was completely ruined by the foolish decision of this stupid Moon King. As the short-haired girl wakes up behind a boulder, she notices the air suddenly turning incredibly heavy. Su Liang has his own plans, realizing that if he were to activate this power right now, he would not only waste a major chance to boost his combat power, but also invite a lot of silent hatred. But on the flip side, this moment might actually be his best shot at winning. A shadow creeps up behind Yu Qing, who once thought Taiyin was the mortal enemy. But in reality, they are nothing more than ordinary winners of the previous Moon God festivals. As Kang Yu appears bathed in glowing light, it is clear the Peach Moon King has dominated 3 times in a row. From the legendary Dao Yuan miracles to the Seven Strings Naraka and the 4th Flower Fairy Palace, this faction is indeed powerful to an absolutely unfathomable degree. An image shows the Heavenly Maiden playing her flute. Not only does her vessel harbor the hidden aura of Gemini and Virgo, but she also holds the legendary 7 Strings Phoenix song. To think such terrifying combat power has remained hidden from the world until this very moment. Then there is the White Deer clan in the Cloud Mist Sea, ruling for 300,000 years. Even if he cultivates to 10 stars, unexpected variables could still ruin everything. A chart showing 5 figures with a star at the center appears. Now that he understands their strategic power distribution, cracks begin to form over the mental images of his targets. The vibrant colors of the chart fade into darkness. He intends to unleash his power, disrupt everyone's plans, and exploit the information gap to seize victory. Liang turns around and stares closely at the former Moon King, who remains despondent, staring down at the ground. Leaning down to match her gaze, he tells her to listen very carefully. Their tie-in faction has been kicked out of the Moon God Festival, meaning they no longer have any hope or opportunities left. Lifting the former Moon King's chin, he demands she transfer Fu Shu Bai Yu Qing's contract to him so he can sign a temporary pact with her. He urges her, explaining that this is the only way they can secure a spot in the upcoming Moon God Festival. The former Moon King gives no response. With growing determination in his eyes, Liang stands up and recalls his summons. Standing beside the Heavenly Maiden, Zhao Yue gasps in wonder, asking if living beings can really be recalled. She replies that it is indeed possible, provided they offer absolutely no resistance. Liang covers his face in frustration, realizing there is no time left to try and convince her. He decides to talk to her later. Just then, a system notification alerts him that the Moon God Festival has entered its final stage. All overlord restrictions are now completely lifted. Based on current power distribution, the system automatically detects that the world is divided into 7 distinct factions. Once the representative of any of the 7 factions is eliminated, their entire group will be disqualified instantly. The Northern Region faction consists of Moon King Liang, the Sagittarius Guardian, and the Golden Butterfly Guardian. Behold the Peacock Palace Guardian, the Aquarius Palace Guardian, Shangshuan Moon Jade Pole, and Shangshuan Moon Xihua. Next, announcements pop up for the Heavenly Maiden and the Central Region camp, including Saintess Zhao Yue, the Gemini Guardian, and the Virgo Guardian. Then there is Shangshuan Moon Fengqiu. From the Western region, we have the first-generation lover and the Southern Wedding Dress Miracle, alongside the Peach Ring camp. We see the Peach Moon King, the Gray Moon Emperor, and the legendary First Miracle. Names like Tao Huan, the Flower Guardian, and Shangshuan Moon Nai Luo appear next to the Eastern region's first-generation Ice Queen. This lineup boasts the miracle of the sky, the Lord of Eternal Winter, and the terrifying power of endless frost. For the 3 royalties, we have the Dark Queen Mother, the Pearl of Tears Miracle, and the formidable Calamity Sea Spirit. In the Cloud Mist Sea camp, the first-generation Cloud Princess stands alongside the legendary 19-colored Moon Treader True Body. Joining them are the Cloud Dream Covenant True Body, plus the 4th, 6th, and 9th-generation White Deer Emperors, not to mention the 13th, 14th, and the current 15th generation White Deer Emperors. Even the neutral camp is showing up. We see the Miracle of Inaction, Shangshuan Moon Zi Xiao, and the legendary Eternal Miracle, followed by Bai Shi, the 7th Palace of Moon Glory, and the Guardian of Tiank Palace. A warning from Shangshuan Moon Lai Xie states that all neutral members must choose a faction within 1 year, or they face disqualification. The system continues to broadcast that even those who aren't official representatives are free to join any faction they want. Once a camp wins, the rewards will be shared. However, balance adjustments have weakened the White Deer clan's missed domain. It also nerfed the current Moon King's power and the Sea Concubine clan's symbiotic effect. Meanwhile, the Peach Moon King's divine blood, the Ice Queen's climate control, and the Western Heavenly Maiden's immortality remain completely untouched. Liang silently watches the system notifications flash across his vision, revealing the ultimate rules of this impending battle. If the Frost Realm's pet power boost exceeds 100%, shields can no longer be used to heal undead beasts. This crucial information is visible only to the Moon King. He thinks to himself, it seems that whenever Liang looks at someone, a detailed description appears that only he, as the host, can actually see. Now, he is trying his absolute best to maximize his advantage. Losing the ability to exploit the Frost Realm's healing speed to infinitely revive undead beasts is a massive, crushing blow. But the 3 girls of the White Deer clan remain silent. He realizes that their Eternal Mist domain has also taken a hit. The Heavenly Maiden lets out a long sigh. There is still a chance to win. If they delay for another 100,000 years, those odds might drop even further. The Moon King's decision was absolutely correct. Looking at the shadows in the distance, she finds the Cloud Mist Sea truly terrifying. Have all of these formidable White Deer Emperors actually become battle representatives? Anxious and uneasy, the Heavenly Maiden feels a sense of dread. This is getting troublesome. She can clearly tell that the Ice Queen and the Sea Concubine clan have already joined forces. The Peach Ring and the Eastern region are also quite close. Rumor has it they even shared a close relationship back in the day. This leaves her highly frustrated, realizing she and the Moon King are completely isolated with no allies. Finally, she steals her resolve. Right, if she can just team up with the Moon King, things might turn around. Looking at Liang, she remembers they were once both Moon Glory apostles. Even more importantly, she can actually feel the resonance of his powerful bloodline. Deciding that immediate action is better than waiting, she leaps right in front of him. Cutting straight to the point, she looks at him and asks, "Lord Moon King, are you married yet?" "Yeah,"